So this is going to be a bold statement. This is going to be the best dropshipping course in 2025. Heck, the best dropshipping course ever made on YouTube. I'm going to be talking about subjects and topics that no other creator has ever talked about on YouTube. Now, sorry, I was rude. I didn't introduce who I was. My name's Camille Setter, known as the ECOM King, and I've been doing dropshipping for over 8 years. I started in 2018, and I've achieved over $20 million in revenue with Shopify dropshipping. Now, my success has been documented on this YouTube channel and has been shared in some of the biggest magazines ever. And no, these aren't paid articles like these other gurus do to try and make themselves look good. Now, just to show you guys how valuable this free course really is, it's exactly what I've done to take a brand new Shopify dropshipping store from zero to over $100,000 in less than 40 days. So I'm not talking about some success that I got 3 years ago, 4 years ago. I'm talking about recent success that I've actually had. The only thing I ask for in return for this free course is that you like the video, you share it, you create multiple accounts, and you like the video for the amount of value that I'm giving, and you use the links that are affiliated throughout the video. Now, that's just me being honest and transparent with you guys. Now, this is super important that you listen to. I've created a free Google Doc sheet that's over 160 pages long that's going to contain all the written format for everything I'm about to cover with you in this free course. And I've also created additional Google Sheets that are designed for product research, how to build your store. Now, if you want to get access to all of those cheat sheets, then you need to join the ECOM King Vault. Now, the ECOM King Vault is completely free to join. It costs $0 to join. You just need to click the link in the description to join, connect a new Shopify store to it, and you'll be able to access the Vault and get all the resources. Now, the Vault doesn't just end there in terms of resources. You're going to get access to monthly free calls with me. So after you watch this free course, you're going to get monthly free calls with me by joining the Vault. You're also going to get access to our community where we can communicate through a private community through the Vault. So the Vault is basically a free mentorship on top of the free course. Now, with that being said, guys, let's get straight into the free course for 2025. So guys, welcome to the first module in the Dropshipping 2025 free course. And what I'm going to be covering within this first module is what is dropshipping and how does it work in this current year of 2025. Then I'm going to be covering how to set up a business for your dropshipping store, what business should you choose and the structure that you should go for, and the companies that you can use to do this. Then I'm going to be covering how much money do you need to start a dropshipping business. And I'm going to give you a few alternatives, and I'm even going to be giving you real examples of the different budgets that you can start with. Then to finish off this module, I'm going to be talking about the mindset that you must have for you to be successful within dropshipping. So guys, what is dropshipping? Now, a lot of you guys that are watching this are either brand new to dropshipping or either have just come across dropshipping, or even some of you have been doing dropshipping and you still don't understand what dropshipping really is. Now, it's very, very important to understand what this business model is. So how does dropshipping work? Now, dropshipping is a section of e-commerce. So I'm pretty sure all of you guys know what e-commerce is, or ECOM as a short abbreviation, what people use. E-commerce is all about selling things online. Now, for us, it's going to be physical products. Now, dropshipping actually sits within the e-commerce industry. It's basically a section based on the way we fulfill products. Now, step one is the retail partner, which is you basically partners with a dropshipping supplier. That could be somebody in China or Europe. The retailer lists products from their supplier's inventory on their online store. That is you, the retailer, listing it on a Shopify store. Then a customer buys a product from the online store. Then the retailer forwards the order to the dropshipping supplier. So you have systems in place that will then tell the supplier that you've got an order. This is the address that they need to send it to. And the dropshipping supplier will package the items and send it directly to the customer. Then, of course, to finish that off, the customer receives the item. So basically, dropshipping is you selling products on your online store, partnering up with a dropshipping supplier, and you don't need to risk any inventory. You do not have any inventory at your house, at your parents' house, at your apartment. All of that is with the dropshipping supplier. Now, the reason why this is such a lucrative business is because that means you take zero risk when it comes to inventory. Inventory is the biggest risk with every business online and even in retail stores. So you've straight away removed that issue. Now, if you're thinking, well, what supplier do I use? I'll be covering that later on in the modules. So make sure you guys pay attention, because remember, dropshipping is a fulfillment method of e-commerce. So if you don't have a good dropshipping supplier, your business will bottleneck straight away. Now, the next image that I wanted to show you, which is to give you guys some motivation and to understand how big this industry really is the revenue of e-commerce since 2017 to 2027. And I got involved in 2017, by the way. And I remember back then everyone saying to me, well, dropshipping's dead, e-commerce is dead. And you can clearly see based on the chart, it's definitely not dead. It keeps growing at a very steady pace. Now, the reason why I wanted to show you this is because remember, dropshipping sits within the e-commerce world. Now, here's a fun fact for you guys. Dropshipping adds to the e-commerce industry sales by between 25% and 35%. So the sales data that you can see on the screen, dropshippers like me and you add to this chart by 20 to 35%. And if you look at this chart, this is calculated by revenue in billions, by the way, billions of dollars. You can see that on the graph. So dropshippers have made a lot of money since 2017. So if you're watching this free course and you're worried that dropshipping's dead, then I hope this has cleared that up very easy for you. There was a famous saying that I always go by, which is men lie, women lie, numbers don't. So how much money do you need to start dropshipping in 2025? Now, the short answer, and I'm actually going to give you guys a complete expense breakdown, example breakdown as well, but the short answer is going to be between $1,000 and $2,000. Now, yes, you could start with $500, but the chances of you finding success are going to be very limited, and that will burn you out. So by starting with $1,000 to $2,000, you're going to have a better chance of seeing success. So let me give you guys that expense breakdown. The Shopify basic plan, which you all should get, is going to cost you $29 a month, but if you use my link, which will help you guys with the AI builder, you will get 3 months of Shopify for $3. So basically $1 a month for 3 months. Then it'll go back to $29. So basically your first 3 months of Shopify are going to be risk-free because you're only paying $3. Now, product research, which is one of the most important parts of the business, is going to cost you between $50 or for free. So basically, if you're not going to use a paid tool, I'm going to give you both options, free methods and paid methods. You're either going to be doing this for free or you're going to be paying for a product research tool. Now, logo and branding is going to cost you $30. Example, you can hire a designer on Fiverr, or you can use Canva Pro for custom branding, which is what I'll teach you. Now, Canva Pro can be a 30-day free trial, or it can go up to like $30 to $40. So that's something to bear in mind. Now, product sampling and testing, which is optional but recommended, that can cost you basically the cost of the product, which can range from $10 to $50. Now, the biggest expense that you're going to consume is going to be the marketing, which is the paid advertisements, example, running Facebook ads, TikTok ads, or even Google ads. Now, I know there's going to be loads of people saying, well, what about organic marketing? Yes, that is an option. It's free, but I don't recommend it as much in 2025. I will be teaching you guys how to do it, but I would much prefer you all to stick to paid advertising. Now, product photography / video ads is going to cost you between $0 and $200 because it just depends on how you get this done. You can either hire UGC creators to do it. You can either use AI tools to get custom videos. This can have a wide range of cost. Usually it's going to be between $0 and around about $200. Now, budget consideration for paying suppliers is extremely important and not many people talk about it. You need a reserve of between $150 and $200 because you want to be paying your suppliers if you get orders. An example of this is if you're selling a product that costs $20 from a supplier and you aim to sell 10 units, initially you need $200 after receiving the customer payments. Usually within 1 to 5 days via PayPal or Stripe, you can reinvest those profits. So what I'm trying to say is as soon as you get those orders on your store, you're not going to get that money straight away. You're going to have to wait between 1 and 5 days. And a lot of these payment gateways will wait for you to send them a tracking number before they release the funds. You're going to need that initial investment for suppliers before you use the customer's money. And I see a lot of beginners doing this all wrong, and it is a big mistake. Now, something to bear in mind is you're going to need an emergency fund / buffer. I always say keep it between $100 and $300 for any unexpected expenses. Now, an example of this is if you're doing influencer marketing, which I'll teach you later on in the free course, and let's say you're selling wireless headphones for $50 and they cost you $10, and you've got a $500 budget for influencers, and they promote the product and they earn $600 in revenue, you can do the simple math. You're going to need some extra money to help fulfill those orders. Now, another example is if you have a $2,000 budget, and this is an example of what would happen. Now, this is an example if you were on a $2,000 budget and you had some success fairly early. You launch some Facebook and TikTok ads, you scale winning campaigns, and you sell 100 units for a $3,000 revenue. Now remember, revenue, then you got to pay your suppliers. So that's if you're going to start on a higher budget. So like I said before, between 1,000 and 2,000 is the safest spot. And of course, every single month, you're going to need to top that back up if you haven't got any profits to then top up with. So let's say you've not made any money, you're either going to have to top that up with your own money, or if you've made profits, you can then move them back into the business again. Now, I always like to say to people, it's all about testing products. That's how you find success with dropshipping now. Usually to test one product dropshipping, you're going to be spending between $200 and $300. Now, most dropshippers don't find any success till around about the 5th or 10th product. So if you do the math, you can work out how much money you're going to roughly need to spend before you find any success. I'm not here to tell you guys that you're going to get rich quick. I'm here to give you the numbers that I've seen over the last 8 years. Now, I know some people that have found winning products within their first product, their second product, and I even know people that have taken them 6 to 10 products. Now, let's discuss the business setups for your dropshipping store. Now, this is extremely important because when you run a dropshipping store, you're going to have to pay taxes, VAT, GST. There's going to be so many implications that come up, and if you don't have the right structure from the get-go, you're either going to be paying a massive tax bill or you're not going to be tax efficient. Now, these are the structures that you can run as a dropshipping store. Yes, you can be a sole practitioner, or in the UK, we call it a sole trader. It's the simplest and the cheapest option. There is no liability protection. This is usually suitable for those that are looking to dip their feet in the water. Now, a limited liability company, which is an LLC, protects your personal assets from the business. It's recommended for people that are looking to take dropshipping very seriously, even if you've not made a penny, but you find success very quickly within your first year. This is by far the best setup. Costs vary depending on the location and how you do it. Now, my recommendation for every single one of you is to set up an LLC for liability protection, or if you're in the UK, you set up an LTD because an LLC is more expensive. Now, I'm pretty sure that most of you guys are watching this are either from Canada or the USA, so I would stick to setting up an LLC. Now, again, for those that are in the UK or in Europe, think about setting up an LTD. Now, if you're outside of these countries, and let's say you're in Asia, Africa, or anywhere outside of the West, I would still stick to setting up an LLC or an LTD, depending on which is cheaper for you, because if you're from a third world country, then you're going to have issues with payment gateways, banks, and the only way to get around this is setting up an LLC or an LTD. Now, I know from a third world country it might be a bit expensive, but this is the only way you can realistically conquer the dropshipping industry, by using one of those methods. So guys, when it comes to setting up your LLCs, make sure you use Doula. Doula is a one-stop solution for anyone looking to set up an LLC, whether it be in Wyoming or Delaware, because the taxes are 0%. These are the best in the industry. These are the only guys that I use to set up my LLCs. And if you use my link, guys, you are going to get 10% off. You can even book a free consultation with them to see if it's the right thing for you. Does it make sense? And this is what the dashboard looks like once you've got a doula account when it comes to managing your business. And it's an all-in-one company formation, tax filing, business documentations, business formation filings, and this is what it looks like in terms of step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5, and it comes to running your business. Then it'll talk about finding your best structure, whether it be an LLC, C Corp, or an S Corp. They will go through everything with you, and Doula specialize in e-commerce and dropshipping companies, so they know what works the best. So these are the best people to use. Now, if you try and do this on your own, you're really going to struggle because you don't understand the laws and the tax liability. So do use somebody professional like Doula if you're going to set up an LLC. Now, Doula are actually very, very affordable if you're thinking about setting up an LLC, so make sure you check them out, or you book a free consultation. Now, if you guys are thinking about setting up an LTD instead, which is a UK company, then some of the best companies to do this with is First Formation or Rapid Formations. This is an example of First Formations. You come to their website, You come to company formation, you go to where it says limited company, and you can see here, you're going to be choosing either one of these, digital, privacy, professional. Just make sure you read what you get with each one of these packages, and you can see what you get with each package. And these guys are the best people to use if you're looking to set up a UK LTD. But again, make sure you read what comes with each package. And by the way, everything that I'm recommending to you guys today, they also help with setting up bank accounts and also payment gateways. Now, when it comes to taxes, guys, I know loads of people always ask me, well, how does tax work? How do you pay sales tax? How do you pay VAT? How do you pay GST? What tax am I liable for? That really depends on what company you set up, whether it be an LTD, an LLC. Where is that company based and where are you selling products to? All of this will depend on what you are due to pay in taxes. Now, remember, I am not here to tell you guys what you are there to pay. It is your responsibility and duty to go out there and do your research and due diligence and speak to tax advisors, especially the ones that I've just recommended to you. By that, you'll know what you are liable to pay. I am not legally qualified to tell you guys because I'm not a chartered or an accountant on what you guys should be doing, and it always changes depending on your state, your country, and where you're selling your products. Now, the reason why I did recommend you guys setting up an LLC or an LTD was because they are the most tax efficient ways of running a dropshipping company. But it's not my responsibility to tell you how to manage them. That is your own responsibility. Now, there's a quick disclaimer here that I want you guys to read regarding the tax liabilities, and it's really important for you guys to understand that you are liable by the information that you find online to do your own research and due diligence. Now, let's talk about the dropshipping mindset and the key principles that you need for success. Now, I know mindset is a boring thing to think about or to discuss, but I really can't emphasize how important it is. The ones that win in dropshipping are the ones that have the bulletproof mindset, and the ones that lose are the ones that choose to quit. It's as simple as that. Who's willing to outlast the other dropshipper? That's how I purely look at it. Are you willing to outlast your competitor that's starting dropshipping? Now, remember, this video is probably going to get between 100,000 views and probably 2 million views. So all of those people that start dropshipping, not everyone's going to succeed. It's about those that are willing to go through all the challenges and tributes. So which one is willing to learn on the way and not give up? Now, my job here is to prepare you on what you're probably going to face with this business and how you can overlook it and how you can go from viewing things in a negative way to how you can start viewing things in a positive way. So the first thing that I want to explain is embrace failure as a learning opportunity. Most of you guys that are watching this are complete beginners. Well, I'm not expecting you guys to, find a first dropshipping store and make $100,000. That is very, very unlikely to be the case. Now, not every product will succeed or be a winning product, and not every Facebook or TikTok campaign will make money. Now, the mindset shift that you guys should have is you shouldn't be looking at this as I failed, something's gone wrong, I'm the problem. It should be, how can I adjust for the next time? So when I pick a product, what could I do differently? When I run that Facebook campaign, what could I do differently? Look at the metrics and say, I should make this change instead. The second thing that I want to talk about is problem solving. The reason why dropshippers make a lot of money is because they're the best problem solvers in the world. Now, remember, your dropshipping product isn't just a physical product. It's a problem solving product, whether it be for health reasons, whether it be for helping people to get time back in their life, whether it be to bring people happiness. You're a problem solver as a dropshipper and selling them a product. So you need to start thinking about your consumer and your customers. How can you impact their life as a dropshipper? What are you going to help them with? Now, the reason why dropshippers make so much money is because they educate people on the products that exist in the world. Now, remember, all of these products that we advertise on Facebook and TikTok, they don't even know that they exist. We are educating people on, did you know this product exists? They're going to be like, no, I didn't. I want to buy it from you now. So that's the reason why dropshippers make money, because we educate people on the products that they didn't even know existed. And that's why when people say, well, why wouldn't somebody buy it off Amazon? Why wouldn't somebody buy it off eBay? Because they don't even know it exists. So you get paid because you educate somebody on how you can change their life with a physical product. Now, the third point and the most important point for me is be data driven and do not be emotionally attached. Now, I know this is very, very hard, but you've got to start looking at things as data and not as emotions. So for example, if you spend $100 on a Facebook campaign and your CTR is bad, or your click-through rate or your conversion is bad, don't be upset about, the $100 is gone, I'm emotionally upset about it. You need to look at the CTR and be like, why is it low? Why is my conversion rate low? And start to problem solve. You've got to start being obsessed with the data and not with your emotions. And I know this is going to be hard. And I can tell you this right now, the first few products that fail, they're going to hurt. They're going to make you want to not do this again. But you're just going to have to push through it. Now, the next thing is being adaptable. Now, a lot of dropshippers that used to make money don't make money anymore because they didn't adapt with the times. They didn't start running TikTok ads. They didn't start doing UGC. So if you get stuck in your own ways, you will probably fail long term. If you are able to change over time, you will be completely fine. So if you want to make a full-time living off dropshipping, you need to be able to adapt to what's currently working. Now, the fifth point is developing patience and consistency. This is probably the issue that everyone has as a failure in dropshipping. They are not patient and they are not consistent. They run a dropshipping product for one day on Facebook. They see them losing $50. They panic. They turn the campaign off. They quit for a few weeks. They come back 4 weeks later and they do it again. But this time they panic even worse because they cut the Facebook campaign not at $50, now at $30 because they don't see any add to carts. That is called not being patient, and that's called lack of consistency. And those are the two worst traits that you can have with dropshipping. Now, when I go over a Facebook ad tutorial, if I tell you to wait 3 days for a certain objective and you don't wait 3 days because you're too impatient and you're looking for, why have I not got a sale, and you quit, that is not what we're looking to do. If somebody that knows what they're doing has told you how to do it and your patience is overwhelmed, there's a serious problem. Now, the next point is being financially disciplined. And I see this a lot with a lot of, successful dropshippers. They weren't financially disciplined. They lost all their wealth. They made it back again. But the reason why they lost it was because they weren't financially disciplined. They went off clubbing. They went off buying all these expensive things. They weren't reinvesting the money back in the business. And that's where things start to go wrong. You're starting a business here, guys. You're not starting some little side hustle. This is a legitimate business. So if you don't treat it like a business, it will not pay you like a business. That's as simple as that. Now, the seventh point, and probably one of the most important points if you want to make long-term money here, is a vision beyond dropshipping. Now, remember, dropshipping is just a fulfillment method. If you start to find a lot of success, you get lots of orders, you need to start turning that dropshipping store into an e-commerce brand. And you've got to start having that mindset every time you start a store. Every time I start a brand new store, like this store that we've started recently that's done 100K in less than 40 days, I started that store with the vision of, okay, yes, I'm starting it as a dropshipping store, but where could I potentially take this as an e-commerce brand? And that's what you've got to start doing. Because if you only treat your stores as a dropshipping store, you will never look past that. You'll be in the dropshipping hamster wheel where you're continuously starting new stores and new stores and new stores to make cash, because you can't live a long life with dropshipping because they have a short life period of between 6 and 18 months. But if you have an e-commerce brand, they live as long as you treat them well. Now, to finish off this module, guys, I want to talk about overcoming the fear of losing money in dropshipping. Now, overcoming fear of losing money is one of the hardest things to do in life. Now, let me give you a few methods that you can use to help you do this. Now, number one is embrace the numbers game. The reality is dropshipping is purely a numbers game, especially when it comes to testing products. Now, statistically, like I said before, only 1 out of 10 products might succeed. The key is testing enough products to increase your odds of finding a winner. Remember, the more you do something, the more your chances are of doing what the outcome is. Now, the more you do something, the more luckier you're going to be. Everyone says it's all luck. Well, to create luck, you need to do more of it. So that's the point I'm trying to make here. Now, a good mindset shift that you should have is for every product that you test as a step closer to finding a winning product. Instead of thinking I wasted $100 on ads, think I've gathered $100 worth of data to refine my approach. Example of that could be if you test 10 products and one generated $5,000 in profit, that combined losses from the other 9 are outweighed by one winner. So what I'm trying to say here is if you've gone through 10 products, but one of them succeed, that one product can pay off all the losses that you made from all those other products. And that's happened to me in my own journey. I actually lost £4,000, which is around about $6,000 before I found my first winning product. And that product paid off all of my other losing products. Imagine if I quit on that product that actually paid off my losing products. I would not be here today. Now, the next thing is understanding the cost of data. Reality is every ad campaign provides valuable insights. Even if it doesn't result in sales, you learn about your audience's behavior and how to be better at doing campaigns. So the mindset shift should be stop seeing ad spend as a loss. Treat it as an investment in learning on your consumers and your audience. An example is if you've spent $200 on a product and it doesn't convert, insights could be 18 to 24-year-olds clicked more often and didn't buy. Adjustment focus should be spend more money on 25-year-olds and 34-year-olds. That's how you should look at data. Now, the third thing you can do is a budget for testing without fear. Now, the reality could be that you need to set aside a testing budget with the understanding that not all of it will bring immediate returns. Aim for at least $1,000 to $1,500 as an initial testing budget. Divide it across multiple products, e.g. between $100 and $300 per product. Mindset shift should be budgeting shifts your mindset from I'm losing money to I'm allocating resources to finding a winner. That honestly is so important. As soon as you adjust these cogwheels in your brain, the way you start looking at money and business is completely different. An example is allocate $1,000 for testing, test 5 products at $200 each, expect 1 to 2 potential winners from each batch. That's an example of what we could do here. Now, if you guys can really drill all of these habits that I've taught you here into reality within your first month of dropshipping, you will overcome the fear of losing money. And you've already beaten most people that start dropshipping or even in fact any business. Now think about it, guys. Growing up, being an adult, whatever it may be, when you hear somebody in a social circle say, well, I'm looking to start a business, everyone doesn't applaud them, right? You know, I remember when I first said I was going to start a business, no one applauded me. Everyone was like, why would you do that? Do you know the risks? You know, you could lose money. But when you tell somebody that you've got a new job, everyone celebrates, right? Now think about that. People aren't willing to take on risk. Hence, they don't applaud those that have a business. Remember, if you speak to 100 people and say, oh, have you ever thought about starting a business before? They're going to say, no, because I don't want to lose money. So everyone fears the fear of losing money. And if you can overcome that, you've already won. Remember, money comes and goes. Time does not come and go. 1 hour you spend a day is lost and can never, ever be bought back. It doesn't matter if you've got $1 billion. It doesn't matter if you've got $1 million. That time will never, ever be bought back. So the point I'm trying to make here, guys, is do not make the mistake of, oh, I'm going to let money rule my world because I'm fear of losing it. You should be fearful of not doing things with your life because you're scared of spending money, which can come and easily go. Especially if you're in a Western country and there's a lot of employment going on, like jobs. You shouldn't even worry about losing money because it's so easy to get a job. You know, if you're worried about losing a few $1,000s, you could easily go work as a bartender, as an easy job or in a factory and make that money back within a month if you work there. So the point I'm trying to make is you choose how you want to live the rest of your life based on this theory. So guys, what makes a winning product in 2025? I've actually created this diagram to help you guys understand the importance of each attribute, what contributes to a winning product. Now, all of these diagrams and graphs I'm about to show you are all made by myself. So these aren't online. These were uniquely designed by me. So that's the kind of effort I've put within this free course. So the attributes of a winning product are simple. Number 1, impulse buy. Number 2, high perceived value. Number 3, trending and evergreen appeal. Number 4, solves a problem. Number 5, enhanced customer experience. Number 6 is fast shipping potential. Number 7 is demonstrational in ads. Then sustainability, strong margins, and social media virality. Now you can see within this chart I've given you, you can see that certain sections of the graph point closer to each attribute. So obviously the closer to the attribute the chart shows, the more important that is. You can see fast shipping potential isn't that important, although it is important, but solves a problem you can see is very important. That is one of the key elements to a winning product. Another key aspect is how demonstrational it is in an ad, and that is one of the key elements in 2025. So whether it be your Facebook ad, your TikTok ad, your image ad, how well can you convey what your product does? Now, one of the other really key factors is a strong margin. Now, this hasn't ever been so important than it is today because Facebook, TikTok, it's getting very expensive to advertise on there. So if your margins aren't strong, your product will not succeed. So for example, your margin should now be realistically between 30 and upwards when it comes to profit. So let's say, for example, you buy a product for $5, you sell that product for $40, you're making $30. Now, when I say buy, I mean buy it and ship it. So if you're not making around about $30 minimum in 2025 per unit, you're really going to struggle because it's going to cost you roughly around about $10 to $15 to get a purchase on an ad platform like Facebook and TikTok. So the higher your margin can be, the better you're going to be when it comes to selling your products. Now, all of my successful stores right now, the margin on average is between $50 and $70. Now, within this graph, you don't need to make sure that your product's got every single one of them. I just recommend that your product has the ones that are the strongest in the graph, which again is problem solving, impulse buy, demonstrational, and strong margins. As long as you've got those attributes, your product is completely fine. Now let's talk about the best dropshipping niches in 2025 based on sales data. So this isn't data that I've randomly collected. This is data that I've got from online forums and online indexes like Statistica, and I've put it into a fancy looking graph just to demonstrate which ones those are. Now, the best way to set up as a dropshipper is to actually select a niche and be a general niche store. So instead of selling a one product store or a general store, let's say, for example, I choose health and wellness. I build a store that's in health and wellness, but I sell every product that I can think of within the health and wellness. And I'm going to talk about why it's super important to have a broad niche store later on. But these are the best niches that you guys can get involved in based on statistical data. Number one, health and wellness. Number two, home and garden, fashion, beauty products, tech gadgets, fitness equipment, pet supplies, baby products, home office supplies, outdoor gear, kitchen appliances, personal care, jewelry, toys and games, sports and apparel, automotive accessories, travel accessories, digital products, but I'm going to discount that one in this video, subscription boxes, eco-friendly products, home improvement, smart devices, luxury goods, fitness apparel, and a few others. Now, I would probably stick to the ones that are travel accessories upwards. So from here upwards is completely fine for you to stick to. Now, as a beginner, if you focus on the niches that I've just told you guys, you will find a winner a lot quicker. So guys, now I want to cover the consumer's psychology and emotions that they're going to go through when they buy a product from you, and how does these winning products and these winning niches equal customer psychology, consumer psychology. Now, if you understand this, and this is why I'm teaching it you, and I've never taught this before, by the way, on the YouTube channel, then you will make a lot of money. So I'm going to be going over the stage, the description, the triggers and emotions, the science behind it, and then the ad. So trigger, emotion, decision, and action. That's everything I'm going to be going through with you with real examples. So stage one is the trigger. A paid ad grabs the consumer's attention and sparks interest. That paid ad could be on TikTok, it could be on Facebook, it could be an image ad, it could be a video, it doesn't matter. The next thing is trigger and emotions. It's eye-catching, it's visual, it's viral content, and it has a promotion in it. So eye-catching could mean it grabs your attention. Viral content means it's gone viral on TikTok and there's loads of views, there's loads of likes, so people feel like they've got FOMO. If they see an ad that's got, let's say, 500,000 views, people feel FOMO. If they see a TikTok ad that's got, 6 million views, they're going to want to buy it because it feels like FOMO. Then you've got promotion. So if somebody sees a video of an influencer on a paid ad promoting a product, that's going to spark emotion. Now let's talk about the science behind it. Visual science. Bright, dynamic visuals capture attention. Social proof. Seeing many likes, comments increase perceived trustworthiness. Scarcity effect. Limited time offers enhance urgency. Now the ad could be a Facebook ad shows an LED galaxy projector creating a dreamy ambiance captioned limited stock, order now. So that was the trigger stage. Now let's talk about the emotional stage. The consumer experiences excitement and desire for the product. Excitement, curiosity, FOMO, and desire. Dopamine, which is a fluid or liquid from the brain, gets released, and anticipation of owning the product triggers reward centers in the brain. Now, the next thing is emotional behavior. Positive emotions in the ad, e.g. reflection, affect the viewer's mood. The ad evokes curiosity, FOMO, by showing how the projector transforms a space, making the viewer imagine owning it. So this product would be a mini projector. It's a famous dropshipping product, and a viewer would see it being used in somebody's house, and they're now thinking, oh, how could I use it in my own house? Now let's talk about the decision moment. The consumer quickly decides to purchase based on convenience. Quick purchase, simple checkout, discount offers. Cognitive ease. Easy to use, purchase links reduce mental effort, anchoring bias. 50% off today, only discount makes the price appear more valuable. Impulse bias. Urgency drives fast decisions. The TikTok shop ad features a shop now button leading directly to a non-click checkout page with an exciting discount. Now that's an example. It could be a Shopify page, obviously, but the point here is the easier you make the checkout, the more likely somebody is to buy because it's less stress and they don't need to take as many actions. Now, talking about action, let's move on to that section. The consumer completes the purchase and feels gratification. Checkout, confirmation, and anticipation of delivery. Now, instant gratification bias. Receiving an order confirmation provides immediate satisfaction. End down effect. The consumer begins mental owning the product, increasing perceived value. Now think about it. When you buy a product online, you go through the same thing. Oh, I've got an email of my confirmation. I'm going to bookmark it or flag it. Then you're going to have those emotions of being, oh, I've just bought something. Let me tell everyone about what I've just bought. After clicking the ad, the consumer receives a confirmation email saying your order is on its way, reinforcing the trust. Remember, that builds trust with whoever you've bought the product from. Now, like I said to you guys before, I've put this into a table. Now, like I was saying to you guys before, I've put this into a table diagram so you can understand how the trigger, emotion, decision, and action works. But this is real stuff. Now, the words that are in bold, like dopamine release, anchoring bias, these are all key words that you need to learn. Key science behind how consumers buy online. So if you study this, you will be very, very good at selling products online. So guys, now let's talk about how to actually find winning dropshipping products. So I'm going to first start off by showing you the free methods. Now the free methods are actually insane that I'm about to show you. No one else on YouTube really shows you these methods and they are unsaturated. Now the first method that I'm going to show you is the ad spy method. Now I've actually created a custom Google sheet just for this, by the way, so you can get access to this in the vault. Now remember, you need to join the ECOM King vault to get access to these cheat sheets like this one, and also like the one I've been using throughout the whole video. Now it's really important to have this open, this graph open with this Google sheet. Now, once you've got this Google sheet, you're going to see product name, competitor store, ad library link, number of active ads, average reviews, TikTok views, offers used, discounts, buy more, save more. That's what BOG really means. Marketing tactics, gaps in the market, and saturation from level 1 to 10. Then you're going to see a red bar start from 10. So basically, you're going to fill in 10 products, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. You're going to hit this red bar. Now, when you hit the red bar, that means you test all of these products. Either you test all of them or you test 3 of your favorite. The reason for the red bar is to make you take action. So you don't move on till you've done at least a few of these products in these spaces. So first thing that you need to actually do is open up ChatGPT. Now it's completely free to use ChatGPT now, and you want to use the 4.0 version because it's the best when it comes to doing it for dropshipping. Now I'm going to be showing you guys throughout this whole course how to use AI to help you do a lot of things. Now I'm not saying rely on AI, but to help you do tasks with AI. Now we're going to be using the Facebook ad library, so I'd recommend that you open this up. Now for the Facebook ad library method to work well, it all depends what phrases that you give it. This is a phrase here, perfect gift. Now where did I get these phrases from? Guess what? I asked ChatGPT, what are the best phrases to use on the Facebook ad library to find winning dropshipping product ads? Now remember, ChatGPT will do the hard work for me. They'll look at the relevant data and they will give it me. So they've given me general winning product phrases, problem solving phrases, niche specific phrases, emotional appeal phrases, user generated content or reviews, and seasonal phrases. So I can basically go through every single one of these phrases and put it through the ad library. Now, for example, I've started off by putting perfect gift. Now, when you search for this, you want to filter it from all to the United States, and you want to change the ad category to all, and then you want to filter by English, all advertisers, platform. You want to be doing Facebook and Instagram, and you want to make sure the ads are active. Now, once you've done that, click apply filters. Now you're going to see loads of ads coming up. Now, the majority of these are going to be dropshipping ads. You can see here. Now, this ad here is for the pet niche. It's all about training your dogs with a raising dog program. You've got some gifts here, personalized dragon. Now, you've got some custom RGB lighting here, which is one of the biggest dropshipping niches, you've got loads of different personalized gifts coming up for this phrase. Now, I'm actually going to change the phrase to changed my life because I wasn't a fan of the perfect gift. And now we've got some more ads coming up. Now, every time you search for a new phrase, you will need to use new filters again. It doesn't keep all the filters, which is a little bit annoying, but you just have to add those in. All right, guys, so I changed the phrase to bestseller, filtered it by United States, 2 platforms, Facebook and Instagram, active ads, English, and you can see loads of ads are coming up. A lot of clothing ads are coming up, and most of these are dropshipping clothing brands. Most of them, if not all of them, are. And you can keep scrolling till you find something that grabs your attention. Now, these sandals are grabbing my attention. Some of these fashion ones are grabbing my attention. But the one that really grabbed my attention was this posture corrector, because I can't believe people are still making money with this. But if I kept scrolling down, I saw this ad by Modern Gents Trading Co. I looked at the image and I thought that's a nice little image ad. So once you see an ad that stands out, you want to hover over the advertiser's name and you want to click view ads. Now, once you've clicked view ads, it will show you all of the ads that they're currently running at the moment. Now, they're currently running 130 ads and you can see they're all active. Now, to run 130 active ads, that means that you're going to be spending a decent amount of money. I would say at least $1,000 a day. Now, what you want to do is you want to look to see out of all the ads they're running, so you can see 130, what is the most common product they're advertising. So here, I'm looking to see what is the common jewelry that they're advertising. Now, based on what I keep seeing, the 2 most famous products that they're advertising is the Kylie ring and the Elena ring. Those are the 2 most common ads that I keep seeing for this same brand. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to click shop now, and it's going to take me to their actual website. Now, this website looks amazing. It looks nice and branded and professional, but I already know it's a dropshipping store. A gut instinct is telling me. Now, straight away, this is the Elena ring that I keep seeing ads for, so I'm going to open that up in a new tab. Now, as that's a female product, I also want to show a male product, which is the Reef. I saw a few ads for this one as well. I think they were running like 3 or 4 ads. So I've just chose 2 products on their site that I saw on their ads, the Elena ring and the Reef ring. Now, to confirm my bias of if this is a dropshipping store, I've got a Chrome extension called LAI Reverse Image Search. So I'll leave a link to this in the resource section. So all I've got to do is right click the image, search goods on AliExpress, and what will happen is it will show me if there's products on AliExpress being sold, and there we go. We've already found 2 listings on AliExpress for the exact same product. Now, we can see to buy this from AliExpress, it would cost around about $23. And you can see on their website, they're selling it for $100. That means they're making around about $70 in margin. That is insane. So if we go back to our good old sheet, remember, one of the most important things is a strong margin. So straight away, this has got a strong margin. Now, I've already found a potential winning product. So now I want to do some more research on this product. So now I need to find the exact name for this product. So the name of it on their website isn't what would be found online. They've called it the Reef. That's not what I'm going to find it by. So if I go back to my ad library, I'm going to want to duplicate the tab, and I'm going to see if I can find other advertisers selling the same ring. So I found it, I've called it Wood Ring Green, but I'm actually going to change it to Wood Ring Green Opal. Okay, after going back and forth with the search phrase for the ring, I was able to find it under this name. Now, I've already found another advertiser called Thorn that are running a lot of ads for a similar ring. Now, it's not the exact same ring, but it is very, very similar. And they have got 170 active ads. And you can see the majority of their active ads, they are selling literally a similar ring. The only difference is this one hasn't got any green in it, but the concept is the exact same. Now, they're selling these rings for $300. Now, I don't think these guys are drop shippers. I actually think these guys are the legitimate ECOM brand behind it, but they're selling them for $320, which is absolutely crazy. Now, the point that I'm trying to make here is there's clearly demand for this product because I found another advertiser with 170 active ads for a similar product. The difference is the color. So we can go back to my Google Sheet now, and we can type in the product name, which is going to be this. We can type in the competitor store, so we can use this one here. So the competitor store is going to be the one that I found it on. Then the ad library is going to be, realistically, you want to add as many links as possible. So I found 2 ad libraries. I found this brand here, and I also found Thorn. So I'm going to add both of these ad libraries to the sheet. Now you've got number of active ads. Now this is really important because we need to go back to the ad library. Now for this brand, I can't say the active ads is 130 because it's not just for that ring, it's for other rings. But if I go back to this company, their rings are very, very similar, so I could write down 170. Now, the goal is to find as many other brands like this one selling similar rings. Now, again, to find more brands selling similar rings, you need to find out what the exact name is. There's different phrases for this ring. I just need to find out what that exact phrase is. Or is there 3 or 5 phrases that I could use to find another 3 pages? If I find another 3 pages, hypothetically, one's got 30 active ads, another one's got 40 active ads, I'd come back to the sheet. In total, I could put, for example, 290 active ads. Now, number of active ads is extremely, extremely important because you want to monitor this by a weekly time frame. Now, if you want to be a bit more aggressively, you want to monitor this by a 3-day period. So what you want to do is you want to come back to this column in 3 days and check if the number of active ads has gone up per page or down per page. Hence, I told you to add every page here. Because if it's going up for each page, that means they're scaling because they're increasing ads. You only increase ads if the product is making money. So very important to understand that you come and revisit this every 3 days or week, and you need to know what pages you follow in so you can make sure that this is accurate. Now, average reviews will depend on what you find on Amazon. Now, you can see here on Amazon, I have found loads and loads of rings. Now, I know that this manufacturer is the same as the one on AliExpress because if you look inside of the ring, you can see here they've got the same stamp, tungsten. If I go back to this one, you can see it's the exact same stamp. So the point I'm trying to make is, and the image is the exact same, by the way, the photography. So I know that this is the same manufacturer as the one here. So all of these rings, technically, this one and this one are from the same company. So I know based on their reviews, how good is that manufacturer. You can see this one here has got 4.6 stars. This one here has got 4.3 stars. Now, of course, if your product's got variants like mine has, you need to look at the average per variant. If you're just selling one product and there's only one Amazon listing, then you obviously do it for that. Now, for this, I'm going to work out the average and put them together. Then I'm going to go back to my sheet, and the average for me was 4.7. Now, the next thing you need to do is come to TikTok, type in the different search phrases to find the product, and you want to look at how many views the first pages TikTok got for your product. Now, I don't think TikTok is a hot platform for this product, or I've typed in the wrong name of the product. But once you do your phrases, whether it be 6 or 7 phrases that you've got for the product, you want to come back to this sheet, figure out what the average view is for the top 10 posts, and put it here. So if it's 600,000, you put 600,000 views. Now, offers used, you need to go back to the websites where they've listed the product, and you need to look at what offers they've used to try and sell the product. So here, I can't see any offers. There is 0 offers here. I can't see anything. This company have got 0 offers. Now, you might be thinking, what does offer mean? Offer means, what are they giving me with the product to make me want to buy it? They might give me a free ring with a free bracelet. That's classed as an offer. Or they might give me a free ring with a free journal about the ring or something like that. But from what I've seen, guys, there is no offer on both of these sites. So I'm going to go back. I'm going to type in none. Now, if there is none, like I found, that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing, because that means that if I come in and add an offer with mine, people are going to come to me, because who doesn't want free gifts if I add that to my site? Especially with the margin that these guys are making, they could easily spend an extra $5 to add a free gift and increase the conversion, but they're not. Now, obviously, if there are offers being used, you need to type them in here so you know what to do and what not to do. Now, marketing tactics, this could be what copywriting they're using and what they've said on the landing page. So if I go back to their ad, you can see here, your love story is one of a kind. If we go back to the ad copy again, made to last, lifetime durability. Let's keep going through. Your ring should be more than a symbol. It should tell your story. So they're doing a lot of emotional tactics. So what I'm going to want to do is come back to my sheet, type in emotional, because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to say your love, your story is more than anything. So that's emotion. Now, if you don't know what tactic it is, you can go to ChatGPT and say, this is the ad copy used by this person. What type of marketing tactic is it? ChatGPT will tell you what it is. Now, you need to go to their website as well to see if in the description they've added to their marketing tactic. Usually they don't, but the good ones do. So these guys haven't added anything in the description. These guys haven't really added anything in the description when it comes to marketing tactics. So again, I've only seen emotional. So I'll type in here emotional. Now, gap in the market is going to be basically what we can find in the market to make money. So for example, gaps in the market is they're not running any offers. They're not doing many marketing tactics. They're not advertising to lots of different countries. Are they only advertising to one country? We can figure that out by using SimilarWeb. Now you guys can see I've used a Chrome extension called SimilarWeb. It's completely free to use, by the way. And you can see if you use the Chrome extension and you can see traffic share, meaning where does all of their traffic come from? Now you can see 94% of it comes from America, which means they only advertise to America. So that means that I could advertise to other countries outside of America. Now, the European countries are so underrated in dropshipping, like Netherlands, Belgium, Norway, Switzerland. All those top GDP European countries are not being sold to in dropshipping. So I could sell the same ring in those countries. Now I can do the exact same thing here. Go back to SimilarWeb. Now, SimilarWeb is also really amazing because it shows you how many monthly visitors they get, how many unique visitors they get, and it will also show you an estimate of revenue. So they're making between $0 and $1 million. Now, based on their visitors, I would probably say you can do a rough calculation of how much they're making. Now, Shopify releases statistic data where they say per so many visitors, you should see a certain amount of conversions. Now, if you do the worst case scenario, which is around about every 300 visits, you get one sale, you can do the math. You do the math, which is this divided by 300 times whatever the cost of the product is. You can figure it out. Now, that maths equation, I'll leave it in the cheat sheet. But that's roughly what you can do. Now, it's not guaranteed to work, but it's a rough estimate. These guys are clearly making money purely based off how many monthly visitors they are getting. So now we can go to the sheet and type in saturation level. Now, saturation level, 1 being not saturated, 10 being saturated. Now, we can figure this out based on listings on AliExpress and how many ads are being ran on the ad library. Now, when I typed in the name of style of ring this is, which is this, I'm only getting 180 active ads. Just for this one word, that brings up all of these rings. So that means that there's 180 active ads. That doesn't mean pages. Now, remember, pages and active ads are different. So there's one page here running 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ads out of the 180. So there could be over the 180 active ads, 7 pages competing. So out of all of these, you can see probably 7 different pages competing. Now that for me is very low saturation. Anything between 100 and 300 is relatively low. Anything between 300 and 800 is medium. And then anything over 1,000 is saturation on active ads, in my opinion. And again, those statistics will be left in the cheat sheet. Now, the next way you can tell is how many orders are they getting on the AliExpress platform. So you can see here, I've typed in the name of the style of the ring, and you can see one supplier's got 600 orders, one supplier's got 2,000 orders, and the rest of them have got very mediocre amount of orders or sold items. So there's only 3 listings with a good amount of order quantity. So I would say that this isn't that saturated. So if I show you an example of a other product and show you how many sales they've got, it's a big difference. So guys, here's the example. I've typed in shark slides and you can see this seller's got 5,000 orders. This seller's got 10,000 orders. This seller's got 3,000 orders. So you can see that the order quantity and the sold quantity is extremely higher than the other one. You can see this one here has got 10,000 orders as well. So if you do the math compared to that, this one's only got 2,000, this one's only got 600. So you can see there's a massive difference in order quantity. Remember, who's buying from AliExpress? Dropshippers. So you can tell that this ring here is very low. So if I was to mark it, I would say that this is probably a 4 in terms, well, between a 3 and 4 in saturation. So I'm going to put 3. So it's very low saturation. Now, the whole purpose, guys, is to fill out this whole sheet till
you get to 10. Then you need to monitor the active ads, number of active ads. And I would say once you've filled this sheet in, after a week of monitoring active ads, whichever 3 products show the most incline of active ads going up, you should test those products. Obviously, you need to bear in mind saturation, but it's not too important. Gaps in the market and active ads are the 2, in my opinion, 2 most important things. Obviously, reviews is also important because if the reviews are bad, you're going to get chargebacks, refunds. You don't want that. So reviews, active ads, and gaps in the market are the 3 most important columns because that will help you find a foot in the market for you to then sell into. So guys, this is the second option to finding winning dropshipping products for completely free. Now, this is called the database method. Now, it's hence in the name. It's all about the database that you use to find the product. Now, I'm going to be showing you 4 to 5 of the best databases that I use to find winning products for completely free. Now, you don't need to overthink this method. It's just simple. The database does the hard work for you. Now, an example of a database is this one here. This is a company called the Landers Library by PageDeck. PageDeck's a huge company. They've created something called the Landers Library where they basically index the best landing pages in the e-commerce industry, whether they be dropshipping, whether they be e-commerce related products, but you can see all of them being listed here. Now, the good news for me and you is most of these sites are either 6-figure, 7-figure, or 8-figure brands. Now, again, some of them are dropshipping, some of them are e-commerce brands. And the good thing is, even if they're an e-commerce brand, you can find the dropshipping alternative very easily. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to go to page types as all brands, and I'm just going to go through every single listing. So guys, after spending around about 3 minutes of going through these listings, I found a few that stood out to me. Now this one here stood out to me a lot. It's called statico.com and they sell electronics. Now when I open up their landing page, it shows you all of their top converting landing pages, offers, absolutely everything. Now, once you go to their website, you can see their product. Now, this is their main product that they're selling. This is the one from what I believe has made them the most money. Now, if I go all the way back up, use my Chrome extension, the AliExpress image search, you can see I've already found the product and I've also found alternatives just like that I can sell. So I can easily dropship this product, and I believe this is a dropshipping store. Now, if I want to go the extra mile to see how much money or how well this store is doing, I can use SimilarWeb again. I don't even need to just use SimilarWeb. You can see in the last 3 months, these guys have done 3.9 million visitors, which is insane. And I can also go to the ad library and see how many ads they're running. And just like that, guys, they've got 150 active ads for multiple products that they sell on their website. So I can just find out whichever one is making them the most money based on how many ads are running, but most of the ads that are running are for that product that I found, which is the wireless air pump. And using SimilarWeb and the ad library, we've already found another potential winning product that we can add to our list. Now, again, on this website, there is loads and loads of other websites we can analyze, but I just wanted to show you one example and how you can go to the ad library and use the Chrome extension to find the product. Again, those websites don't get listed on that website unless they're doing between 6 figures and 8 figures. So we already know, just based on them being listed there, it's a good product. So another example of a valid database is Trustpilot. Yes, you're probably thinking, why the hell would I use Trustpilot? So if I go to Trustpilot, go to categories, and you can see all of these different categories here. Now remember, on the cheat sheet, I've given you guys the best niches. So if we go back to the best niches, we can start filtering it by those. So if we do animal and pets, for example, because it's high up on that list, we can filter it by highest number of reviews. Now, what our goal is to go through all of these different e-commerce brands. Now, not all of them, again, are going to be drop shipping. They're either going to be a drop shipping store or an e-com brand. And again, if they're an e-com brand, we can find the drop shipping alternative. Now you can see that we don't want to be going to this one because the reviews aren't great. But this one here called rover.com, pet sitting, it's got a very, very good thing, but it's a dog walker, so we're not interested in that. We're only interested in pet stores. Now, pet supply store, Crown and Paw, good reviews, good score. So let's have a look at this site. Now, just like that, guys, on Trustpilot, which you'd probably find very funny, we've just found a potential, again, another winning product, which is a dog portrait, which we found on AliExpress. So the goal here is just to go through all of these different listings with the most reviews and best quality reviews and see what their best sellers are and see if we can find our dropshipping alternative or the exact same product. Again, by looking for that brand now you can see these guys have got 35 active ads running, so they're definitely not doing as much as I thought they would be doing. It looks like they're scaling down, but they're still running these dog portraits or animal portraits. So instead of just focusing on these guys, we can type in dog portrait and see if there's other advertisers that are outbeating them. But the product idea came from them, and that's the most important part. But just like that, guys, who would have thought Trustpilot would have gave us a potential winning product? Again, it's a valid database, good reviews. And again, if we go back to Trustpilot, it's not just good reviews, it's 20,000 reviews, and it's a verified company. Now, normally you can't leave a review on Trustpilot unless you're a verified user or you've got proof of purchase. So what that means is it's very likely that the majority of these reviews are from customers. So if you do the math, 20,000 reviews by how many products they're selling, you can figure it out. They've made a lot of money. Now, the next database is TikTok Shop, and it's now available on the desktop. Hence, the screen looks a bit weird because it's showing it me on mobile formation, but I'm looking at it on the desktop. Now, TikTok Shop is huge. The volume it does, the amount of money it makes is insane. Now, remember, TikTok Shop is only for TikTok, so most people that buy on there are only TikTok people. Now, if you just come to this website, which is shop/TikTok Shop, you'll see all of these products coming up. Now, you can see here, savings for you, this dragging comes up. So if I click on this listing, you can see it's going to show me the amount of sales. So it's sold 1,235. Now, by the way, these cannot be faked from the research. What I've done, this cannot be faked. So this is real order quantity. Again, we can right click, use our trusty Chrome extension to try and find it. And let's see if we can find it. And just like that, guys, we have found the same product. So most products, again, on TikTok Shop are dropshipping products. And you can see it's definitely making money because people are buying them. And the other good thing is we can actually go through the reviews and see if the reviews are positive or negative. Now, something else that we can do, guys, is that's one winning product potentially that we found based on the orders, 1,300 or 1,200. We can now look on the ad library and see if there's other people advertising it on paid ads. We can scroll down to their popular items and you can see all of these are their popular items. So anything that comes up on the homepage, like I'm showing you here, are usually very good products. So anything that comes up on the homepage, they're usually low ticket items. A lot of them are fashion related or electronics. These are all typically very, very good dropshipping products to sell, especially this one I've just found here. Again, the only downside is they are usually lower ticket products and they are fashion related, but it's not a problem. You can still make very, very good money with these products. Now, the next method, and the method that for some reason people just overlook, is the dropshipping center on AliExpress. So AliExpress has actually made a dedicated dropshipping center just for me and you. Now, remember, AliExpress makes money because of me and you. We as dropshippers make them money. Now, for AliExpress's sake, they're gonna tell us dropshippers what's making money because they want to make more money. So if you come to the dropshipping center, you can see winning products. So if I click view more, you can filter it by sales and you can see here now this product's got 100,000 orders, 50,000 orders, 50,000 orders. So you can see all of these products here are showing you winning. Now, some of them are old, some of them have been saturated and overdone, but our job is it's a valid database, they're valid products. We need to now go out there and do the research. And the research is going to be us looking on the Facebook ad library, us looking to see if there's other sites selling them with good active ads. But this gives us the product idea. So we can go out there and look into this product. Oh, it's only got 1,000 orders, but it looks promising. So I might want to sell this. This product here with 9,000 orders, this looks like a really good product to sell. You know, I would say that I've got an eye for a winning product. And a lot of these products that are coming up without having to do any research on them, I can already tell they'd make good money. So for example, this product here, I think would make very, very good money. I think this one here would also make very, very good money based on my experience. So people overlook the dropshipping center. And remember, AliExpress want you to make money as a dropshipper because they make money. So this is a very, very powerful tool that most people don't use. It is fairly new. They've recently updated it, made it better, but it's definitely something you should be using every single day. Now, the last database that I'd recommend is the eBay watch counter. Now, I've recommended this before, but I do think they've upgraded it and made it better since then. And what this does is it shows you the most active listed items that have been watched on eBay. So how many many people have saved it as a favorite watched item. So if you go to where it says search live, you can filter it by loads of different niches. And then you can go to where it says sort by watch count and then click show me. Now, once you click show me, it's going to show you the items with how many watches, 2,100, sold 320, average 4.5 sold per 7 days. So it even gives you the average sale per days as well. So that's really, really powerful. So any of these products here, for example, this one, we can right click it again, search with AliExpress image search and see if we can find it. And just like that, guys, we found the exact same product. Now, remember, if hundreds and hundreds of people are watching an item on eBay, it means they're interested. If it also shows you that people are buying on there, that's amazing. Now, remember, eBay is not the biggest place to buy things on in terms of brand new items. So the fact that this has got 1,000 watches and it's got 5,700, and the fact that it sold 5,700 items in total, that is insane. So that is, to me, valid data that I can use. Now, remember, I'd need to look on the ad library to see if there's ads being ran for it. I'd need to look on TikTok to see if there's any TikTok videos of it. But overall, this is a great sign for me. Now, guys, there is loads of other valid databases that you can use, and I'll leave the rest of them in the resource section of the vault, but there is loads and loads of them. Your job is just to make sure you go out there, look on the ad library, look to see the reviews, and then make your decision. But usually based on those databases, they're already warm products that you can go out and test. But that is my second option to finding winning products for completely free, which is the proven valid database method. So guys, this is the paid method to finding winning dropshipping products. Now, the benefits of using a paid method, remember, this is optional, but if you are going to use it, it's going to be Winning Hunter. Now, the benefits of using a paid method like Winning Hunter is it's basically going to do all the hard work for you. You don't really need to do any research. It's all built into the platform. So you're going to save a lot of time, and the quality of products that you're going to get are going to be higher if you were to do it yourself manually through the methods that I taught you. Now, Winning Hunter isn't going to break the bank either, and if you use my exclusive link and coupon, you will save a lot of money. Now, with that being said, I want to show you guys how it works and how I use it and how I've used it to find multiple 6- and 7-figure products. So once you've created an account or a free trial, you can come here to where it says Facebook ads. Now, it's basically the Facebook ads library, but on steroids, literally on steroids. So what you can do is you can change keywords and countries. Now, I'm going to change it to the USA. Then where it says website, I'm going to change it to Shopify. Language, English. Where it says sort by, I'm going to filter it by winners. And then once I've done that, I'm going to click apply. Now, once we've done those filters, we're now going to see loads of ads, and there's a few things that we're looking for. Number one, you're going to see these green icons. That means that the ad score is winning, meaning that it's a winning ad. And this is determined by how long has the ad been running for. This has been running for more than 7 days, which means it's outside of the testing phase. This clearly is making money. You don't run ads longer than 7 days unless it's making money. The next thing we want to look at is scaling. You can see it's scaling by 39,000%. This one's scaling by 2,000%. So that's really important to look for, which is the scaling percentage. Now, something else that you want to look at is here where it says ad set 400. So where it was last seen and when it started. So the more ad sets there are, clearly the more money it's making. This one here has got 1,900 ad sets. Now that's in its lifetime. So that means it's clearly making money. Now what we can do is if we find an ad that we like, we can click view details. Now we're going to see the ads history, which is important based on a time frame and an amount. So we can see a lifetime of the ads, when they scaled, when they consolidated, and when they scaled again. This is important to look at because if they're not scaling at the current time, that means it's clearly not working. You don't downscale unless it's working or you've got a fulfillment issue. So it's very important to look at this chart here because it will tell you if they're making money. Now, something else that I really like about Winning Hunter is they've implemented an AI technology called Magic AI, where if you really like this product, but you want to find other competitors to see what hook they're using, what winning copy they're using, you can use this and it will find other ads that are similar to that original ad. Now, just like that, guys, you can see loads of different ads coming up by different pages. And the reason why we want to do this is because at the end of the day, we want to see what ads are working and what competitors are we working against. So instead of you having to manually try and find your competitors, Magic AI will do it for you. And you can also add a prompt here. So let's say you're selling shark slides, you type in shark slides here, it will do it for you. Now, that's one of my favorite ways of using this tool. So now if I go back to the filters, I'm going to change it again because one of my favorite filters is ad spend. So if you go to the ad spend filter, I'm going to put a minimum of 5,000 and I'm going to put a maximum of 100,000. Now, the reason why I do this is because if anyone's spending between 5,000 and 100,000, they've come out of the testing phase and now they're in the early scaling phase, which means we can jump on one of these products fairly early. Now, if we scroll to the right and look at this Apple band, it's currently scaling. Some of these aren't scaling, so I want to avoid these. You can see these ones are declining, but this one is actually scaling. You can see if I go to where it says here, Apple band with the icon of the price, it will show you the product price, product ad spend, and the product total revenue. Now, these aren't 100% accurate from what I understand, but they're fairly accurate, which is more than enough for me. So you can see the ad spend for this is just got out of the testing phase. They've just spent $5,000 in testing and they've made around about $20,000. For me, that's a good sign. That sounds about right as well for me. So I know that those numbers are probably near enough accurate enough for me to be like, yep, that's an early winner. I'm going to jump on it. So I would happily jump on this because it's an early winner. Now, it also shows you the statistics here at the top, spend, revenue, reach, which is also very important to look at. Again, instead of you having to guess on the ad library yourself, by seeing all these metrics and by seeing all of these indicators, it's going to help you identify the losers from the winners very, very quickly. And you really don't need to overthink which product to choose. Again, this one here to me is a winner and I would jump on it very quickly because it's just got out of the spending phase of 5K and it's scaling and it's making money by the looks of it. Based on spending 5K and making 20K, that sounds profitable to me. Now, another thing that Winning Hunter does that is really good is they've now got a trend section where you can find current trends in the whole market. Now, I believe that they're doing this with an API, but either way, it's still very, very good. Now, they've integrated it with their search with Magic AI, which makes it really powerful because it's not just about finding these trends that are doing really, really well. It's about finding relevant products to those trends. So you can see here, you can choose loads of different industries and niches. I've chose sports and outdoors. You can filter it by growth, volume, date added. I've just sorted it by growth. Then I've chose the last 3 months because I want something that's recent. So now you can see all of these different topics are coming up and you can see the percentage in increase of growth. Now, where it says finger exercise equipment, that's quite weird, but I'm going to search with Magic AI. Now, because it's used the Magic AI tool, I want to look for ads that are also scaling. You can see here, some of these ad scores are really bad, but this one's good. So for example, although it's a winning trend, it's trending, it doesn't mean it's going to make money. So for example, this ad is doing okay, it's doing well. So this could be a potential product that I might want to sell. Now, with the trending subjects and topics, you can go into trend details and look at the time of trends, so all time, 2 years, 1 year, and see what's going on with the trend. And it also shows you related trends. Now, with these trends, it doesn't mean that all these products that are listed under the Magic AI search are going to be winning products. And also, winning trends doesn't always mean that the products in those trends are always going to make money. They're not always correlated, but it's a good sign. So if you can find a good trend with a load of ads coming up that are all lit green like this, and they're getting lots of ad spend and lots of revenue, then that is a good sign. Trends can just help with scaling. It doesn't essentially mean it's going to make money, but it's a good feature to have in a product research tool like this, because remember, when you're doing product research, it's all based on statistical factual data. You don't want to just do something because, oh, I think it's going to do well, or I think based on this, it's going to do well. You need factual statistical data. So if this statistical data is telling you based on revenue spent, ad spend, revenue made, that it's making money, those are the indicators that you want to look for. I always look at, statistical data as the leading indicator to anything else. So trends, revenue generated, ad spend, how many website visitors are they getting? All of that is important to me. Now, they also have the same feature, but on TikTok ads as well. So you can view for some winning TikTok ads, which is really, really cool. Now, something that I do like is they've got dropship winners. So you just click this button and it pre-filters it for you based on dropshipping winning products. So just like that, you're going to see loads of dropshipping winning products. Now on TikTok, majority they are fashion related or jewelry related. Those are the best products that happen on TikTok. So if you're thinking about getting into the clothing niche or the fashion niche or the accessory or jewelry niche, then this would be a great option for you, as you're only going to be seeing products that are making good money in this industry. So guys, that is my product research tool of choice when it comes to a paid method, because of how much success I've had from it and the amount of years I've been using it. I do think it is the best one in the industry at the moment. Obviously, if anything changes, I will let you guys know. Welcome guys to module 3 of the free course for 2025. Now this module is all about the best dropshipping suppliers, when you should go with certain suppliers depending on how many sales you're getting, and when you should start transitioning through what I call the dropshipping ladder, going from a beginner, intermediate, advanced, and then a pro dropshipper. Obviously, the fulfillment methods will change over certain orders, and I'll be going through that all with you guys. And I'm also going to be talking about local suppliers, European suppliers. I'm going to be covering literally everything. I'm also going to be talking about how to deal with refunds and returns, so you know how to do it correctly and you don't need to worry about anything. So guys, these are the dropshipping suppliers for 2025 and the different stages that you'll go through as a dropshipper. So stage number 1 is beginner stage. You're getting 0 to 50 orders per week. Now, the key tools for this area is Zendrop, ideal for beginners due to automation, accessible supplier network, and a streamlined fulfillment. Now, I'm going to be covering Zendrop in the next few moments, as they are my choice of supplier for beginners and intermediates. Now, in this area, you're going to be testing multiple products to find a winner. You're going to monitor delivery times and customer satisfaction, and you're going to establish a basic workflow for managing orders and returns. Now, it's completely free to sign up to Zendrop. They do have a completely free plan for beginners, so make sure you use my link in the resource section to sign up to Zendrop, because if you do plan on switching to their premium version, you will get a discount. Now, once you've created an account with Zendrop, your dashboard should look like this. Now, you can see my store name in the top left, and you can connect multiple stores if you're on a pro plan. Now, you can see here on the bottom left, I'm on a basic plan. Now, as soon as you want to start adding products to your Shopify store using Zendrop, you can either go to the search product section, and if you've already found a product based on AliExpress, you can search for it here. Now, if you haven't found a product, then you can go to find products, and then here you can filter it by ships from anywhere. So you can ship from anywhere, the US or China. So if you've got any preferred way, you can select it. You can also filter by categories. You can also filter it by suppliers. Now, Zendrop work with lots of different suppliers. They've built up connections and a network with all of these different suppliers in China and in America that you can use. And all of these suppliers on this list have been vouched for and vetted through Zendrop and their partners. So guys, I wanted to give you a quick example of how this would look if you found a product on Zendrop that you want to import to your store. So let's say, for example, I want these shark slides. Everyone knows the shark slides, hence I've used it. You can see the average shipping time is going to be 10 days. Now on AliExpress, it's between 15 and 35. So you're going to be beating them by between 5 and 15 days, which is really, really good. Now, there is a cost to this, which is you do pay a slight premium on the shipping. So AliExpress is usually a couple of dollars or sometimes free. With this, you're going to be paying a small fee, which here it's around about $5 to $7. Now, is it worth it? 100%, because you're going to get faster shipping. You're going to be able to speak to Zendrop, which they speak fluent English, which is because they're based in the USA, which is amazing. With AliExpress, you're going to be speaking to suppliers that haven't got the best of English. So it's something called peace of mind using a company like Zendrop, and they've got an amazing refund and return policy as well, so you can trust them. Now, what I mean by that is if the product gets arrived to the customer and it doesn't meet the image or the description based on the supplier, or it comes faulty, Zendrop will refund you money for that. Now, obviously, if there is proof, hence the customer needs to take proof of the damage on arrival, but Zendrop has got that satisfaction guarantee where if things arrive wrong, they will pay for it. Now, when you work directly with AliExpress, sometimes that never happens. So you get peace of mind working with Zendrop. Also, when it comes to sizing charts, they are very good. So you can see here, men's sizing chart, women's sizing chart. They are accurate. Now, another amazing thing is you can easily order a sample product by just clicking sample order to make sure that if you want to take videos or photos of the product yourself, you can, or if you want to check the quality, that's also a option. Now, if this is a product that you want to sell, all you got to do is click add to my products and it's done for you. You can see now under my products, it's now going to show and it's going to say review and publish. All I've got to do is click review and publish, and that then gets added to my Shopify store. Now I'm going to be showing you how to set this up on Shopify when I go over the store build later on, guys, but for now, that's pretty much how that bit works. Now, another thing that I really like is if you can't find the product that you want to sell on Zendrop, you can go to where it says request a product, and then you can click here, start sourcing. And just like that, it will open up a chat with Zendrop, and you can send them an AliExpress link or a link or a photo of a product, and their agents can go out there and start looking for that product. Now I want to go over the different tiers of Zendrop and how you can use them at different stages in your journey. You've got the free option here, which is what most of you are going to start on. Then you've got the pro option where you get automated fulfillment, so you don't even need to click any buttons. It fulfills it all for you. Then you've got unlimited orders. You can do custom branding like packaging as well, which is really, really cool. You can request products. You've got USA products. You've got 24/7 support. And you've also got access to over 1 million products. Now, the Pro plan, in my opinion, is the best plan to have, even as a beginner, because you will get automated fulfillment and you're also going to get custom branding. So you already are ahead of most dropshippers because it adds that unique feel. And for just $49 a month, that is honestly super cheap. To do that back in the day or with other suppliers, you're looking at spending over $100 to $200 a month. Then you've got the Plus membership at $79 where you get $100 in credit. You can do print on demand. Then you've got private product listings where no one else can get them. You've got access to subscription boxes, product bundles, and loads more. And you've also got chargeback management, which I'll cover later, but that is very important, especially if you're doing high amounts of volume. Then they also have a high volume dropshipper package, which I've got a current subscription on, where you've got access to pretty much everything. Unlimited orders, private live support. You've got agents that will negotiate on prices in China for you. It's literally the best of the best when it comes to working at a high level. Now, of course, this is where you want to work towards, but at least Zendrop has all of this ready for you. Now, why is this important? Is because you don't want to be moving from one supplier to another because you've gone from doing 0 orders to 10 orders and then 50 to 100. I've got to change from here to here. If you can do it all in one place, that is the best thing you can do. And the fact that Zendrop allows you to do it all through them and do it to a high level is very powerful. Now, there are loads of alternatives to Zendrop out there, but Zendrop, in my opinion, has been my favorite for me personally on my own stores, and based on my mentoring students and based on my subscribers doing high numbers. They've all only ever had good things to do and say about Zendrop. When things go wrong, they put them right. Communication's always amazing. Honesty and transparency is also all the time very good. Now, before we move on to like the higher volume suppliers and agents and 3PLs you can be using, let's talk about the top EU suppliers. Now, Big Buy is probably the best out there when it comes to the EU. Now, this is Big Buy's website when it comes to dropshippers. Now, if you come to the top of their website where it says dropshipping wholesaler and go to dropshipping service, you'll find this page here explaining how they can help you as a dropshipper in the EU. Now, you can create an account for free and look at their inventory. Now, once you've created an account on Big Buy EU, you can go to where it says catalog and you can look at all of the products that they have. Now, Big Buy EU do have pretty much all the dropshipping products that you can think of. Now, the only downside to using Big Buy EU is it's not free to use. You do need to buy a license, which can range from a few €100 to around about €1,000. So it really depends. Now, if you're looking to sell primarily in the EU, because your supplier is based in the EU and you're selling within the EU, based on tax reasons and, efficiency on shipping times, it might be the better solution. Now, if you are serious about using Big Buy EU for your dropshipping needs, I would recommend that you create an account and you fill out this form, because this form will help them understand your needs. So you can see here, name, country, what are you interested in? As a dropshipper, you're going to put e-commerce. What online selling experience do you have? Put no if you don't. Do you have any active sales channels? You would put yes, it would be Shopify. So you click Shopify. And then would you like to receive training through Big Buy Academy? I'd put no. Are you interested in the dropshipping services? Yes. Do you have warehousing? No. And then you click continue. Then you need to fill out the rest. I'm a company, I'm self-employed, or I'm an individual. Remember, I'd recommend a company structure. You'd fill this out and then you'd click create an account. Then once you guys have done that, you can reach out to Big Buy and get them to help you with the stock that you're looking to do as a EU dropshipper. Now, the good thing about Big Buy EU is it does integrate with Shopify seamlessly, so you can auto fulfill it and stuff like that. Again, the downside is it's not free. Now, there are some other options that I've got here, like Sync, which is based in Hungary, which is also very good. But in my opinion, I still think Big Buy is the best. Then if you're looking for niche suppliers, there's a few here that I've given you guys. Now, if you want to find local EU suppliers, so let's say you want to find like super local EU suppliers or super niched EU suppliers, then what you can do is you can go to Europages, a comprehensive directory for EU-based businesses, and you can search for dropshipping and look for them on there. You can also go to Alibaba and filter it by Europe for European warehouses, or you can go to SaleHo, offers a curated list of reliable dropshipping suppliers in the EU market. Now, a few other things that you can do is you can attend trade shows. These happen all the time. White Label Expo is one of the big ones, but there's a lot of them in Germany, France, and also in other locations. Or if you really want to, probably the easiest way of doing it, guys, is go to Google, type in dropshipping supplier, and then whatever. So if you're trying to sell, let's say sportswear, you can type in EU sportswear dropshipping supplier, and then that way you're going to find local ones based on that. Or let's say, for example, I want to sell pet products in Italy. I could type in on Google pet dropshipping Italian suppliers, or you can use ChatGPT, tell it what suppliers you're looking for, and it will go out there and scroll the rep for you and give you all the relevant links. That's probably the best option. Open up a new chat with ChatGPT, tell them that you're looking to sell within the EU, tell it to go out there and find the list of the most relevant suppliers in which countries and which niche, and it will give you the relevant links. Now, one thing I'm going to say to you guys is if you're going to use private niched local suppliers, then you need to vet them. The good thing about Big Buy EU is they're already vetted, they're already trustworthy, and they already have amazing return and refund policies. But if you're going to go the private route, then you need to make sure you're vetting them, which is request samples, check the reviews on Trustpilot, access integrations. Do they have integrations on Shopify? If they don't, that's a red flag for me. I wouldn't want to work with them. Inquire about their return policy. That is the most important part. Get a contract written up because you want to make sure that you're insured as the dropshipper. Now we're on to stage 2 of the dropshipping fulfillment method. So you've gone from a beginner now to stage 2 where you're starting to scale. You're now doing between 50 and 200 orders per week. Now increase efficiency through automation while testing more products and refining marketing strategies. Now Zendrop can still be used for this section. So, Zendrop does support scaling. It'll be on their pro plan. They offer bulk fulfillment. They'll handle multiple orders seamlessly. They also offer branding, dropshipping with packaging and custom labels. And they do offer express shipping for delivery faster with priority shipping. Now, the point that I'm trying to make is when you're on this stage, you can still use Zendrop, but I'd recommend that you go to their third plan, which is the $79 plan, to make sure that you can get all of this done for you, and it's going to be seamless. Now we're going to transition to stage 3, which is the advanced fulfillment. Once a single product consistently reaches 1,000 orders per month, consider transitioning to ECOM ops for enhanced fulfillment capabilities. Now, to be able to do this, remember at the advanced stage, that means you're going to be doing 200 orders per week. The key partner for this is going to be ECOM Ops. Now, this is the ECOM Ops website, and I'm only recommending companies and services to you guys that I've actually used myself. Now, there is loads of videos on YouTube of me using these guys, and I even show you on the screen some of the orders I've done with them. I've done some huge numbers with these guys. Now, the benefit of using them is they are the leading fulfillment company in China. Now, the benefits of using them is you're going to get 5 to 8 day shipping times. It's going to be 90% less cash tied in inventory. You're going to get 1 to 3 months faster to go to the market, and you're going to get 50% lower worldwide shipping costs. You're also going to get access to the global markets with really fast shipping times as shown here. Now, you're probably thinking, why is it important to get my costs down when I scale? Now, when you scale as a dropshipper, guess what? You make less money. So when you scale on Facebook, TikTok, your margins will typically drop, but your volume will go up. So the other one will pull your money up. Now, if your costs are too expensive, you're going to even them out. So even though volume's going up, your costs are going up. So then they even out. So it's extremely important that you have something like this in place at that stage, because it will reduce the cost so that when the volume goes up, you're still making an increase in profit. Now, the great news is they do integrate with Shopify very seamless as well, which is absolutely amazing. Now, the great thing is they offer multiple services: order fulfillment, fulfillment by merchant, which you don't need to worry about, factory relations, inventory warehousing, and crowdfunding fulfillment if you need to raise money. Now, in my opinion, guys, once you get to this stage, just contact them. They're very easy to work with, very nice people, and they will help you out. And you don't need to feel like you're stuck in a contract with them. You can just reach out to them for free and see if it's the right decision for you. But I definitely think when you get to this stage, you should work with somebody like ECOM Ops, because they are designed for large scale fulfillment. In my opinion, I think this is when you should transfer from Zendrop to ECOM Ops, in my opinion, based on my own experience. Now, ECOM Ops is a trusted 3PL solution, which stands for third-party logistics. They handle large inventory, fulfillment, and global shipping. Now, some of the benefits, guys, is faster fulfillment, inventory management, scalability, and cost effectiveness. Now, let's talk about stage 4, which is now you're considered a pro dropshipper. You're doing 3,000 orders per month. Now you want to fully transition over to ECOM Ops or a similar 3PL provider for all operations. Now, when you're in stage 3, you might be doing half Zendrop, half ECOM Ops, but at this stage, you should be fully transitioned over to ECOM Ops, because at pro level fulfillment, they're going to offer you a comprehensive service for inventory storage, same day fulfillment. They're going to be doing seamless orders on Shopify. They're going to be doing custom branding, packaging. They can even make adjustments to the product if you want to add an adjustment to the product. You have a full wide scale with them at that stage. And you're also going to get a dedicated account manager that looks after the whole operation. Now, what I've done for you guys to make life even easier is I've created a table to explain when you should start to transition and who you should move to. So you can see here, order volume versus milestone, 0 to 50, stay with Zendrop, 50 to 20, Zendrop is completely fine. 200 orders plus a week, then you need to transition to ECOM Ops. And then at 3,000 orders a month, you should be fully integrated with ECOM Ops. And it goes over the key actions for each one of these stages, just to make it easy and summarized for you. Now, I want to give you guys a comprehensive guide to handling returns and refunds as a dropshipper. So number one, you need to establish clear policies. Having a clear, accessible return and refund policy is what's going to build trust with you and the customer, and it's also going to protect you from any issues. Now, the key elements to include is a return window. Specify how many days a customer has to initiate the return. Usually it's 14 to 30 days. That is industry standard. Now, condition for a return item state: the item must be unused, in original packaging, and include all components. By you making sure you have that in place, if they only have half of that, the refund or return is voided. Shipping costs: clearly mention if the customers are responsible for returns of shipping costs. So either you pay or they pay, but you need to make it very clear. Usually you should pay or the supplier should pay. Now, exceptions: outline any items that are non-refundable. For example, sale items are usually non-refundable in my opinion, or clothing is non-refundable as well. Now, processing time: indicate how long it will take for the process of refunds and exchange to take so that the customer knows what to do. Now, what I'm going to say is you should establish your policies based on your supplier. So a lot of this is going to be based on what your supplier has in place. So if you're going to be using Zendrop, you need to speak to them and say, what is my refund or return policy for this product? I know for each product it's slightly different, so you need to reach out to them and then you can adjust it based on their saying. So they might say you got 30 days. They might say, 60 days, because if it's an electronical product, you get longer. So these are some examples where you might need to change it based on what your supplier has told you. Now, 2 is options for handling returns. Now, either the customer covers the return of shipping, which is the cost. Now you need to instruct the customer to ship items back at their own expense. Now, the address should either be a PO box, a virtual address to protect your privacy. Obviously, that's very, very important. Or it should be returned to the supplier's address. So there's 2 options here. They either send it back to your virtual or PO box, or they send it directly back to the supplier if the supplier is allowed to do that. So again, you need to speak to your supplier. If it's Zendrop, ask them. If it is a return, Do I need to send it to you directly? What is the plan? If you have to get it sent back to a PO box first and then send it back to Zendrop, then that might be the case. So it'd be a three-way trip back to the PO box that you've got, then back to Zendrop. It's down to whatever they tell you. Now, if you're looking for a good virtual address or PO box, then this is the company that I've always used. It's called Anytime Mailbox. If you go to solutions, you want to use something called virtual mailbox. And then you want to go to where it says get a virtual mailbox. And then you can choose where in the world you want your virtual mailbox. Again, it depends where you live. If you live in the US, you're going to need a US one. If you're going to live in the UK, you're obviously going to need a UK one, because remember, if you then have to then send it back to Zendrop or your supplier, you need to be able to access this mailbox. Now, this can range from $10 a month to around about $100 a month. It just depends on the location and the size, but it's definitely important to have at a later stage. And if you're very serious about dropshipping, you should have it quite early on. Now, option 3 is keep the item and issue a full refund. If the customer is unhappy due to a mistake on your end, considering offering them a full refund and letting them keep the item. At the end of the day, if it's your fault for a reason of it not being good because you've set the expectation incorrectly, if you've put on your website, you know, your product does something that it clearly doesn't do, or you're really exaggerating what your product offers, and their expectations are not met, it's your fault at the end of the day. You should be liable for refunding them the full amount and letting them keep the product, because the last thing that you want them to do is comment on all your Facebook ads, you know, go on a Trustpilot and give you a bad review because, you know, you've given them a bad product. So it's really important that when you go wrong, you just take the, you know, you take it on the chin and you move on. And it should be a mistake that you learn from and you don't allow going forward. And that's why it's super important to make sure that your expectations of your product and what it does and how it works is very clear and accurate, because if it isn't, you're going to have a lot of issues. Now, option 4 is reuse the return items. For high volume stores with storage capabilities, inspect return items for quality and just reuse it. At the end of the day, if you're doing large numbers, you can just reuse returned items as long as they're fine. Now, the last thing that I want to touch on is using AI tools for automated responses. Now, what I will say is you can use apps like Tido, which I'll show you later, to create AI chat. So if somebody comes to your store, I want a refund, the AI bot will reply on how to deal with the refund, what are the policies, what are the procedures. So you can integrate AI chatbots to your store to manage this a lot more efficiently, which I'll teach you guys later on. Now, the next thing that I want to talk about is the tips of managing returns efficiently. You need to negotiate with your suppliers about partial refunds, discounts on replacements, long-term business relationships to secure better terms, quality insurance. What are the quality insurance? Highlight known issues in your product. If you keep getting the same issues with your products, it's your supplier's manufacturer that is the problem. You need to tell them they need to fix it. You need to categorize your returns, custom error, wrong size, color preference, you know, damaged item, incorrect product, shipping issue, lost or delayed packages. You know, have documentation and maintain a detailed log of returns to track trends and identify reoccurring issues. So that's how you deal with returns and refunds, guys. Those are the things that you really need to take into consideration. But the most important thing is you need to communicate with your supplier on what their policies are. And I'm also going to show you guys how to integrate an AI chat to help you manage any queries on doing refunds and returns. But with that being said, guys, that's this module done. Welcome, guys, to module 4 of the free course for dropshipping in 2025. Now, module 4 is going to be the longest, most complex part of the free course, because this part is all about building your Shopify store, your brand identity, and building the apps that are necessary to help you increase your average order value, keeping customers happy, and retention. So guys, the first thing that we're going to want to do is we're going to want to come to the ecomkingstore.com. Now, this is my own AI builder that I've designed for Shopify. This is our own in-house AI builder. Now, this isn't being done like these other gurus where they all use the same company, but they white label it and they call it AI. It's all fake BS. Now, this is real generative AI, by the way. We're going to be using this to give us the foundation. Now, I'm not saying it's going to give us the final product, but it's definitely going to help us build a solid foundation for us to then build on. Now, it's completely free to use this, guys. It costs nothing to use the AI builder by myself. So all you need to do is come here, go to where it says get started, and then it will take us onto this onboarding process. You can see here, step 1, create a store. So all we need to do is scroll down, click create a store. And then you're going to see my Shopify page come up here where it says, Camille Starr invites you to start your 3-day free trial and enjoy 3 months of Shopify for $1 a month. So basically guys, using my exclusive link with the AI builder, you're going to be getting 3 months of Shopify for $3. So $1 per month for 3 months equals 3. So you're going to get 90 days of Shopify for $3, which is insane. So all you need to do is add your email here. And by using these links, guys, it's just a nice gesture towards me giving you guys all this free valuable content, because I will get a kickback. So click start free trial, and then it'll take you to this page where you can either log in with your existing account, or you can create an account on Shopify if you've never made one before. Now in this case, I've already got an account, so I'm just going to enter my password. But if you haven't ever made an account, you need to create one. Now once you've done that, it should take you to a screen like this, and what you want to do is you want to put I don't want help setting up. Now once you've done that, it's going to take you to a page like this, which is your Shopify dashboard, and we can go back to the AI builder step-by-step process and click next. And now we're on step 2, which is accessing the scope. So we need to scroll down, which you can see the following steps. What you want to do is go back to your Shopify dashboard, go to settings in the bottom left, go to where it says apps and sales channel, go to where it says developer apps, then go to where it says allow custom app development, and then go to where it says allow custom app development again. And then you want to go to where it says create an app, and you're going to want to call the app name store generator, and then click create app. Then you're going to want to go to where it says configure admin API scopes. And then what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to make sure you check every single one of these boxes. Now guys, there is quite a few of these. It's a bit of a tedious task to do, but it'll be worth it in the end. So just make sure you select all of these check marks. You cannot leave any of them unchecked. So once you've got them all checked, there should be 137. You want to hit save. Then once you've done that, you should see under overview install app. You want to hit install app. Then you want to click install. And then it's going to say admin API access token, reveal token once. You want to reveal it, and you want to make sure you keep this somewhere safe. You don't want to lose it, and you always want to keep it safe. So put it somewhere in like a document and lock it, but this is really important. Now once you've got that, come back to the AI builder, go to where it says access token and paste it here. And then where it says store username, we need to go back to Shopify, and you can see your store username under my store. Copy that, go back and paste your store name here. And then where it says email, add the same email you used to create your Shopify store, and then click submit. Now, if that has been done correctly, it will say, well done, please press next. If you've done it incorrectly, it will not allow you to go to the next step. Now, something that I want to make very clear is allowing us to create a custom app on your store just means that we can do the AI generation for building your store. There's no way the AI can work without having access to a custom app. So that's the reason why we have to do this. And remember, this is to set up the foundation to save you a lot of time with your store. Now, this is completely safe to use, and we don't have access to anything that's malicious. We don't do any of that stuff. Now, we've also had this checked by a few Shopify staff, and they absolutely love it, and they have nothing bad to say about it. So you can rest assured that we've got over 3,000 users using this, and no one's had any issues. With that being said, guys, click next. And then it's going to say Shopify subscription. So this is where we need to select a free trial. So once you come back to Shopify, just get off this page, and in the top, you should see select a plan to get 3 months for $1. So click select a plan. The only plan that you guys need is the basic plan. So make sure you go for basic, and then click select a basic. Now it's completely up to you guys whether you want to switch to yearly to save money, or you want to keep with the monthly. It's completely down to you. If you're looking to do this long term, and you're serious, I would recommend that you do the yearly option. If you're looking just to test the waters, take it off and just do monthly, and then proceed with your payment method, which for me is going to be credit card and debit card. So now you guys can see I've added my payment method. I also want you guys to check in the top right. You can see here £1 x3 or $1 x 3 months, which means I'm getting that trial and offer where you get 3 months for $3. Now, of course, if you've watched this video in, let's say, 8 months time from when I've released it, the offer could change. The offer always changes, but for now, guys, you get $3 for 3 months, which is absolutely amazing. Now, with that done, guys, let's click subscribe. The amount that's going to be taken now will be just $1 or £1. Now, the reason why we have to select a subscription, guys, is because if you don't, you cannot get access to features where you need to get access to. So you can't add apps, you can't do any of that. You can't even publish your store without a password. So you need to make sure you have a subscription. Now, once you've done that, you can go back to the AI builder and click submit. And if you have definitely picked a Shopify plan, you can see it shows that I've picked the basic plan. You can then proceed. Now, this is where we can start customizing our store based on AI. Now, depending on the niche that you've gone for, you might want to select the one that you've already got. Now, for me, my niche is more similar to the fitness and gym, so I'm going to select that. And the color that I'm going to want to go for is black. So I'm going to click build my store. And just like that, guys, you're going to get a little animation showing you how long is estimated till your store has been built. And it will even tell you what's happening. So like right now, the ECOM King theme is being installed to your Shopify store. Now, the reason why we're going to be using this, guys, is because the AI build is going to create the landing page for us. We just need to change images and text. It's going to give us the nice layout we want, though. It's also going to create us those refund policy pages, privacy policy pages without us having to do them. And it's just going to do the nitty gritty parts that we don't want to do. It's also actually going to add 5 winning products to your store, and it's going to make images for those and also make the page. But again, we're just going to be using it for a foundation for now, which will save us a lot of time. Now, something else that I want to say, guys, as this is getting built live with you, is that the AI store builder that I've made will keep changing over time. So some stuff might look different. Now, there might be a stage where you don't even need to embed the custom app anymore because you can just download the ECOM AI app through Shopify, but there will be lots of changes made. And if you come to the top left, you can see it says version 101. If you go to patches, it will show you the changes that were made with the AI builder. We're just looking to make this better and better all the time. There we go, guys. Your store is ready. We're going to click next. And now you can see it says here, you can go onto your Shopify store, disabled passwords. If we go to online store, we go to preferences, we can now turn off the password. So if you scroll down where it says restricted password, you can click save. We can go back to the AI build and click next. And now you can create a Zendrop account. Now remember, guys, I recommend Zendrop as the supplier when you're starting out. So click create a Zendrop account. Then we can fill out the information and click next. Or if you don't want to create your Zendrop account now and you want to do it later, just click skip this step. And just like that, guys, we've successfully created our AI store using the AI builder. And if you haven't already joined the ECOM King Vault, you can now go to the ECOM King Vault. So just by creating your AI store with myself, you can now access the vault. So it's super cool to be able to do that. And of course, the ECOM King Vault is where I do my boot camps, where I give away $50,000 to $100,000 at each time, and I do exclusive free course inside of there, and I do weekly calls, and there's a private community inside of there. So the ECOM King Vault is a must if you want to be successful long term. Now, with that being said, guys, we've done the AI store builder now, so we can close this page down. So guys, once you've used the AI builder, under online store, you'll see themes, and you should see ECOM King theme with some products loaded up. Now, to save myself some time, I've deleted all the products that was added to my store, and I've just kept the theme completely basic. Now, it's up to you guys if you want to keep the products, delete them. It's all down to you. Now, the first thing that I am going to do is download Zendrop. We did miss out doing it during the AI builder just to save some time, but I'm going to download it now. So go to apps and sales channels, go to Shopify App Store, and we want to search for Zendrop. So guys, once your account has been created, you want to go to find products, and you want to add your product, or you want to source it. So basically what we're doing now is just adding our product from Zendrop to our store. Once your store is connected and it shows your store, then obviously once you import the product, it will get put into the Shopify dashboard. Now, of course, if your store has been linked correctly like this, once you import the product, it will get pushed to Shopify and you're using Zendrop as the supplier. Now remember, this is the product that I want. So you can see here, I can click add to my products, and then under my products, it should now show it. Here, I'm gonna click review and publish. For now, guys, you can just leave everything as it is. Go to variants. Because my product is a variant-based product, I just wanna make sure that all the variants that I want are here. Me personally, I don't want certain variants like blue. I just want the black one. So I'm just going to do that. So you guys can see I'm only selecting the black variant, and then I'm going to click publish to my store. Now, once you've done that, it should say connection status linked. If we go back to Shopify, go to the products, we should see the product now show up underneath products. So now you can see it here showing up, which means Zendrop has successfully linked it to our store. If we go to online store themes, we can then customize the ECOM King theme. Now, what I want you guys to do is come to the home page, scroll down to where it says featured products, click products change, and select the product that we just added, and then it should show up like this. You want to then click on the product, and now it will take you to the product page, and your product page should be in this formation. Now, this is the base formation. We're obviously going to add to this, make it way better, but you get an idea of the rough formation we're going to get. Now, once that's all ready, we can now do the branding, the color palettes, the brand kits, and everything to make this look good. Now, this is basically just the initial setup. So now what we need to do is we need to go to ChatGPT. You need to go to where it says Explore GBT, and you're going to want to search for branding. Now, once you search for branding, you should see one called Branding GBT TM, and it should look like this with this icon by this person here. Once you've done that, this is where we're going to start messaging the GBT. Now, before we can give the GBT a prompt, I need you to go to to Google and search for your product. So I typed in heated vest, and now you're going to see loads of Google ads coming up for your product. Now with these Google ads, we want to look for competitors that have really nice looking stores. Usually it's the ones that aren't Amazon links or Walmart links. You can see this one called Polarwear. If I click on this, you can see that it's a private store on Shopify, and the store is relatively nice, so I can bookmark this one. If I go back to the ads again, there's one called Toaster Body. I can look at this one. The product page is actually pretty good, so again, I can bookmark this one. If I go back to Google and go through this again, there's one called Heat On. This one's not bad, but it's definitely not what I want. Now, if I scroll down on the organic listings, anything that lists at the top organically, like this one here, is also a good one. So if I scroll down, this is the exact same jacket I'm selling, and their landing page is also really, really nice. So I can bookmark them as well. Now, once you've found a few of your competitors that are big, that have really nice looking stores, that's what we want to do, because at the end of the day, we're not here to, come up with something new. We're looking to take what already works and what looks nice and make some slight changes and our own unique take on it. And by having 3 solid references of other stores, it's going to help us throughout this whole journey. You can see I said to the GBT, I'm selling this product, come up with the brand name ideas with the store extension. So it's important that you put .store extension, because that's the domain name that we're going to go with. And I'll explain the reason why in the next few moments. Now, the link that I sent it was from one of my competitors' companies, and you can see that it generated some titles. Now, the titles that it generated me, I wasn't over the moon with them. So I scrolled down and typed in, incorporate the heated jacket into the branding. I want the brand name to really reference the product. Then it came back and it gave me these ones, Heat Heaven, Heat Jacket, Thermo Style. And I like Thermo Style a lot because thermo and style obviously go together. Style is something you can wear. Thermo is the technology. So I really like that one. So then I said to it, now make me a logo for Thermo Style. And then it made me this logo. Now this isn't the logo that I'm going to want, guys. I just wanted it to give me an idea of what could look good. Now what could look good is this, which is a jacket inside of a heat flame. Now the execution is really bad, but the idea is really good. I hope that makes sense. ChatGPT is not the best at making logos because they give you these horrible looking cartoony ones, but I like the idea. Now we've got our brand name, which is Thermo Style. We've got an idea of what we want the logo to look like. So now we can buy the domain name. So guys, in terms of getting our domain name, we want to go to store.domains. Make sure you use my link for this so you can get it for 99 cents. Literally, you're going to get a domain name for 99 cents instead of $15. So what you want to do is you can see www.yourname.store. So we need to get our name, which is Thermostyle. Come back here and paste it in. So www.thermostyle.store, click buy now. So guys, once you've done that, you can see that the price is showing you $23 or £23. But if you look on the right, you can see here, if you use this code here, store99, you will get it for 99 cents. This is my domain name that I want. I'm going to click add to cart. Then I'm going to click proceed. And now you can see with the actual coupon code added, now it's around about $5, but that's because it's got privacy protection turned off. If you turn that off, you can see it then goes all the way down to 99 cents. So if you don't want privacy protection, which is basically this, then you can get it for 99 cents. But personally, I want privacy, so I'm going to keep it on, which just means I need to pay an extra $5, which is still cheaper than if you were to do it through Shopify. So it's super recommended. Now you might be thinking, what's the benefit of having a store domain over a .com? Store domain organically ranks better. When somebody searches for your brand name with a store domain at the end, it typically ranks higher in the search engine. You can also get between 20 and 30% cheaper ad costs because for some reason, paid advertisers prefer the store.domain extension for ECOM brands. So there's a lot of benefits to using it. And it just also sounds better. If you hear something like thermostyle.store, you know you're going to buy something because it's a .store instead of a .com. So you get the intentions right from the start when people look to buy from your store. Now, with that being said, guys, let's place the order. So guys, once you've bought your domain name from .store domains, you can go to where it says manage orders and go to list search and orders. Then you should see your domain name and you should click on that. And then it'll open up this portal here, which will help us connect it now to Shopify. So if we go back to Shopify, I'd always recommend that you have 2 Shopifys open, one for the editor and one for the dashboard. Go to where it says settings in the bottom left. Go to where it says domains. Go to where it says connect existing domain. Type in your domain here, click next. Then it says update DNS records. So this is super easy, guys. We just got to change the DNS record and the CNAME to these values here. and we're all good. So if you go over to where it says name servers, now if you go to the right hand side here, you can see where it says DNS management, click DNS management, then click it here where it says manage DNS. So you can see the first thing we need to do is do a type. So if we go back here, click add a record, it's going to say host name. You can see that the host name is going to be @ then the TTL is 60 minutes. Now this is going to be 3,600. Then it's going to give you this new value here. Just click copy, paste it here and click add record. Then the next one you want to do is go to where it says CNAME records, click add a new CNAME, type in the host name here. This one's going to be www. Then where it says value, you want to change it to this one here, which is the bottom one, and click paste where it says shops.myshopify.com and click add record. Then once you've done both of those guys, click verify. Now guys, once you've done that, it should now say verifying. Now this can take 24 to 48 hours, but if you have any issues, feel free to reach out to Store Domains. They will assist you and get it sorted ASAP. Now again, it can take between 24 and 48 hours, so don't panic. As long as you've done everything correctly, as Shopify tells you, there's nothing to worry about. Now we're waiting for the domain to verify. We can move on to the branding. So now we've done the domain, guys, and the boring stuff. We can get onto the fun part, which is building the store and the branding. So remember when this GBT gave us this logo idea, we're going to want to use that as a reference. And obviously for me to get this logo, I just asked it to make me a logo. So once we've done that, guys, we're going to want to come to this website called deepai.org, machine learning model to text images. So it's the AI image generator. So I've put make me a logo of a gilet in a flame. Then you want to put HD and you want to put quality over speed. Then you want to hit generate here. So guys, I put make me a logo of a jacket in a flame. I used HD quality and it made this image for me. Now, what I want to say to you guys is this image is really cool and really nice. Now, you might have to mess around with the prompt, slightly change it. I had to change it around about 3 times before I got this type of image. If you're not happy with the style, click view all styles. If it's giving you a too realistic image, remember you want this to look a little bit cartoony because it's going to represent a logo. You can just change it to illustration or logo or cartoon and it will make it less human-y. Now this is perfect for what I'm trying to do. So what I can do now is download the image. And just like that, guys, we've got a custom logo design. Now this isn't the logo. We're obviously gonna have to add to this, but this is a great start. So now the next thing we're gonna do is open up Canva. Remember, Canva is my best friend. Then you're going to want to go to the search bar and type in logo. Then go to where it says create a blank logo in the bottom left. Then we're going to want to go to elements in the top left. Then we're going to want to go to uploads in the top left. Go to where it says upload files, downloads, and we're going to upload that download we just did. So now we've uploaded that image. Now we can click it. And now we've got it added to the timeline. So now what we can do is we can click on it, click where it says background remover. So now we've got a image without the background, which is nice. The only downside to this is it's a little bit blurry. So we're going to want to go all the way down to where it says image upscaler, which is one of the apps on Canva. Go to 4x and click upscale. And just like that, guys, the image is now in 4K and it looks a lot better than it did before. Less blurry, a lot more higher resolution. So now we've got the graphic done on our logo. So what we can now do is we can actually add the text. If we go to text, go to add a heading, we can drop this in. Now what we're going to do is we're going to add our brand name here. So it's called Thermostyle. So just like that, done. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a big space in the middle. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to shrink this and put it just in the middle in between that text. Now personally, I don't like the way this looks with the text and the logo going through the middle. Sometimes it looks nice, sometimes it doesn't. So for now, guys, I'm actually just going to scrap this. All we needed was the high resolution logo. So now we've made it into high resolution. We can download this now separately. And it will make sense in a minute why we're doing this, guys. At the end of the day, we do need a graphic logo, not just a text logo. So this is super important. So once you've resized this, made it big enough, you want to download it as a PNG transparent, because again, this now is the 4K version of our graphic logo. Now, once you've done that, guys, you just want to go back to the Canva homepage. Then you're going to go back to the search bar and you're going to type in brand kit. Now, brand kits are super important, and this is what a brand kit looks like. It basically shows you everything to do with your branding, and we all have to make one because throughout doing everything on your dropshipping store and your actual e-commerce store, it's going to make a lot of sense. Now, I'd recommend that you click a brand kit that you like the look of. Now, for me personally, I like the look of this one here, so I'm going to click it. I'm actually going to click customized template. Now, the reason why a brand kit is so important, guys, is because it gives you an identity to your brand. Remember, we're not just doing dropshipping, we're trying to become a brand. Now, this is the look and feel that you want to give your audience. So you can see here, there's the logo. I actually really like this font for my brand, so I'm actually going to just copy and paste it into my brand. So you can see now Thermostyle is that logo. Now I can actually delete this other stuff underneath it. It doesn't need to be needed. So I can now replace that in the middle. I actually really like thermostyle looking like that. And then basically where you've got this option of it being upside down, I really like that as well. So I'm just going to change that like this, make it bigger, delete that text there, make the font slightly smaller. Now, I really like my logo on the side angle profile. It's a very common thing to do these days with branding, and it looks really nice with my logo, so I'm happy with that. Now, the next thing I need to do is I need to delete this section here, and what I need to do is I need to upload the symbol version of my logo. So if you go back to uploads, you're now going to see the 4K version here. You're just going to drag it over, and you're going to basically put this there. And just like that, guys, we've got the symbol version. Now, the reason why I chose this brand kit is because I actually like the color palette. The color palette is what will be used on your website. It'll be what's used on your image ads. Now, the only color that I'm going to change is this one here because I want to incorporate an orange color into my branding. So I'm actually going to change it to a custom orange. So let's make it a little bit darker. I'm happy with that orange. I just need to get the hex code now, which is this one here, E-, which is the hashtag and then the number. I need to change this now to the correct one because remember, these are the hex codes for each color so that when we go to Shopify, we can match it with the color palette on here. Now, where it says individual fonts, I really like these fonts here, so I'm going to keep them. I'm just going to change it to brand fonts instead. And then where it says brand strategy, we're going to change this to about us. So where it says about us, we need to go back to that GBT model, scroll down, and I basically said, make me an about us for my website, Thermostyle. And you can see here, about us at Thermostyle. So now it's actually made an about us. So I'm just going to copy this first part of the paragraph, go back to Canva and paste it in there. So there we go, about Thermostyle. Now where it says mood board, we're going to change this to target audience. And now we're going to change these images with images that are actually meant to be our target audience. So let's delete these. Then we're going to want to go down to where it says photos, and we're going to want to search for our target audience. Now, fishing people is part of my target audience. So I'm going to want to grab an image of a fisher and place it in here. And I'm going to want to move this and resize it so that you can clearly see he's a fisherman. Now the next one's going to be skiing. So I'm going to type in skiing. Now I've got an image of a skier. I'm going to put it in the next one. I'm going to make this one slightly bigger. Then on the next one, I'm going to type in hiking as the next one. So you can see we've got fisherman, skier, and hiker. Now you might be wondering why we're spending time doing this. This is honestly going to save us a lot of time in the future and help us. So the whole point is we stick to this brand identity. This is our identity. We don't change it. We stick to it. Because if you don't stick to it, people won't remember you. Now, doesn't matter what you do, how you do it. When you incorporate this into marketing, like video ads, image ads, we use the same style throughout. Now, the reason why it's important to put your target market at the bottom is because we need to remind ourselves who we're trying to sell our products to. These are the people that we're trying to sell our products to. Now, when I visually see it, it helps me understand more than writing it down. The reason why we put the about us here is because if we share this brand kit with a ChatGPT model or we share it with another AI tool, it can understand our brand very quickly. So we don't just create this for ourselves, we create this for other people, whether it be freelancers we work with where we want them to make us stuff, we send them this, they know exactly what they need to do. If we work with an AI model and we want it to understand our brand, it knows it straight away, it knows what colors, logos that we use. So it's just gonna help us a lot in the future and of course now. So once you've done that, guys, you just want to download this and we're ready to go. So guys, now we've done the branding and the logo, we can now add it to our store and start editing the whole store with our brand colors, etc. So the first thing that we're going to want to do is go to theme settings, styling, and then you're going to see your brand colors. And obviously we need to change these to the ones that we did on the brand kit. All right, guys, now I've updated these colors here. You can see on the left-hand side, I've updated all the right colors. Now we need to update the typography to make sure it matches with our branding. So our headline should be Anton. So if you type on Anton here, it should come on. Now, because my font isn't available on Shopify, I need to download it and upload it to the file section. So underneath content, files, I need to download it and upload it here. So you can see under Google Fonts, Anton exists, which is this one here. So all I need to now do is get font, download all, click download, go back to the Shopify file section, upload files, Anton zip, click open. And now my file has been uploaded and it should now be available for me to use here. So if I click save and refresh, it should now show my file. So guys, when you upload the fonts, if they're not available, like mine wasn't available, which was called Anton, you go to the files, you get the exact name of the file, so Anton regular, or you can copy the link, come here and paste it, and then it will update your font to the correct font. You should see the font genuinely change. Then the body font for me was Quicksands, and Quicksands is available on Shopify. So now the font and the colors have been changed perfectly. Now, if we keep scrolling down, you're going to see favicon. Favicon's a little image on the bookmarks, on the Google's tabs. It's important to have it. So make sure you select image and make sure you upload the image of your logo. So the logo image is this one here. So this is the one I need to upload, and click open, and then I can click done. So now that's pretty much all the branding done on the store. We just need to add our logo now. Now that's pretty much the styling done on the store. So all we need to now do is go to where it says nav bar, come to the right hand side section, and you're going to see logo, logo mobile, and logo desktop. The good thing about this theme is it gives you the option for mobile and desktop because they're both not designed for the same aspect ratio. Obviously, this is mobile, this is desktop. So by having those options, it will make your store look a lot nicer on either platform. Now, I do recommend that we carry on editing the store in mobile because that's where the majority of our traffic is going to come. So if we go back to logo mobile, click select, click add image, we're going to upload our logo we made. Now I've just uploaded my logo. It's very small and it's on a black background. So I'm going to go back up to the top and change the background color to dark. And now you can see that it's updated the color of the logo background, which is perfect. So now I can increase the size. I wouldn't have the logo mobile height any bigger than 34. I would recommend that you keep it at 34, guys. And that's what it looks like now with my logo. I think it looks really, really nice and professional. So now we can click save. Now I've changed my logo to be in the center. So make sure it's always in the center. Now you can see here it says with search. I'm going to keep mine simple. I have the search bar turned off on the mobile version personally, as I'm only selling a few products. I don't need a search button. Now we can change the desktop version, upload the logo again, but on the desktop version. Click done. Now we can change the size of the logo on the desktop. I don't usually go over 50. So yeah, I'm going to keep mine at 50 and I like the way mine looks. So I'm not going to make any adjustments or changes. So I'm going to click save. Now if we switch back to the mobile version, guys, that's that bit done. It looks really nice and professional. Now the next thing we need to do is the announcement bar. Now the announcement bar is the section at the very top. And now if you come back to the left hand section again, you're going to see a drop down now because the announcement has 3 announcements. Now we only want 1. So we're going to delete 2 of them and have 1 left. Now, if we click on that announcement, we can change the text here. So now I've changed mine to say free shipping worldwide sale 40% off. Then you're going to see links here. I actually delete the link. I don't want a link. So make sure mine's turned off and then I'm going to click save. Now your announcement bar should be your offer with a free shipping. So mine is obviously free shipping worldwide and then a sale, which is 40% off. Those are usually the best ones to have on the announcement bar. And you should always change these to the latest thing. So if it's like Black Friday or Valentine's Day, update it to the local event, what's happening, because that's the best way to keep your audience interacted with you. Now, the next thing I want you guys to do is select the product section here, and it should show on the far right product template. Now, we are going to want to change a few of these. So you can see here where it says show vendor, we're going to turn that off. Show SKU, turn that off. You want to make sure that show dynamic buttons is turned on, just in case you are enable PayPal or Apple Pay. It's important to have those turned on. And then once we've adjusted those, guys, we can click save. So the next part we're going to start working on is the copywriting and the images. Now, I want to give you guys a quick analogy. You can have the nicest house in the world. You can buy a fancy looking mansion, but if the interior is disgusting or horrible, the mansion is no longer nice. So the point I'm trying to make is we've got this really nice, beautiful theme, the ECOM King theme with the AI builder, and things are starting to look really nice on this store. But the problem is, if we upload really bad quality images, copywriting, etc. to the store, it's no longer going to look nice. So the point I'm trying to make is we can have this really nice theme, but if we're only adding horrible looking logos, images, it's not going to look nice. So we're now going to be spending most of our time building out the images, the copywriting, which again is going to be a long, intensive part. But it'll be worth it because once you start building out the theme, it's all going to come together. Now for the copywriting, guys, I want you to go back to ChatGPT, go to where it says explore GPTs again, and go and open up landing page copywriter. This will do it all for us. Now, I've sent this prompt. Please make the landing page copy based on these sites. My brand name is Thermostyle. These are my competitors. So I'm telling the GBT that these are my competitors. This is my brand name. Rewrite their copy, but include my brand name. So now it writ out this copywriting that I can use obviously on my store for certain sections. Now, the thing that I noticed is they didn't actually add my market audience or my target audience. So now I put now address my target market, which are winter sports, fishing, hikers, and campers. So now if we look at the copy, It's a lot more directed to those people, which is really important, because if we're going to be targeting these people on paid ads, like for your next ski resort holiday, make sure you have this, but then on our landing page, it doesn't say anything about skiers or fishers, we're going to make them think that they're in the wrong place. So we have to keep that up throughout the copy. So that's why I wanted to make sure I added those people in to my copy. And again, if I look at my competitors, they don't really talk about their target market. The sites look pretty, they look good, but guess what? They don't talk about the target market. Now, something that I need to do because I'm in the UK, guys, is go back to the Shopify dashboard and change the currency from British pounds to USD. Now, you might be thinking, why is it important to change it to USD? That's where the majority of the market's going to be for me, which is America and Canada. So I want to charge in USD. It's up to you. If you're going to be selling locally in the UK or Europe, change it to Euro. If not, keep it to USD. Now, the next thing I need to do is come up with a product name because the one they've given me is obviously terrible. So go back to Shopify, go to products, go to the product, delete the name of the product. Now, I've called my product Men's Classic Thermostyle Vest. So I've incorporated my brand name to keep up with the branding. Obviously, to call that my target market for this product, which is men. Call it classic and obviously a vest, or I can call it gilet, but for now I've kept it vest and now I can click save. Don't give your products boring names and try and incorporate your brand name into them, because that way, again, it's going to help with your branding. It's going to feel less like a drop shipping store and more like a brand. And if we just go back to the product page and look at the product name here and I refresh it, it's already going to make a huge difference on the perception visually. So if we look now, it already looks a lot more professional just by me calling it this name. Now, the next thing we need to do is delete the whole description because we don't need that. We're going to actually change it later on. And now the next thing we're also going to want to do is delete the images that we feel like are no good. So I believe that image is no good, that image is no good, that image is no good, that image is no good. The close-up shots here are good, so I'm going to keep those, and I'm going to delete these ones here. So guys, it's worth deleting the photos that aren't good. I'm still going to delete all these photos as well, but for now, I'm going to keep them till I replace them. Now I need to go down to where it says variants. I need to start messing around with this. Now, color options, there is only one color, which is black, so I can delete blue and click done. And then when it comes to sizes, I don't like the style that they've done it in. They've done small, medium, large, extra large, double extra large, 3 extra large, 4 extra large. I'm just going to change it to the usual, which is S, L for large, and then for extra large, it's XL, and then extra, extra large. And then we're going to do extra, extra, extra large, and we'll leave it at that. We don't need the rest of them. So I'm happy with that. Make sure that your variant image matches the actual variant. So mine's black and only comes in black, so I'm going to keep it there. So your product price, guys, is super important now. So it should be a minimum of $30 margin. So if I'm buying it for $5, I sell it for $30, I make $30. So I'm going to put here, my cost of goods to buy it and sell it and ship it is going to be £30 or $30. So I'm going to want to sell this at $99.99. And then I'm going to click save. Now I'm going to go back to the GBT that did the copywriting, and I'm going to get this short overview here. I'm going to copy it, go back to Shopify product page here and paste it in here. And then I'm going to click save. Now, if I refresh the product page here, it should be updated. So guys, that's what the product page is looking like right now. We still need to make a lot more adjustments, but now if we go underneath details, you can see that that short bio has been added there. We're going to come back to this later now, guys. We've done the majority of the actual structure. We just need to fill it in now. So let's now go and make some nice looking images to fill this in with. So guys, when it comes to the product photography, we need to look at our competitors again and look at all of them and think, what do we need to add and what have they missed out? So for example, this is the biggest competitor. They've gone for more lifestyle imagery, which is where people have worn it and it looks cool, etc. So that's the type of images they've gone for. They've gone for a few close-up images like this that actually are really, really, really nice. So these images are really cool. Then if we look at another competitor, they've gone for video shots and again, lifestyle shots. The only difference is there's somebody wearing it, which we can easily do ourselves. So same old, same old. Then the last competitor has gone for the generic images of them with text. So the image and then they've got text, but these are all blurry images, which is really, really, really bad. So we're going to do a mixture of this, a mixture of lifestyle photos for our store. Now you might be thinking, well, how am I going to get this imagery? How am I going to get this on my store? That's a very good question. So what we're going to do is we need to find a competitor selling the exact same product as us, or a alternative that is literally the same. Now, with a lot of these stores like this, they are just private label, white label stores of the same products that we're selling. The only difference is they have a logo on theirs. We don't. Now, from what I've seen, this gilet that this gentleman's wearing is the same as what we've got. The only difference is it's got their brand name just underneath the little power button. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to use AI to remap this. So it's actually going to be a custom person wearing the same gilet. So that's what we're going to do now. So I'm going to download these images. I'm even going to download this image as well, guys. Now, by the way, we're not copying, we're not stealing or anything, because we're going to remake it using AI. Again, this can't work unless the images are similar or the product is similar. Even these images here are really nice, so I'm going to download them. These close-up shots like this one as well, I'm going to download. I'm also going to download this one. Then we're going to go off and use my favorite tool at the moment, FreePic AI Suite. We're going to go to the AI tools and we're going to go to image generator. Then where you got image generator, you want to go to Reimagine. You're going to want to go to upload file, and we're going to upload the file of the gentleman wearing it. Then click use image. Then you want to make sure that the imagination is vivid. Now, once that prompt's been automatically done based on the image, we're going to click reimagine. And just like that, guys, we've got our own custom model shot wearing the gilet. Now, one thing I'd be very, very careful about is when you're doing this, guys, just make sure that the product that they've remade is more accurate. Obviously, if you look at these 4 shots, if you look at how many lines there are on the gilet or the vest, there's not many, where that one's got more. So you need to find the one that's the most accurate to yours. If there isn't, just click reimagine again, or click subtle and click reimagine. Now, these have come out actually a lot better. And I think this one here, I think these have actually come out a lot better. And I'd actually say that this gentleman here on the far right, I'd actually say that these have come out even better. And now I'd say the image of this gentleman here is the most accurate to my product. So we can actually use this. Now, this is slightly blurry. So what I'm going to want to do is underneath the export button, you're going to see upscale, click upscale, and you're going to want to click non 4K upscale. So that's going to upscale that image into 4K, so it gets rid of the blurriness. So you can see here now on the bottom left, it's upscaling. That's before, that's after, and it looks really, really good. So now I can download this image. That's one of our custom images ready. Now, although it's got a little bit of random right in here, we can get rid of that really easily in Canva and in other editors. So I'm not going to worry about that for now. Now, I've actually done a few more, guys. So you can see here, this is the first one that I did of the guy looking forward. And that's the one that I like the most. So I'm going to use that one. And then I also got one of an older gentleman, and I actually liked one of these here the most. So I've also took that one as well. So those are my custom lifestyle shots that I've got now that I can actually use for my own store, and I upscaled them all in 4K. Now, something else that I've done is I've gone to Photo Room and I've basically used AI backgrounds to basically fill this out. So I'm going to show you how to do this again. If you go to select photo in Photo Room, you select the photo. You can now see that it's been selected. You go to backgrounds, you go to AI backgrounds, and then it's going to start generating them based on what they think this gentleman's doing. So the ones that work the best are obviously mountain. So I'm going to click mountain, and now it's going to generate them based on a mountain background. And obviously, as this is a winter sport product, those are the correct backgrounds for my model, and they look really, really good. That one there looks really, really good. That looks the most accurate, and it blends in with the photo really well. So there we go, custom lifestyle shot with a nice looking background. Happily done. So now what we can do is we can download this and we can start uploading them to Shopify. Now, this is where things get even more insane. If we want custom videos with this lifestyle shot of a mountain, we can download it now from Photo Room. Go to FreePic, go back down to AI video generator, upload the image that we just got from Photo Room of the background, which is this one here. Click use image. It's going to make an automatic prompt. We're going to go to effects and we're going to do pan right. And now we're going to click generate. And we're going to change this image into a 1-to-1 square, and we're going to click generate. Now, the goal with this is to take our image that's still and turn it into a video with a real dynamic background. So this is going to get really insane. Now, this can actually take a long time. You can see here 8.5 minutes. So we're just going to let that carry on. Now we're going to go back to Shopify. I've uploaded those images. Now, when you upload these images, just make sure that you go to where it says crop and transform, and you change them to the square ratio, or they're not going to fit properly, and click apply. And then once you've done that, guys, go back to your Shopify page, and this is what these are looking like now with the custom image avatars with the custom backgrounds. Now, this image here was actually from Zendrop, and it was a really low quality image that I was able to upscale using the AI upscaler using FreePic. So before it was really blurry, and now it is immaculate. Just to show you guys how good of a job this is done, that was the original, and that is now after I've upscaled it. So it's made a huge difference for when we view it on the Shopify store. Now, guys, this is where things get even more insane with AI. Look, this is the image that I took off their website. and it was pretty good. Now using AI, look at how much better this one looks. This one, in my opinion, looks insane. So I'm going to use it, but before I use it, I'm going to upscale it because it looks a little bit blurry. I'm going to upscale it into 4K, upscale. Now, although yes, it still has their brand name attached to the back of the collar, I'm going to put it into Canva soon and remove that because this now is technically my own custom image, way better than theirs. So I'm going to go into Canva in the next few moments and show you guys how to remove any custom labeling like that. So that's before, guys. And now with the 4K upscale, look at how much slicker that looks. It's insane what AI can do, guys. It's actually quite scary. So what I can do, guys, is come to Canva, go to create design, click upload. You're going to upload your design. You're then going to click edit image. Once you've got the magic eraser, you're going to use the brush and you're just going to go over this here. And then you're going to see erase. Now, if you're not happy with that, because I'm not overly happy with the quality there, I'm going to make the brush a little bit smaller. And I'm actually going to make it like this instead and click erase. I'm actually going to erase the rest of it as well. So I'm going to get rid of all this as well. And you'll see why I'm doing this in the next few moments. So now I've erased it, guys. We're going to click use in new design. We're going to go to where it says uploads. We're going to get our logo that we've got. We're going to make it smaller and we're literally just going to put our logo on there. So now, guys, I've done that. I can go back to where it says share. I can go to where it says download. We're going to download it as a transparent background. And we're also going to do it here where it says size, PNG suggested, and click download. And then we're going to click save. And then we can go back to Shopify, add the image here, add media, click here, open. And now we've added it in Shopify, guys. We're going to want to go back to where it says done. We're then going to want to select the image, go to where it says crop and transform, square, scroll this down, and that is perfect, and click save. And just like that, guys, that's the image now added to our Shopify store. Let's refresh this and see how it looks. And just like that, guys, that image, and that image. That image is insane, by the way. I think that is so cool. Doesn't even look as good as that. So I'm actually going to delete that old one. So let's click delete. So now, guys, we've got one image custom made, two image custom made, and the third image custom made. And this is starting to look really good. How insane is this, guys? We've now created a video of the guy wearing it where the trees in the background are moving. He's slightly moving and it's pinching out. This is really cool, guys. Look at that. All right, guys. So we've got these 4 assets now. We've got the video that I turned into. Now, when you use these videos, the dimensions aren't right. You can see the white panels here. If I also show it you on Shopify, the video is this here. Looks amazing. Honestly, guys, so crazy the fact that we can do this. Now, what I'd need to do is put this inside a CapCut and change the dimensions though so that it fits the full width. So what I'd have to do is zoom the video in just to fit the dimensions here, because obviously you don't want these black bars showing. It doesn't look great, but I'm not going to do that because I want to save some time. But you guys would know how to do that by just going into CapCut and zooming the video in and then downloading it, and then it should be fine. Now, the last set of images that I want to make are product feature images, which are like these ones, and then we're pretty much ready to go, guys. So if you go to Canva and type in product feature, you're going to get all these templates of product features already done. I like this running shoe one, and I also like this chair. So I'm going to use the chair, click customize template. I'm just going to start off by deleting the chair. Go to where it says uploads, upload a static image of my product, which is this one here. I'm just going to change the size a little bit, put it in the middle there. I'm going to have to move these arrows a little bit so it fits. Delete this here. So I'm putting the image there. That should go there. That should go there. All right, I'm pretty happy with that for now, guys. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to start changing these colors to my brand colors, which is obviously orange and the ones on that brand kit. So if we open up my brand kit again, we've got the colors here. So this is one of them. I'm going to go back here, back to the color. There we go. I don't think that one's great. To be fair, the bottom works. The stony color works because of it matching with my brand colors anyway. So I think that works pretty well. Now I just need to grab the text, paste it here. I just need to make sure that the font's right. It should be Anton. There we go, guys. That's the right font. Just gonna make the text bigger. I'm actually gonna make this image slightly bigger. There we go. Move the text there. Move the arrow there. Move the arrow there. Move the text there. Now we can use some of the text from here on ours, which is large zip up pockets. If I go back here, I can type in large zip up pockets. Now remember, we do need to change the font to Open Sans, which is the right one. So let's type in Open Sans. Cool. There we go. Let's change the color of the text to the orangey color. Let's change the color of that font to, I would say, probably this color here. Okay, that's a little bit too dark. Yeah, I like that contrast to color, light text to like the lighter shade of white at the end, kind of pops a little bit, quite like that. To be fair, I'm just going to leave it like that. I actually quite like that. And then if I go to edit, if I do effects and I do, let's say, for example, shadow, lift. Okay, lift works. Lift makes it pop out. So adding that color with the lift works perfectly well. I like that a lot. Now we can finish off the rest of the text. So I've put adjustable heat levels. Then I've put slim fit design. Just need to change the color to black. Also make this one open sans. And then once I've done that, guys, I'm pretty much done. I can make this slightly bigger, to be fair. Just need to change the color of the arrows. Can make that slightly bigger as well. And just like that, guys, we have one of our images ready. Now, bear in mind, guys, I did this extremely fast. And the reason why I did it extremely fast was just to try and save a bit of time. You guys can do this way better than me if you spent some real quality time on it. So, guys, that's what that image looks like now on the store. It looks really, really good. Really, really professional. Again, you guys could spend a way longer time making this look nicer, but I don't think it looks bad at all. So there we go. We've got a little bit of content, guys, that we can use throughout the landing page now. So let's carry on building it. So the first thing that we need to fix on, guys, is this section here, which is the drop-down menus. We need to fill this in. So if we go over here where it says shipping and returns, that's one of the drop-down menus that we have. So that's what we need to work on. So I'm actually going to change this from shipping and returns to materials and care, as that's more related to what my product does. Now, these drop-down menus are really going to depend on what your product is and what you're selling. So if you're not selling a clothable product or a wearable product, you might not need to do this. Now, to get the information like I did here, guys, either go to your supplier or find your competitor that's selling the same product as you, like literally the same product, and whatever theirs is obviously yours. And then once you've done that, you can click save. Now underneath materials and care, now when you click that drop down menu, you can see it gives them the right information, the materials and the care, which is really important. Now, obviously the icon doesn't make sense, it being a shipping icon. So we're going to go back to that section. We're going to go to where it says icon. We're going to go with Bootstrap icons. And here we can find any icon we want. So you can start filtering by typing. So I'm going to get this info logo and I'm going to get the SVJ information. Go back here. I'm going to paste it in here and it will work. So just replace it with that SVJ and you'll see now it's updated it with the eye icon and I can click save. Now details will remain the same. That's like the short description and it should be the one at the top. Then size chart is extremely important for me because obviously the size chart is for my wearable product. Now, you should get this size chart from your supplier or again, if from your competitor, if it's the same product. And with this theme, all you've got to do is upload the image. You click on the size chart and you actually upload the image. And then when they click on it, they'll see the image of the size chart. Now, if you need more of these drop-down menus, just go to one you've made before, like materials and care, click duplicate, and you'll see another one's been added to the list. Now, I'm going to change this one to heating system as my product really talks about the heating system and people are going to be really intrigued to know how that works and how to do it. So that's why I'm going to put it here. So now you can see under heating system, that information now is clearly shown there, which is really important. And the icon that I'm obviously going to go for is for a flame for this. So go back to Bootstrap icons. I'm going to filter it by flame or fire. I was able to get there in the air, guys. Fire is actually a workable one. So if I go back here and type in this SVJ code, it should work. And just like that now, the flame is shown and I'm happy with that. So guys, I'm happy with my drop down menus now. Details, materials and care, heating system and size chart. Those are all done. And now I can move on with the next part of my store. Now we're moving on to the brag section of the website. So if you scroll down, this is the section where you want to talk all about your product and what it does. Now you can see there's a try completely free, risk-free. This helps with conversion rate. Now I'm actually going to move this section a little bit further down because I actually want it near the bottom. Now we've got image with text as the next section for me to start talking about. So I've uploaded the image of the close-up of the vest and I've called it Thermostyle Vest Featured Details. So now I'm going to go over all the key details in this section. Now, if you go back to ChatGPT, you'll see it all here, guys, that we did before. So we can just use all this info for that part of the website. So guys, in this section, I've put the subtitle as built for action, perfect for action, why thermostyle, and then I've put that information here. Now I'm actually going to get rid of the heating customization section as I'm going to add that in a different place. So for now, we're going to leave that just like this and click save. Now we're going to move the image with text up again underneath that image with text. So we're going to have image with text with image with text again. So now we need to upload the next image. So guys, I've actually changed the image here with the one I made in Canva. So now I'm actually going to delete this one from Canva from here, because I'm actually just going to leave it here with the image with text. I feel like it flows better like that. So guys, I've added a few sections since I last updated you, and I'm going to show you how to do those right now. Now the store is coming along pretty nicely in my opinion. We're starting to get there slowly. Now one of the sections is this rotating bar where it goes round and you can see free shipping, 19 left in stock, 1,300 happy customers. This works really, really well on landing pages. Now to get this, all you need to do is go down to where it says add a section. And then if you scroll down, it's this one here, MARQUEEE. You're going to put that one in, then you're going to see it be added. And what you're going to do is you're going to drag that all the way to the top. So you're going to put that right above product template. Then once you've put that there, you're going to have a few options underneath it. Now I keep it between 3 and 4. So one of them's happy customers, one of them's free shipping, and then one of them's like a limited stock situation. Now it's up to you guys what you want to put, but these are the ones that typically work the best for me. And that's what it looks like on mobile, by the way. And now the next thing that I do is I change these icons here at the bottom. So before they were free shipping, they were customer satisfaction. Now, I don't leave those trust badges as those. So if you go to where it says trust badges on the far left, I change them related to the product. So one of them is effortlessly charging. One of them lasts all day. One of them is unmatched heating power. Now, I've changed the max width to 500. The column width is 33. Now, I, again, have changed it related to the product key feature. So you should change yours also to a key feature for the product. Again, you can check your competitors to find those out. Now, item 1, I've obviously gone to Bootstrap icons and I've changed the icons to match the text as much as possible. And I think that's not too bad for now. Then if we keep scrolling down, we've gone from image to image. And now I'm going to be working on a video as a review. Now, I've actually changed the background color to black for this section because I just thought it went from white to black and it pops. And I think I quite like the look of that. I think that black background looks really, really nice with the orange. So I'm really happy with that. One's talking about the battery. One of them's talking about why choose us. Then the next section's actually going to be an MP4 video, which I've added manually. So if you click add a block, choose it as video, it's going to be a video of somebody basically reviewing my product. So I've gone back to Synthesia, I think that's how you say it, and I've created a custom avatar. So I went back to the ChatGPT, I went all the way back up and I said, look, can you make me a customer review UGC style? And it's given me this review. So what I've done is I've copied it, gone back to the AI avatar maker, which is Synthesia.io. I went to home, I went to new video, and then I went to size orientation, which is 19 by 16. And then I click start from blank. Now, as soon as you start from blank, just delete the custom avatar already there. Then the first thing that you need to do is change the dimension size of this project. So if you come to the top left where it says the 3 dots and you want to go to landscape, you want to change this to 1:1. That way it's going to fit perfectly onto our Shopify store. Then you're going to go to avatar and then you can choose any avatar. The avatars that I'd actually recommend that you use are the ones with the purple because they can adjust their facial expressions. So the other ones can't. So that's why I like this website the most, because when they read a script, it's actually going to look real. It's not going to look fake. So once you've chose the person you want, you just click them. It adds them to the timeline. You can just reposition it. Then go down to the bottom and you'll see you can just paste here the script, and then you just click generate and then it'll generate the video. Now, obviously I've changed the background as well. So if you go to spaces, you've got all these spaces you can use as a background. And as you guys can imagine, because mine's an outdoor product, I've gone for an outdoor background like that. And I just thought that was fine. Now remember, this is actually going to go once I've exported it here. So it's going to be a video testimonial of somebody that bought the product. And then I'm going to change the title to say what customers like you were saying. That way, people can see a video of somebody explaining what they thought of the product. It's going to build up more trust. And then I'm going to delete this version here. So the old one with the cards with image, this version, I'm actually going to delete this, guys, because I'm going to be using a video instead. So I'll do that now with you guys. So I'm going to delete that. Then you've got your FAQ. FAQ you definitely need, guys. So make sure you keep the FAQ at the bottom. And again, go back to that GBT agent and tell him to make you some FAQs. Look, make FAQs. And then they've made you the FAQs. Now you don't need to do all 12. 6 is more than enough. I think the options that you've got here, which is around about 5, is more than enough to do. So obviously to change these, you click on them. The title would be the question. So for example, this is the question. So we'd put this here. Then we'll go back to the GBT and we'll just get this, come back here and just paste that in. and then that one's done. And then obviously you can do the rest of them, guys. I'm not going to do it with you guys on this video because it'll take too long, but you get the idea. It's just simply clicking on them and changing the text round. That's literally all you guys have got to do. Now, once you've done all those FAQs, guys, go all the way back to these images with text and make sure you add a button. So the button text should be buy now, and then you're going to get your little button at the bottom, and obviously you need to put the link here to the product, and then it'll take them back to the top. Now, my favorite one is actually see what our customers think. So that's actually my favorite option as the button text. Now, the button URL will actually take them to a page. So I'm going to show you how to do this in a minute. You're going to create a page that's just going to have a video on there, and it's going to be the video of the testimonial in a long form. So instead of it being 10 seconds, it'll be like a 30 to 60 second video. And then underneath it, it'll say buy now, and it'll take them back. Because sometimes when people come through your product page, they're not going to want to buy the product straight away, especially when it's a higher ticket product like this, $99. They're going to want to see some reviews. So if that link takes them to a video, then they watch the video, builds more trust, then they come back to buy. That sometimes works. Now, you don't need to see what customers think for the next one. For the next image, you could just put buy now. This is what you call dynamic. You just change it based on what you think is a good idea, and then you can click save. Remember to come back to those guys and fill them in later with the links. Now, the next section that we definitely need to start working on is the home page. We'll come back to the product page in a few moments once we're waiting for those videos. So if you go from default product to home page, now I've actually started filling this out a little bit just to make my life a little bit easier, but the first image should just be a carousel with one image, and you need to delete all the text on the right hand side. So on the right hand side, you're going to see loads of text. Just delete all of that, guys, and have it as a plain image. Now we're going to come back to this image and add text in the next few moments. Now this image that I got was through FreePic. I literally just sent them an image of a lifestyle photo of somebody wearing the jacket, and they recreated it with this person instead. So this is how I got this image. Then I did the same thing last time. I got this text that moves across left and right, and you just want to copy the same text you used on the product page but put it here. And then underneath this, guys, I put a single product to obviously the product that we're selling here, and I made some quick adjustments to basically what I want to see and don't want to see, like showing vendor, showing quantity fields. All of those things I just made sure I had turned on or off. And then underneath that, I'm just going to have FAQs. So literally, guys, that is my homepage. Image, these little texts going left to right, the product. Now, if you're going to be doing a collection of different products, then just put a collection page. Instead of single product, you'd put a collection page here instead. So if you're selling 10 of these, you'd put them here. Just to save time, guys, I'm only doing a one product store, so you'd add the one product here. But let's say, for example, I'm like this guy that's selling the women's version, the thermals. I would just add those as a collection on the homepage. And then the FAQs would be the same as the ones you did on the product page. And that's my homepage done. Now, most people don't go to your homepage because you're sending the traffic directly to the landing page. But if they were to come to your homepage, this is more than acceptable for me to be a homepage. Now we need to start working on the footer. So you can see here, if you click on the footer, you've got your logo on the right hand side that I've already uploaded, which is just the logo that I used for the header as well. I've turned off powered by Shopify. I've turned off payment icons. I've changed the background color to dark. Description, I've also deleted. Phone number, you should definitely put in. So you should get a virtual number. Adding a phone number to your website actually helps stopping getting your ads banned. So just make sure you had a phone number. Don't obviously use your personal, get a business phone number. You can use loads of virtual companies like OpenPhone. That's the company that I personally use. Now, to get your business email, I'm going to be talking about that after. We're going to be using Hostinger to get our business email set up. So just remember to come back and add that in later. And then where it says newsletter, we are going to make some slight adjustments to the newsletter. Now, I don't actually like having newsletter subscribe. I think it's a bit aggressive. So I actually take this out. And I just leave this text here and I change it to this, which is sign up to get exclusive offers, news, and more. So put that as the title and get rid of that as the subtitle. Now the title size, I make either H4 or H5. I think anything more than that is way too big. Then I leave the rest of the information as it is. The top padding is a bit too much for me, so I'm going to drop it to around about 7. The FAQ padding could be better at the bottom, so you see where it says bottom padding, I'm going to change that to around about 10. And there you go, that looks a lot better. Now if we go back to the footer again, you're going to want to go now down to where it says footer, and you're going to see the option for shop, company, legal. So personally, if you've not got a multi-product store, you don't need shop. If you've got a multi-product store, keep shop, because shop's going to be the menu. Now, obviously you can create a menu, which I'll show you guys how to do later. And then obviously company is going to be your company information, like refunds, policy pages and stuff like that are going to go here. Now company you can actually delete, guys. You can delete the company one. Now I changed the word legal to support. Now if you go back to the footer menu again and go to the description underneath the logo, that's where you're going to add the about us. So make sure you add it there, guys. And then once you've done that, we just need to create the menus a little bit later on. And then that part of the footer menu is done. So let me show you guys how to do the next bit correctly. So you want to go back to the Shopify dashboard, go to pages, click create page or add page. Now you're going to call this page customer reviews or customer testimonial. Then you're going to want to insert the video here by using an embed code. So you need to use a company like YouTube, Vimeo, or you need to use iframe to do this. So I'll be showing you guys how to do this later, but basically you need to upload a video to one of those platforms. It will give you an embed code and then you paste it here and then it will add the video through this. Now remember, this is the long form testimonial that we're going to add. So we've got a short form, we're going to create a long form. So you need to go back to the ChatGPT. You then need to ask it to create you a long form customer testimonial video that's 1 to 3 minutes long. Then once it gives you that script, you're going to go back here, you're going to use a different avatar, and this time you're going to change it to a 16:19 aspect ratio. And then once you've downloaded that video, upload it to one of those platforms and put it here, because this is the page we're going to use as a link to on the product page where it says find out about what our customers say, just in case they want that extra proof. Now if you go back to pages again, you want to click add page. Now this page is going to be about us, and you're going to copy your long form about us in here, not the short form, the complete long form. That's the long form about us, guys. So we're going to save that. Then we're going to add another page. This one's going to be the contact us, and then where it says page template default page, do contact and then click save. And then you're going to want to hit add page again. Now the next pages that you need to make is terms of service, refunds policy, shipping policy, privacy policy. So those are another 4 pages that you need to make. And in the cheat sheet, you will get those snippets of what you can copy and paste in here. Now, although I've given you the script to put in these pages, you need to read them and make sure you agree with them, because every product's different. If your product only has a short warranty or a long warranty, you might need to adjust it. But those are the other pages that you need to make. Now, once you've made all those pages, you're going to go back to navigation. You've got main menu. If you click on this, I usually delete catalog because I'm not using catalogs. I keep home, contact. I usually delete the home one as well, because all people need to do is click the logo to go home. Now what I do add is shop, then the product name, because it's a one product store. So shop thermostyle vest, and then the link is going to be products, and then it's going to be the vest, and then that's me done. Now if you're selling a collection or you're selling loads of different products, then you'd do a catalog or a collection page. But for me, I'm just doing that one product. Now where it says contact, change it to contact us and then click save. Now we're going to come back to the main menu a little bit later, because it'll make us add a few more items to the menu. So we'll come back to that later. Now if we go back down to the footer menu, this is where we add a lot of pages. So you want to delete this. You want to click add menu, go to where it says link, go to where it says pages, and you're going to see all your pages here. Now, all the pages that you need to add in the footer menu are going to be all of the legal pages, like terms of service, privacy policy, shipping policy, refund. All of those should go in the footer menu. And once you've added all those, guys, click save. Now, once you've done that, guys, if you refresh the Shopify editor, it should show those adjustments. So if you go back into the editor and you click navbar, you scroll down on the right-hand side, you're going to see mobile menu. You're going to click select, and you're going to select the one that we just made, which is main menu. Once you do that and you click the burger logo, you're going to see the items that we added to the menu. For me, it's just contact us and then shop the vest. Then we can click save. Then if you scroll all the way down and you go to, let's say, support, you want to go to where it says footer menu. And once you've done that, guys, those have also now been added. Now for shop, if you're selling like lots of variations like best sellers, new arrivals, you would create that menu and you would add those in, like best sellers, new arrivals, and then you would select that as a menu. But for me, I don't need this, so I'm going to delete it. Now, a few other things that we want to keep in mind is if we go back down to theme settings in the top left and you scroll all the way down to the bottom, you're going to see cart. Then you're going to see here it says show view cart. Now, for you to be able to do this, add something to the cart, because it's best to look at it when you're doing it. Now, you want to go back to those settings again, which is cart, and you want to go where it says show view cart link. So let's turn that on. Now, where it says show shipping rates feature, I would turn that off. Where it says show note field, keep that on. Show payment icons, keep it on. Where it says cart goal, keep it on, but change the value to 0, because when somebody adds to the cart, they're going to get this animation, which is congratulations, you're eligible for free shipping, which people really like. So make sure you keep that on. Now, if we go back to the settings again, theme settings, you're now going to go under the search here. You're going to see search in collections, show in pages, search in blog posts. I turn this one off if you're not doing blogs. Enable speech button, you can keep that turned on. Show popular products, so they'll show those popular products under your product listings. So I usually have that turned on. Then you've got product, which is show add to cart form. You can have that one turned on as well. Now, obviously this is purely down to preferences, guys. Then you've got social. Again, I would definitely recommend adding your Facebook and all your other social medias when you get them. Now, the next menu is also important because you've got color swatches, you've got size buttons, you've got currency selector. So it's really important to review those, guys, and make sure you're happy with the ones you've got there. Now, I'd recommend that you get all the way to the checkout, and then it's going to say customize checkout. You want to click that. Leave page, and now you can customize your whole checkout here in your configuration. So you're going to want to add your logo. You're going to want to put it in the center. I usually make this as big as I can. Now, accents should be your color accents of your branding. So make sure you change these to the right colors of your branding where it says color accents. And then where it says checkout layout, this is really important, guys. Make sure it's on one page checkout. This is super, super important, guys. And then where it says address auto completion, turn that one on. And obviously you can adjust this. Now my logo's on a black background. It should be on a white background if this is, you know, a white background in terms of the checkout page. So obviously I need to make sure I change that. Now you can actually change the position of where you want your logo at the top in the order summary or on the checkout form. I personally have it on the checkout form, and then you're good to go. And then once you're happy with your checkout page, click save. Now a few other things that you need to do, guys, is go to the settings in the bottom left, go to where it says payments, and this is where you're going to want to activate your Shopify payments, and you're also going to want to turn on PayPal. And then payment capture should always be automatically at checkout. You shouldn't mess around with any of that, guys. And then when you've done that, go to checkout, and then underneath customer contact method, phone number or email, show my link to customers to track their order. That's completely fine. Require customers to log into their account. You don't want that turned on. Require only last name. I require first and last name. Company name I put as optional. Marketing options, email pre-selected. Everyone does that. Personally recommend it. And then once you've done that, guys, come all the way back to the top and click save. Now the next thing that you need to do is your markets. So if you come to markets, you're going to see here, you need to set these up. So you want to hit add market. So guys, the next thing that you want to do is shipping and delivery. Come to shipping and delivery. Go to where it says general shipping rates for locations and zones. Click it. Then you want to scroll all the way down and you want to go to the one what says Zendrop. Zendrop's the most important one. And what you're going to want to do, guys, is I personally delete all of these. So I delete them all. Then I go to where it says add shipping zone. Now I call this one worldwide. Now, when you do zone name worldwide, the only Asian countries that I actually sell to is Singapore and the UAE. So I only have those selected, and Japan. And then if you keep scrolling down, you're going to see North America, have all those turned on, and Ocean Pacific. You want those all turned on, and then click done. And then you want to add a rate. You want to call this one free track shipping. And then you get a preview of what that'll look like, and you want to click done, and then you want to hit save. And then it's going to say customers in 35 countries or regions won't be able to check out because they're inactive. So go to markets, then go add market, and then you want to select all. And then once you've done that, guys, you want to go back down to shipping again, select on the general place. You want to go to edit zone, and you want to select all these countries again. Now you want to go back to shipping again, click add shipping zone, call this rest of the world. You want to select Europe, and then click done. And then click where it says add a rate, call this one free track shipping again, and then click done, and then click save. And then if you go back to markets again and click inactive to active, it should work, and click save. And then all your markets should now be active. Now, if you're not sure what markets you've activated, underneath the market you made under shipping, you'll see all the countries that are now active in that region. Now, it's really important, guys, that markets is active and turned on for all countries, because if it isn't, your store will still be working and running, but when people go to check out, they can't. So this is a big issue that a lot of beginners face. They don't turn markets on correctly. The markets aren't active in every country. So they think their store's working. They think, oh yeah, it's all working. people go to the checkout, it doesn't work because the shipping won't be active for them. Again, they can go through the whole funnel, but the shipping part will not work. So if you do not do this section, guys, correctly, your checkout will not work properly. Now, the next one to do is policies at the bottom. And this one here, guys, you just want to use the ones in the cheat sheet or the ones you've amended, which is shipping policy, terms of service, refund policy, and then contact information. And then you can turn on return rules if you want, guys. If you click manage, you can set this up here. Return window 30 days, free return, restock fee, final sale return. You can add all of this in here, guys, to obviously protect yourself and make life easier. Again, this should reflect on what your supplier said to you in the supplier section. Where should the refund go? How long should it be? So that should now be done in this. Now, if you go all the way to the top under general, this is where it says my store. You want to change this to your actual brand name. So we're going to change this to our brand name. You'll also need to add a phone number as well in there. And then in terms of the settings pages, guys, that's pretty much all done for you. So guys, if we go back to the product page, there is going to be an app that we're going to want to add, which is going to be a review app where you can get image reviews. Now, to do that, we're going to use LAI product reviews. They're completely free, and that's what I like about them. And they give you lots of customization. So once you've got this app and downloaded it, you want to click next step. Then you want to click activate app embed. That should just take you natively into the editor again. And then you should see embed blocks. You should have that enabled. And then once we've done that, we can then click skip, and then we can click import reviews. Now we're going to go to AliExpress, and what we're going to do is we're going to use the AliExpress link to do this. We're going to select our product that we're going to want to do this with. We're going to want to make sure it contains photos. Now, you're going to want to do this with the one that has the most reviews on AliExpress. This one's got 10,000 with 5,000 reviews. So we're going to get some decent ones out of this, which is really important. So I'm going to paste the AliExpress link here, contains photos, and then I'm going to click import. And now it's going to give me a wide range of reviews. Now, remember, guys, this product comes with a lot of reviews, so don't just rush for any of them. You want to go through all of these reviews and think to yourself, well, do these look good or do these look bad? Don't just think, oh, they're reviews, import them, read them, look at the photos and say to yourself, is it worth having them on the site? Now, once you've imported the reviews, they should show up under the review section here under approved, and you should see them show up. So once you go back to Shopify editor, come down to where it says app embed. And once you go to app embed, you're going to see all the apps and they're going to be embedded. Just make sure that's turned on. Then once you've done that, you can click add section, go to where it says apps, go all the way down to where it says LA Reviews, then go to where it says product review section, and then that now should add it in. And now you can see the reviews of your product being added in. Now, I usually leave this at the bottom of the landing page just because I feel like it's just an extra way to build trust. Now, what I would also say that you guys need to do is go into the settings inside of the app, go to the home section, go to where it says customize product review section, go to customize, and then you're going to see where it says default layout. And what you're going to want to do is you've got full compact rating. So if you do compact, it will show you what that now looks like. You got rating, that will show you what it looks like. Then you've got centered, that will show you what it looks like. Then you've got photo. Now, I personally liked compact the most, or I liked rating, or I like centered. So I'm going to leave mine at centered. And then you got body type, you got round grid, round list. So if you want them going down, round grid, you got square list, you've got square list with small photos. You can do a lot of things on here. Now, my favorite, guys, is the rounded list, just like this. Then you've got design, so you can choose the color. Now, you got rating icon colors, which means the stars. So you can change this to like gold and then change it to gold. Now, my branding is like an orangey color, so I might change it to orange to go with my branding. Then you've got section background. You might want to change this to black. Then you've got primary text color, changes to white. Now, once you've played with that, you can also change the actual font. Now, I'm going to change it to my branding font, so you scroll all the way to the top. And Anton is there, so I'm going to click Anton. Now, I don't like that Anton font. It's not like the Anton font that I usually use. So I'm going to try Open Sans instead. Now, once you've done that, you can go to header. Now, some of these features are unlocked, guys, if you're on the free plan. Now, I'm happy with the way mine looks, so I'm going to click save. And then if you go back to your Shopify store, they should be updated in that new formation. So you can see they've been updated now to look like this. So basically, all the customizations happen within the app, not on the Shopify editor. Now, the key when you're using this app is to make sure your fonts match, the colors match, and you're using good reviews. Don't just randomly pick reviews, because if you read them, some of them sound really stupid. Now, if you're struggling to get good reviews from one supplier, you might have to import reviews from a multiple different load of suppliers. So you might be able to get 2 good reviews from one supplier, 3 good ones from one supplier, and get to around about 8 to 10. I always say the sweet spot's between 5 and 10 for when it comes to these types of reviews. So guys, the next apps that we're gonna set up are gonna be our AOV and LTV apps. Now the first one's gonna be our bundles and offers and free gifts. So buy more, save more, offer. Now there's an example on the screen that I'm gonna show you how to do, which is with my thermal vest, which is where the more people buy, the more discounts they get on them, which means you make more money. Now, the pros are clear pricing and discounts, key benefits highlighted, bundle offers are transparent. The cons are simple basic offers in 2025 with poor copywriting just doesn't work. So the buy one, get one 20% off. That doesn't work anymore, guys. So you can also confuse the buyer with this as well if you do it wrong, where they might not understand it and they might just not even buy from you. So you might even kill the original order because they get overwhelmed. So you've got to be very careful with how you set these up. Now, one of my favorite offers are buy more, save more offer. So you can see here on the left-hand side, it says buy one and you save $40. Buy two, you save $105. Buy 3 for the price of 2 plus a free gift. So those are the types of ways that I like to lay mine out now that I find converts the best. Remember, strong copywriting emphasizing the customer buys 3 and they'll get them for the price of 2 plus a free gift. It sounds somewhat compelling. Now, the only issue with this offer is it's one of the most used offers in the industry of dropshipping. So customers might get fed up with it by now. So you just got to be careful. Although this is good, people might not bite to it the same way they used to. So this is my favorite bundle or offer. This is the one that I find works the best, converts the best, and makes me the most money. So if we look on the left, we can see on this phone, Ultimate Winter Warmth Bundle, free gift. Self-heated vest, which is usually $49.99, plus a long sleeve heated coat, which is usually $89.99, plus a pair of gloves, which is $49.99. So you buy them for a total of $94, but they were worth $189. So you do what we call a very aggressive bundle offer where you show them a massive savings on what they would get. This usually works the best for me. And when you throw in a free gift as well, which is one of the items, so they only get the free gift if they add more to their cart. So if they add, for example, the instant heat vest and they add the self-heating coat, they get the gloves for free. So they have to get 2 for 1. So if they get 2, they get 1 for free. That's usually the best offer for me that works. So guys, the next app we're going to set up is Tidio or Tidio Live Chat. I always fail to pronounce this one right, but it is a crucial app for your customer support success and keeping the customers happy. So you want to go to the Shopify App Store and download Tidio Live Chat, which is this one just here, guys. And it's free to use. Once you've downloaded it, click it, and it will take you to this page here where you need to create an account or log in. Once you've created an account or log in, you're just going to click the green button. So then it'll take you onto an onboarding process. It'll say, what's your name? So type in your name. I'm going to put Camille. Then it's going to say, which department do you work in? Website development, sales, IT. I'm a business owner is the best one to do. Then it's going to say, what tools and channels do you currently use to customize with your support? And then you put in, I'm just going to get started. What's your primary business model, e-commerce online store? What industry are you in? Try and answer this as accurate as possible. So I'm going to put pets, products and services. How many customers do you have? I don't know. And then click next. How many visitors do you attract at the moment? Put I don't know. How many customer support agents do you have at the moment? Just me. Click next. Now it's going to give you an option. Automate my support systems with AI, generate leads, increase sales, offer live support. Now the two that I would recommend for you guys is this one and this one. But for now, let's do automate my support with AI chatbots. Then it's going to say, how would you like to interact with your customers? It's going to say email, website live chat is my favorite, then click let's go. Now we need to set up the AI agent and they call it Lyro AI chat. So you want to click set up Lyro AI, then you want to go to where it says let's go. Then you can connect it to your mailbox, which we'll do later on once I show you guys how to get a mailbox. Now you want to go into configuration, guys, and then it'll say active. Lyra responds always, so I always keep it on always. Then it's going to say live chat and you can integrate it into Messenger, Instagram, WhatsApp, and I'll be honest with you guys, I'd recommend that you do all of those if you can. Then it says email. When we get a mailbox, we'll do this later. That way it syncs everything so you don't miss anything. Then if you go up to personality, you want to describe your business so the AI chatbot can tailor their responses to your customers. So this is actually really, really important. So I'm going to paste in the About Us section so that it's got it. Then it says tone of voice. So you've got neutral, friendly, or formal. Personally, I like to do neutral. Then you've got data sources. So this is where Lyra will find out information about your brand, your products, to then give the right information to your customers if they ask. Now, this can take a little bit of time for it to work. Now, the next thing that I want you guys to do is to come to the bottom left where the settings cogwheel is, and let's start customizing the look. So you got background color, gradient 1. Now, I'm going to go for gradient 10 because it goes with my branding, either 10 or 11 goes with my branding. I'm going to stick to 10, guys, because I think it looks the best. Then you've got content home. So you've got chat, you've got pre-chat survey, and you've got home. So let's stick to home for now, guys. You can put your logo or you can put an operator colleague as a face image. It's up to you guys what you want to do. I put operate colleague instead. Then you've got header where it says hi there. And then the message says, welcome to our site, ask us anything. I actually changed both of these. I don't like any of these. I put welcome to Thermostyle, ask us anything about our products. That's what I like to put because you don't want to put our site. It sounds generic, so put your brand name. And then where it says hi there, that's fine. I don't mind leaving that. It's completely up to you guys. Then you've got conversation starters, which is very, very important. I always turn on, do you offer discount codes? Because I really like that one. What is my order status? I also like that one. And what is the return policy? So those are the 3 key ones for me that I found in the past that people will trigger. Then you've got online status. We typically reply immediately. We typically reply within a few minutes. And then you've got an offline message. Now, again, I would recommend that you change this depending on how you're going to be active and how many bots you're going to set up to answer those questions. Then you've got pre-chat survey where they can enter their email to sign up to the newsletter, and you can get back to them if you can't get back to them already. I always add name as well, guys. It's really important that you add email and name so you know who you're addressing. And then where it says minimize, I would change this from chat with us to we are here to help. It just sounds a lot more friendlier in my opinion, and I prefer it. Then once you've done that, guys, you can go to where it says chat page. And this is where we can start customizing the company URL, the header, the welcome message, the chatbot URL, and then the title. Now, of course, the company URL is the one that we bought from .store domain. The header can be anything you want. Now, where it says personal and account, I would change this to a fake name because this is going to be the stuff that they use for your icon and your chat agent name. So whether you want to use your real first name, it's up to you. I go to an AI image generator, so text to image generator, and I just say, make me a online chat support avatar, and it will make you one. And then you can upload the image here. Then that way you've got a custom image as an avatar, as an agent. Then you've got operating hours, so are disabled. So it's up to you if you want them on, or you can turn them off. I turn them off. There's no need to have them on in my opinion. And then I want you guys to come to the flow section on the left-hand side. You're going to see strategies, sales flow, lead flow, and support flows. So let's start off with support flows, and then it's going to give you loads and loads of support flows. So the track your order on Shopify is one of the best you can do. So I'd recommend that you go with this one, guys. Click learn more. Then you can click use this template, and then it's going to give you this diagram here. Visitor clicks the flow launcher. Visitor says check order status. Then there's a delay. Then flows engaged. Now, as soon as you've done that, guys, you can activate it. And how that flow works is the order number will match the tracking number so that the AI bot will then go and scan that, come back, and then give them the response time. So that one's really easy to do. You can go to add template again. You can go to win back, close deal, upsell, or all. So the discount for new visitors is a really good one, guys. That works really well. So you want to click learn more. You want to click use this template. And it says here, hi, nice there to see you. We have a 10% coupon code for new customers. Click save. Then it says, here is the code. Enjoy shopping. Now, obviously, you need to go and make the code. So you need to go back to Shopify. You need to go down to where it says discounts. And then you need to click create a discount code. Then you want to go to product discount. And then you want to go to where it says discount code. You're going to call this one live chat 10. Then you can do percentage as 10%. Then it says specific collections or specific products. And then you can browse the products. So I'm going to do this one. No minimum requirements, all customers, limit number of use. So limit to 1 per use is what I usually do. And then you can click save. Then you can click save discount. Then you can go back to Tideo, paste in the coupon code and click save. And then you can click save again. And then you can click activate. And then once you've done, guys, you've done that one as well. And then you can click add from template again. Honestly, guys, it's up to you how many you want to do, how many you want to make. It's completely to you. Obviously, don't go over the top too much because you're going to spam people. They're going to get annoyed. But use the live chat to really enhance the experience on the store. Now, in my opinion, you guys are going to get the most value from the Lyro AI chatbot, in my opinion, just because it's AI based and it will go out there and do most of the research on its own. So what I'd recommend that you guys do is go for the subtle flows, but then really invest your time into doing add knowledge. Now you can manually add knowledge to Lyro by importing a CSV file, adding manually questions and answers. So this could be Q&A. What I would do is I would get ChatGPT to make all the frequently asked questions for your product based on other competitors, put that into a CSV, upload it here, then the chances of it knowing all the answers are going to be very high. And then once you've added all the knowledge, go to test Lyro, and this is where you need to start testing to see if the knowledge is making sense. But honestly, this is the key for you guys, investing time and power into this, because this will save you a lot of time and a lot of hassle. So now, guys, what I'd recommend that you do is once you've started messing around with Tideo Live Chat AI, go back to your store once it's been activated and start messing around with it. Start speaking to it, start seeing how it behaves, because at the end of the day, this is going to be a massive factor to your retention rate. And if it's not been done correctly, it can either damage you or make you more money. Because if it's done wrong, it can just annoy people. But what I've also done for you guys is in the cheat sheet, I've given you loads of behaviors you can do, lots of information on how to use it. But it's all down to personal experience and what you're selling. It's really hard to just generically use Tideo apart from the flows and sending it the Lyro AI knowledge base, but those are the best ways to use it in my opinion. And look at it as your companion as when you're a startup. As a startup, it's your best friend because that will be your VA when you haven't got one. So guys, now I want to teach you how to set up the free gifts and the bundles correctly. So what you want to do is go back to the App Store and download BOGOS.io free gifts. It's completely free to use. Once you've downloaded them, click on the app. Make sure the BOGOS status is enabled. Basically, go back to the Shopify editor, go to apps, and then go to embedded and make sure it's turned on. Then you're gonna see in the left-hand section, all offers. Now you can see I've already got one made. It's called buy one and get one free. So that's buy something and you get one for free. Now, if we're gonna create a new offer, you're gonna come to the top right and click the drop-down menu, and you're going to click create gift. Now the offer title is going to be buy to get free gift. So buy. Now you can see it says here start and end time. You don't need an end time. Now offer main condition, add a main condition. Now it's not cart value, it's not cart quantity, it's specific product condition. So you're going to click that and then click add condition. Number of products required should be 1. Then it says this condition will apply to, you select your product. Gifts will be the same as the selected products. So track by variant or track by product. You can track by variant. Then you can select the product, then click select product. So for example, let's say the heated Coke, click select, then offer sub condition. Now when you're doing this, guys, you can see the summary of how it's going to work. Buy to get free gift, the start time, the main condition, the sub condition, which is optional. I don't usually do this, and then the gift itself. Now usually how I do it is, let's say for example, somebody was to buy this heated instant Coke, they would get a free pair of gloves in return. So I'm going to click edit and I'm going to go to where it says heated gloves. I'm going to click select. So basically, if they buy my instant heated Coke, they're going to get a free pair of instant gloves. Now, when you're doing buy the product, get the free gift model like this, it only works properly if the free gift is cheap to buy and has a high perceived value. So those gloves are going to cost me $6 to buy, but they have a $40 perceived value. That's going to make people want to do this offer. Now, the one thing that I do like about this app is if you go to customize, the offer customization that I like is the gift slider. This is the one that I usually use myself. So you can see here, I can add 4 products and it shows it as a gift slider. This is what I usually use when I'm doing this, just because I think it looks the best. You can see on mobile, on desktop, what this looks like. This to me gives me the best perception of what I want personally. Now, obviously you need to go back to your page, test to see if it's working. Does it look right? Does it look nice? Don't just do this and make your page look nasty. This should appear underneath the product itself. So not on top of it, not on the side of it. It should appear next to it or below it. That's the only time. Or it should be offered as a gift in the cart. So you can give it in the gift as a cart. But usually you just want it on the landing page next to the product. This is to get the people that are interested but need a pull to get in. That's all you're trying to do here. Now, the great thing about this app is they have a great customer support team. So if you're having any issues with setting them up, getting the visuals to be right and stuff, they can all help you do that. That's the one thing that I love about certain apps on Shopify. How good is the customer support? Are they willing to go out their way to help me? And this is one of the apps that really do help when it comes to setting up stuff like this. It can be a little bit fiddly, but you just have to spend a little bit of time with it, understand what you're trying to do, and understand the different offers that you can do. Now, in the cheat sheet, I've given you a whole list of offers that you could possibly do, like buy this, get a free ebook, or buy this, get a free ebook, and get a free product. But they've all been listed in the cheat sheet on how you can do. But remember, the goal with this, guys, is to buy the product cheap, get the big perceived value, and then they'll buy the product. Because if you're giving away a really expensive product as a free gift, you've eaten all your margin. There's no point in doing that. Now, the next app you need to do bundles, this is where they buy more to save more, is called Bundler. And once you've got the app Bundler, you're gonna see it says create bundle. Then it's gonna give you an option which is classic bundle, standalone product bundle, mix and match bundle, volume discount, sectioned mix and match bundle, tiered bundles, and these are all the options you've got. Now, I like to do the mix and match bundle, which is this one here. Then it's going to say bundle discount. So what is the name of your bundle? You can do mix bundle. Then it says here, get a discount, buy these products together and get a discount. Total, price template, which is the original, which is the discount, call to action button, add to cart, text under the call to action button, discounts will be applied at checkout, priority sequence, bundle status active, show bundle widget for this bundle, show. Then you've got the branding colors here, guys, so you can choose the colors that you want. Then you've got percentage, fixed amount, set discount, fixed bundle price, or without discount. Now, I usually do a fixed bundle price. Now, for you to be able to do a fixed bundled price, it would mean you need to know what the margins are on the bundle. So if you're setting up a certain bundle, how much are they going to save? Now, if you're going to struggle to figure that out, which is what you'll make individually on each product, and then figure out what you can give away, do a percentage discount. And I would do personally 40%. Then it says bundle product level. Product level is important. Automatically add new product variants. I wouldn't do that. Then you're going to select the products that you want to bundle. So for me, it's going to be the heated jacket, the heated gloves, and the instant heat vest. Now it says discount conditions advanced. I would do buy required non-discounted products. So what I would do is make the heat vest a required product. So you see here, I'm going to make the instant heat coat the non-discounted product, which means they only get the discounts on the two other products. Now, it's completely up to you guys how you want to do this based on what you think is going to work best for your products. So I don't know what your margins are, and I don't know what you're trying to do in terms of profitability. Again, the more aggressive you go, the more likely you are to convert. But again, you can also raise speculation on why you're trying to do this. This is the one that I've done on my site here, which is if you buy all of these, you're going to get it for £99 or $99 when all of this is usually $400. So for some people, they might think this is a little bit far-fetched, right? They might look at this and be like, this seems a little bit too good to be true. So you got to be careful with how aggressive you get with this, because if you get too aggressive, you're going to raise speculation. If it's just right, you're going to be like, people are like, okay, it makes sense. Now, the copywriting is the ultimate winter bundle. Get the self-heating gloves, coat, vest in one exclusive bundle. Now, it's important that you put the copywriting like this in the right section. So you can see here, title, description. This is where you're going to be putting that information. Now, if the copywriting doesn't make sense in the bundle, people again are going to be put away. So if you explain why you're doing this, it might work. We only have 30 left in stock. You could do something like last stock bundles or something like that. You could explain why you're giving it away for so cheap. You're just trying to get rid of it. So by doing that, you're going to help increase the chances of doing this. Now, so what I'd say to you guys anyway is the free gift is a must. Like, it's a must if you want to help your conversion rate increase. The bundles is an option if you want to increase AOV. Again, AOV is important, especially when you scale, because your margins are going to drop. So when you scale on ads, your margins drop, which means if your AOV doesn't increase, you're going to make less money. So it's really important to do bundles. You don't have to do it necessarily now, but you definitely need to do it as soon as you get a few orders and you're consistently getting sales. Now, the next type of discount or bundle you can do is through Shopify. So go to discounts, click create discount, and do where it says buy X and get Y. So this is called product discount. This is the one where it shows buy 3, save on 2, something like that. So this is where you set this up, guys. So you can do discount code or you can do automatic discount. So there you can click generate random code. Then where it says customer buys minimum quantity of items. So you can put the quantity here. You can do selected products. You can select your product. So let's say I'm doing this one here. Customer gets selected product again. Percentage they would get is 10%. They would have to do 1, then 2, and then we can do more, set a maximum of usage per time. You don't have to do that if you don't want to. Now you can play around with this, guys, depending on how you want it to be laid out. Now I will say the Shopify's version is very limited to how you can do it. But I think if you're new to doing this, guys, the Shopify one's more than enough. Usually 3 bundles is more. So like buy 1 and then there's 2 that they can save on. So they save 10% on the first one, 20% on the second one is a good option, but you shouldn't have to go further than that. Bundle Bear is a great alternative option if you want to go more advanced into, mass bundles and doing crazy features. The Shopify one, like I'm showing you now, which is the buy X and get Y, is good to do, your first few buy X plus Ys, they can work really, really well. But usually for most beginners, I would just stick to using it this way because it's going to be cheaper and more cost effective in my opinion. So just play around with this, guys. Again, be a little bit more aggressive on the discounts when you're doing this, especially if you're only doing it on a low quantity. If you're doing a high quantity, obviously the percentage needs to be lower. So guys, now I've shown you the foundation of building your store. I want to show you the most powerful way that you can customize your store in any way you want. You can make it look however you want, any way you want, and you can literally create your own custom theme basically after you've built the foundations that I've just shown you. Now, this will require a little bit more skill, but I'm going to show you how to do it. Now, the best way to do this is look for a competitor that is selling your product. So I've gone back to Google, typed in heated vest, and you want to look at some of your most known competitors. So for example, I'm going to look at their website. Now, the reason why we're going to want to do this is because if our competitors have parts of their website that we want on ours, we can do that with what I'm about to show you. So if we open up that competitor's website and go to one of their product pages, and if we scroll down and we really like this section here, so this little snippet here, we can recreate that with custom code. Now, don't worry, when you hear custom code, you're going to be like, wow, that's way too advanced. Now with AI, it's never been easier, and with a little bit of education, you're going to be able to do it. So if you want to add custom sections in like this and like this, we can do that. Now, you're going to want to look through all your main competitors to see if there is any decent ones that you can use. So like if I go to this site, personally, I don't think this site's very good. There's another one here called Toast Buddy. Again, I don't think this website's anything special, so I'm going to call it a miss. But this website, on the other hand, I like this section. I like this section. Now, so let's say I want to recreate this whole landing page and put it on my landing page. So let's say we want to add that whole section to this landing page here that I've just shown you how to create. Now, all we need to do is open up ChatGPT, and I want you guys to open up Liquid Programming. So this is the app on there that you need. It's called Liquid Programming. It will be in the cheat sheet. Now, Shopify uses something called Liquid. So Liquid is what they use to code. So as long as you got Liquid, it's very easy to recreate because AI is going to redo it for you. Now, this is the app that I'd recommend if you want to do liquid programming, which is what we're going to do. But now there is a new version with ChatGPT, and it's called 3.0. Now, you can either use that app in ChatGPT, the liquid one, or you can use the new model that ChatGPT's made, which is O3 Mini High. Now, I don't know if this is free or for paid, but the app that I showed you prior, I believe, is free. Now, this is the new AI on ChatGPT that's more advanced, and it's designed for code. So it's designed to do code. Now, regardless of whichever one you're going to use, you need to tell it this prompt. I want you to make me a product page on Shopify using Liquid. Now, whilst we're waiting for it to understand our question, we need to go back to that competitor store that we might want to reuse sections from, because we need to know if they're on Shopify. Because if they're not on Shopify, it won't work. Because again, we're going to be using this as an example, and if it's not using Liquid, they're not going to be able to recreate it. Now, how to do this is you're going to right click on your mouse and you're going to go to where it says view page source. Then you're going to click Command F and it's going to show you the search prompt. Now we can search for a word, and the word you're looking for is Shopify. So as soon as you type in Shopify, you're going to see now in their code if Shopify exists. Now, if Shopify exists on that competitor store that you might want to recreate from, then you know it's using liquid web or custom web, whatever you want to call it. So that means that we can use this as an example with AI. If it hasn't got Shopify, then you're not going to be able to do it. Now, most stores on e-commerce are running Shopify, but you do need to double check using this method. Now, with this AI model that I'm using, which is the O3 mini model, it's going to tell me the example of how Shopify code works and how you need to edit it, which I'll show you in the next few moments. But after this has been sent, you're going to say, I'm going to send you an example of what I want remaking. Now, when you give it the prompt of an example that you want remaking, do not send the link. I don't recommend sending them the link. Now, in this example, I will, because I need to save time and I'm already screen recording. And going back onto screen recording, the best thing you can do is either take a photo or take a video of the page. So hypothetically, let's say I want this section remaking here. I can either take a screenshot of it or you can take a video of it. Now, I think that works better than sending it links. I find that it struggles when you send it links. Now, in this instance, guys, because I'm already recording my screen for you guys, I'm going to send it the link anyway, just to show you an example of how the output works. Now, once you've done that, again, I've used the link, and remember, don't use links, guys, because it doesn't work as well. It's going to give you the liquid that you can copy. So all of this is what we need. And then it's going to explain the next steps of how to do it. Now, I personally find this very hard to follow, so I wouldn't recommend that you follow these instructions. Now, this is the bit that you need, the liquid code. Now, you can click copy. Then the next thing that you need to do is go back to your Shopify store, go to the theme section, go to the three buttons and go to where it says edit code. Then you're going to have to mess around with templates, and you're going to have to mess around with these folders here. Now, in this free course, I'm not going to be showing you how to mess around with these folders because it's very complex and it's way above my knowledge grade. But I am going to show you a video that you can watch where this gentleman will teach you the ins and outs of how to do it. So this is the video here, Shopify Coding 101. I'll put the link in the cheat sheet. This is a 47-minute video, but it's worth watching the whole 47 minutes because if you do, you'll learn how to code, or you'll understand how the folder system works on Shopify so that you can mess around with the code and build whatever store you want. Now, once you've learned this, guys, it's a hack. It's literally a hack because you can create whatever product page you want. You don't need to pay for paid themes. You don't need to hire crazy developers because you're going to know how to do it yourself because you're leveraging AI to do it for you, and then you're learning how to add it to your store. Now, the power doesn't just finish there, guys. Once you open up these blocks, so let's say I edit this block here, you're going to have custom CC at the bottom. Now, custom CC is a line of code that you can write. Now, custom CC is very powerful because if you don't like this section, let's say you don't like the way the text is positioned here, or you don't like the font, with custom CC, that gives you the editing rights to be able to adjust anything here. So the point that I'm trying to make is if you want the full complex editing of your store, you can use custom CC. Now you might be thinking, I don't know how to write custom CC. You don't have to, guys. You can take a print screen of this, send it to the AI model, say to them that I don't like the way that it's been done. Can you redo it in this format? And then it will write you the custom CC to then add here, and it will readjust it for you. So if you don't like the way the text has been done, you don't like the positioning, you don't like the lining, it will do it for you. Now, the point that I'm trying to make here, guys, is if you learn this, which I believe is so easy now with AI because it writes the code for you, all you need to do is understand what is written and where to put it, which is the easiest part, by the way. You will have full control over how you can build your store. Basically, all the limitations go. Now, one thing that I'm going to say to you guys is once it writes you this code, you're going to add it to your store and it might not be perfect the first time round. Don't expect when you do this straight away, it's going to be perfect. You will have to readjust this quite a lot. So don't think the first time round, it's going to be perfect. You're going to have to come back to the AI model, tell it where it's gone wrong, get it to redo it. And eventually, maybe third, fourth time, it will be the way you want it to be done. But this is like the advanced section of how to edit your store. And I do believe that this is the best way to do it, guys, because you will get whatever you want out of your store. Now, with that being said, guys, let's move on to the next stage. And remember, the videos that I'd recommend to learn the code will be linked in the cheat sheet and you can just go to this video here by this YouTuber.
So guys, the next app that I would recommend, this is more of an optional app. It's not a mandatory app, is Bon Loyalty. It's free to use, guys, and I would definitely recommend it. So this is the name of the app here, Bon Loyalty, and obviously it's within the name. It's designed to create a loyalty program with your customers. It's to create LTV, which is inspiring long-term value of your customer. So once you've downloaded the app, it should bring you to this welcome page and you want to hit next. Then you want to encourage customers to purchase more with reward points. A customer earns 1 point for every dollar. That's what I would recommend, is $1 per point or 1 point per dollar. And then you want to click next. Don't let customers sit on their points. For every 100 points, customers can redeem it for what? 10% off, 10% USD, or 10% off the shipping. I always do 10% USD, so they get $10 off the value. I find that converts the best. Then you can do a referral program to attract more customers and boost sales. So I just leave this as the one they give me and click next. And then you can go to where it says you're ready to be on board. So the first thing we need to do is go to Shopify customer accounts. And then you want to go down to where it says configuration with apps and click customize. And then you want to go to settings here and click loyalty program status turn on. And then you want to enable it on your storefront by going to themes here by clicking this button. And then you can see here it's now been enabled, and you can change the pop-up from flip to fade. So you can either have it as faded or you can have it as flip. Then you can set up the duration of how long the pop-up stays. Now, what I'd also say, guys, is if you've got the live chat on the bottom right, you might want to move the live chat to the bottom left, if that makes sense. Or do vice versa, move the rewards to the left-hand side and keep the live chat on the right-hand side. The next thing we need to do, guys, is go down to where it says branding, and then we need to go to where it says widget icon in the top right, click customize. Then you can change the page visibility from hyperlink to placement. So like I said to you guys before, because I've got the live chat on the right hand side, I'm now going to move this to the left hand side. And then once we've done that, guys, click save. And now if we go back to our store again and click refresh, you can see now the rewards is coming up on the bottom left-hand side now instead of coming up on the right-hand side. That way they don't overlap each other. Now, if we go back to the visibility, if you want this hidden on mobile, then you can do that based on visibility. Now, once we've done that, guys, we can go down to where it says theme, customize. Now, change visibility to colors, and this is where we can start to change it to our branding again. So if our branding is orange, which mine is, we can change it to orange. Now, we can only make slight adjustments on the branding on the free plan, which I think is more than enough. So I'm happy with those, so I'm going to click save. Now the next thing that you might want to be, the next thing that's important is the email. So if you go to where it says email customize, now you can turn on these emails. So for example, you can send emails out as a welcome, as earn points, redeem points, happy birthday. Now in my opinion, I'd recommend that you turn every single one of these on and you customize it. So you can customize it like this. And this is a great way for you to get people to incentivize and build points and loyalty with the brand. Then you've got point programs where you can earn points, referral program. Then you've got VIP tiers and redeem points. So if you go down to where it says earn points setup, you can see all the earn point setups that you can do. You can do redeem points. You can look at all of the different point programs that you can set up. Now, if we go back to the Shopify store, we should now be able to see that this has changed color to orange. So you can see now it's gone with the branding. It's now more of an orange color. So if I click that now, you can see how it works. So guys, the next app that I'd recommend that you download is UpPromote Affiliate Marketing. Now this is definitely most crucial if you're going to be doing influencer marketing. You're going to need this app. So I'm going to be teaching you guys how to do influencer marketing later on. And if you are going to be doing that, then this is a must-have if you're going to do so. Now, UpPromote is a one-stop shop for you guys to set up affiliates, which is also influencers. You can create coupon codes for them. You can create commission plans for them. So you're basically going to automate having influencers working with the brand. It will create them a unique code, tracking code, coupon codes. You can give them assets. You can also put them on automated commission plans so that it's systemized. You're going to need a tool like this to do that. Now, they do offer a free plan that pretty much facilitates what you're going to need if you're going to be doing influencer marketing. And of course, if you do really aggressive influencer marketing, you're going to need to choose one of their paid plans. Now, if you're interested in setting UpPromote correctly so that it works with your brand really well, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put an old video from 2001 and I'm going to add it here. Now, the reason why I'm going to put an old video here is because it's not changed since then. It's literally stayed the same in terms of the setup, how to set up the tiers,
all of that has remained the same. So what I'll do is I'll go back to 2021 and place that video here just to show you guys how to set up the app. Now, if you're not interested in influencer marketing, you can just move on to the next stage.
Once you download the app, you'll be greeted with a quick start process, and this is a great process to watch and read if you're not very tech savvy and you're not used to affiliate marketing. I definitely recommend you give it a read and give it a watch, because UpPromote's done a great way of teaching you guys how everything works inside of the app. And then once you go through all that, it will take you to a quick process setup. Now, this is just a quick way to set up everything. Now, I don't recommend you do this because I'm going to be teaching you how to do it the full version way instead, but I'd recommend you give it a quick look anyway, just so you understand all the different features. Now, once you've gone along, click exit, and the first thing that you want to do is you want to go to pricing. Now, I will recommend you go for the professional plan, and that is currently the plan that I'm currently on right now, and this is the plan that you're going to need to be able to get the same features as the features that SaleDress used for their affiliate marketing program to help them achieve over $1 million in revenue. So once you've chosen your plan, and again, like I said, I'd recommend the professional plan if you want to be able to have the same features as SaleDress. Then what you want to do is you want to head over to programs, and when you head over to programs, the first thing that you want to do is you want to make a new program. Now, you want to be following along with the cheat sheet because this will make life a lot easier, and you want to hit add new, and then when you click add new, what you want to do is in the name you want to go into the cheat sheet and you want to scroll down, and you'll see here it says affiliate program tiers, and what you want to do is you want to copy and paste this into the actual form. So you can see here we're going to go back here and we're going to put where it says name, paste it in there, and in the description you're just going to take all of these actual benefits and you're going to put them in the description like that, and then you're going to click active to mean that the actual program is active, and then you can see here flat rate per order. You're going to change this to percent value, and you're going to do simple, and the amount you're going to be doing on this one is showing here. So you can see here it does show you how much you need to do, which is currently 5%. Now, once you've done this, you want to make sure that you exclude shipping and you exclude taxes, because it's important that you do so. And then you want to go to where it says here, disabling commission for self-referral. You want to turn that one off, meaning that if they refer themselves, they get paid. You don't want them to be able to do that. Lifetime commission, that's basically meaning that it doesn't matter what that customer orders after the first order they do with that store. If they go on to order another 6 items, maybe 3 months down the line, they'll get paid commission on that as well. So lifetime commission means that it doesn't matter what customer they bring to you, if they order it, if they order stuff after a year, 2 years, they still get paid on that customer. So if you have that enabled, then you will give them that commission throughout the whole life. Now, I only do this on the platinum tier or the gold tier in my instance. I don't do it for the first 2 tiers. So I have that actually turned off. And then once you do that, you can actually add that. And then what you want to do is you want to add another program. So then what you would then do is you'd go back to programs again and you'd click add and you'd hit add new. And then the same thing again, you're going to go back to the cheat sheet and you're going to do the next one, which is called the silver program. Copy and paste that into name, and then in the description you're going to do the same again, copy that into there, turn it on, change the flat rate to percent, and remember all the percent values are shown here. Now, based on your own store and your profit margins, you can decide on what you want to do. Now, if we go back over here, what you want to do is you want to do the same again. Do not turn lifetime commission on if you're going to be following my tactics. I don't do that one. But now you're going to be adding a new program, so you're going to go back to programs again after you've saved that one, and you're going to be adding the next one, which is our gold program. Now, you're going to be doing the same again, copy and paste everything in, and then this time you want to be turning lifetime commission on, because these are the ones for the people that have done really, really well. Now, what I'm going to do quickly is I'm going to be going through the different tiers that we've got. So everybody will start off on the bronze ambassador program or affiliate marketing. You can call it an ambassador program, you can call it an affiliate program, it's up to you, but everybody will start on this one. Now, if we have a look at the programs that I've currently got set up, you can see that this is classed as the default. So once you've done this, guys, you want to make sure that you make this the default by just clicking the little circle. Now, UpPromote will give you a tier system already made. I've deleted that one by just clicking the bin symbol, but to delete it, you'll need to create a new one. You can't delete it if it's the only one, if that makes sense. Now, once you've done that, this is the standard one they'll be on once they join the affiliate program. Now, what do they need to do to actually go up a tier? So you can see here, earn $30 and you'll be moving up to the silver tier. So once they've earned $30 in commission, then they will automatically move to the silver program. You can see here, they'll be moved to the silver program. Then if they want to get promoted to the gold program, they'll have to earn at least $175 in commission to move to the gold tier, and then they will be on the gold tier, and that will really entice them then to go out there and smash it with the affiliate program. Now again, those are the frameworks that I've given you guys. You don't need to follow those exact ones, but those are the ones that I personally recommend. So once you guys have done that, then what you want to do is you want to head over to where it says auto tier commission. And what this will do is it will actually help you automate the process. So once they hit those thresholds on commission, they'll automatically get promoted without you having to do it manually. So what you want to do is you want to change the level condition to commission value, and you want to turn it on, and you want to keep level 1 the basic one, and then you want to add a new level by clicking add new level, and you want to select the next program and then put the commission that they need to be upgraded to the next one in, and then you can see here, then they get upgraded to the next one, and then you do the same again for the level 3, and then you put the value in here to get them to be upgraded on here. And once you've done that, they'll automatically be upgraded to the next tier based on the commission that they brought into you as a store, which helps streamline everything and make everything a lot easier for you. So the next thing that you guys want to do is you want to head over to the settings in the bottom left of the tab, and then you want to go to where it says general, and you want to put your contact email address in here, and you want to make sure that the email address in here is the one for your store, like info@your store name or contact@your store name. And then you want to make sure that this is turned on, and then the brand name needs to be whatever the brand name is for your store, and then the subpath should be whatever your store name is as well. And then you want to upload your logo here, and then the default affiliate link is here, but I also have it as affiliates are allowed to customize their own link if they want to, because obviously they want to have their own name in their link, which looks more professional. And then what you want to do is you can actually do a generated short affiliate link here by using Bitly. Personally, I don't do it, but you can if you want to. And then you want to be doing tracking by coupon. You want to turn that one on, and you also want to have auto generate coupon. That way it'll save you a lot of time. And how you do that is you want to hit set up coupon, and you want to go to Shopify, and you want to create a discount, and you want to call it influencer. And once you do that, you want to put the name of the coupon in here, and once you've done that, it will work automatically. And in terms of, this is the actual coupon that the influencer and their users will get. So when they promote something on their story, if that influencer's subscriber or follower uses that coupon, they get how much off. So I normally do it as 5 or 10%. And then once you've done that, they'll automatically get coupons. And then you want to have chat with affiliates turned on, which makes them be able to contact you if you need to. And then you want to have auto activate affiliates on, and you want to make sure that all of these are turned on, especially require the W9 form submission. This is basically a tax form that they need to fill out, so you don't get into trouble. So make sure you always have that one turned on. And once you've done that, hit save changes. So once you've done that, you want to move on to analytics, and you want to turn both of these on, and then you want to move to payment. And the next thing that you want to do is you want to have PayPal on, and you want to have store credit on, and you want to have export invoices as well. That way, instead of the influencer keep asking you for invoices, they'll automatically be done. Message bar you don't want to have turned on. Integrations, I'm going to be going over that in a little bit later with you guys, and the one that I do on here is the Tyler live chat, so I'll come back to this at the end, but I'm going to go over the next things for you. So then what you want to do is staff accounts, and this enables people to be VAs on here when they chat with affiliates. So guys, we now move on to the fun part of the setup, which is setting up the affiliate registration. Now where it says affiliate guide, you can miss that bit out. I personally don't change it, I keep it as default. Now affiliate registration is basically this, guys, I'm going to show you right now, which is the form that they fill out to become an affiliate. And as you guys can see, this looks very similar to the sale dress one right now, and I'm going to be showing you exactly how you can fill this out, guys. And you can see here I've got a photo on the left here. Now I need to resize that, and I'll be showing you how to get that done in a minute. Now the first thing that you need to do is you need to select the program as the basic program, and then in the page heading you want to put join our affiliate program, and you want to leave these two underneath empty. You do not want to be adding anything to them. Now, once you've done that, the reason why you've left them empty is because that's what will be given here. We're going to put a photo there instead. And then what you want to do is you want to go to where it says form fields, and you want to make sure that all the ones that I've got checked here are checked on yours. And you can add more if you really want to, but they're the ones that I think are necessary. Then you've got the benefits text. So you put the show benefits here, and you put each tier here. So you can see I put all 3 tiers, and then I put exposure opportunities as well as an extra, and you put the commission value per that. And then what you want to do is I put exposure opportunities potentially be featured in a viral ad. Who doesn't want to be featured in a viral ad? That's the way I look at it. it. And then you've got the button text here, and I put on mine, join the family, log in now. And then the colors need to match your website colors, and so forth. And then the font can match your website font as well to make it look congruent. So now you come to a section called background, and this is where we make the image for the side section of the form, and you're going to be uploading it here where it says side background image. And what you want to do is you want to head over to Canva, and you want to use the 14-day free trial in my description to get the extra benefits. And you want to type in on Canva vertical business card or anything to do with vertical, click create a blank canvas, and then once you click a blank canvas, you want to upload an image here of, so for example, you can click elements, you've got photos. Now the photo that I used was business, so I typed in business, and it comes up with people shaking hands, and obviously you want it to match something professional. Now depending on your clientele, depends on what images are going to be men or is going to be women. So for example of mine, I used a woman, and I'm going to show you mine again here. You can see 2 women shaking hands. So you want to upload it on there, and then you want to get some text and you want to drag it over, and you want to type in something. Example is mine, become more than a buyer, become an ambassador. That's what I've written on mine. And then what you want to do is you want to download that, and then once you download those, you want to then go back up here and upload it, and then you can preview your ambassador program by clicking that, and then you want to make sure that you resize it to fit it exactly. Now it can get annoying to resizing it, but after a few times it will fit perfectly. Once you do that, you want to head over to logo, and you want to show your logo, and make sure you got your logo filled out on these settings for this to work. Then you got terms and conditions. You want to use sample template. Use sample template, makes life easy. And then you got the custom CSS, which is for developers. I don't recommend you do this. And then you got this, which is the capture for bots. You want to have that turned on so you don't have any bots messing around with your affiliate program. Then you got the affiliate login, and once you've done this, you want to have it as affiliate login, forgot password, do you have an account, the button text, login now, the background, and then the custom CSS, which is for developers. And then you got your affiliate account customization, which is very important. So if you want to basically go to where it says commission information, and you want to have show commission value, and you want to only have this one turned on. You don't want the customer's names to be shown, and you don't want the address to be shown, because they are very important information and information that people don't want you to know. So make sure you only have commission value on. That way it shows the affiliate what they've earned. Then you've got affiliate account language, and you want to make sure you turn this one on English, and then you have affiliate select language and auto detect on. That way when they log into the affiliate program, it's all auto detected, and it makes life really, really easy. Now we're going to be moving on to the creative section, which is right here. Now this is where when your affiliate logs into their affiliate marketing program, this is where they're able to find the social media posts that they can use to upload to their story to help promoting it. So what you want to upload on here are things like product images, sale images, and you want to be creating all of these in Canva. Now if you remember what the sale dress one looked like, they had loads of different core sale designs made, and they put them in here. And what influencers will do is they'll put it on their story, and they'll click swipe up, and then people will swipe up and take them straight here. So make sure that you upload loads of different designs, like sale designs, photography, have it all uploaded here. Even upload videos if you want to, but the sky is the limit with what you do. The more creatives you upload here, the more that influencers have to work with to potentially promote your products and obviously get a sale going through the door. So guys, now we're moving on to the email section of the affiliate marketing program. Now when it says pending affiliates, this is all on the left hand side, you want to make sure that you turn this off, because you're doing auto approve, which means nobody should be pending. So turn this one off for spam filter. And then you want to, by doing that, you just click the status and then click save, and it will turn it off. So you come down here now, you click save, and you'll see now that this one's been turned off. Then you want to go to approved affiliates, and this is the one that you want to spend the most time on. Now if we go to my email, you can see that as soon as you sign up for sale dress affiliate, they'll send you an email, and you can see it right here. It goes through all the different benefits, and they also attach a video as well onto the email to tell you how the affiliate marketing program works. So this is very, very important. Now when you scroll back up, you can see they give you all the information on how everything works, what you're going to be doing as an affiliate, so you get off to the best start. So we're going to be recreating that as well. So what you want to do is you want to make sure that the subject line is your affiliate account has been approved, let's start making money, to get people motivated and pumped. And then you can see here I've given you the copy and paste template as well. So if we go back to the cheat sheet, you can see I've got it right here for you guys, so you can just copy and paste that in. You do need to change a few different things here as well, so you can change it to your brand name so it makes sense. And then once you've done that, guys, you want to hit save. So what I'd also recommend that you do is you add the link to the video explaining how your affiliate marketing program works. And the way you want to do it is you want to add a video to your Vimeo account and then get a link and link it here, and then that way they can watch the video. Now let's talk about how to make this video. So if we go back to SaleDress's website, you can see when you go to earn money, they have a video here. And I'm gonna play the video, I'm not gonna play it loud, but it's literally just a video of somebody doing a voiceover, showing them what the affiliate marketing dashboard looks like, what's in there, how they can use it, and how they can integrate it. So what you're gonna wanna do is you're gonna wanna download a screen sharing software from OBS, for example. I use OBS, and then you just wanna basically go over it, and you wanna use a voiceover. So you can either do the recording first, you can record this and not do a voiceover, just show them the different sections, and then what you can do is you can use a free voiceover. So if you don't want to personally talk in the video, you can just script the video and type it in here, and somebody else will say it. So if you're shy and you don't want to say anything, you can use a free voiceover, and that's been linked in the description. Or if you want to get something done a little bit more professional, then I've actually left a link in the cheat sheet to a Fiverr freelancer that does voiceovers professionally, and you can see here. Now, if you want to get a real professional feel to it, then use the Fiverr person. Now, the one that they've used in here is just an automatically generated voiceover, the one that's for free in the cheat sheet. And again, they've just recorded a video of explaining what the dashboard looks like, how to get the most use out of it, and then they've got some voiceover robot to go over and explain what it all means. So that's how you want to be doing it, guys. And again, it's all linked in the cheat sheet. Make sure you get this done, because if you want to get the best results, you need a video designed for your affiliates. And this is your dashboard where you can create an embed link. So you embed the link on your website, so you can actually embed this link on your website so it will show on your website. Now, I don't recommend that you do that. I would recommend that you get a direct link and you copy that link. Now, as soon as people go to this link, check it out. So as soon as you go to this link, it's going to take you to the affiliate marketing subs. You can see here, it takes them to my sign up as an affiliate for my program. Now, what you want to do is you want to head over to Shopify. You want to go to online store, and you want to go to where it says navigation. And then what you want to do is you want to go over to menus, and you want to go to main menu. And then what you want to do is you want to create a new menu, and you want to call this one earn money. You want to call it earn money. Because remember, the same as with the SalesDress.com, they have a menu. I'm going to show you this again just in case you forgot. They have a menu at the top called Earn Money. And when you click that, it takes them straight to an affiliate marketing. And how they've done that, guys, is exactly what I'm doing now with you, is creating a new page, Earn Money, and then they paste the link here and they click that. Sorry, let me do it again. You paste the link there and you click the link, and then you click add. Once you've done that, you will see this link appear. And if I go to the online store, on the store, you can see here it's got earn money at the top. As soon as you click that, it will take them straight to your affiliate marketing setup, and that's exactly how you integrate it with your Shopify menu. So guys, this part is extremely important, because now we're moving on to the section where we've now got our affiliate marketing program, and now the key to this is sending traffic to our store and converting that traffic into a customer, but more importantly as an affiliate. So the first thing that you want to do is you want to go to where it says convert customers to affiliates by going to the growth tools section. And the first thing that you want to do is you want to go to post purchase pop-up, and you want to make sure that this is turned on, and you want to split test this to see if it kills your conversion or if it increases conversion and your affiliates. You want to turn this on by clicking active, and you want to make sure that you turn the bronze program on straight away. Now, you don't want to click assign customer as a downline. Now, I'm going to be going over this in a minute, but this is to do with MLM, and I'm not fond of MLM, and I do not endorse it. So personally, I do not have this on, and if you are somebody that agrees with it, this is up to you, but personally, I do not. Now, once you've done that, you're going to head over to design, and what this does is, before you purchase, it's going to show a pop-up saying, do you want to join an affiliate marketing to earn a commission, to earn money, so potentially getting something for free? That's what this does. So that's exactly what this is going to be doing, and you can change this and design it to however you want. Now, I will be leaving examples in the cheat sheet of some of those that I've created so you guys can have a look. Now, if we go to email template, this is the template that they're going to receive once they check out. So once you add your email to add to cart and you abandon it, this email is going to get sent straight out. Now, I will be leaving the template in the free cheat sheet as well, so you can copy and paste it in. But this is how you're going to convert these customers into people. Now, the whole key to this is you either want them to become a customer, worst case, you want them to at least become an affiliate. Now you've got convert sign up customers. So these are people that have actually bought. So these are people that have bought, now they're at the checkout. They've bought, they've waited for their product, now they're at the checkout. You want to turn this on, and this is the email that they're going to receive once they buy. Now, again, I'm going to be leaving the template in the cheat sheet so you can just copy and paste it, but make sure that you have these turned on so you can smash it with the conversion of turning paid traffic customers into affiliates. Now, the next thing that you've got is the MLM thing, like I told you about. And this is basically about, for example, let's say one affiliate comes in and they recruit another 10 affiliates. They get commission on those affiliates. So again, this is down to you guys if you want to do it. Personally, I don't endorse it or do it, so I'm not doing it, but it's obviously there. And this is a very powerful way of making money with affiliates because it's basically merchandising. So remember, just think of it as McDonald's. McDonald's have loads of different franchises. Now, McDonald's doesn't own every franchise. They only own a few brands in the McDonald's franchises. So franchising is when people pay to own a McDonald's and they have to pay a commission to McDonald's as a company for the sales that they earn. And this is exactly the same thing. Now, again, it's based on your opinion, but it's a great way to scale if you agree ethically with this structure.
So guys, this is the last section of the Shopify dropshipping store build. And I know this section's been really long, but I'm going to leave it on one of the most important things, which is a full guide to winning chargebacks for your stores. Now, if you don't know what a chargeback is initiated by a customer through their bank to reverse a payment they believe was unauthorized or unjustified. Now, this is one of the biggest issues in the e-commerce and dropshipping industry. Now, chargebacks can cause a lot of damage for your dropshipping store because it can cause payment holds on Stripe and PayPal, which means your money gets frozen because if your chargeback ratio goes above 1%, just 1%, they have the authorization to start freezing your money. Now, a 1% chargeback ratio is not that high. Now, the second biggest damage is obviously your profit margins. Your profit margins will die if you get loads of chargebacks because people are basically getting your product for free and basically scamming you. So why do customers file chargeback? Number one, they're fraudulent charges. So somebody's done credit card scam, but this is easily avoidable if you don't sell in those high risk countries that we'll be teaching you in the Facebook ad strategy. Product not received. And again, this is legitimate. You as the dropshipper, it's to ensure that the product gets delivered correctly and within a reasonable time frame. Number three, product is not described. You've basically missold them on what it is you're selling. So always be authentic and 100% accurate with what you're selling. Now, the fourth reason is you've agreed on doing a refund or an exchange, but they never received that. So then they've gone to their bank or credit card provider for a final reason of causing a chargeback. Now, how do you guys win chargebacks? Because you're going to get them regardless. Even if you follow the best principles, you're still going to find out that you're going to get chargebacks. Now, number one, establish clear business practices, timely shipping, transparent policy, and honest advertising. Now, the second best way to do it is by using a shop called ChargeFlow. Now, if you go to the Shopify App Store, this is it, ChargeFlow Dispute Chargebacks. Now, this is a fully automated chargeback management system. So it'll go through all your transactions and respond and submit the evidence to prove that you weren't in the wrong. And this will help you win all of your chargebacks basically on automation. Now, this app is completely free to install, so I'd always recommend that you install it. Now, like I said, the app will do automated dispute management, tracking numbers, payment IDs, and customer communications. Now, the cost of the app is completely free to subscribe. Now, how it works with ChargeFlow is you'll only be paying them a 25% fee on whatever they've been able to win as a charge rate, but again, only if they win. So let's say, for example, they were able to stop a chargeback of $30 going out. They will take 25% of that only if they win. Now, chargeback's win rate is usually between 60 and 80%, which is insane, by the way. Now, for chargeback to work really well, you need to always have a robust evidence system, which is order details, shipping proof, product documentation, and customer communication. Now, a few ways you can prevent chargebacks as well is by providing accurate product descriptions. So that's why when you're using AI to make the descriptions off your competitor's website, you need to make sure you double proofread everything and your product is the same, because if it's slightly different, and if that other feature that's on your competitor's product but isn't on yours, and it could be the smallest thing, that could give them a reason to charge back. Now, also set realistic expectations with delivery times, especially because you're drop shipping. Don't promise them next day delivery. Don't promise them 5-day delivery. If it's going to take between 7 and 10 days, say it's going to take 7 to 10 days. But if it is going to take 7 to 10 days, then enhance your customer support. Offer them free ebooks. So let's say on the 3rd day that they're waiting for their parcel, you can say, look guys, your order's on its way, but here is a free guide on how to train your pet at home if you're selling them a pet product. That way you're keeping them happy whilst they're waiting. And don't leave your customers in the dark. Always provide up-to-date information on their order, because what happens is as soon as they order a product, they start to get a bit of worry and anxious behavior because they're thinking, oh, is it legit or is it a scam? So if you don't update them on the journey, they're gonna just think straight away you're scamming them. Now, to make this very clear, you don't have to use ChargeFlow app for your chargebacks. You can technically do it manually. So through Stripe and PayPal, you will be able to submit your evidence for the chargeback, but it means you personally have to take up time to do that. So in my opinion, it's just a waste of time. And yes, you might be saving 25% instead of paying chargeback, but in my opinion, that time's better off doing your business tactics, which is marketing, creatives, and so forth. Stuff like this should not be taking up your time. Your time should be allocated to generating business income, not working in the business. I always say work on the business, not in the business, because then that way you're gonna make more money.
So guys, welcome to module 5 of the free dropshipping course for 2025. Now within this module, I'm gonna be teaching you everything when it comes to creatives, video ads, image ads, even creating ad copies and headlines. Now the creative is the biggest weight when it comes to your success when you advertise on Facebook and TikTok. The actual setup isn't that important. The main thing is how good your creatives are. So guys, the first thing that we need to do to create viral winning creatives for Facebook ads or TikTok ads for our dropshipping store is understand our product as much as possible. And we also need to come up with these few subjects: the winning hook, the product name, the product features, and what the product solves. Now, by us gaining this information, we're gonna give it to a GBT that I'll be giving you guys access to that will write us a script. Now, remember, the script is only one part of the creative, although it is very, very important. Remember, it is only one section. Now, because we've already built our Shopify store and I taught you how to do that, some of this you can already fill in, like the product name, the product features, and the product solve. So these 3 you should be able to fill out already, because you should have that information already on your Shopify store. Now, saying about your Shopify store, if you rush that section or you didn't do it very well, then it will show here, because the information that you're gonna put here is gonna be really, really bad. So I would recommend that you either go back to your Shopify store and make it better, or if you've done it well enough as it is, you can just fill these out. Now, the winning hook, that is something that you can't do right now because you need to figure that out. And the only way to figure that out is by using a tool like Winning Hunter. You guys might remember this tool from when I showed it you in the paid product research method. It's also very handy to use in this section, because instead of us guessing what the winning creative is for our product on a Facebook ad, we can figure it out here, because again, we've gone to the Facebook ads library, we've typed in the name of our product, we've also sorted it by winning, which is formally consistently performing the best. Now, if I scroll down, you can see here, this one has been performing really well, and it's also scaling by 185%, and it's in chronological order. So it means that this first one, the second one are the best creatives overall for this keyword. Now remember, I don't want to use a winning hook based on a terrible performing ad, because then that way I'm giving my GBT a bad winning hook. I only want the best winning hook. Now the winning hook will be the first 5 seconds of what's said and shown in your video. Now remember what I said to you guys at the intro of this model. It's an attention market. So if you can captivate somebody's attention for 5 seconds, it's likely that they're going to carry on watching your video. So that's why it's so important to get those first 5 seconds to a T in terms of the best performance. And again, the best way to do this is by looking at our competitors' ads, seeing which is the best performing one based on statistical data. Again, we're using a paid tool like this because it's going to show me what the best creative is. Now, if you don't want to use a paid tool like Winning Hunter, then you can use TikTok organic, type in the name of the product and search for whichever video has got the most likes and the most views. Now, if you go based on views and likes, that will help you if you don't want to pay for a tool. Remember, organic content, which is free like this, and paid content is different to consumers. They won't react the same. So it's a good way to do it for free, but it can sometimes not be as good because remember, people react differently to organic content to paid content. Now, the reason why I'm telling you to do it on TikTok is because you can see likes and views on here, and that will tell you whichever the best video was. Now, technically, you could use the Facebook ad library to also do this. The only downside is you can't tell which is the winning creative because the ad library does not tell you that information. What you could do is find the winning page that's running creatives for this product and go to where it says view their ads, see how many active ads they're running, and see whichever creative comes up the most. So find the page with the most ads running and see which creative comes up the most as an active ad. For this company, it's the exact same one. So I was to presume that this is their winning creative, which means it's their winning hook. That is another way to find a winning hook from your competitor for completely free. Now, because I want the best results possible, I'm going to stick to using the paid method because I trust it more and I know that I'm going to get better success with my winning hook. Now, as I know that this is the winning video and the best creative, I'm actually going to open this up and download it. So you can see here, it says download. I'm actually going to download this. Now, once you've downloaded the video, you're going to want to use this AI tool called Otter AI. And what this will allow you to do is create an account for free, and then you can upload the video and transcribe it. Because remember, we're going to use this as a script. So we're going to transcribe the winning creative and take away the first section. So you can see I've clicked import, browse files, and then here on downloads, I've got that video and I can click open, and then I can start transcribing it. And then you can see it says here transcribe audio and video, and you can see it's now uploading. Now you can see that the video file is currently processing the transcript. Now once it's done, we can come back to it. Okay guys, so this was the winning hook transcribed. Now, the reason why I transcribed it was to make sure I'm 100% accurate with what they said. Now, you could technically listen to the video and write it, but to be safe, I'd rather just transcribe it. So what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to take this, I'm going to copy it, go back to the sheet. Like I said, I've already filled out the rest of the stuff. I'm just going to paste it here, and I'm actually going to make some adjustments to this very quickly. Now, the adjustments that I'm going to make is I want to read the hook and I want to get rid of any fluff. So the scorched heated vest, so that's their brand name, so I'd have to change this with my brand name, is great because it heats up lighting fast and stays warm for over 12 hours. And with a few clicks of a button, you can adjust the temperature of your vest. So that for me is the hook, so I'm going to keep that and get rid of the rest because I think it's fluff. Now, I've also re-added my brand name into the copy, so now it reads correctly. So now what I can do is I can actually copy all of this information. So just copy it. Then you're going to want to open up a ChatGPT tab, and I'm going to leave a link to this GBT app in the description because it is an app. It's called TikTok Viral Script Short Video Script Writer. So this is already trained with AI to write you really good scripts, and it will do it for you just based on the information that we've just got. Now, for this to work correctly, we do need to write a quick prompt to the GBT so it understands what we're about to send it. So you can see here, I've put, I need you to make me a script for a video ad. I'm going to send you all the info you need to make me a viral script. So all you need to do is send that to the GBT. So once it's done that, it's going to give you a generic response. And this is where you want to paste the information from the Google Doc and send it to the GBT. And just like that, guys, I've got my viral heatwave ad script and it looks really, really good. You've got screen content where it suggests what to do, but we don't need to worry about that. The only thing we're interested in is this section on the right, and it looks really good. So I'm going to say, just send me the script section, and it should just give me the written version. So what I'd recommend that you reply to the GBT is without the table, because it'll keep sending you the table, and just say, I just need the lines, and then it will just send you the written version. So you can see here, we've got it, and we can read it out. Ever wish your jacket could fight the cold like a personal heater? That is very, very good, I must say. Meet the Heatwave TM heated vest, a winter game changer that heats up in seconds. So just by reading this right now, it seems very, very good. Now, I'd always recommend that you proofread it and see if it makes sense. But in my opinion, I've just had a quick read and I really do like the quality of the script. So now we've got the script out of the way, we need to create the visuals. So that's going to be the videos to go with the script. Now, what I'd recommend that you do is come back to the Google Doc and then just paste the script that you've got here and call it script 1. Now, the reason why we're going to put script 1 is because we can make more scripts if we want. So if you want to make more, so let's say you want 3 in total, you can basically change the hook or you can change the features. What it'll depend on is what you put here and what you put here. Product solves and product features will regurgitate basically the script. Now, I'm actually going to show you guys in a few moments different marketing angles that you can do that can actually change this as well. So if I was you guys, I'd wait for that section. But if you do want alternatives, then all you need to do is switch these out and you can get different scripts. Now, I do recommend that you do have between 1 and 3 scripts because it's always good to test to see which one works the best. But I would wait till I show you guys the different marketing angles and emotions that are in place when it comes to viral videos. So now we've got script 1, we can create the visuals, which is the imagery, the videos, and what people are going to visually see with our script. And obviously we're going to have a voiceover for that script, so it's all going to look nice and clean. Now, before we get on to doing the visuals, we need to find the best content that's already available for us on the internet. Now, the best thing to do is go to your supplier's website on AliExpress. Look at the suppliers with the most orders, 10,000, 2,000, 366 orders. And you want to go through all the suppliers and find as many good images that you can get from them as possible. Sometimes suppliers do also provide you with videos as well, but it's just good to gather as much content as possible, whether it be images and whether it be videos. Now, with that being said, guys, we now need to create our avatar, the person that's going to read the script and showcase themselves on the camera. Now, there are 3 ways that you can create an avatar. Now, these 3 ways I'm going to show you are AI generated. So it means that we're going to use an AI avatar to read our script for us. That way it's unique content. That way we're not going to get into any copyright issues and it's all unique content. Now, the first option is a free option and that's called TikTok Symphony and it's under their creative studio. You can see here avatar videos and generate avatar. So these are the 2 things that I would recommend that you look into. And to get to the TikTok Symphony, you need to create a TikTok business account. Now, if you haven't already got a TikTok business account, make sure you use my link in the resources to create a business account on TikTok because you can get cash back and free credits when you start running ads. So you're actually going to start running ads after this. So why not use my link and get $200 or $500 in credits? That way you're not risking your own money. So make sure you use my link in the description. Once you've created an account, you want to come to Business Center and then you want to come to this tab here and you want to go to where it says TikTok Symphony. If you can't see that, go to all tools and it should appear here. And then once you click TikTok Symphony, your page should come here. Now, again, this is the free option to create avatars and to actually create the videos. Now, an alternative to the TikTok Symphony for creating avatar AI videos is actually Arca ads. Now, you might be thinking, why would I use Arca ads over TikTok if it's free? Arca ads, in my opinion, have better avatars. Their AI is better. So the lip syncing for the script, I think, looks more natural. You can do it in 4K. There's more scenarios. Now with TikTok, because it's free, everyone uses it. So when you're running ads, some people might see the same avatar. So it might look like they know that they've seen this before. I just think with Arca ads that you get way more avatars that look cooler, natural, and the quality is better, but it can get a little bit expensive, ranging from $50 to $100 a month. But again, I do think this is a way better option if you've got the budget. Now, another option to Arca ads that's paid, but it's a way better quality service than the TikTok Symphony is Synthesia. I don't know how to say this. Again, it's a paid tool. It's a little bit more affordable. I think it's around about $25, and they do offer AI avatars, and these guys are really, really good. Now, I'm going to be using all 3, TikTok, Arca ads, and Synthesia, for different scenarios of the ad. So I'm going to basically use all 3 websites to create different parts of my video ad. Now, if you're not going to be spending any money on this stuff, then you can just use all the different avatars from TikTok and mess around with them. Now, I'm going to start off by using the TikTok option to create an avatar for completely free. So now I'm in the TikTok Symphony studio. I'm going to go to where it says avatar videos. So guys, now we're inside of the TikTok Symphony 3 video AI creator studio. It should look like this. It should show you loads of different avatars and you can see them all here. And on the right hand side, you can choose filters like e-commerce, education, gaming, finance, body gesture, clothing style, scene, and gender. So basically you can filter your AI avatar down by these. Now remember, depending on what you're selling, think logically about who your audience is going to be. So in this example, I'm selling a heated vest. So it's a unisex product, so it can either be male or female I sell this to. It's probably going to be to people that are slightly older, so probably over the age of 25, people that go hiking, people that are doing, jobs outside. So I'm probably going to go for a little bit more mature market. it. But for example, if you're selling a beauty product like a hair curler or something, or an eyelash curler, it's going to be females only. It's going to be from the age of 21 up. So you got to really think before you start playing around with these avatars. Think logically who you're going to be speaking to. Now, I filtered the clothing style down to sporty and by e-commerce, as I feel like these are going to be the people that will look the best for what I'm trying to sell. Now, I filtered this down by sporty. So you can see here, people like this will be perfect for my product because these are the kind of people that are going to want to attract for my product. So now I can select this avatar, and now where it says what would you like your video to say, we can add our script. Now, because I've got 10 lines of writing, I'm actually going to divide this in two. So 2 lines, 2 lines, 2 lines. Now, if you don't know what I mean by that, is I'm actually going to keep 2 avatars to 2 lines. So you can see here, I've only pasted 2 lines of the script because I'm going to want to switch out the different avatars per 2 lines. Because remember, think of it, if somebody watches the same script from the same avatar as a consumer, they're probably going to get bored of that person, so they're going to want to change. Now, if we change the avatar every 2 lines, they're going to have a refresh of somebody new, somebody with a different voice. So that should keep their attention a lot more higher. So what I'd recommend that you do is, depending on how many lines you've got, I would divide it by 2. So if I've got 10, I'm going to be doing 2, 2, 2, which equals 5. So I'm going to have 5 different avatars. Now, again, you can just use the ones for free on TikTok to do this, or in my case, I'm going to be doing a bit of TikTok, a bit of Arca ads for my current situation. Now, I'm going to want to have a voiceover, and then once I've done this, I'm going to click generate voice and captions. So that took a few seconds to do. So now once that's done, we can click export. Now, I'd recommend that you export before you watch, because when you watch here, it won't be at the highest quality. So when you export, it will then be at the highest quality. Now, this can actually take quite a while. This can take a few minutes because it is exporting it, and it's going to be doing the lip syncing and upload it at the highest quality. So this can take a little bit of time. So guys, I've got my first AI video back from TikTok. I've downloaded it before reviewing it just so I can watch it in the full resolution. And this is what I've got. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play this video and see if I like the quality of it. Now, I'm actually really happy with this video. I think it's really good quality, and I think it's perfect for the audience I'm going to be targeting. Now, do bear in mind, guys, that this video is also going to have B-roll over it. So this is called A-roll, and then we're going to have B-roll, which is visuals of the product in use. So don't just think it's going to be this guy in front of the screen and people are only going to see him on the ad. They're also going to see, you know, snippets of B-roll on the top where it transitions between the product and him. Just so you guys know, that's what we're doing. This is A-roll, and then we're going to have B-roll. So that's my first avatar done. So I'm going to get my second one, and I'm going to go to Arca ads to do this. So I've just opened up a new project. I need to add the script here, and then I can generate a video. So I'm going to get the next 2 lines, which is these 2. I'm going to copy it. I'm going to go back to Arca ads. I'm going to paste the script here. And then it's going to give me some options again, just like TikTok, where I can choose, but by a lot more filters. I can really choose loads of different things. HD, free speech, exclusive for pro. So I've filtered this one by exclusive by pro. That way, other advertisers aren't going to have the same avatars because they're not going to have a pro account. So that way, there's going to be less likely other people seeing ads with these avatars. Now I'm going to change it to a female from a male. So I'm going to select this person here and click next. And then I'm going to click generate video. And now it's going to be generating me my next video. Now again, to get my next avatar, I'm going to be going to this company here called Synthesia. I think that's how I'm pronouncing it. And what I'm going to want to do is I'm going to go to where it says new video. Then I'm going to go to where it says start from blank in the bottom left. Then honestly, guys, you can choose any of these. Just make sure the aspect ratio is vertical. So I'm just going to choose this one here and click use template. Now, once your template loads, I'm just going to delete everything off the template because I'm going to start from scratch. So now I've got a blank canvas and the script at the bottom has got nothing there. We can now go to where it says avatar at the top. And now you can see you've got loads of different avatars again that we can choose from. Now, I'm going to go with Cole as the next avatar, and the ones with this purple icon, they have facial expression depending on your script. So these are smart avatars, and that's why I like using this company, because the emotion and the lip syncing is way more advanced. So now I'm just going to click on him, and now he's going to load up on my project, and now I'm going to resize him so that he fits the canvas. So now I've got him fitting the canvas and he's in the middle. I can now go to where it says background and click background media, and now I can actually add a a background media. So you can see here, I can go to library, upload my own. I can go to Cynthia Spaces. I can go to in this video, or I can get it from other places. Now I'm gonna go to Cynthia Spaces. I'm gonna go to where it says outside, and I'm gonna choose one of these. I think this one's my favorite. I like this one because it goes with the outdoor effect that I'm going for with my product. Now I can go back to my script, get the next 2 lines and put them in here. And now put the script here at the bottom. And then if I come to the bottom left where it says Cole, I can choose to change his voice, and I can choose to show his voice as well. Now with that all being done, I'm happy. So now I can go back to generate, and then I can click generate video. Now to finish off the rest of my script, I'm just going to use the same avatar for the last 4 sentences just because I don't want to use up too much time. So I'm going to go back to TikTok again. I'm going to go back to avatars and filter them through. I'm now happy with using this avatar here, so I'm going to click on her. Then it's going to regenerate the video, guys. Then I'm going to go back to script. I'm going to delete the old script, and I'm also going to delete all this down here as well. Now, once it's regenerated, I'm going to click on this and make sure there's no mask. I want to make sure it's the full version. And then I'm going to go back to script and paste the last part of the script in there and click generate voice and captions. So guys, now we've downloaded all of our AI avatars through all those different websites. We can now use CapCut. CapCut is the best choice when it comes to video editing. It's free and it's absolutely amazing. Now, what you want to do is once you've created an account on CapCut, you want to go to where it says create new. You're going to go to where it says 19 by 16, and then it's going to open you up into this editor view. Now, the thing that I love about CapCut is although, yes, Facebook ads can be 1-to-1 ratio or 9-to-16, if we do 9-to-16 and think about 1-to-1, when it comes to resizing it later, it's easy. So as long as we sit inside of the parameters of a 1-to-1 ratio when we edit this video, when we upload the video to Facebook and we do 1-to-1, it will look natural because we've not overstretched the video. So an example is you can see my cursor here. So if we put text up here or below here, then it's not going to show on a 1-to-1 video. But if we do it through the 1-to-1 grid, which is around about there and there, then even if we crop it down later in the Facebook Ads Manager, it's still going to be the same kind of video. So I'd always say think about 1-to-1 ratio when you're editing your 9-to-16, or if you want the perfect look, do them separately, but it just takes a little bit longer. Now, with that being said, guys, the first thing we're going to want to do is go to where it says media, go to where it says upload, and we're going to want to upload all of the video avatars that we just got. So guys, once you've uploaded all of your videos and you can see them here, just remember which order you've done them in because you don't want the timeline to be wrong. So I know that this was my first video, so I'm going to click it, and now it's going to add it to the timeline for me. The timeline, guys, is this bottom section, and then the preview is this section here. Now, what I always say, just for editing cases, is do one clip at a time. Don't add the full timeline yet. I would recommend that you do it one at a time. Now, the first thing that I'm going to want to do is I'm actually going to want to resize this video. So I'm going to grab it here at the top, and I'm going to just basically stretch this out. Now, the reason why I'm doing this is because I want my avatar to actually fill in quite a lot of the scene. If you have them too zoomed out, they don't bring the connection to the audience. Now, I still think that's a little bit too zoomed out, so I'm going to make it bigger, and I would say that's about right for me. I think that is a nice zoom in for the avatar. Now, you might be thinking, what about the captions? The captions have been lost. I don't want the captions from anywhere but the CapCut editor. So I'm going to select the clip, and I'm going to go to where it says captions on the left, and I'm going to go to where it says auto captions. And then I'm going to click generate based on English USA, and then it's going to auto caption it for me. Just like that, guys. If we play it, it should be auto captioned.
Ever wish your jacket could fight the cold like a personal heater?
And yes, guys, it's perfectly done. Now, I don't like the style of caption, guys. I don't like it just looking like this. So I'm going to select the caption. Now, you can go to preset, and you can see the ones here that are preset to use. And these ones are way better than the standard ones. Or you can go to basic, and you can change it manually. Or you can go back to presets again, go to templates. Now, if you've got a pro account, then you're going to get access to these other really cool versions of caption. Now, one of my favorite ones, guys, is the first one here. I really like the yellow and the white text. I just find it converts the best for me. So I'm actually going to leave mine like this.
Ever wish your jacket could fight the cold like a personal heater?
Now, if you want to move the text higher, all you got to do is drag it and move it up. Now, bear in mind, when you're doing one section, it's going to do the rest of it. So if I move this up here, although it's technically only this section, it's going to move all of them up here. And if I make this text bigger, bear in mind, it's going to make all the other text bigger.
Fight the cold like a personal heater? Meet the heat wave heated vest.
So you just got to make sure that when you're doing this, guys, it all fits the screen, because remember, you can only consolidate each text if you auto caption each part. Now, the only way around this is if you caption each section. So what I mean by that is you cut the clip here, you then cut the clip here, and you caption each section. That way they become individual captions that you can resize. But for me, guys, I think this is fine as it is, and this has worked for me completely fine in the past. Now, this is where we start to incorporate B-roll into our A-roll video. So now you need to really look and listen to what is being said. So in this first section, it says, ever wish your jacket can beat the cold like a personal heater? Now I need to find content that matches what's being said here. So within the first second, so around about here, we're going to want to show a preview of that being done. So guys, to showcase the first B-roll section of my heated jacket fighting the winter, I'm going to use free pick again to do that, because I don't want to overdo the B-roll here. I just want a simple image of our heated jacket fighting the winter. Now, I think I can do that with AI, and free pick is the best way to do it. So I'm going to go back to videos, click explore all videos. I'm going to go to AI video generator. I'm going to go to generate AI video. Now, once you do this, guys, you're going to go to where it says high quality. You're going to want to upload an image of the product. So I've uploaded an image of the product. So I've shown the front and the back. Now, if you guys remember, I actually generated this image or video from when we were building the store. So I turned a normal image into a video by using free pick. So I've turned a 1D image into a 3D video. So I've reused that here, and now I'm going to use the end image of a winter scene. So I've reused that file here. So now where it says describe your video, I'm actually going to describe exactly what the guy says in the script. So I'm going to go back to the script. You can see it says here, wish your jacket could fight the cold like a personalized heater. I'm literally going to copy that, go back to where it says describe your video, and paste it there. And then where it says what kind of style I want, pan right, pan left, I'm actually going to go to where it says orb right. Then I'm going to change the aspect ratio to 9:16. I'm going to keep it at 5 seconds, and then I'm going to hit generate. Now, whilst that's being generated, guys, I'm going to go back to CapCut and see what else the person says. So at this section here, he says meet the heat wave. So this is where I need to find content of the product being used in a real life scenario. Now, this actually brings me on to an interesting part, which is when it comes to B-roll and you showcasing the product in action, you've not got many choices here, guys. You're either going to have to go to TikTok and find videos of people wearing the gilet. You're going to either have to go back to TikTok and find videos of somebody using your product in action like this, or you're going to have to make the content yourself. Now, the downside of you getting content off TikTok and repurposing it is it can be flagged as copyright. Now, if you try to keep no one's face in the video, that can help, but it still isn't a great option. Now, the better option you can do is you can actually order a sample product from Zendrop, get it delivered to your house, or if you want it even quicker, deliver it from Amazon. It'll be next day in most countries. And just get some videos from your iPhone. Everyone has an iPhone. Everyone has a smartphone. And just get some videos of you wearing the product or using the product just like the top videos on TikTok. So just replicate the same videos on TikTok that have gone viral, or replicate the same videos that have done really well on the ads library or on Winning Hunter and recreate them. You don't need to speak in them. You don't need to do any of that because the AI avatar is doing it. All you're doing is showcasing it. So for example, it could be a video of you wearing it like this, or it could be another video of you unboxing it at home. So you're not actually showing anything, you're just showing what it looks like at home. I think this is a really good example of a video that you could recreate at home. If I ordered the product, how hard would it be for me to actually do this? So this is the type of content that I'm talking about when it comes to recreating it at home. To redo this at home, it's super easy. But the good thing is it's your own content and you don't need to be worried about getting it copyrighted. Now, the chances of you getting copyrighted isn't that high, but it still looks more professional when it's your own content. But like I said, guys, I've given you both options. You're either going to have to go on TikTok and repurpose content, or number two, go and make it yourself at home by ordering the product from Amazon or from Zendrop. It's super easy to do so. You don't need to be a genius. Just recreate what's already worked for other people on TikTok and on the Facebook ad library. Now, in my case, because I've not ordered the product, I'm just gonna go and find some content on TikTok and start downloading it. Now, to download TikTok content, you can use a website like this called ssstik.io. There's loads of them. Just type in TikTok downloader on Google and you'll find loads. All you need to do is grab the link. So if I go back to TikTok, I'm going to start downloading some content. Now, I actually quite like this video, so I'm going to click on it. Now, sometimes on TikTok, you can download the video as it is by right-clicking, click download video. Not all videos will allow you to do this, but some can. So guys, I spent around about 10 minutes downloading as much good content as I could find as B-roll. So now I've done that, I'm going to go back to upload. I'm going to go upload file, and I've got all of these videos that I can use. So now I'm in this section of where it's introducing the product. You can see it here. So here is where it introduces the product. So now I'm going to want to look for the B-roll that I downloaded that best showcases that.
Is coming. So I got this heated vest to keep me warm. It comes with a battery.
Now, I think that this video here is the best option, so I'm going to drag it just above where I believe the gentleman is talking about the heated jacket. Now, make sure you put this in between the captions and the video. If you don't, then the captions will not be shown. Now, I'm also going to crop this video slightly to show it outside the packaging because it's got branding on it. So just here where our hands are, I think is perfect. So now I can push that back to where it needs to be. I also need to mute this video. Now, when you click on this clip, go over to where it says audio and make sure you mute the audio because there will be background noise. Now, once you've done that, I'm also going to resize this so it gets rid of the watermark. So now it shows it just like this. Now, I like the shot where it shows a woman waving it in the air, and it's around about here I need to put it.
Meet the Heatwave heated vest, the winter game changer that heats up in seconds.
Now, I'm actually going to break this up into 2 clips because I think it's a bit slow. So from here where it shows the product to around about here, I'm actually going to cut this up and replace it with more B-roll. So all I need to do is click on the clip, click this little divide button, and now it's divided the clip. All I got to do is delete it. And now I've got that section showing, and now I'm going to replace it again. So guys, I've actually changed that clip over to a better one that I found on TikTok because I think it looks way better. So let me show you this now.
The winter game changer that heats up in seconds. Ever wish your jacket could fight the cold like a person?
Now, as you've seen here, there's an issue because my captions and the video captions from the actual video are now overlapping, and it's showing mine and theirs. And this is what I was saying to you guys before. This can be the issue when you use other people's content because you have to fight with what's already on there. Now, realistically, their captions is not great, and it kind of takes away from mine. So the only thing that I can do is I can either delete my captions, or I can put my caption over theirs and put a background on mine like this and then cover it up. Now, personally, I don't like doing that because sometimes it doesn't look right because you can never fully cover them up without it looking weird. So I'm just going to get rid of my actual captions. So I'm going to click on the caption where the video starts, and then I'm going to click the divide button, and then I'm just going to delete it there and there. So now you can see.
Ever wish your jacket could fight the cold like a personal heater? Meet the Heatwave heated vest.
Just like that, guys, now my captions are gone. Although it does show theirs, those captions on their video isn't really interrupting my video too much because there's nothing really that sabotaging on theirs. So it should be completely fine. So here's my video back from Free Pick for the intro. So I'm going to drag it back onto the timeline in between the captions here. So guys, the content that I got back from Free Pick is actually really cool. It's turned that static image into an animated video, and I really like it. Now, because it's cropped to 1:1, I'm going to click it. I'm going to go to where it says fill, and now it will fill the canvas perfectly. So I'm just going to put it here like that, and now we can watch the timeline back.
Ever wish your jacket could fight the cold like a personal heater? Meet the Heatwave heated vest, the winter game changer that...
So because this video here doesn't have any snow or like bad weather conditions, it doesn't fit in. So I've gone to effects, I've typed in snow, and I can use those here as an option to make this look more like it's actually snowing. So I'm actually going to grab this one, put it on the timeline, reposition it so it fits where that comes in. I'm going to resize it, and now if we watch it, it should look like it's snowing. So you can see there, it looks like it's actually snowing. So let's watch this back.
Wish your jacket could fight the cold like a personal heater? Meet the Heatwave heated vest.
Now, I actually really like what we've got going on here, guys. I think it looks good so far. I just need to add a transition between these 2 clips because it does look a little bit weird. So all we need to do is go to transitions. So guys, I've added a transition here, and I've actually added another clip of somebody wearing the gilet as they're going hiking or up a mountain. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm actually going to watch this now.
Meet the Heatwave heated vest, the winter game changer that heats up in seconds.
So yeah, guys, I'm really happy with that first hook or the opening scene. I think it grabs a lot of attention. Now, personally, with this section here of this guy with the AI video coming in, making it look like snow. Now, I could technically redo this section here with some videos from TikTok, but again, I don't want to go too crazy with the B-roll from TikTok because I want to try and keep it using my own content or using AI. That way I'm not going to get stung. But again, guys, it will make a huge difference in quality when you create your own content by ordering the product because it will all look the same. Again, like this content and this content will be more matched in terms of the style and it won't look as off. But I'm only doing with what I've got access to. And even though this is all I've got, it still looks very good. So guys, we're on to the next clip, which is avatar number 2. So I found an issue. So with avatar number 1, if I listen to the audio compared to the second clip, it is a lot louder. So I'm going to go back to this clip, go to audio, and I'm actually going to bring it down by around about 15. And I want to see if it matches. So we're on to the second clip. I have slightly zoomed this one in, guys, and straightened it. Now let's see what she says. But again, we need to caption this clip. So I'm going to click on it, go to where it says captions and auto caption. Okay, so that's it. The captions have been added, guys. I'm going to click on them again. And I'm then going to go to preset template, the first version. I'm going to make this slightly bigger. And I'm also going to move this slightly up. Now I've done that, time to get some B-roll added to the clip. So let's listen to what she says again.
With just a click, you control the warmth, whether you're tailgating, dog walking, or office chilling. Lightweight, flexible, and designed for unrestricted movement. No more bulky.
Okay, cool. So she's on about clicking the jacket. So I need to go back to my B-roll footage, which is under media. And I need to find something that showcases that. So just like that, guys, I found another B-roll clip where it shows a woman. And again, it's a woman voiceover. So I thought I'd get a video of a woman. She's literally clicking the button on the jacket, which is what she's talking about. So it shows that scenario nicely. Let's see what she says next. So she's on about dog walking, office chilling, or going up a mountain. So to get that type of B-roll, I don't think is necessary. We could, if we wanted to, go to a free stock website like Pixels or even use the ones in CapCut and get a video of somebody walking a dog, but I just don't think it's relevant. So we're going to carry on. So let's see what this next said.
Dog walking or office chilling. Lightweight, flexible, and designed for.
Okay, so now she's on about lightweight, flexible, and designed. So this is where we now need to show the product in action again. That scene here is perfect for that clip. So you can see, I'm going to show you that second clip again. I'm just going to clean this up. So that's the second clip done, guys. We've got her showing herself, then a close-up of the button being used, and then another woman, an elderly woman, showcasing the design and the lightweightness like she's saying in the voiceover. So let's watch this again from the start. So we've got 2 avatars now in the timeline. Let's see how it looks.
Ever wish your jacket could fight the cold like a personal heater? Meet the Heat Wave heated vest, the winter game changer that heats up in seconds.
With just a click, you control the warmth, whether you're tailgating, dog walking, or office chilling. Lightweight, flexible, and designed for unrestricted movement. No more bulky winter blues.
Nice, guys. I think that's perfect. So let's move on to avatar number 3. So this next clip, actually the start of it was basically regurgitating what these other 2 people have said. So I'm going to chop it a little bit earlier on by clicking that button there because I don't want repeating stuff because there's no need to repeat things that have already been said. And we want to try and keep our video to between 30 and 45 seconds or sometimes even 50 seconds. So let's see how it looks now.
Stay toasty for over 12 hours with advanced heat.
Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna drop the audio on this one again. It's from TikTok, and I've noticed the TikTok avatar speak really loud, so we're gonna go back to 15, and that should now match. Okay, cool. I need to zoom her in. She's really far out, so let's zoom her in. Nice. I think we can zoom her in a little bit more. Nice, cool. So now we can put her there. I think that's perfect. Let's have a look now how it looks with her coming into the scene.
Stay toasty for over 12 hours with advanced heat retention technology. Winter doesn't stand a chance against the heat wave heated.
Okay, perfect. I think what she says there is completely fine. So all I need to do now is add some B-roll and obviously the caption. So I'm going to click on her again, captions, and I'm going to go to where it says auto captions, generate. Now we just need to change these captions again to the right template, which is this one. I need to make it slightly bigger, and we're going to move this one up. Perfect. And now I think we're ready.
Stay toasty for over 12 hours with advanced heat retention technology.
Okay, cool. Now we just need to add the B-roll, guys, and I think we are done with this first version. So, guys, I've made a lot of changes to the timeline. I was able to find a lot better B-roll. I had to spend more time just finding it. I wasn't happy with the end product. So, for the last section here where I introduced the last part of the video, you can see this woman starts talking. I'm going to show you what it looks like now.
Stay toasty for over 12 hours with advanced heat retention technology. Winter doesn't stand Don't just survive the cold, own it.
Okay, so cool. I've added that really nice clip in here where it shows the heat technology, people in the winter using the jacket, and now the call to action. We're going to come back to that in the next few moments because I do want to address something. But if I show you the start of the video, I wasn't 100% satisfied with the first clip, but this is what the first clip looks like now.
Ever wish your jacket could fight the cold like a personal heater? Meet the Heat Wave heated vest, the winter game changer that heats up in seconds.
With just a click, you control the warmth, whether you're tailgating, dog walking, or office chilling. Lightweight, flexible, and designed for unrestricted movement. No more bulky winter blues.
Stay toasty for over 12 hours with advanced heat retention technology.
Okay, guys, so there you see it. It's 30 seconds long, and it is way better. What I definitely need to start doing, though, is adding some transitions in between B-roll clips. So again, if I come over to where it says transitions, I just need to add a few of these in just to make it look less solid as they transition over. And then I'm pretty much done. I'm very happy with how this ad has finished and come out. I think I've done a really good job. What I would say now, with the call to action at the end of the video, all we need to do now is we need to add to the script a call to action. So you want to come back to this and you want to say call to action. Now your call to action should be your offer, and it should also be a time frame. So for example, is it going to be buy one get one free ending in, let's say, 4 days, 5 days? So we need to add the offer and the time frame as the call to action. Now, I already know that in this CapCut video, she's already mentioned a call to action. I could redo this last part with the TikTok avatar. So for example, if I find out where she mentions the call to action, it's going to be here. So if I just click here and I click remove that end section and I delete that and that, we can now go back into the TikTok Symphony Hall, reuse the same creator, or we can use a different creator for a call to action, which I might do. Now, for the call to action and time frame, it needs to match the one we made on the website. So on your Shopify store, remember, I told you guys to make an offer, a bundle, and a time frame expiry for when it ends. We should reuse that exact same one on the call to action. So guys, if we remember from this PowerPoint presentation that I went through when we built the store, you can see here we've got the bundle offer. You can see it here on the right hand section. We also explained what the bundle option was, and then we increased the offer. So without an offer, with an offer. So we were giving away an ultimate winter warmth bundle, which is the south heating gloves, plus you can get any of these other jackets or gilets. So what we want to do is we want to add, let's say for example, a free pair of gloves as the bundle. So in the call to action, we're going to say, click now to get yourself a free pair of self-heating gloves. So I've gone back to the ChatGPT that did us the script and I said, make me a call to action mentioning getting a free pair of heating gloves plus free shipping and only 6 pairs of free gloves left. And now it says, don't miss out, order your Heatwave heated vest today and get a free heating gloves plus free shipping, but hurry, only 6 pairs of free gloves left. That is perfect. And now we're going to give that to the avatar, which is here, and we're going to go and get that generated. So guys, now I've got the call to action done. I'm just going to drag it into the timeline at the end. I don't need to make any adjustments to this. Now, the only thing that I think I need to do is just alter the volume. Let's see. Yeah, I just need to alter that volume slightly because it is still high. So I'm going to go back down to 15 and let's see if it works. Okay, she speaks quite quiet, so I need to adjust it by another 5. Let's see now if it works. Yep, perfect. So now I'm just going to zoom her in because she's a little bit out for my liking. Okay, cool. Let's zoom her in a bit more. Okay, I think I'm happy with the way she is there. Let's have a look. Yeah, perfect. I like that. Cool. Now let's have a look at what she says and how it looks. Okay, nice. I like that a lot. I think that's a nice, solid call to action, and it all looks perfectly good. Now, what I do like to do when I add a call to action in, what I do like to do is add a screenshot of the Shopify landing page showing the offer, or take a screen video showing it and somebody adding it to cart. So you can do that on your phone and then just send the screen preview over and just insert that somewhere just before the last few seconds of the call to action. That way people can visually see the offer as well. So just add that in somewhere here, guys, and you'll be completely fine. But let's watch the video now in full and see how it looks. Now, bear in mind, guys, it took me around about 20 minutes to make this. And if you guys spent way more time finding better B-roll, adding better transitions, and also remember, either getting your own content of the product, you can make this look way better. But I still think this looks really good. Let's have a look.
Ever wish your jacket could fight the cold like a personal heater? Meet the Heatwave heated vest. winter game changer that heats up in seconds.
With just a click, you control the warmth, whether you're tailgating, dog walking, or office chilling. Lightweight, flexible, and designed for unrestricted movement. No more bulky winter blues.
Stay toasty for over 12 hours with advanced heat retention technology. Winter doesn't stand a chance against the heat wave heated vest. Don't just survive the cold, own it.
Don't miss out. Order your heatwave heated vest today and get free heating gloves plus free shipping. But hurry, only 6 pairs of free gloves left.
Honestly, guys, I think that's a solid ad. Now, I do think there could be a little bit more B-roll added throughout the video. I don't want to overdo the B-roll, but maybe some parts of this video should be in other sections. But I definitely think that's a solid ad. Again, don't forget to add your call to action preview of your checkout, or you adding to the checkout and showing the bundle somewhere here. Or you either add text saying shop now or order now with a finger emoji pointing down. So you've just got to make sure you add that in, guys, and you're ready to go. Now, just to show you guys me making another creative for a different product, I'll add that in now somewhere so you can see me making another video ad for a different product. But that's pretty much how you're going to do it, guys. And again, if you want to make it better, it's all going to come down to you getting the B-roll, making it yourself, and also spending time learning how to use transitions and effects in CapCut. So guys, now I want to cover the different marketing angles and offers that you can use to test in your video ads. Now remember, you want to make around about 5 different video ads for your product, and each video ad should be a different angle or a different offer. That way you're going to increase the chances of finding what works. So an example of this is going to be a portable blender. So I want you guys to think about a portable blender, and this is the example I'm going to give you. Example of marketing angles could be a problem solution angle. Traditional blenders are junky, bulky, and noisy, inconvenient for travel. Marketing hook could be tired of lugging around bulky blenders. Meet the portable blender. Video idea could be a start with a person struggling to use a traditional blender outdoors and then show the convenience of a portable blender. So I've given you the 3 process for that one. Now the next marketing angle could be aspirational, desirable outcome. Desire quick, healthy meals for fit and productive lifestyle. Marketing hook could be stay healthy on the go with smoothies anytime, anywhere. Show a fitness enthusiastic making smoothies at the gym in seconds. Then the next marketing angle is going to be the convenience / time saving. Key message: saves time and can be used anywhere. The marketing hook would be blend your favorite smoothie in just 30 seconds, no cord needed. Video idea could be a busy student or a professional blending a smoothie while commuting or at work. Now the next marketing angle is social proof, proven and loved by customers. Marketing hook would be 100,000 happy customers blend their way to a healthier life. Video idea could highlight users' testimonials, reviews, showing people enjoying the product. Now usually this one works better when you retarget or you've got some data on your ads, but you should still try it out. Now the last one is price and value. Message could be affordable and exclusive. Marketing hook: get this portable blender today for just $39.99, 50% off for a limited time. A video idea could be a simple showcase of the product, emphasizing the value for money. Now I want to show you guys examples of offer testing. So you can see here in this table, there's angles. So problem solution, aspirational, convenience, and social proof. So offer 1 could be 50% off today. Offer 2 could be free worldwide shipping, and offer 3 could be buy 1 get 1 free. Aspirational, it's the same again, but instead the offer 2 is going to be free gift with purchase and then 10% off your first order. And then convenience, free worldwide shipping, limited time discount, and risk-free 30-day trial. And then the social proof would be buy 1 get 1 free, 50% off today, bundle buy 2 for $15.99. Now what I'm trying to show you guys here is for the different angle, the offer should be different. So do you see how with the aspirational outcome, you've got free gift purchase because you're trying to inspire somebody to do something. So these different angles should correlate with the offer that you're giving away. Now this is convenience based. So look what I'm giving them: a risk-free 30-day period. People want convenience. What is convenience? Risk-free 30-day trial. Do you now understand the psychology tricks we're using in these offers? That's what you've got to stick to. Also, you need to make sure that your landing page offers the same offer, because if your landing page says one thing but then your video ad says another thing, you're going to confuse people and overwhelm them. They want to see the same thing in the ad and on your website. Now in the cheat sheet, guys, I've even given you some example videos of these scenarios that you can look at in your own time, and these are really, really cool to look at, guys. So make sure you check that out and make sure you join the vault. Now what I'm about to show you is going to be a complete game changer, because you're going to be able to make UGC AI videos for completely free, just like this one.
Are you tired of dealing with forward head, rounded shoulders, and that awkward Donald Duck butt? It's time for a change. Let me introduce you to the Posture Pro, a simple yet effective solution designed to help you reclaim your posture and boost your confidence. Imagine being able to sit through meetings or enjoy your favorite activities without that constant nagging pain. With Posture Pro, you can transform your posture, enhance your overall well-being, and even boost your confidence. As you wear Posture Pro, you'll notice improvements not just in how you stand, but in how you sleep, how you feel, and how you carry yourself throughout the day.
So if you're ready to take control of your posture and say goodbye to discomfort, give Posture Pro a try.
Now, as you know, UGC can be extremely expensive, and right now you're going to be able to do it for completely free. Now, what makes this video so powerful and effective is I'm going to be showing you all the methods you need to use to get the outcome of what I've just shown you. So you're going to need a certain script, you're going to need certain AI models, and you're going to need certain video editors. So I'm going to be showing you how to use all of these today for completely free. So as soon as we've hit 2,000 likes in this video, I'll leave a link to all the AI models that I used, all the scripts that I've used, so you can recreate the video that you just saw for your own e-com or dropshipping product. So guys, the first thing that I want to do and show you is the product that I'm going to be using throughout this example video. So I'm going to be using the back posture corrector as the product that I'm going to create free UGC ad videos for the product. Now, of course, if you're going to be watching this video, you need to know what you're selling first before you can actually make the videos. Now, once you know what you're selling and what your product is, you need to go to the Facebook ad library and filter it by United States, all ads, and then you need to type in a few different keywords that are going to bring up results for your product. Now, for example, I've typed in posture corrector. Now, you're going to want to use different words to get ads for your product on Facebook. So I could use back pain relief. I could use loads of different keywords to find other keywords related to this one that are going to find me ads for my product. Now, once you've done that, you want to filter it by active ads. You're only interested in ads that are running at this current time. Now, the reason why we're doing this is because we want to find out what the winning hook is for our product so that when we create an AI script that somebody's going to say, we have to make sure we're using something that's going to grab somebody's attention. Now, how we're going to do that is by looking at what ads are performing the best right now for our product. Now, once all of these ads are coming up, you want to see if there's a lot of the same pages posting a lot of ads. So you can see here, this one's called Bubba Wear, and you can see lots of ads are coming up for this brand. Now, what I want to do is I want to see which video from this page is frequently being used. Are they using the same ad video a lot? Now, all I have to do to figure that out is by hovering over their name, click View Ads. And then what that's going to do is it's going to show me all the ads that are running active now for that page. They're only running 6 ads, and all the ads they're running, all of them are different. Now, I found another page called Posture Flow, and you can see that they're running 4 videos, but there's 2 of the same video, which tells me that that's their winning video. Now, I'm going to do this for a few more pages till I find a page with a lot of videos and a lot of consistent videos. So I've just found a page here with 7 ads, and out of the 7, 6 of them are the same video. So that implies to me that that's going to be their winning video. Now, what I want to do is I want to play the video and see what the first 5 seconds are so I know if it's the winning hook.
Forward head, rounded shoulders, and a Donald Duck butt. Look familiar?
So just like that, forward head, rounded shoulders, does that sound like you? That is a winning hook. She's called the user out in a very funny way. So that's definitely what I would consider a winning hook. Remember, your hook doesn't want to be aggressive. It doesn't want to be salesy. It wants to call somebody out, which is your user, your buyer, in a funny way or in a very neutral way. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to listen to the video again and just write down what the hook was. Now, if you don't want to write it down, what you can do is you can actually download the video and then transcribe it. Now, I'll leave a Chrome extension that you can use to download the video and transcribe it in the cheat sheet. Or you can literally just listen to the video and write it down. Now, what you guys want to do is you want to come up with 3 to 5 different winning hooks. Now, this would be considered 1, so I need to now go and find another 3. Now, I want to quickly show you guys another way that you can find winning hooks for your product, and that's by using an ad spy tool. Now, I'm using Pixar to do this, and the reason why an ad spy tool is going to be better is because if they have a filter where you can filter it by ad score, what you can do is you can search for, again, a phrase that will bring up your product, and then you can filter it by ad score, and ad score basically means which ads are performing the best, and then that way when you scroll through it, you know that these are the winning ads because they're done by ad score or done by performance. So you can see here, these videos here are the winning videos.
Stop going to the chiropractor and try this 3-in-1 back massager for 15 minutes.
Now, the reason why I wanted to show you the ad spy method to finding your winning hooks is because it's going to be quicker and more efficient. But again, obviously it's a paid tool, very affordable though. So I definitely recommend this if you want to find the winning hooks quicker and more effective. So guys, once you've got your winning hooks, now you want to get access to this cheat sheet. Remember, once we hit 2,000 likes, I will put it in the description. Now, if this video does really well within the first day of comments and likes, I'll just put it in the description on the first day. But anyway, you want to get access to this sheet because what you want to do is you need the Poe prompt. Now, Poe is the GBT or AI script writer that we're going to be using. So as you guys can see on this cheat sheet, you're going to see where it says winning hook. That is where you're going to be putting the winning hook that we heard on the video. Now, where it says product name, you're going to put the name of your product. If you haven't come up with one, then you can look at your competitors and figure out what you want to call it based on their names. Again, do not copy, come up with a unique name, but you can use your competitors to help you find out a name for your product. And the same for what the product solves. Your competitors should be able to give you all of this. Now, to obviously get your competitor, if you go back to the ad library, all of those ads that you were looking at, you can click the shop now button and you can view their website, and then you can use the info on here to add to your cheat sheet. You can literally see here it says how it solves your posture problems, so you can copy this text and put it on the cheat sheet. Then you're going to get something called a call to action. Now, you need to manually write this, and this is down to what you want to do. So you could literally do something like this: join the club of fixing your posture with a 40% coupon, shop now. You just want to come up with a call to action that isn't a normal call to action like shop now, 40% off. You want to make it a little bit more enticing, like join the club, join the same people that are trying to fix their posture. You don't want to do the old boring 50% off, shop now. You want to make it a little bit more normal than that. So once you guys have filled out this cheat sheet by using the information that I've told you to use based on your competitors, you now need to come to the top and you're going to see a link from Scriptify-Poe. Now, you can either click the link or go to foe.com, and then you need to search for Catchy Hook as an app. And then once you've got this one, you're going to see it's going to say, hello there, I am Scriptify, how can I assist you? And then you're going to go back to the cheat sheet and you're going to see Poe prompt, and you're going to copy this and you're just simply going to text it back. Now, after you've done that, it's going to ask you to then send them the information that you've created. So you're just going to copy the winning hook, the product name, the product solves, the call to action, and then you're simply going to go back and paste it again. And just like that, it has sent you your AI script. Now, we need to make some adjustments to this. The first thing that I'm going to ask it to do is just send me the voiceover, not also the transitions and all that other stuff. I'm just after the voiceover. You can see here it's now sent me the voiceover, but the problem is it's a little bit too short for me. So now I'm going to say make it longer. So I've just said make it longer and less salesy. Perfect. Just like that, guys, we've now got the right script that I was after. You can see here, this here is perfect. This is probably going to be around about 45 seconds. It's longer and less salesy. This is exactly what we were after. So now we can copy this text, go back to the cheat sheet and just paste it somewhere at the bottom. So then that way we don't have to go back to Foe. We can just get it from the cheat sheet. And also what you want to do is look at the last part of the script and make sure you add your call to action. I've just added it here. You can see now it says join the club of members. So now we have our AI script. So we're going to copy that again. And then the next thing that you need to do is you need to open up the TikTok ads video editor software. And how you do that is you need to get access to the TikTok ads manager by having a TikTok business manager, which is completely free to set up. You just need to fill out your company details, and then you're going to get access to this. If you don't already have a business manager or a TikTok ads account, then make sure you create one using my link, because you can get up to $500 to $1,000 in ad credits for completely free. If you've already got one, then all you need to do is come to the TikTok ads manager, and you're going to see in the top left tools, and then you're going to go to where it says video editor. Once you've done that, you're going to click it, and then your screen should now look like mine. And then on the left hand side, you're going to see assets, captions, avatar, script. And what you want to do is you want to click avatars. Now, what these avatars are is they are our free AI avatars that are going to read our script for us. Now, you can filter this by clicking the filter button. Now, I only want men, so I'm going to filter this by male. If you want, you can filter it by other things, and then I'm going to click confirm. Now, what I want to do is I want to come up with 3 different AI actors to read my script. So if I go back to my script, I'm going to get one actor to read this, and then I'm going to get another actor to read this, and then I'm going to get another actor to read the last part. So you don't want the same actor to read the whole thing. If you split it up in 3, it's going to look more professional and make your brand stand out. So I'm going to copy the first bit here, go back to the TikTok ad editor, scroll down till I find somebody that I think's good to intro the start of our product. Now I think this guy here looks like somebody that looks like he could talk about good posture. So I'm going to use this video. And now once you've used the video, it's going to look like this. You want to click it. And then on the right, you're going to see mask. You want to change it to the first one. And then it's going to fill out the whole screen. And then what you want to do is you want to go to where it says script, and then you're going to want to paste your script there. Now, once you've done that, you're going to see down below it says voiceover. Make sure that's turned on. And then you're going to see default voice. You want to make sure you have default voice turned on. And then you're going to want to go to where it says generate voice and captions. Now, this process can take around about 2 minutes. So just be patient whilst you're waiting for it. Now, whilst you're waiting for it, you could technically go back to your script and then copy the next section, which is going to be the next 2 lines, copy it, and then you get ready for the next avatar that you're going to actually edit. And just like that, guys, it is now done, so we can listen to it together.
Are you tired of dealing with forward head, rounded shoulders, and that awkward Donald Duck butt? It's time for a change. Let me introduce you.
Now that looks really good, guys. Now do bear in mind that when you're using it in the editor, you can see here, in order for us to quickly generate and show preview, the video quality has been lowered, lip syncing as well. So when you view it like this, guys, it's not going to be the final resolution, and the lip syncing is going to be way, way better when you export it. Now what we do want to do is you want to click on the captions here, and you want to turn captions off. Now the reason why we're going to turn captions off is because when we edit the video in CapCut, we're going to get way nicer looking captions in there, so we don't need the captions here. Now, once you've done that, guys, you want to come to the top right where it says export video, and then you're going to see here it says your video is being exported. So now, guys, you're going to see it says your video has now been exported. Go to the asset library to view your completed video. So you want to make sure you go there. And now in the asset library, we can click on our video and look at it in full resolution.
Are you tired of dealing with forward head, rounded shoulders, and that awkward Donald Duck?
That looks really, really good, guys. So we can now go back to the editor again, go to avatars, choose a different avatar, and do the exact same process this time. Then we're going to take the next 2 paragraphs and put that in the next avatar. Now, just to save time, guys, I'm going to do this quickly. Click on it again, click on mask, change it to there, and then you're going to go to where it says script, paste in those next 2 paragraphs. Always remember to get rid of the emojis if there are emojis, and then you can click generate voice and captions. And then you need to do it one more time, guys, but this time with a different actor, and you're going to do the last bit. Then once you've done that, guys, you need to make sure you go into your asset library. You can see the 3 videos that I've generated today. Then what I'm going to want to do is download those videos. Now, to download those videos, what I personally do is I click on it, and then when it shows me this preview, I right click and click save video, and then you can save the video as a file. So I'm going to call it UGC part 1, and then the video is now saving for you. Now, guys, once we've downloaded those 3 videos for our script, we're now going to want to come to CapCut. You're going to want to click create new, and then you're going to want to do 19 by 16. And then once you're inside of the editor, you're going to want to go to upload file, and upload those videos. Then once your videos have been uploaded to your library, you're going to want to drag them into the timeline. So that's my first video. Then my second video is going to be added.
So if you're ready to...
So you should now have 3 clips: your first video, your second video, and your third video. Now, once your 3 videos have been added to the timeline, you then want to go to where it says captions on the left and click auto captions, and then click generate. Then once your captions have been auto generated, you want to come here to where it says presets in the top right, and then you're going to want to choose one of the presets you like, or you can go from style to templates. Now, some of these are pro, but I like some of these ones. My favorite one is this one here, the brown fox one. Now, this is the style that I like the most, this white and then yellow, but this is a pro CapCut feature. If you want, you can go back to styles and use any of these that are free to use. Now, the most popular ones that are free are either the first 2 and then this yellow one here. But personally, I pay the extra with CapCut Pro and get a little bit more of a better looking actual caption. Now, once you've done that, guys, just quickly look at your first 10 seconds of your video just to make sure the captions have been done correctly.
Are you tired of dealing with forward head, rounded shoulders, and that awkward Donald Duck butt? It's time for a change. Let me introduce you to the Posture Pro, a simple...
Okay, just like that, guys, I'm happy with the way the captions are. Now, you're going to see in the bottom left, it's going to say AI generated. Now, by law, you do need to disclaim when your video has been done with AI. But what we're going to do is when we disclaim that the video has been done with AI, we're actually going to do it in the TikTok Ads Manager. There's a select button, and in the Facebook Manager, there is a button where you can say done with AI. Here, we can get rid of it if you want to by clicking on the clip and zooming it in. So you can see here, we can zoom it in, and then we can move the video now more central. And just like that, guys, you've you've got rid of that. And in general, guys, you don't want your UGC creator to be that far out in the video. You want them a little bit more zoomed in because it's going to get more engagement. So now, guys, what we can do is we can go to the next clip and do the same thing. Click on it and zoom it in. And you're going to want to do the next thing to the last clip. Click on it and zoom it in. Just make sure, guys, when you're zooming these clips in, your avatar is in the center line. If they're off to one side or the other, it can come off and not be engaging for the viewer. So just make sure it's in that central line, and the TikTok do give you that central line to make sure you're there. Now, once you've done that, you want to get some B-roll to put over the timeline. So when the AR avatar is talking about your product, you need some B-roll of it in use. Now, the best way to get B-roll is to head over to the TikTok platform and type in the name of your product. Again, I've typed in posture corrector, and then you're going to want to make sure you download some videos that show your same product. You don't want to download a different version of your product or a product that isn't yours, because it's going to look stupid in the video. So make sure you're downloading the same posture corrector. Now, my posture corrector is the one with these little white lines in it. So this video I could download, this video I can download, this video I can download. Now, I want to get some different content. I want some of it on the floor being used, how to use it. I want some of it in action, and then I also want some videos showing somebody going from bad posture to good posture. So this type of video here is showing a man that is either a chiropractor or a doctor showing somebody with bad posture is something I want. Again, another video here is showing what bad posture is, and then also showing what good posture is. These are the types of videos that I'm going to want. Now, to download these videos, you can either click on the video and then click download video, or you can then copy the link of the video in the URL, come to TikTok Snap, and then paste the URL here and download the video. Again, just to make this very, very clear, guys, we need some stuff where it shows people with bad posture and then good posture. This is super, super important. Now, another really good place to get some B-roll is called Pixels. Now, you want to filter it by video, and then you want to search for stuff like back pain, and then you want to filter it by the orientation being vertical, and then you're going to see some videos coming up of people with back pain. And the great news about this website is you can reuse these videos. So this video here is perfect for me, so I can download it. So these are the two websites that I use to download videos. Now, you can also create some Giphies with AI. I'll put a link to the website that I use to do that, and you can use some Giphies throughout the video as well. But these are the two places that I typically go to create the B-roll for the video. So now I've got that B-roll content, I can come back to CapCut, go back to media, go to upload, and upload those files that I just got. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag the clip of somebody showing back pain over my original video. So you need to make sure it's over, not under. And you also need to make sure that it's under the captions as well, because you want to make sure your captions are showing. So it's got to be in between the captions and the A-roll, which is the main video. So then that way your captions will still show up. Now, for this to work effective, guys, you've got to listen to the video and you want to place this B-roll over where it makes sense.
You're tired of dealing with forward head, rounded shoulders, and that.
Now, what I need to do is I need to mute this video here. So I'm going to click it, and then I'm going to go to where it says audio, and I'm going to mute the video. And I'm also going to zoom the video in and reposition it.
Are you tired of dealing with forward head, rounded shoulders, and that awkward Donald Duck butt?
So the reason why I've placed this video here is because the guy says, are you fed up and tired of dealing with forward head and rounded shoulders? Then it plays the B-roll of showing somebody doing that, and then it shows them at the end nodding their head, which means you're fed up. So that's the perfect place for me to put that. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut it off just when he finishes showing him nodding his face, because the posture corrector is the wrong one. So now I can go back and cut it there. I can cut it there by splitting the clip and then deleting the video. So now I can go back and watch it.
Are you tired of dealing with forward head, rounded shoulders, and that awkward Donald Duck butt? It's time for a change. Let me introduce you to the Posture Pro, a simple yet effective solution designed to help you.
And then he intros the product saying, let me introduce you to the Posture Pro. That's where I'm going to need another video clip of showing the posture corrector. Again, I need to mute this clip, and then here we go. It's going to say, let me introduce you to the Posture Pro, and it shows a guy using it and getting the benefit of it. Now, the only issue with this clip is the original video has captions, so my captions are now fighting their captions. Now, there's two ways you can deal with this. You can either delete your captions. Now, if you read the other video's captions and they don't interfere with your video, it doesn't mention the product name that they're selling, it doesn't say anything that goes off off their brand, then you can keep the original captions and delete yours. Or if their captions are calling the product a different name, what you can then do is you can go over to where it says elements and you can search for a square. And then you're going to see loads of different rectangles and squares coming up. And then what you can do is you can grab it and put it over the video. So you can see here now I've moved that square into the frame. So now I'm going to put it to where the original one was. So you can see now I'm going to be able to cover that up. Now, if you want this to look really, really nice, then you can get a custom square off Google. And then that way you can resize it to fit it. Now, unfortunately, inside of the CapCut editor, you can't resize this, I don't think, unless you know how to. Let me know in the comment section below. So what you can do is you can create a custom image size to fit it perfectly in Canva, for example, and then import that square into the CapCut editor. But this is an easy, quick way of doing it. And now if I play the video, the original one in the video is now being covered up.
Posture Pro, a simple yet effective solution designed to help you
But again, you do need to fiddle around with what is the position size for this to work correctly. Now, what I could also do is go on the original clip, zoom it in slightly. Now, I only care about the guy showing off the posture corrector. So if I zoom it in, you can see now that the square is going to need to be lower down. And if I really want to, I can get it to fit that whole screen. So for example, I can get it to fit that whole screen. And then I can move the video up here. So I'm just showing you a few different ways you can do this. So remember, the viewer only cares about the posture corrector. So even if the bottom of the video is covered up by this square, then at least I know there is no way that that text can now be shown. So if I go back again and watch the video,
Posture Pro, a simple yet effective solution designed to...
You can see that it covers up all of the original caption and it shows the main part of the video that I care about. And then what I can do is I can split the video there. So I'm going to click split again and then I can click delete. Now I'm going to watch that first bit back again.
Are you tired of dealing with forward head, rounded shoulders, and that awkward Donald Duck butt? It's time for a change. Let me introduce you to the Posture Pro, a simple yet effective solution designed to help you reclaim your posture and boost your confidence.
Now, where he says boost confidence, I can go back to Pixel, get a video of somebody smiling, and then that way I can place it here. Again, it's all about placing the right B-roll in the right section of this video. So here again, I can reuse a clip. I'm showing bad posture again. I can reuse a clip of Posture Pro. The gentleman of the AI actor is now talking about the product in action. So this original clip that I downloaded, I can use it where it shows it on the floor. So I can cut this bit now to where it intros it on the floor. So I can click split and then I can delete this and then I can place that video here.
With Posture Pro, you can transform your posture, enhance your overall well-being, and even boost your confidence. As you wear Posture Pro, you'll notice improvements not just in how you stand, but in how you sleep, how you feel, and how you carry yourself.
So just like that, guys, you can see it's all about making sure that the B-roll that I'm using lines up with what the guy's saying. Now, when you're doing this, you want a nice in-between of the AI actor speaking and then showing B-roll. So you need to figure out a good amount of the AI actor talking to the camera versus you showing the B-roll. Now, obviously, the B-roll needs to be placed in those important moments where the viewer wants to see what the benefit is. So when it talks about the Posture Pro can help you sleep, it can help you, it's easy to wear throughout the day, that's where I've placed this video because it's going to show them using it throughout the day. Now, something else that I'd recommend that you guys do is if the script is too long and the actor is over talking. Now, I can tell right now that this actor has overspoke, I think roughly for around about 5 seconds here, then I can cut it out. So just like that throughout the day, that's a perfect place for the actor to stop talking. So because of that, I've got an extra 5 seconds here. So I'm going to click split again and I'm going to delete that last section. And now you can see the video's gone from 55 to 50 seconds. And now it brings us to the outro.
So if you're ready to take control of your posture and say goodbye to discomfort, give Posture Pro a try. You deserve to feel your best every day. Join the movement.
Normally, when it comes to the call to action section, you want to leave it where the AI actor's talking to the camera instead of using too much B-roll. You're probably going to use around about 1 to 2 pieces of B-roll at the call to action, but they're going to be very quick B-roll, which will be the call to action, a video of your website. But you need to make sure that when you're doing this, guys, you're really paying attention and you're listening to what is being said and making sure that that B-roll fits what's being said. Now, the hardest part of editing these videos, guys, is actually making sure that the B-roll makes sense. It's going to be you covering up old captions, you increasing the size of the video in the frame, you making sure that that is the right clip for that part of the video. This is the most time-consuming part of the edit. But if you do all of that correctly, you will get an outcome of what I showed you in the intro of today's video. So guys, with the video ads out of the way, we're now going to be moving on to image ads. Now, image ads are key for everyone to try when they're testing products on Facebook ads. Now, this is more for Facebook ads than it is for TikTok ads. TikTok ads, you're just going to be using your video ads, the 5 different videos that you make based on the offers and the angles. Now with Facebook, you still want to make 5 videos. You're going to use the same videos for Facebook and for TikTok, but with Facebook, you're going to actually add a few images into the mix. Now, the reason why you want to do that is because image ads can be 30 to 50% cheaper than videos, and they can sometimes convert better than your videos, which means that if they do, it's going to be cheaper for you to advertise, which means you're going to make more money. So it's very important that you create really cool image ads for your product to run on Facebook. Now, the best way to work out what image ads are working right now is the same way we did it for the videos. I'm back on Winning Hunter again, but this time I've actually niched it down by images as media type, and I've also filtered it by winners. So the ones that are showing me right now are the ones that are working the best. Now, clearly the best image ads are the image ads with these massive trust icons and just a nice high quality image of the heated vest showing the heat ventilation going through it. So it's got that white and orange background. And also this style here is also doing well. So what we want to do is we want to make our own versions, but if anything, we want to make them better. Now, these are really nice, but they look low quality. They look like they're a bit blurry. So why don't we make ours better quality? Now, there's loads of other images we can create, but we want to go through this and see which ones are doing the best, and we want to make our own. Now, if you don't want to use Winning Hunter because you don't want to pay for it, you can go to the ad library, do the same here, and you can see the same image ads coming up here, guys. The same one here, the same one here, the same one here. But the only thing here is you don't know which ones are performing the best. You're just going to guess. But the good news is the best ones are at the top here. So what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to use these as reference. Now, when it comes to image ads, the most important part is getting good quality content from the get-go. Now, to do this, I like to actually use Amazon because I feel like Amazon gets better imagery. So just type for your product on Amazon. And now you want to go through the listings that obviously are selling the same one as you. So this one here is the same as me. Now, the good news is this already shows off the product really nicely. I can make some adjustments to this and make it better. So once you've gone through all the Amazon sellers and you found the best images for the sellers, now this can actually take quite a lot of time because there's loads of really good ones that come up. So if you keep scrolling, like this one's really good that's come up that I'm going to want to use. Now, once you feel like you've got lots of images of your product, you're going to want to create a Canva account, which you should have already used for when we built the Shopify store. Now, you want to make sure you got the pro version, and they do a 30-day trial, I believe. So you're going to get access to all of the premium templates. Now, once you've got an account on Canva, go to where it says create design, then go to where it says Instagram post square 1080 by 1080, click that, and then it should open up an image like this. Now, the first thing we're going to want to do is go to where it says uploads, go to where it says upload files, and we're going to want to upload all of the files that we got from Amazon. So guys, the first image ad we're going to work on is the human style image ad, which is this one here. But guess what we're going to do? We're going to use free pick again because free pick is absolutely epic and it's going to make our images look insane. So we're going to delete this, go to free pick, and you're going to want to go to where it says images, go to reimagine, upload that image. I just uploaded that exact image and it will give you an automatic prompt. Go to mode flux, go to vivid, and you can already see that it's reimagined that image for me in a few styles. And this one is insane. So I'm going to download this. Now, remember that image that we downloaded from Amazon was low quality. This is now high quality. It's a custom human, so we're not going to be getting in trouble for copyright because this now is a custom image. And now we've got even more versions of somebody wearing it. So I'm going to also download this one. And just like that, guys, we've now got 2 unique images of somebody wearing it. So now I'm going to drag this image onto the canvas. I'm actually going to click on it, click background remover, and I'm hoping that it gets rid of the background. And let's see if it does it. Now, it has got rid of the background, but I also want it to get rid of these little icons here, which is the remote and another view of the G-Lay. So I'm going to go back to background remover. I'm then going to go to where it says erase, and I'm just going to erase this manually. Now I've done that manually, I'm going to click this little X icon, and now that's done. So now we can make this image bigger and we can put him just there. Now, when Free Pick made this image, it's now added some random branding to the G-Lay or the vest. So I'm going to click on the image, click edit, And then I'm going to go to where it says magic eraser, and I'm literally just going to highlight it, and it should get rid of it for me when I click erase. And just like this, guys, in magic, it's gone. So now we've got our custom image with no branding on it, and it looks amazing. So guys, the next thing that we need to do is we need to add a background to this image because it looks weird with him just being there. So we need to go to where it says photos in the bottom left, and I'm going to search for winter and see what backgrounds come up. Now, I like to go for the pro images because they're higher quality and you don't tend to see them as much on creatives, and they usually look better when you add them to the project. They're usually designed to look good with these type of images. So I'm going to try this one out first. Now, when I've added it, you can see it's now covered him up. So you have to go to position, click backwards, and now you can see it's not covered him up. Now, I'm not actually a fan of that image, so I'm going to go back to photos again. I'm going to try this one now. I'm going to go to position. I'm going to go to backwards. And you know what, guys? I really like this one. This one I think looks really, really good. So now what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to click on it. I'm going to click this transparency button, and I'm going to turn the transparency slightly down. Now, I'm also going to make the background, so I've just dropped the image down slightly. I'm going to turn this background black because I now want this image to have a slight shadow so that now when I move it back to the center, you can now see that it's slightly dimmed out. Now, the reason why I'm going to do that is because remember, we're going to be adding text to this image. So if there's no dullness to the image, it's going to be hard to see the text. Now I'm going to click on this guy again. I'm going to click edit. I'm going to click shadows, and then I'm going to click drop. Now, I don't like the drop shadows. I'm going to try glow. I also don't like glow, so I'm going to try page lift. I also don't like page lift, so I'm going to try backdrop. I don't like any of these, so I'm going to click none. Sometimes adding a shadow can sometimes look nicer, but for this, it doesn't. So now we can add our text. So guys, I've added some text to the image. It's starting to look good. So I added the heated vest. Now, how to do that is I went to text, and if you scroll down, you're going to see some nice presets that you can use. I usually use the ones that match the style that I'm going for. White and orange clearly goes with the product, and it's got this cool looking text. Now, I've also made the image slightly darker by going to transparency and turning it down. And I called it the heated vest. Now, the image looks a little bit empty, so I need to add some logos here on the right. Now, I'm getting inspiration, remember, from what I'm seeing on the ad library or Winning Hunter. So I'm seeing a lot of people use trust badges like cycling, fishing, skiing, and camping. So I'm going to want to try and do the same. So guys, what I'm going to now do to this image is I'm going to add some of these icons like this, like they've got on theirs. Now, how I'm going to do that is I'm going to go back to Canva. So I'm going to go to where it says elements. I'm going to go and type in trust badge. I'm actually going to get one of these. I'm going to change the color to orange, I think, or white. Yeah, I think we're going to go with orange. I'm going to make this one slightly smaller. Now, this might take a little bit of time for the first few we make, but after we've made one or two, it should be fairly quick. So I'm going to place it there for now. Then you're going to want to go back to elements, and you're going to want to type in what it is. So I'm going to type in camping again. Then I'm going to want to find some graphics that symbolize camping. So let's have a look. I would say that image there is pretty good. I think that does the job. So we're going to want to make this smaller. We're going to want to put it inside of the trust icon. Let's see if that works. I think that works. We're going to want to change this to white. Let's see how it looks like with white. Okay, I think I prefer it black, so we're going to keep that black. Now, if I'm not happy with that tent looking like a tent, we can find a different graphic. Maybe we just type in tent. Now, I think that version's probably going to be better. I think maybe that one's easier to tell that it's a tent. Let's try this one out. Okay, I think that one's easier to tell it's a 10. If not, we can change it again. But for now, I think I'm happy with that. Then we're going to want to go back to text again. And we're going to want to go to where it says add heading. And we're going to want to call this one camping. Now, I like to go on the text and use the font Muller. It's one of my favorite fonts. Now, we're going to want to resize this so it fits just on the bottom of that trust badge. Now, I might have to move this up slightly and move that one up slightly for it to work. Now, I actually might have to make this a little bit bigger for it to work as well. And we can move that down. Now, like I said to you guys before, the first one we make is going to take most of the time. Now, I'm going to try playing around with the font color, making this one white. Does that help? Okay, I think making it white can also help. I also think making it white, black, and orange also works. So I'm going to stick to this for now, guys. I actually quite like this. Now, I'm also going to go on to where it says effects. I'm going to go to where it says shadows. I'm going to see if a glow helps. Okay, I don't think a glow really does much. What about a drop? What about an outline? I think outline is definitely needed. So we're going to make the size of the outline bigger just like that. And we're going to change the outline color to maybe orange. Does orange make it look better? Yeah, I think making it orange actually helps, guys. So I think that now looks good. We can probably change the text color to black as well, and maybe that works. Yeah, I think now making the outline orange, the text and the image black, I think that works really, really nice. Gonna make this one slightly bigger again, reposition it so it fits. Now, I'm actually quite happy with that, guys. I think I can make it look a little bit better, but I'm not going to waste too much time. I think you get the idea. Now, what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to click on one of the items, then click Command and click on the next item. Now, what you can also do is click on the other items, click Lock. That means now we cannot reposition them. We can also click on this and click Lock. And now what we can do is we can actually highlight all of this and click Group. And now we've grouped them. So now we can just move this as one asset. So I'd recommend that you all do that. Group your assets, especially when they're as fiddly as this. Because now what we can do is we can actually copy this asset, click V, and now we've got the second one. We don't need to redo all of that again. We can just put them like this. So now I can change this because I can ungroup the asset. I can change the icon to, let's say, fishing. So now I can change the icon. All I've got to do is grab it, reposition it, delete the old icon and change the other one. And now I just need to change the wording to fishing as well. And just like that, guys, we've got our next version. And now we can click Command V again. We've got another one and we can just put it here. Don't forget to group your assets, guys, because if you don't, it's going to make it really, really hard. So now I've added 3 icons here, guys. So I'm really happy with this. Now, obviously, I need to change the last one. I'm not going to change the last one just for saving time, but you guys get the idea. This could be the first image ad, and it's simple, but it's really effective. Now, we can change this again if we really want to. We can keep the guy here on the left, but just change what we put on the right. But what I've tried to do is recreate the image ad here, but just make it look better. Look at ours and look at theirs. Theirs is really low quality. You can't really see the image very well. They're all using the same images. Ours is a custom image with some nice custom icons and some custom text and a nice little background. So that would be our first image. Now, to make a next image, all we got to do is click Add Page, and we've now loaded up a second page ready to create our second image ad. So now we're on to our second image ad, and we want to make between 3 and 5 images because we're going to also use single image ads and carousel. Carousel basically means multiple images in one. So we need to make at least 3. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go back to our Winning Hunter and look at some more inspiration. Now this time for my inspiration, I just want an image of the GLAI and I want to put massive trust icons next to it. That's literally all I want to do for the next image. Now all I'm going to do, guys, is drag this image here of the GLAI, click Edit, click Background Remove. Now it should remove the background, and now I'm actually going to go into even more detail on the background. Now I'm going to use the manual brush to remove this. Okay, cool. Now I'm happy with that, so we can click back. Now, what I'm not happy about, because I'm going to make this image bigger, is the quality of the image isn't bad. It's honestly not terrible, but it's not perfect either. Now I'm going to crop this image because we've got all this space on the right that we don't need. So I'm just going to bring it in. So now you can see now it's just there, and it's easy for me to move it around. Now I'm going to want to make this almost the whole size of the page in terms of height to bottom. So I think I'm happy with that. So I'm not actually super happy with the quality of this image. So I'm going to click on it, and I'm going to go to Image Upscaler. Now this is a custom app that you can find, so all you've got to do is go to the App Store on Canva and download Image Upscaler. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this 8K, and then I'm going to click Upscale. And what this will do is Canva will basically increase the pixels to try and make this look less blurry. Now Canva's upscaled the image, so now it's going to show me the before, and now it's going to show me the after. And if I'm happy with it, click Replace. And now the image on the actual project should be replaced. We're going to slowly see it change in a minute. And just like that, guys, it's been changed. And honestly, that is a huge difference. So now I'm happy with that. And again, it goes back to what I was saying to you guys before. This is crystal clear in terms of clarity now. And if we go back to Winning Hunter, theirs isn't clear. Theirs is blurry and it's low resolution, especially that one. That one's horrendous, and it's probably making a crap ton of money. It says there $11,000, and it's only been running for not too long. Now ours, on the other hand, is crystal clear. Now what I'm going to want to do is I'm going to also want to add a snow background to this again. So I'm going to click on the image, add it to the back, click position, click background, and now I'm just going to want to make sure the background is black again because I'm going to turn down the transparency. Now all the other competitors have done this orange and white thing, but I just feel like if I do that, I'm going to blend in with the competition. Now you can do that if you really want to, but for myself, I'm not going to. I am going to turn the transparency down to around about 60, and now it clearly shows a snow effect plus the image of the product. Now I'm actually going to add a shadow to this. I think a shadow could work now. So let's see if glow works, drop works. Let's see outline. Let's see page lift. Let's see angled. Let's see backdrop. I think my favorite's got to be drop. I think drop actually works for this. So I just need to make it bigger. Now drop definitely worked for this image. It added a nice little shadow and I think it really has made it look a lot better. Now we just need to add our icons. Now the first one we're going to go to is elements. I'm going to type in heat. Now I've added this. This is going to be our heat zone element. So you can see I got it from there. And that's why it's important to get the pro version of Canva because you get these really nice icons that you can't get on the free version. I'm actually going to go back up here. I'm going to copy the text, come back down and click V. And now what we can do is we can ungroup this, delete the rest of it, and just change this text here to saying 8 levels. Now I'm struggling to see the text because of the background, so I'm going to go back to the transparency again and see if I lower it, if that helps. And now I'm going to drop it down to 40, and I'm happy with that now. So now what I can do is I can change this text to white and see if it fixes it. I would definitely say that it fixes it, but I think we can go the extra mile and type in square. We can grab this custom element here. We can resize it to try and fit this. All right, guys, so I've just done that now. So I've just added a custom element. I've just typed in rectangle. I was able to find like this speech bubble with like a black outline. I dragged it onto the timeline. I resized it. I went to the text. I went to text spacing and I slightly adjusted it so it fit perfectly in the box. Now, I'm actually really happy with that. I think it looks really, really good for the first icon, and I think we can add a few more onto the page. Now, realistically, guys, we want 3 badges on the right and 3 badges on the left. Now, I've grouped these assets so that I can easily copy it, click paste, and then add the next thing in. Now, the next one's going to be lightweight. So I've just got a picture of a feather. I'm going to put it above it like this. Now, I've added this feather, but it kind of blends in with the background. So what I'm thinking of doing is either finding a different feather, maybe this one, and seeing if I can change the color. Okay, yeah, I can make a lot more adjustments to the color on this one. So let me play around with it. So let's make this one orange. Let's make this one a lighter orange. Let's make this one a yellow. And then let's make this black. I think this could work. Maybe white. Okay, white for that one and then black for this one. Yeah, I think this can work. I just need to change the orange to being a darker orange. So let's go back here. Click custom orange. Let's make this darker. Okay, let's make that one that. And then let's make this one more like a reddy orange. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think that works, guys. I think we can get away with that. So let's delete the old feather. Let's resize this one. I think that works. Maybe we can play around with the colors again, but I honestly think that one's fine. Now we can change this to lightweight. And just like that, guys, we've got 8 levels of heat, lightweight, and now we can add the last one here on the bottom. This one's going to be water resistant, so let's type in rain. Let's do umbrella. I think umbrella might work better for this one. All right, so I've added an umbrella, guys. I'm now going to click copy on this, paste this, put this at the bottom here. I'm going to resize this slightly, move this up. All right, cool. So I've got that in. So I've got waterproof, lightweight, and 8 levels of heat. I've got the heat dial, I've got the feather, and I've got the umbrella. Now, guys, I am kind of making this quick. You guys could make this way, way better. You could be playing around with the backgrounds, for example, to see if you can get a better looking background than this. So I'm actually going to go back to images. Now, this image could be better. So you know what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm actually going to delete that. I'm going to put this one here instead. Position back, transparency to like 40 maybe. I think we can get around with 45 on this one. Nah, I think about 40. So I think that background looks better with the mountains. I could also play around with this one here, but I think the one I've done is perfect, guys. So I think that's starting to look really, really good the way I've done it. We could play around with the backgrounds. Again, the backgrounds are going to make a huge difference. So like I'm going to delete this background and mess around with this one. Now I'm going to click position. Back. Transparency. I'm going to go down to 45. Even that one doesn't look too bad. Not overly keen on it though. Let's try this one. I think that one's probably my favorite. I think that one adds a nice color hue to it, makes it stand out really nicely. Now I would need to adjust these and make them slightly darker because now I've gone for a darker background. So for example, this would need to be a lot darker, and then this would need to be like a reddy color, or maybe I need to go to custom and change that to maybe something like that works. But yeah, guys, I think this is starting to pick up now and starting to look pretty good. Now, if the background's too dark, what I could do is I could change this to being white and see if that makes a difference. See, now I've made it white. It actually stands out a lot more. So now what I would need to do is I'd need to invert this again. So I'm going to change this one to black and then change this one to white. And then what we need to do is we need to do the same here. And we can also invert this. So we can change this, for example, make this one black, make this one white. And then we can change the text as well, make the text white. So basically I'm inverting it. And we could actually do it like this, where one's white, one's black, one's white. That could stand out. But those are some examples of what we could do with this version, which is to try and mimic what they've done here, but make it better. I already think mine's way better than that. The actual image is better. These graphics look better. They don't look stock. They look a lot more professional. So yeah, now obviously what I need to do is I need to copy these over and put it on the other side. Now just to kind of show you what that would look like if I was to do it, let me just lock it. So let's say hypothetically I was to change what these said and what they were onto the other side. It would look roughly something like this, guys. Obviously the image in the middle is a little bit too big, so I'd need to resize that and put it somewhere there. But you guys get the idea. Obviously, I'm not going to add the ones on the right as well because it's just going to take up too much time. But you get the idea of what this would look like. Now, after looking at it, I'm really happy with it. I would probably change the feather icon and the umbrella one. It looks a little bit cartoony, but we can do that later. But the first image looks amazing. The second image doesn't look too bad. Now we're going to move on to the third image. So guys, the last image that I'm going to show you guys to make is a lifestyle image just like this one. Now you can do variants of lifestyle images. You can do offers with the lifestyle image, and you can also do it like this. So how I got this image was I went back to free pick. I uploaded an image of a woman wearing the item from Amazon, and then it picked it just like this, and I just downloaded this. That way I've got unique content again. Then I went to Canva and I uploaded the image. You'll see it here. I uploaded the image and then I just cut her out and placed her here. And now I did the same with this guy. You remember me doing this one a few minutes ago, guys. So I just got rid of the background and then I used a mountain as the photo background. So these are just subjects on the background, and I've just added them in. Now, I could actually just use this image as an image ad and make it more like a lifestyle image, which is completely fine. Now, if you're gonna be doing lifestyle images like this, they need to be very high quality. Now, this image here, she looks a little bit blurry, so I'm gonna go back to my image upscaler. I'm actually gonna upscale it in 8K, so I'm gonna click upscale. You can tell she's a little bit blurry by looking at the face. Now, when you're doing lifestyle images like this, your images should be literally as high as quality as possible. Now, I'm probably gonna do the same with him once I've done the image upscale with her. Let's just see how well it does for now. Now, the image upscaler has definitely made a difference to her face. You can now see it's clear and there's no blurriness. Now, I need to do the same with him, and that's the first lifestyle image done, guys. Now, with lifestyle images like this, you can just keep changing the background or just change the person on the image. So, for example, I could change him with somebody else, but that's how lifestyle images work. But again, the key principle is high quality, and then the background needs to be changed. And that's how you create a lifestyle image. Now, the next style of lifestyle image we're going to be doing is the discount version. So if we go back to Elements and we type in 40% off, you can see now you're getting loads of stickers with 40% off, 45% off. We're going to click this one and we're going to add it to the page. Now, I call this type of image the lifestyle offer one. So you've basically got a lifestyle image with an offer on it. Now, you don't just put 40% off. You're also going to add text to this, guys. Now, I do need to change the color to match the branding. So we're going to change it to orange. We also need to dull the background. So when we're doing it this style, guys, we need to drop it to around about 60 because we're obviously going to be putting things on the screen that show an offer. So we can see now that looks a lot better. Now, I'm going to go back to Elements again and I typed in sale ends. And funny enough, I was able to find something that looks really good for my brand. So what I'm going to do is I can just use this one here. This one actually suits branding based on colors and style. So I can add this one here. And just like that, guys, you've got your next image ad, which is an offer lifestyle image ad. If you find this a little bit too aggressive and you find it too clunky, then you can just mild it down a little bit by putting less of these bigger icons. Now, an example of what you could have done instead was, instead of going for these big icons like I have, which there's nothing wrong with doing big icons like this, guys, they still convert for me, is you can do the 40% off. So you leave the sticker like this, but then in text you put holiday sale or you put stay warm with the product. So you don't just go aggressive with the badges, you also put text at the bottom. Now I want to show you guys some more examples of the kind of image ads that you can make for your products. Now for me to do that, I've had to change the product because not every product is going to have the same style. Now I've gone for this titanium cutting board. Now you have an idea of what it looks like and what the stock photos are. And if we go to Canva, these are some of the ones that I've made. So I've gone for more text this time and less imagery. So I've got an image of the product here, but then I've got text. The only cutting board you'll ever need. Why do you need this? And then I've go over the features. And then this style of image is yours versus theirs. So what's currently in the market and yours, and you're making theirs look worse than yours. So I've put the titanium board. Why do you need this? Then they've got the competitors there, and I've basically said that it's no good. This is a really easy one to do, guys. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave a link to these templates in the resource section. So all you'll need to literally do is come in here, delete the photo, put the image of your product there, put the correct information in, and it's all ready to go. Then we've got some testimonial style image ads like this, where you got text basically saying that this is coming from the customer, this is her quotation, and then an image of somebody holding it. Now to get images like this, you can literally go to TikTok, find images of people holding the product, and just print screen them in here. Or you can go back to FicPic and get them done with AI. And this is another example of a customer testimonial image of somebody holding the product and then a speech bubble saying that she highly recommends buying it. But like I said to you guys before, I'm going to leave all the links to the ones that I made today, like this one and the gilet or the heated vest, so you guys can come in and make easy adjustments. So these are basically templates for you all to use. Like I said to you guys before, you need around about 3 to 5 different image ads. Try not to make the image ads all the same. Go for different variations like I've shown you. That way you know which ones work, which ones don't, and you're going to have a higher chance of finding success. Now remember, the key to having good image ads is making sure that the content is correct on the image, as in the information you've put on there is accurate, making sure that the visuals are as high quality as possible, so they're not blurry, they're high quality. You've got to think about lifestyle images, and you've also got to be thinking about the kind of text you're using. Does it make sense? What are you trying to convey to the customer in that image? Remember, image ads tend to work the best when it's a self-explanatory product, where you can just look at it and you kind of figure it out. Now, by looking at this chopping board, I figured out it's a titanium one, so I already know what it is. You don't want to have image ads of products where you look at it and you think, well, I don't know what that product is. Even though the text might explain it, you still need somebody to get a rough idea just by looking at the product. That's why jewelry products, fashionable products do the best on image ads, because they're so self-explanatory. So if you've got a super complex product that's hard to explain, then I would say image ads would struggle for your product. But with that being said, you should still try them out and see if they work. And just like the video ads, guys, for your images to look good, it's just going to be patience and time and getting good at using Canva and all the other AI tools that I showed you in this module. Now, with that being said, that's this module over, and I'm going to catch you in the next one. So guys, welcome to module 6 of the free dropshipping course for 2025. And inside this module, we're going to be talking about TikTok ads, advertising your dropshipping products on the TikTok platform. I'm going to be teaching you my testing strategy, my scaling strategy. I'm also going to be going over the metrics that I look for to either scale or kill my TikTok ads. I'm going to be going through all the different scaling strategies that I use, like bid caps, cost caps, and also day parting. So I'm going to be teaching you guys something called surf scaling as well. So all the different scaling strategies that you can use to get to 10K a day, even 20K a day, and even higher days are all going to be taught within this module. So guys, the first thing that I want you to do when it comes to the TikTok ad strategy is get access to this sheet, which is in the resource section of the vault, so you guys can follow along with the strategy. Sometimes some people find it hard to follow along, so when there's a written format version like this, it's going to help you make sure that you're doing it the correct way. Now, before I move on to anything else, I do want to explain that TikTok ads is an auction platform. Now, I explain this in more depth in the Facebook strategy because it's a little bit more important, but TikTok ads is the exact same. It's an auction platform where you're paying an auction fee to show your ad on the TikTok platform. So essentially, you're competing with other advertisers on an auction to being shown an ad on the platform. So imagine you scrolling through TikTok and you see an ad. Somebody's paid an auction fee to compete with somebody else to show you that ad at that specific moment. Now, the key principles that you need to understand is, one, it's an auction, so you're always going to be competing with somebody. Number two, if your creatives aren't good enough, TikTok don't just care about your auction fee, they care about how good your creative is, because they want people to be happy on their platform. Now, the third thing is TikTok want people not just to see the ad, also to view the ad and engage with the ad, whether it be buying from the website, whether it be scrolling through the website, but the user must be happy with the end result. So TikTok likes it when their users are happy. Now think of it from your point of view. Imagine you see an ad on TikTok, you buy a product or you buy a service because of that ad on TikTok, and let's say something goes wrong or you're not happy, you're automatically going to connect the service or the product to TikTok and think, oh, I only bought this because I saw it on TikTok. So straight away, if you've had a bad experience, now you're not just going to associate that bad experience that you got from that website that you bought from because of the TikTok ad, you're also going to associate it with the TikTok platform because that's where you found out about it. So that's why TikTok care that their users get an all-round good experience. Now, the next thing that I want to cover is TikTok banned in the US? Is it worth you guys even doing TikTok ads? And the answer is TikTok is currently not banned in the US. Now Donald Trump is in office, he is making sure that TikTok doesn't get banned in the US. Now I'm recording this on the 28th of January 2025 and I'm having zero issues with advertising to TikTok in the US. I genuinely believe now because Donald Trump's in power and he's very pro TikTok, he will make sure that TikTok doesn't get banned. So I don't think you guys have anything to worry about. If there is any changes, then I'll update you guys in the vault, and that's why it's important to be part of the vault because you will get updates if anything changes. And obviously if you're watching this on YouTube and there is a change, then I can make an updated video inside of the vault that you won't get access to on the YouTube platform. Now with that being said, guys, let's get straight into the TikTok ad strategy. So the first thing that you guys need to do is visit my link tree that I've been showing you throughout the free course. Now guys, I'm going to quickly cover the account setup for TikTok Ads Manager. So if you're a complete beginner and you've never set up the TikTok Ads Manager before and you don't know what you're doing, then you need to watch the next following part of this module because I'm going to be showing you the complete setup. Now, if you've already set up a TikTok Ads Manager and a Business Center, then you can just skip to the strategy part of this module and click on here where it says TikTok Ads Bonus Credits worth up to $1,500. You're going to click it and then it's going to take you to my unique link where you're going to get an offer, and the offer changes all the time. At the current time of this video, you can earn 30% cash back on your current ad spend, which is really beneficial. Now, they change the offer all the time. Sometimes it'll be a $100 credit, sometimes it'll be cash back and $100 free of ad spend. So just make sure you check out the latest deal on this page. Now, you can only get these exclusive deals if you go through my link that is on that link tree, guys. Now, this is another way you can support me for the free course because I will get a small commission from you doing so. So what you need to do is you need to scroll down to the bottom of that website and click create an advertiser account, and you need to fill out the details below. Now, once you've created an account with TikTok, you should see something called Business Center, and it should be the one that you've just made, and you need to select the Business Center that you just created. Now, once you've done that, it will take you into the dashboard that looks just like this, guys. And if you come to the top left, you're going to see Business Center, Ads Manager, Lead Center, App Center, Events Manager, and all tools. Now, another thing that you're going to see inside of the Business Center is your overview, which is your users, your assets, your activity log, and your business settings. So now, guys, when you're in the Business Center, I want you to go to users and I want you to add another user. So you should see yourself, which is this one here, active. And I want you to add another user just in case you get locked out of your account or you get banned as a user, then at least it means somebody else can access the account. So go to where it says add members and add somebody else and make sure that they're an admin, because obviously if you get locked out, then that other person has full control so you don't lose access to anything. Then you're going to see accounts here in the bottom left and it's called advertiser accounts. You do need an advertiser account. So if you haven't already created one, you need to go to where it says add advertiser account and then click create new. Now, if you don't have an advertiser account, guys, you won't be able to create any ads. So make sure you create an advertiser account. Now, if it's not letting you create an advertiser account, it might be because you need to verify your account. So if you come down to verification, it says upgrade your business center to unlock more features. So you need to fill out your company details and the information to be able to upgrade your account. As soon as you've got verified, guys, you should now be able to add a advertising account because this is what they needed before. If you go under the business settings and then settings, you can see your account health, and as long as it shows good, then there's no issues with your account and you should be able to advertise if you've got an advertiser account and you've got the good health check. Now, when it comes to connecting your Shopify store to this account, we need to go back to Shopify. We need to go to the apps and sales channel, go to Shopify App Store, and then we need to go to where it says popular stores like yours, and you should see TikTok show up. Now, if TikTok's not showing up, go to the search bar and search for TikTok and make sure you're getting the same one here. Then you want to click install. Now, once once you've done that, guys, you want to go to where it says grow your business with TikTok ads and click set up now. Also, before you do that, go to the left-hand side and pin TikTok so that it shows always on the left-hand side as a sales channel. Then it's going to ask you to connect your TikTok for business, so click connect. Then it's going to ask you to connect your account. Just make sure that it is the right one that you've just created, so click connect. Then it's going to ask you to connect a business center account, so make sure you connect the right one. So guys, then it's going to ask you to connect your TikTok ads manager. Now for me, it's saying that mine's linked to another Shopify store. So if you have got one linked to another Shopify store, you need to delete the sales channel off there, and then you can refresh the screen and it should connect, or you can just create a new one. Now to save a little bit of time, I'm going to leave it there, and then it's going to ask you to do data sharing. You click maximum and then company information. Now the company information is a very important section of this setup, guys. If you want to be able to target the US, then you need to make sure that you add it as an option. So you need to fill out that you're a US company. Now you want to target the US as a country to make money in. Now it will give you an option where you can choose where you want to advertise. Now if you don't select the US, then it will not allow you to target the US later on inside of your ad account. Now once you've done all that, guys, click finish setup and you're ready to go. And then all you guys need to do is go back to the TikTok ads manager, go to the menu and go to ads manager. Then it'll take you to a screen that looks like this, and this is your TikTok ads manager, guys. So this is where we're going to create all of our campaigns and manage them. Now the first thing that we do need to do, guys, is sort out our columns, which will help us read the metrics of the TikTok ads. So if you come up to the top right and go to custom table, go to where it says custom columns, and these are all the metrics that we're going to track to make sure that we're doing everything the correct way when it comes to managing our ads. Now if you go to the cheat sheet, guys, I've actually listed all of the columns that you need, but I'm going to show you right now which ones we need as well. So if you go here, what you're going to want to do is go to where it says performance. You want cost, you want CPC, you want CPM, you want impressions, you want clicks, you want CTR. You also want cost per 1,000, which is CPM as well. You want result rate. You want video views 100, 75, 50, and 25. You also want average play time per video view. You also want 2-second and 6-second video view. Now, this will be very important when it comes to judging our hook of our video. Basically, this will tell us if the first section of our video is good enough to grab people's attention, because if you can't get past 2 seconds, then you won't get past 6 seconds, and that is the crucial stage for you to actually get people to convert to your website. Now there's actually a name for this which is called hook rate, and this is usually the way we identify if our hook is good enough for the platform. Then you've got interactions where you want CTR all. Then you've got total, which is purchase, and then you've got purchase ROAS that you also want. Then you want checkout total and add to cart total. Then you want to make sure that you go to the website version, guys, not the actual app. So there's something called app statistics. Do not do the app statistics. Always make sure that you're doing the website statistics. You want to do complete payment, complement ROAS, add to cart, initiate checkout, and then you've got the date section, which is created on, which is important. Then once you've done all that, guys, put created on at the top, and then you want to move video views near the top. Now I'm actually going to put the order that you need to do this in based on the cheat sheet. So whichever order it is written in the cheat sheet, you need to reorder this as well in the right order. It's going to help you have a good glance of your statistics in the right order. So make sure you organize this in the right section in the columns area. Now just to save a little bit of time, I'm not going to organize this, but you guys should. Click save as a column preset, call it ECOM, and then click confirm. Now, once we've done that, guys, we can go to the top left where it says create. Then it's going to ask you for your advertising objective, and it's going to be website conversion. And then it's going to say to you, do you want to do a smart campaign? For now, guys, we're not going to be doing smart campaigns, so turn that off. Then where it says campaign name, we're going to call it product name and then test. Now, once you've done that, you've got creative split test. Then you've got campaign budget optimization, which is CBO. And then you've got set campaign budget. All of these should be turned off, and then click continue. Now, once you've done this, guys, it's going to say website data connection, and it should be the pixel that we made on the onboarding. And then once we've done that, guys, it's going to say optimize event, and we're going to want to do complete payment. Now, complete payment is basically them doing a purchase. They just call it complete payment. And then you're going to scroll down to where it says placements. You're going to click select placements, and you're only going to have TikTok as the option. And you're going to also have include search results as well. So make sure they're both turned on. And then you're going to scroll down to where it says targeting, and you're going to see demographics and location. Now for location, I do United States only. I'm not even going to bother with Canada. I only do United States because Canada doesn't really bring me much. When I scale, I tend to use Canada and add it in as an extra. But for now, I'm just strictly going to do the United States. Now, I am going to be honest with you guys. If you are doing European dropshipping where you're selling to a specific European country, which is very common for some people, then just select whichever European country you're looking to target. Now, I'm talking to a wide, broad audience here, which is you guys. So most of you are going to want to do the US, but if you're going to want to sell to a specific European country, then select that country here. But for most of you guys, you're going to be wanting to do US, so just stick with US. Now for the age group, I only do 18 to 45 to 54. I miss 55 plus out. Now where it says age range, guys, you're going to want to do anything above 18 upwards, and you're going to want to leave these selected. And then gender, make sure you choose all unless your product is for specifically one type of gender, then you choose that. But for now, I'm just going to be doing all. And then language, you leave it as all. Household income, leave it as it is. And then you've got audiences where you can include, exclude, and then you've got interests and behavior. Now, where it says interest and behaviors, this is where we can select people that we want to target. But I'm going to be honest with you guys, I would leave this completely broad. I would not add any interests or any targeting into our ad groups. I usually use interest and behaviors if broad targeting does well. Now in the future, if I'm looking to scale, I use interest, but when I'm looking to test, I leave it completely broad, which means I don't add anything here. Then where it says budget and scale, we're going to set this to 20. Then where it says schedule, you're going to want to schedule this for the next day, midnight. So today's the 28th, so I'll do 29 and then 00. So you can see here 2900, and then it says day parting. Now day parting, we're actually going to use in this strategy. Now the reason why we're going to use day parting is because this is a cost-effective way for us to spend our money whilst we test. So we don't want our money being spent during the time when people are usually going to be asleep. So what I do is I actually set this from 8 a.m. till 12 midnight. So all you have to do is you just have to put your cursor over it, and then you just need to pull this along, and I'm going to set that to midnight. So as you guys can see, it says here selected time period 8 a.m. till 12 midnight. So as long as yours looks just like mine, guys, you are right, and we can move on. Now, the reason why we're doing this is because when we're testing products out, we need to be super lean on our budget. We don't want to be spending more money than we need to get valid data. Now, the valid data is only going to come between 8 a.m. and midnight. That's usually when the core buyers are going to take part in the buying process on our ads. Now, when you scale, you can sometimes get a few sales during these times, but honestly, during the testing phase, it's not worth wasting $20 to $30 a day during these times. Now, I do want to make a very big disclaimer, and please pay attention to what I'm saying. If after we launch this campaign, after 1 to 2 days, you're struggling for your campaigns to spend money, basically the budget is not being spent, it might be because of the day parting. So if you do suffer from your campaign not spending any money, turn day parting off. Listen to this again, guys. If your campaign after we launch it does not spend any money within 2 days, we turn day parting off. If it does, you leave it on. Now, usually that doesn't happen anymore because TikTok has refined day parting, so you shouldn't have any issues. Now, if you scroll down, you've got bidding and optimization. So you can do goal, conversion, value, or click. We're going to leave it as conversion, and then we're going to click continue. So guys, now we're going to do our ads. So this is the ad level here. The ad group is basically where you do the targeting. Where we are now, which is the ad level, is where the visuals get seen. Now, you do not want to use smart creatives right now, so we're going to leave that turned off. Then you've got creative name. You want to call this you're going to want to call this video 1. And then it says here, Spark ads, do not turn this one on. And then you've got set a custom identity. Now you're going to need to click create a new custom identity. Put your brand name here and then add the logo in this section here and then click create. Now, once you've done that, guys, it's going to say add creatives, add video or images. So click add videos, go to where it says upload, and we're going to want to upload our videos. Now, when you upload your creatives, guys, make sure that they're in the right aspect ratio, which is 9:16, because if they're not, they will not work. So if you upload the wrong aspect ratio, it will ask you to upload it in 9:16 ratio. So make sure you do so. Now, if you've made videos based on what I taught you in the video ad section, you might just need to remake the ratio. So just adjust it into 9:16 and you're ready to go. Now, once you've uploaded your creatives, you should see them here. So I'm going to upload the 3 creatives that I've got. So once you've uploaded your creatives, select the first one and click confirm. And then it's going to show you the preview of your creative. Now, what you want to do is you actually want to go to where it says thumbnail, and you want to look for the section where you think there is the most attention, which is going to be the most clickable based on what you can see. Now, I think that shot is going to get the best CTR, so I'm going to click save. And then where it says enter text, this is where we're going to get a headline from our store and just paste it there. Now I'm going to use this one here, which says stay warm, stay active. Now do not add any emojis in here, guys, because they're not allowed. Now just make sure you use one of the headlines from your site that sound cool, like this one, stay warm, stay active. It gets people's attention, so that's fine. Then you're going to see call to action. Now you actually want to delete all these call to actions and you only want to use shop now. Then it's going to ask you for your website URL, and this is where you're going to add again your product page here. So now I'm going to paste mine in. Now once you've pasted yours in, always click preview because you want to make sure that it is working, and once you've previewed it, that's completely fine. Then it's going to say automatically add URL parameters. You want this on, so this is basically them creating UTMs for you, which is really, really helpful. Now as long as you've got this turned on, you don't need to make your own UTMs because it'll track it using this option. Now once you've done that, guys, you're going to want to duplicate this 2 more times. So click copy add and do 2 and then click copy. Now select the next ad. Now the only thing that we're going to be changing is the video and the headline. So go to where it says update, click update, and now we're going to select the next video. I'd also recommend that you change the thumbnail as well. So this time I'm going to choose this thumbnail. I'm also going to change the headline to a different headline. So I've just gone back to my website, found another headline that I like. So I'm going to use this one. So it's going to be go-to gear for the cold. So my next headline is outdoor enthusiasts and winter warriors. So that's my next headline. Then we're going to go back to the call to action again, guys. And we're just going to make sure that shop now is ticked. Make sure you scroll down to the URL and it's the correct one. Then we can scroll back up and call it video 2. Then we're going to go on to the next one and we're going to do the same thing. Change the video, change the headline, and also change the thumbnail, and then we can move on. Now, once we've done that, guys, we're going to go back to the ad group level. We're going to scroll up and we're going to change the name to ad 1. Then what we're going to do is we're going to copy the ad 2 more times. So click copy ad group. And what you're going to do is you're going to copy it twice and then click copy. Now, this is where things get interesting. We're only going to need 1 video for each ad group. Now, I actually like testing only 1 video because with the budget, you don't want to spread it too much over 3 videos and you usually don't get the best results. So what I've found is only spreading the budget over 1 ad per ad group works way more better for me personally. So for ad 1, we're going to keep video 1. So what we can do is we can delete video 2 by clicking the 3 dots and clicking delete ad, click delete, and then video 3, click delete. And then if we go back to where it says copy 2 of ad 1, we're going to change the name to ad 2. Then we're going to delete video 1 and we're also going to delete video 3. So can you see how the ad is matching the video? So that's how we're basically doing it. Now you're going to want to make sure that you scroll down and the time and schedule is set to the same time, which is midnight the next day, and day parting is the same. Sometimes when you duplicate these, they can forget to actually duplicate the time as well. So it's always good to double check that they have duplicated the time across as well. If they haven't, just reset it back to what we said the next day at midnight and you're ready to go. Then we can move on to the last one, which is copy 1 of 1, and we're going to change this now to ad 3. And of course, we're only going to leave video 3 inside this one. So we're going to click delete video 1 and delete video 2. And just like that, guys, we've got ad number 2 with video 2, ad number 3 with video 3, and ad number 1 with video 1. And then we can click publish all. So then you want to go back to where it says campaigns. And then once you've done that, guys, it should take you here where it shows you your ads, your ad groups, and your campaigns. Now, as long as it says active, that means it will start spending the budget. Now, I'm going to turn mine off because obviously this is a dummy example, but remember what I said to you guys. If your campaign does not spend within 24 to 48 hours after they've been approved, which is active, then turn day parting off. But again, give it 24 to 48 hours. Now, once you've done that, you should now start to see your columns show up like video views, payment ROAS, cost, CPM, click-through rate, and then payment website. Now remember, mine ain't in the right order, but yours should be based on the sheet. So guys, let's go over ad optimization. So this is what you need to do after your ads start to spend money. Now there's 3 golden rules to evaluate your performance. Rule number 1, cost per click, which is your CPC and your click-through rate. So after spending $5, which is per ad group, by the way, you need to look at this. Is the CPC under $1 and is the CTR above 2%? Example, video 1 had a CPC of 120 while video 2 had a CPC of 0.9. Turn off video 1. So if we go back to the TikTok Ads Manager and we go to ad group, we scroll all the way over to where it says CPC. So there is CPC. So let's say, for example, it had one under $1, that's fine. But then the CTR was under 2%, then we turn it off. Now remember, this is after it's spent $2. Now if you go to where it says cost, this will show you once it's spent $5. So cost, if it's at $5, we start using those metrics. So these metrics are now active once these have hit $5. Even if it's like $5.4 or, $6.3, as long as it's past the $5 mark or at the $5 mark, that's when we start implementing those metrics, which are clearly written here for you guys, so it's not hard to follow. Now, rule 2 is add to cart. After spending $10, so you go back to your TikTok ads, once this here, which is cost, starts to show 10 or just over 10, then you start implementing rule 2. Now, rule 2 is after spending $10, ensure that at least one add to cart has been done. So you're basically spending $10 to get an add to cart. Example, video 3 generated 6 add to carts at $10, while video 1 only had 1 add to cart at $20. So what we'd do, we'd turn off video 1. So if we go back to the ads manager, you're going to scroll all the way across to where it says add to cart, which is here, add to cart website. And you're going to want to make sure that shows the add to cart over how much that you've spent, which is your cost. Now we move on to rule 3, which is purchases. So after spending $20, ensure that at least one of the purchase, example, video 2 had 1 purchase at break even, while video 3 had 2 purchases that were profitable. Scale video 3. Now, listen to this very carefully. I didn't say turn off video 2 this time. I said you keep it on because it's breaking even. Again, you guys need to really pay attention now if you want to do this correctly. Video 2 has 1 purchase, but it's at break even, whilst video 3 had 2 purchases, but it's profitable. So that means we can start to scale video 3, which I'll explain in a minute. So if we go back to the TikTok Ads Manager, hypothetically, video 2, which is this one here, ad 2, had 1 purchase. So if we scroll over here, you can see here payments completed. So that's basically purchases. As long as that shows 1, we can keep it running. Now the example here is that video 3 actually got 3 profitable sales. So if we go back to video 3, purchase ROAS, so the ROAS it's showing me is profitable. Now this is where we need to figure out what our ROAS is. Now you can use a ROAS calculator just like this one that I'll leave linked into the cheat sheet. And there's also a ROAS calculator inside the vault. So you can just use the ROAS calculator in the vault, but for this demonstration, I'll use this one. Now, all you need to do is add your cost of goods plus your shipping. So in this instance, mine is 20. Now you need to be completely accurate with this. So if yours isn't 20, it's hypothetically 19.66, then you put 19 plus 66. Make sure these numbers are accurate. Then my selling price is going to be $79.99. Then I can click calculate break-even ROAS, and my break-even ROAS is 1.33. So that basically means anything above 1.33, I'm making money. Anything under or at 1.33 either means I'm breaking even or I'm losing money. So above, I'm winning. Below, I'm losing. At the same number, I'm breaking even. So if we go back over to the TikTok Ads Manager, it says in my example that video 3 was profitable. So technically, this number should be something like 2 or 2.4. So that means we can now scale video 3. Now for the others, so for example, video 2, we've left that on because it's breaking even. What we do is we let that run till it either doesn't break even or it's profitable. So we only let these run till either those other 2 conditions get met, which is next day, which is 24 hours or 12 hours, it then becomes unprofitable or it becomes profitable. Now let's talk about some basic ways to scale. And this is during week 1. So think about you're in week 1 now. This is your first week of running TikTok ads. This is the early method to scale. Now we're going to do something called budget scaling. So if an ad group is profitable, double the budget every 2 to 3 days. An example is increase it from 20 to 100, then from 100 to 200. Now this is an extreme budget increase. If you're not happy with that, go from 20 to 50, but I would recommend a minimum of a budget increase of from 20 to 50. So if you're not comfortable with doing 100, which is an $80 difference, jump it from 20 to 50, which is a 50, but that would be the minimum that I'd recommend. And then obviously 50 to 100, and then from 100, then you should be moving on to 200. Now remember, you do that every 2 to 3 days, as long as you're profitable. So what we would do is we go back to the TikTok Ads Manager, and let's say video number 3 is the winner. I'd go to where it says the budget. I'd click this pencil icon, and I would change it to either 50 or 100. Now in this example, I'm going to change it to 100 and then I'm going to click confirm. Now if we go back to the sheet, this is extremely important. Add new creatives. For every budget increase, we launch 3 new videos at $20 each to test additional creatives. Now let's say hypothetically ad 2 and ad 1 didn't succeed. They died out because they were unprofitable or they didn't meet any of the other criteria that I gave you. Then what we would do is we'd turn them off by selecting them and then clicking turn off. Then what we would do is we would copy ad 1 by selecting it, then go into the copy symbol here and we would copy it 3 times. Make sure that the ad copies are in the existing campaign. Make sure the number of copies is 3 and then change the name from ad 1 to ad 4, ad 5, and ad 6. Now, why are we changing the ad group names to ad 4, ad 5, and ad 6? Is because guess what, guys? If you look at the cheat sheet, you need to launch 3 new videos. So if we launch 3 new videos, we get to 4, 5, 6. Because we've already done 1, 2, and 3, so we're adding the next 3 in. So then we'd click copy. Then the only thing that we would change in these ones would be the video. So go over to the video, go to where it says update, and we would now add in the 3 new creatives. Now, if you haven't got 3 new creatives, you need to go and make them very quickly, or you need to use addcreative.ai that I showed you in the AI module to basically rapid duplicate winning creatives. But you definitely need to launch those new creatives. So then you would change this from video 1 to video 4. Then you would change this one over here from video 1 to video 5. Then we would change this one from video 1 to video 6. Remember, make sure the video name and the ad name match, and then we can click publish. Now, just to give you guys a summary of what we've just done is we've turned off the ones that weren't winning, that were unprofitable. Ad 3 was profitable because it had a really good ROAS. So what we did is we added 3 new ads in with 3 new videos, and they're being tested. Now, guess what? For every new ad that you add, so these are brand new, they follow the same 3 golden rules. So they will follow the exact same rules that the originals followed. So I'll repeat that again. Anytime you add a new ad into the mix, it should always follow the same golden rules. Nothing else changes. Everything stays the same. Now, for the winning ad that has a profitable ROAS, monitor this performance. Focus on key metrics like keeping the CPC below $1, the CTR above 2%, and the add to cart below 1 to 4 of your break-even point. Purchases within your break-even cost. Now, to be able to do that, you need to figure out what is your 1/4 of your break-even point. So you need to get a calculator out and figure that out. And then if you go into the TikTok Ads Manager and you go to where it says cost of add to cart, you'll see it here. Cost per add to cart, you can see here in dollar amount what that is. Remember, if it's under 1/4, that is completely fine. If it's above, then you've got problems. And the next one was purchases within your break-even cost. So if we go back to the TikTok Ads Manager, payment complete value website, as long as that is below or at your purchase price, so mine is $20, then we're completely fine. Now, there is something that I need to mention when it comes to complete payment value, so how much it costs you to get a purchase. Now, if you're working with really good margins, then you can be a little bit more wider with this spectrum. So what I'm saying is if I'm playing with, let's say, $50 to $80 in margin, and my complete payment value goes from 20 to 30, but my cost is 20, then it costs me another $10 isn't gonna break the bank, or it's not gonna cost me anything. I'm still making money. So with these metrics that I'm giving you, you do need to think logically with them. So in my instance, if my complete payment goes over 20, that's more than my cost. But if my profit margin's $80, even if it goes over by $10, if I turn that off, that's still stupid, right? Because I'm making money. So think logical with these. Now, of course, because there's so many variables in place, because you guys are going to be testing different products with different margins, it's very hard for me to give you loads of different variable numbers to use. But the key metric is it shouldn't really go over your cost of goods. But if you've got a big healthy margin to play with, then you can be a lot more wider with where you allow this to go. So guys, welcome to module 7 of the free dropshipping course for 2025. Inside of this module, I'm going to be teaching you absolutely everything about Facebook ads. Now, Facebook ads is the platform that's generated me over 7 figures in revenue. Without Facebook ads, I would have not achieved my success with dropshipping. So I really can't explain to you guys how much of an opportunity it is to learn how to advertise on Facebook and the true scalability of how far you can take your brand. Literally, most dropshipping stores and e-commerce brands use Facebook as their #1 platform for scalability. Now, inside of this module, I'm actually going to be teaching you guys absolutely everything. I'm going to be teaching you how the algorithm works. Now, a lot of people don't actually understand how the algorithm works, and if you don't understand the algorithm, you don't understand Facebook. It's like their brain. Now, for those that are complete beginners, I'm actually going to be going through the complete business manager setup, showing you around what everything is and how you should be using it. And then we're going to go straight into my testing strategies, advanced strategies, and I'm also going to be going over stuff that I've never gone over before, like bidding rules, how to not outbid yourself. I'm going to be going over all the advanced crazy stuff. So guys, before we start creating any campaigns and doing any of the fancy stuff, let's explain how the Facebook brain works, which is the algorithm. Now, Facebook ads is basically an auction system. So you compete in an auction. Every time somebody scrolls on Facebook or Instagram, advertisers are bid for a chance to show up on the ad. So basically, every time somebody scrolls through Facebook, you're bidding to show up on the placement, on their scrolling through the Facebook platform. Winning isn't just about who pays the most. Facebook looks for 3 things. Your bid, how much you're willing to spend to show up your ad. Number 2, your ad quality, how interesting, helpful, or enjoyable your ad is to viewers. Number 3, which is the results, likelihood of how likely it is for the viewer will take an action, which is clicking, buying, or reading, for example. So this is how Facebook ad success works. Your bid, ad quality, and results likelihood. So the second thing to understand is Facebook tests your ad first. So when you launch a brand new ad, Facebook tries it with a small group of people to see how they react. If they like your ad by clicking, buying, or watching, Facebook will then show it to a larger audience, and it will keep repeating that till it gets bigger and bigger in terms of the audience size. And number 3, it learns as it goes. Facebook collects data from your ad, e.g. who clicks, who ignores. The better the ad performs, the cheaper it becomes to show to more people. So let's understand how the Facebook ad data collection works. What does your Facebook ad collect from ads? Facebook collects data on who clicks and who ignores the ad. How does the ad perform affect cost? The better the ad performs, the cheaper it becomes. Now, the fourth important thing to understand is it will always prioritize good ads. Ads that people enjoy or find relevant, like a product they need, get shown more often and cost less. Boring or annoying ads like with bad images or bad videos will get shown a lot less, and it will cost even more. So I really can't emphasize to you guys back in module 5 how important it is to create good videos and good images, because it will really depend on how successful your ads are. So this is how you make the algorithm work for you as a drop shipper. So it comes down to 4 principles. Number 1, great visuals. Enhance ad appeal with striking images or videos. Test different ads, experiment with multiple ad variations, target the right people, focus on audiences likely to purchase. And number 4, track performance and obviously make adjustments based on those performances. So why Facebook chooses some ads over others? Number 1, it wants happy users. Facebook wants people to enjoy their time, so it prefers ads that people find fun or helpful. Number 2, it helps advertisers. Facebook prioritize ads that are more likely to get results, which is either clicks or sales. Number 3, it makes more money. The better the ads perform, the more advertisers spend and Facebook wins. So obviously Facebook is a profitable company. They want to make money, so they want people to spend good money on the bids so they make even more money. So you can see here Facebook success and the 3 triggers will attribute to Facebook success. So that was a quick overview of how the Facebook brain or algorithm works. And now you know what makes Facebook happy. We now know what to do logistically in terms of our videos, our creatives, that will help incentivize us to get the best results. Now I'm going to be going over the setup of how to integrate your Facebook ads into your Shopify store and how to set up the business manager and how to use the business manager. Now, if you already know how to do this, just slightly skip ahead to the actual strategy where I teach you my testing campaigns, my scaling campaigns. This is just for the complete newbies or those that don't know how to do it. So the first thing that you guys need to do is go back to your Shopify store, go to the settings inside of apps and sales channel and click Shopify App Store. Once you've done that, you're going to come back to the Shopify App Store and you're going to go to where it says popular with stores like yours. Usually Facebook should come up here on the top left. Now, if yours isn't showing this, just search for Facebook and Instagram. And once you've found the one that looks just like this, you're going to click on it and you're going to install it. And then you want to hit install app again. And then it's going to say accept cookies from Facebook and click accept all. And then on the far left-hand section, you're going to see Facebook and Instagram. Just pin that so that it's always there for you to easily access. And then what you want to do is you want to click this button here which says Get Started. Now, the first thing that you guys want to do is connect your account. So you're going to connect your Facebook account to your Shopify. Now, before you even connect any Facebook account to Shopify, you need to make sure you're using a Facebook account that can be ID verified if it hasn't already, or you have complete access to. You don't want to just be creating a fake account and then adding it to this, because you're going to run into issues long term. Always connect an account that you have control over, you either know about, and you can ID verify it if it needs to be done, which is a high chance. Now, in this free course, I'm actually going to be using my brother's account because my personal account is now banned from Facebook ads because I've basically been running so many ads on there and now I've been banned from it. So what I can do is I can just use my brother's account because I know him, I trust him, and I've got access to the account and his ID, and it's also been verified. So that's an example. And if you ever run into issues in the future where you get banned, you can just use a family member's account to get it verified. Now, I'm also going to be leaving a link in the cheat sheet to other places that you can buy verified accounts from if you don't have a luxury of having a family member that you can use in case you get banned. So I'm going to click Connect Account, and then it's going to take me to the browser where I'm already logged into Facebook, and I'm going to click Continue. And then you can see here it's connected my Facebook account, and then it's going to say Business Portfolio. Now, if you've never created Facebook ads before, or you've never created a business manager before, it's actually going to show 0. It's just going to show create a new business portfolio. Now, in my opinion, it's better off doing this inside of the business manager instead of doing it here. So what you guys want to do is you want to come to this website here called Facebook Business Manager. I'll leave a link to it in the cheat sheet. As soon as you open up this, it's going to get you to log in through your account, through your Facebook account. You just want to log in. Now, once you've logged in, it should take you to a page that looks similar to mine. And what the first thing you need to do is you need to create a business portfolio. So you're going to see here on the setup guide, create an account and add a page. Now, if you look at my screen, guys, very carefully, in the top right, you can see my personal account here, which is my Facebook account. And in the top left here, you can see my business portfolios. I've got 2 business portfolios here, but you guys just need to create one. So you want to go to where it says create a business portfolio. Then once you create a business portfolio, you want to enter a name, which is your store name, your first name, last name, and business email. Now listen to me very carefully, guys. When you create a business portfolio, try to use your company details. If you've already registered an LLC or an LTD, please use those details because you might have to verify the business portfolio later on in your ad career because you've spent a certain amount of money. You might even have to do it straight away. And Facebook's very picky nowadays with verification if the details don't exist or they don't match. So don't just enter random details, add legitimate details to the account. And that's why I'd always advise you guys to set up a company over a sole trader, because sometimes Facebook doesn't like sole traders and they want a company documentation of proof of the company existence. You can see here I've called mine ECOM SAT Ltd. So that's me using a UK company formation to create this business portfolio, but yours could be LLC if it's an LLC. Now, once you guys have created your business portfolio, you want to go to add accounts and you want to click add ad account here, and you want to go to create a new ad account. Now you can call this actually anything you want to. And then you want to choose the time zone of where you're living in. So wherever you're living, put the time zone to that. And currency, always use US dollars because the US dollar will average out the same as any other currency. So for example, I'm in the UK. If I set this to pounds, $5 and £5 is looked at the same thing in Facebook, but the pound's stronger than the dollar. So it makes more sense for me to set it in USD. So I'm going to click next. Then it's going to ask you what this account's used for, my business, click next. Then you're going to need to confirm that you've requested this, click create an account. So guys, once you've created your ad account, you want to go to where it says users and people, and you're going to see yourself on here. Now you're actually going to want to invite somebody else to the account. And the reason why you're going to want to add somebody else to the account is just in case you get locked out of your account or you get disabled or banned from it, then there's no way back into the account. So it's a backup option, which everyone should do just in case. Now, when you add somebody to the account, they've got to have a Facebook account. You can't just add somebody's random email address. That email address has to be associated with a Facebook account. So invite somebody like your brother, your sister, your mother, your father, or buy an ID verified account from the list that I gave you in the cheat sheet. Obviously, the person that you add, you need to be able to trust them. So make sure you do that and add them by adding their email address. Then it's going to give you the permission. Now, I would advise you to give them full control and then you want to click next again, and then you want to select all the assets. Now, for now, we can't do that because we haven't created them. So we'll come back to this a little bit later on when we've created our assets. So what you want to do, guys, is either leave this page open or come back to it in the next few moments. So now we need to create a Facebook page, guys, for our company. So go to your Facebook account. Once you're in your Facebook account, go to pages, create new profile or page, click public, and then click next again, click get started. And then you're going to want to start to fill this out based on your store. You can literally copy your store name. The category, the bio is the about us section. For the profile picture, use your logo. And for the banner, use the first home screen banner of your Shopify store. Print screen that and put it in the cover photo, and you're ready to go. Now, once you've created your page on Facebook, come down to pages, click add page, and then click add an existing Facebook page. And then whatever page you just made, search for it here, and then you're gonna see it. So this is mine, for example, and then I can click next. And then once you've created your page, you should now see it here. Now you're gonna wanna go down to where it says assign people, and you're gonna wanna assign yourself and give it full control. And if you've already added somebody to the account, come here and assign them to it as well. Remember, it's not just about adding somebody as a backup. You've also got to add them to all the assets that you add to the account because they're separate. So again, come to sign and make sure you add that backup person to the account. Now, I would recommend that you make an Instagram account for your company. Literally just make a simple Instagram account with the logo and bio and connect it here by clicking add. And it's the exact same process as you would do with your Facebook page. Then once you've done that, guys, scroll all the way down to where it says billing and payments. And this is where you're going to want to add a payment method. So if you go down to where it says payment methods, now make sure that you're in the right business portfolio. You can see here, I'm in the right one. Click where it says add business payment method. Now you're going to want to make sure you have the right information. Mine's correct. Click next, and you're going to want to add your card. Now, because I'm in the UK and I'm paying with dollars, I want to make sure that I'm using a bank that won't charge me any FX rates. So the bank that I use is either Revolut or Wise, and they don't charge me any FX rates. So for me, that makes sense. Now, if your bank doesn't give you free FX rates, then you need to change this to your local currency because you're going to be paying FX rates. Now, if you're okay with doing that and it's only a small amount, then carry on. But the US dollar is the best one to choose. But again, it will depend on your FX rate. Then once you've done that, guys, your payment option should now be added to the account. And if you go back to accounts, you should see your Visa card or MasterCard, the balance, and then that's everything you need. And if you click view details, now under view details, you can start to do some cool stuff like account spending limit. You can set a spending limit, which I'd recommend everyone does. And I'd set it to $1,000 for now. And then I've set mine up to reset manually. So I have to manually reset it. Now, the reason why I set a spending limit on a new account is because in case there's any issues or I forget to turn things off, the max I will spend is $1,000. Now, something else that's really important that you'll be able to find in here is your daily spending limit. So mine right now is $50. On most accounts that are new, you're going to get a spending limit of $50 a day. Now, this usually goes up every few weeks the more you spend consistently. And again, remember, it will go up in intervals of either 50 or 100, but 50 is more than enough to start with, so you don't need to worry. Now, sometimes you can click Open Help Center here and request for a higher limit, but they don't always allow you to do it that way. They sometimes will just say to you, you need to spend more money, and eventually this will go up. Now, guys, a really important section of the Business Manager that you need to be aware of is here where it says Account Overview. So make sure you check Account Overview. Now, if you've got any issues with your account, it should show here. Now, I've actually got one here, which is your account has violated one of our advertising policies. Now, you're going to get this warning very early on into your ads. It usually gets flagged on new accounts. And usually the reason why they flag it is because guess what they want? They want you to upload your ID. So this is what I was saying to you guys before. Now, if you don't have a valid ID, then there's no point because you will never be able to get past this section without uploading a valid ID. So in this case, guys, all I got to do is upload an ID and I'll be fine in this case. Now, something else that you can do here, which is really cool, is in the top right, you can reset your ads manager back to the default. Sometimes people mess around and then they end up destroying their... Now, sometimes people mess around in here and they start configuring it in different ways. And then they're like, wow, what has happened? If you just come to these three dots, you can reset it back to the original self and you don't need to panic. Now, if you come back to the far left again, you're going to see all of these little tabs. And if you go to all tools, it's going to show you all the tools inside of the Facebook Ads Manager or the Business Manager. All of these you should not worry about. The only one that you need to know about is Ads Manager, Billing and Payments, and Business Settings. Those are the three ones that are the main ones that you need to focus on. The rest of them, don't even worry about. Now, once we've done all that successfully, guys, let's go back to Shopify. And now if you refresh the screen, you want to click connect Facebook account again. And now it should show you the business portfolio that you just created. So I'm going to click ECOM SAT. And then it's going to ask you for choosing a preference on how you want this done. Now I want maximum. So I'm going to click save. And then it's going to ask me to create a pixel. Now in this case, you do need to create one. So click create new. And then that will be created. For now, I'm just going to click connect. And then you want to click agree to terms of services and click submit review. Now, once you've done that, guys, you're literally ready to go. And it should take around about 3 to 5 minutes to load up. Now, if you go back inside of your Facebook Business Manager and go under where it says data sources, pixels, you should now see the one that Shopify's made. Usually it's named Shopify something, something, something. So as long as that's there, you know the pixel's been generated. Now the pixel is the data for you. So it collects all the data from users that click on your ad, shop with your ad. So the pixel is extremely important and it's set on a 90-day basis. So every 90 days, it comes up with new data based on what you've been getting from your ads. So now you guys can see after those 3 to 5 minutes, it's now been active like this. And now let's go to settings, and under settings, go to where it says behavior will be tracked with the data set, and make sure this pixel here matches the exact same one in your business manager. So make sure the ID matches, and as long as they match, we're ready to go. So now what I want you guys to do is come back to the ads manager and come to the far right and click ads manager, which is this one here, and then go to where it says campaigns. And now this will take you inside of what's called an ads manager. Now this is basically the dashboard and interface that we're going to use to create campaigns, adjust them, and all of that other stuff. This is the main part of the Facebook Ads Manager or Business Manager, and this is where you're going to be spending the majority of your time. Now, before we progress, come to the top left-hand side and make sure that your Ads Manager is set to the right business portfolio. Sometimes it can go into your personal account. You always want to make sure that you're spending and you're using the right account. So you can see here, mine is using the right account, so we can get started. Now, the first thing that we need to do, guys, is set up our columns the correct way. So if you come to the right-hand side here, you're going to see columns and performance, and you're going to want to go to where it says customize columns. Now, you might be wondering, why are we even customizing these columns? And the columns are basically the metrics that we will read once we run ads. Now, it's good to get this done now and to understand these so that you know what you're doing and what you're looking for after we set up the ads. So these are our key metrics that we need to review. Now, if you come back to the cheat sheet, guys, you're going to see here columns required, and these are all the columns that you need. I'm actually going to add a few more columns here so you guys can add them in your own time. Some are advanced and some are beginner friendly. So just make sure that you've got the ones that I've added here. So if we go back to the ads manager, if we click performance, we're going to want to look for the right ones. So you can see CPC and CTR. Then under cost, we've got CPM, which is what we're going to need. Then if we go underneath performance funnel, we don't need any of those. Then we've got engagement. Now underneath engagement, you want to go to media and you want to click video plays 25, 50, 75, 95, and 100. Then you want to click video average playtime as well. Then underneath clicks, you want to do unique CTR. You also want to do link clicks. And then underneath conversions, you want to do add to cart total. You also want to do purchase ROAS on ad spend total. Then you want to do checkouts initiated, also total. And then underneath status and dates, you want to do date created and date last edited. And then underneath tracking, you want to do URL parameters. And then if you come to the right hand side, you're going to see 39 columns selected. And this is in the order that you're going to have it. Now you want to put this in the right order. Now date created should be at the top. Date last edited should be underneath that. Delivery should be above it. We can get rid of bid strategy. We can also get rid of last significant edit. We can also get rid of impressions. We can keep quality ranking. We can keep engagement ranking. Amount spent should also be underneath ad set name. Schedule should be underneath ad set name. Ends you can get rid of. And you can leave the rest as it is. And then you want to click save as a custom preset and you want to call it ECOM. And then click save. Now, if you just scroll all the way to the right hand side, you should see all of your columns, and these are the most important ones to understand how well are your ads performing. So guys, we can now move on to our first campaign, which is going to be our testing campaign, and within the name, it's testing. We're testing variables out. What video works the best? Is it image ads that work the best? What type of audience works the best? What offer works the best? So what we're trying to do here is test to see what works. And if nothing works, then guess what? Our product is the issue. So we change the product. Now, usually I set around about $200 to $350 to test. And if I don't get the right metrics back, which I'll be showing you in the next few moments, then I cut the product and move to the next one. Now, this is the part of dropshipping where it's really going to test your mindset on losing money and to see how you cope with it. So the first thing we're going to want to do is go to the far left in the green where it says create, and we're going to want to go down to where it says sales, and then go to where it says buying type and make sure it's auction, and then go to where it says continue. And now it's going to say manual setup, and then it's also going to show advantage shopping plus. Now, for now, we're only going to be focusing on manual setup. Advantage shopping plus is for scaling once you know what works. We're going to leave this alone till we know what works, guys. We are not going to touch this until we scale. So for now, manual sales campaign, click continue. And then where it says campaign name, this is where we're going to call it our product name. So you can see I've called it heated vest test. And then if you scroll down, it's going to show campaign details, buying type, and campaign objective. Then it's going to show you advantage catalog ads. Make sure this one's turned off. Then it's going to show advantage campaign budget. Make sure this is also turned off, guys. And then you want to hit next. Now, guys, we're inside of the ad set level. Now, for me to explain this the best to you, if you come to the left-hand side, you're going to see a folder. You're then going to see an icon with 4 squares, and then you're going to see an icon with the page. Now, the folder is the campaign level, the 4 squares is the ad set level, and then the image of the page is the ad level. Now, the ad set level is what we're targeting, who we're targeting, and how we're targeting them. The campaign is the overall template, and then the ad level is where we do the visuals and the writing for people to see. Now, inside of the ad set name, we're actually going to come back to this, guy. So for now, just leave it. And then where it says conversion location, click website. Performance goals, maximize numbers of conversion. Data set, make sure you choose the right pixel. Conversion event, choose to purchase. Then where it says dynamic creative, do not turn this on. Now, where it says daily budget, this is really going to depend on 2 factors. Number 1, your product pricing. Now, if your product is above a price of $39.99, set this to $10. If your product is above the price of $99.99, you set this to $15. Anywhere in between is 10. Now, inside of the Google Doc, it will contain that information again, but those are the 3 variables that I stick to. Now, the second thing that it will depend on is your account spending limit. Now, if you're on a $50 limit like me, then you're going to be able to do either 5 or 10 ad sets, depending on how expensive your product is. Now, in this example, my product is $79.99, so I'm going to be doing $10 per ad set. Now, I can only do 5 ad sets because I've got a $50 spending limit. Now, if you're watching this and your account doesn't really have a spending limit, then you can either do 5 or 10 ad sets at $10 a day. It depends how comfortable you are on testing more variables. Obviously, the more ad sets means the more variables that we're able to test. Now, for most beginners, 5 is more than enough at $10. Now, something else that you need to understand is we're doing a ABO campaign, which stands for ad set budget optimization. Now, there is another formation called CBO, which is campaign budget optimization. That's how Facebook spreads our money across our ad sets. Does it spread it across the ad set level or the campaign level? Now, all you guys need to know is CBO typically works better when you know what works and what scales, and ABO typically works the best when it comes to testing. So for now, we're going to stick with an ABO campaign. But what I will say as a side note is it really does depend on your account. Every account reacts different to the different options that Facebook gives us. So for me, I'm going to leave this, guys, at $10 a day. And then where it says start date, I always set this to the next day midnight. So this is going to be 27:00. So this is going to be 12 a.m. GTM next day. And then where it says end date, you do not need to click this. And then where it says budget scaling, you don't need to touch any of this either. And then where it says locations, this is where you want to click edit. Now, locations is really important. It really depends on who you're trying to sell the product to, but the 2 categories that I'll always stick to as a beginner is the top 5 countries, which is the UK, US, Australia, New Zealand, and Canada. Now, if you want to kind of experiment a little bit more wider, but it will cost slightly more money, so your $10 a day won't go as far, it'll go a little bit less, but it means you can spread the audience out a little bit more, is I do the top 5 countries, which are the ones I mentioned, plus the European countries that have a really good spend. Now, European countries are very underrated in dropshipping, but they still make a lot of money. Now, in my case, I'm actually going to be doing the top 5 and the top European countries, but it's completely down to you guys what you'd rather do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to where it says browse. So now I'm going to go to where it says add locations in bulk. Go to where it says countries, and I'm basically going to go back to the Google Docs sheet and copy the European ones into here and click match locations. So guys, when you click add locations in bulk, it's going to ask you to put a list here. So if we go back to the cheat sheet, you can see I've got my list that I'm going to go with, which is the top 20 countries. Now, if you want to go with the top 5, you can put the top 5, but for this instance, I'm going to put the top 20. So I've added those, click match locations. And what will happen is it will try and match the locations. Now, we don't need French Polynesia. We don't need this one. We don't need this one either. We don't need this one either. We don't need that one. Let's go through all the rest of the list. We don't need that one. We don't need that one either. We don't need that one either, nor that one. Now that's good, guys. We can click save list and click add locations. And we can enter the list as top 22, as there's 22 for some reason, and then we want to click save list. Now there's 22 countries, not 20, sorry, so let's click save list. So basically we don't need to keep adding those in manually from now on. They should just be there. Double check they're all there correctly. Okay, we're all good. Now we can move on. Now we're moving on to where the targeting happens. So now if you scroll down, guys, you're going to see something called Advantage Audience Plus. Now this is where things get interesting, because this is where we choose whether we want Facebook to do the targeting for us, which is find the people that are relevant for our ad, or do we give them a rough idea of who to go for? Now, this is really hard to choose whether you should use it or not, but put it this way, you can choose to test this or not to see if it helps. Now, what I always say is go by this rule of thumb. If your product is made for everyone, so let's say, for example, you're selling something like a posture corrector where anyone from any walk of life can buy it because it can benefit anyone, then this being Advantage Plus might be very beneficial, because it's hard to really find out who specifically wants to buy that product. But if you've got a rough idea of people that want to buy your product, then what we can do is we can click add a suggestion. Now, if you scroll down, ignore custom audiences, we're going to go down to where it says detailed targeting. So we're going to give Facebook an idea as an option for them to help find who we're looking to sell to. Now, I'm selling to people that are doing, skiing, outerwear, etc. So I could type in, for example, ski sporting goods. So I'm going to click that one there. Now, something that you want to make sure you're paying attention to is the right-hand side where it says estimated audience size. You want that to be above 10 million. So at the moment it's 31 to 37. Now where it says estimated audience size on the far right side, this is very important to look at, because you want this above around about 50 million to 100 million when you're testing. Now what I've done, guys, is I've added a few more interests. I've added hiking, recreational fishing, ski and snowboarding. So what Facebook's going to do is they're going to use their AI engine to find people, but they're going to take into consideration that these are the people that I'm trying to sell to. Now these are going to be what I call the warmest people for my product, because these people are going to want it the most or need it the most, because their activity directly correlates with wanting or needing my product. Now if you're selling a beauty product, you might want to put here a few beauty interests like Kylie Jenner, or 1 or 2 beauty brands that can help Facebook understand that you're selling a beauty related product. Now once we've done this, guys, you're going to want to go to where it says age, and I'm going to change this to 21, and I'm going to leave it at 65. So this is 21 to 65, but usually I do 21 to 55, but because of my product I think is really suited for older people too, because older people feel the cold more than younger people, I'm going to leave it at 65. But usually I do 21 to 55, but in this exception I know older people are going to have an interest in this, so I'm going to leave it at 65. But you should always set it at 21 as the minimum age. Now where it says genders, I'm going to leave it at all, as mine is both genders, so it really doesn't matter. But if yours is specifically one gender, then obviously set it to that one gender. Now if we scroll down, you're going to see placements here. Now placements is where your brand is going to show up on the Facebook platform. Now I leave mine as Advantage Plus placements, because I like Facebook to figure it out for me. Now if you do want to change this, which is optional, you can click edit, and then you can go down to manual placements. Now, the only manual placements that I personally do if I don't want Facebook to do it for me is Facebook feeds, Facebook stories, Instagram feeds, and Instagram stories. Those are the 4 ones that I'll choose if I'm doing manual. But in this case, I am not doing manual, guys, so I'm going to leave it as Advantage. So now, guys, what we can do is we can scroll all the way back up, and we can now enter our ad set name. And the ad set name should be basically what we've selected within the ad set. So for example, we're doing 21 to 65. We're doing Advantage Plus. Then I'm going to add the interest that I've given it to help with it. So skiing, hiking, fishing. I've also used auto placements. And then of course, I've done $10 as well. So let's put $10. Now, the reason why it's super important to name your ad sets is because when you come to review them later, once we've published them, it's easier for you to know which one was which, so you don't make any mistakes. So now that's done, guys, we can click next. Now, guys, before we click next, there's going to be a beneficiary and payer. So this is really important because if you're going to be targeting European countries, you do have to fill this out. Now, I'd recommend that you put this as your store name. So I've called it Thermostyle, and this is just for the European Union, guys. So just click next once you've done that. And now, guys, we're in the ad level. So now underneath identity, you should see Facebook page and Instagram account. And once those are correct, that's fine. We can move on. And now we should be moving on to ad set setup, and we want to click create ad. Then we're going to use manual upload, and then we're going to go down to where it says single image or video. Now we're going to call this ad name video 1. Now in total, we're going to have 3 ads or 4 ads. Now the reason why we might need 4 is because if images have worked for your product for other people, then the 4th ad will be the image ad. Now obviously how we're going to know if images have worked well is if we go to the ad library and look at our competitors. If they're running image ads, and a lot of them, clearly it's working. So if that is the case, then we're going to have 4 because we know it works for our competitor. Now, if it's not working for our competitors, then we just leave it at 3 ads, which is 3 videos. So obviously the first ad is going to be video 1. So now you want to scroll down to where it says add creative. You want to go to where it says set up creative. And if it's a video, which it is, we're going to go to video ad. And then once we've gone to creative setup, you want to go to source URL and you want to put in your landing page. So your landing page should be under source URL, and you want to preview the URL, make sure it's correct and it works. And then you want to go to where it says text. Now where it says primary text, now this is where we're going to use some AI to help us do this. So what you guys need to do is you need to go back to ChatGPT. You want to go to explore GBTs, and we're going to be using the Facebook ad copywriter. Now this will be linked in the cheat sheet for you guys to access. Now this is going to help us come up with the Facebook creatives for ad copies and ad headlines that are going to work. Now I've given you guys a prompt to use, which is this is my product page, which you've then sent them the link to your product page. These are my competitors running the ads. Then you send them the links to your competitors' ads. Now, the way I've done this is I've actually gone back to Winning Hunter and I've actually sent them the ads that are working the best. Now, I'm not just sending them random page ad library links. I'm only sending them the links to the page ad libraries that are working. Like, look, Living Smart is the best performing page for this product. So what I've done is I've clicked view details. I've then gone to page ad library and I've used the page ad library and sent it to them because they're clearly doing well. Now, if you've not got Winning Hunter, this is going to be a little bit harder because you'll have to go to the ad library and manually look for which pages have the most active ads and then manually sort them out. But for me, I've just gone on which ones are performing the best, Heated Hunter and Living Smart. So I've gone back to the GBT and I've sent it that information. And then it's asked me who my target audience is, unique selling points, special offers, customer pain points, and branded guidelines. Now, for you guys to get this information, you should already have it now, especially because we've done the Shopify store. If you don't have this information, then ask GBT to help you gather this information by sending it your competitors' websites, and it will then give you the information. Now, for obviously special offers, that needs to be based on your website and your offers, which is either buy one, get one free, or save more, buy more. That should all be based off your information. Now, I sent the GBT all that information across, and then it's come back and sent me some headlines and ad copies that I can use. Now, after it sent me a few of them, they're pretty good. And then I asked it to base it off the page that had the best ads, which is this one here, which is Living Smart. And you can see then it gave me more ad copies and headlines based on what's working for my competitors. So now I've got all of these ad copies and ad headlines that I can use. So I've added my headline here, which is Stop Shivering, Start Living Smart. And now I've got the option to add more. Now I personally add 3 of these headlines and then that's it. So this is basically your split testing, which will work the best based on Facebook. So guys, you can see I've added my 3 headlines here. Stop Shivering, Start Living Smart. One Vest, Endless Adventures. Trusted by thousands to beat the cold. So I only need 3 out of 5. Now where it says primary text, you need to make sure that they match the ones that you've added here. So the headlines and the primary text need to match. So whichever the GBT gave me for this one, I need to give it that complete ad copy. So you can see here, this is the ad copy that goes with that headline. Now, what I would say to you guys is don't just add these ad copies in. You also need to make sure you check if it's the right spelling, if it makes sense, because sometimes AI can make mistakes. So you've got to make sure you read them so they are correct. Now, once we've done that, we can scroll down to where it says description. And in description, I put free track shipping. So I only use free track shipping as the description, and then call to action is going to be shop now. Now, once I've done that, I can click next, and then it's going to ask for the media, which is obviously the video. So we need to upload those videos. Now, once you've uploaded your video, select the first video that you want to use and click next, and then click next again. And then it's going to show you here the crop option. This ad will not show up on certain placements. I'm going to click recommended. And then where it says here feeds and streams, I'm going to use recommended. And then where it says here 16:9, I'm going to click recommended. And then I'm going to go and click next. And then I'm going to click done. So now you guys should be able to see a preview of what your ads is going to look like. And you can also make it bigger like this and see what all your ads are going to look like, which is really, really important. Now, once you've done that, guys, it should now import all the primary text here. And then you can see your headlines, and then the call to action should be shop now. So let's change that again to shop now. And then it says here advantage plus creative text generation using AI. Now, this is saying generate variations, and some people have seen a 1.7% increase by doing this. Then there's an option called Advantage Creative Text Generation. This is where Facebook's AI will basically optimize your text based on what they think will work. It's down to you guys if you want to use it. Honestly, I'd keep the first one the way you've done it and maybe make one of the others with their AI and see if it works any better. Then once you've done all of that, guys, you can scroll down and then it's going to say website URL. Now, again, this is where we're going to get our product URL and we're going to paste it here. Now, before we carry on, always preview the URL, and if it's working correctly, then it's all done. Now, if we scroll all the way down, there's something called a URL parameter, which is optional. Now, this is actually quite important to do because this will help you understand where your sales are coming from. Facebook's tracking isn't perfect, by the way, guys. It does get glitchy. Now, if you want to stop that from happening, you can set up URL parameters or UTMs. And how you do that is you go to where it says build a URL parameter, you set the campaign source, you set the campaign medium, the campaign name, and the campaign content. Now, just to save a little bit of time, I'm not going to do this now, but I'm going to put an explanation in the sheet so you can do this. Now, what this does is it sets up a custom URL per ad. So each ad, because we're going to be running 3 or 4, will have a custom URL based on the parameters so that we know which URL generated the sale. Because sometimes Facebook might say, oh, this ad set or this ad made the sale, but really Facebook's basically flagging the wrong stuff. So by you implementing URL parameters, it's a safety net from stopping the wrong data. Because imagine you scaling your ads based on data that's not correct. That can cost you a lot of money because you're killing ad sets or you're scaling ad sets which aren't the right ones. So I would recommend that you set up URL parameters. It's very, very important. It can take a little bit of time. That's why I'm going to give you a guide inside of the cheat sheet and a video to watch as well, so you can watch it inside of the cheat sheet. Now, there are softwares that you can also use, but that's better for advanced people that are starting to see some success because they're not cheap to use, and I'll be covering those later on in the video. Now, once we've done that, guys, we can go back and we can duplicate the video 2 more times. So we're going to click duplicate and we're going to change number of copies to 2 and click duplicate. So now we're going to change this one to video 2 and we're going to change this one to video 3. So now we've got video 1, video 2, and video 3. So now in video 2, what we need to do is we need to scroll all the way back down. So what we need to do is we need to go to where it says media, delete the media. There should be a bin icon here and click add media, add video. Now the text should stay the same. The media is going to change. So now we're going to change it to the second video and click next. Next again. Then we're going to use their recommendations. And now it's going to optimize video 2 based on the new video. We need to now set up a new URL parameter for this one because again, each ad needs a new URL parameter. Then once that's been changed, guys, we can now move on to video 3. Video 3, we're going to go back up, just delete this media, add video, go to media and select video 3. Next, recommended, and next. And then guys, that is the video 3 also done and now being optimized. So now we've done that, guys, we've got our 3 videos. Now, if again, our product is suited for image ads too, we can click duplicate again, click duplicate, and we're going to scroll up and we're going to call this image ad. And then if we scroll all the way down, we're going to delete the media. We're going to click add media, add image, and then we're going to go all the way down to media, and we're going to upload our image. So there we go, guys. I've uploaded my image. Then I'm going to click next, and then I'm going to click next again and click done. And then our image ad has now been used for our ad. So this image ad that we created during the module where I show you guys how to do it has now been added, and it looks really, really nice. So guys, that's our 4 creatives done, which is our 3 videos and our image ad. So now we need to duplicate the ad set level 4 more times. So we're going to click duplicate, and we're going to change number of copies to 4. Now remember what I told you guys, if your account doesn't have a budget restriction, then you could do 10. Remember, the more ad sets means the more testing that you can do quicker. Now, if you're a beginner or you're a little bit more concerned or more anxious about spending money, then just stick to 5, which is adding 4 more. Then we're going to click duplicate. And now we should see in total 5 ad sets. Now we've got 4 more duplications, guys. These are the things that we can vary test. Now remember, this is a testing campaign, so we need to try and test as many variables as we can, but we've got to be very careful when we're testing variables. And you might be thinking, well, why should we be careful? Because what we really want to test is the creative. Is the creatives good? Now, if we make too many adjustments inside of the ad set, it could interfere with the results of the creatives. Now, something that I usually like to mess around with in this section is the location. So maybe for this ad set, I change it from all of these countries just to the top 5. So guys, inside of this ad set, the only change that I might want to make is what I've just done, which is change the locations just to the top 5 countries. So I'm going to scroll all the way back up. So I'm going to change it now, and I'm going to put top 5. So now I know inside of this ad set that I'm doing top 5 instead of the top 20, for example. Then in the next campaign, what I might want to change is I might want to change giving Facebook no recommendation. So I might not give it any recommendation. So I'm going to delete every single one of these, go all the way back up and delete the recommendations. Now in the next ad set, what I might want to change is I might want to scroll all the way down to where it says placements, and I might want to change advantage placements to manual placements. So under manual placements, I'm now going to change it just Facebook and Instagram stories and feeds. So now you guys can see that I've got Facebook feed, Facebook profile feed, Instagram feed, Instagram feed, Instagram profile feed, Instagram stories, and Facebook stories. So I've only got those 6 placements instead of all of the rest of them. Now, the reason why this might be a good thing to test is because Facebook usually wastes a lot of budget on the other placements that usually don't perform very well. So now I can go all the way up and change it from advantage auto placements to manual. Now, the last change that I might want to make on this last ad set is scrolling all the way down to where it says advantage plus. And I might actually want to change this completely. And I might want to go to where it says switch to original audience options. And I'm going to go to where it says use original audience. And this is where Facebook's AI no longer happens, and it's strictly just going to use what information I give it in terms of targeting. So if we scroll all the way down now to audience, we can see if we keep going down, it's still got our interest. Now you've got 2 options, guys. You can either keep the stacked interest that you've put here, which is these 4 like I have, or you can delete every single one of them, or you can put one really broad interest. Now what I've done is I've searched for coat and I've changed it from relevance to size. Now coat is a part of clothing that I'm obviously going to sell. It's type of a coat. So you can see here now the relevant size to this is between 49 million and 58 million. Now I might want to change this from coat to jacket. Now jacket has 99 million to 117 million, and it's really relative to the type of product that I'm selling. Now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go with jacket apparel because it's a bigger audience size, and people, like I said, that buy jackets will also buy coats. So I've selected jacket apparel, and the audience size is now 61 to 72 million. Now I've stacked a few other interests here. I've put coat and then North Face apparel, as that's a really big company that sells clothing for the extreme winter. So I've got those 3 stacked interests using the old style of audience targeting. So I'm going to go all the way back up now. I'm going to take off Advantage Plus. I'm going to get rid of these other interests. And now I'm going to call it Stack, Old. And then I'm going to put the names of the interests that I've targeted here. And then that's that one done. And then once we've done all of that, guys, we can click Publish. Now, once you've published it, guys, you should see Campaign, Ad Sets, and Ads. Now, if we go back over to campaigns, it should be the campaign name. If If you go to ad sets, you need to make sure that this column is bigger on the size. So instead of it being that small, you need to make it this big. That way you can see the differences with each ad set, because obviously the changing of the name will give away what changes we've made inside of that ad set. And then obviously ads is the last one, and all of the ads should be there ready to go. Now those will be in draft, and once Facebook approves them, you will get a notification being told your ads have been approved and delivery should be delivering. Now in this example, I've turned mine off because this is obviously an example video, so I'm not going to leave mine on, but it should just say delivering. So now what you guys should do is let your campaigns run for around about 24 to 48 hours to gather data. So what I'm trying to say is do not touch your campaigns until at least 24 to 48 hours. Just let them run. Don't even do anything, because the more you look at them, the more anxious you're going to get. So just leave them alone for 24 to 48 hours. Now the metrics that you need to monitor is click-through rate, which is CTR. That should be greater than 3% or at 3%. Your cost per click should ideally be under $1. Now your return on ad spend, I've left this blank because a lot of people are going to look at this. Now your ROAS, which is return on ad spend at this stage, shouldn't even be a concern, although a lot of people will look at this metric. And return on ad spend basically means how profitable are you. Now to figure out your ROAS, you can use a ROAS calculator like this one here, where you put your cost of goods, which is your shipping, plus your cost, which is 20 in my example, and then your selling price, what you're selling the product for, and then you click calculate break-even ROAS, and you can see my break-even ROAS is 1.33. So anything above that, I'm making money. Anything below that, I'm losing money. Now this early into your ads, I wouldn't even worry about the ROAS. Now this is what I would do within this stage. If you've got 0 sales, I would reevaluate your creatives or your products, or consider moving on. Now if you've got 1 sale, let the ad sets run for another 12 hours. If you've got 2 or more sales, just duplicate the ad sets that have got those sales. So after 24 to 48 hours, once you've come back inside of your, so after 48 hours have completely ran and your ads have spent what they should have spent, which is 10 per ad set, which is over 2 days, you want to come back to your campaign, go to the ad set level, and you want to look at your CPC. Now, if your CPCs are above $1, now that is a cause for concern, but it isn't a complete concern just yet, because it does depend on other metrics. Now the CTR should show between 3% and above. If it's slightly under 3%, it's not harmful at this current stage. Now your CPMs should not be going over $30 to $50. If they are, then that can be a concern. Now video plays at 25%, 50%, 75%, 95%, and 100% is something to also pay a very key eye on. Now these metrics can't be looked at as a one look cause, which is a lot of people do. A lot of people say, well, if your CPC is over $1, that's it, your Facebook ads have failed. If your CPC is over $1, but your ads are profitable, we can all agree that's not a problem. So the problem with a lot of people is they'll tell you to look at these metrics in a one view mind, and you can't do that. Now what could show is your video views at 25% is really high, but then it drops off really, really hard after 50. Now technically that could be bad because no one's buying, but if it shows that your video views are really high at 25%, but then your link clicks and add to carts and your website conversion is really, really high, that means it just took 25 seconds of the video to get then somebody to go and buy your product. It means they didn't need to watch the rest of the video to then take action. So what I'm trying to say to you guys is think logically when you're looking at your Facebook ad metrics. Don't look at them in a one view cause. Now, if my video views at 25% is really, really high, but then my add to cart ratio and your purchase ratio is really low, and the rest of my video views is really low, then there's a major concern. Now, another way of looking at it is if I've got really good video watch time and people get all the way up to 75% and upwards, but then there's no conversion, that means my video was really good, but my landing page could be the issue because I'm getting link clicks. Now, if I'm not getting any link clicks, but I'm getting a really high video view play at 75 and upwards, that means there wasn't a good call to action in my video. Now, if we carry on going across and you've got really high link clicks, but no add to carts, that means that your website didn't have a clear offer, or it didn't bring out any urgency for people to want to buy. It could also mean that your audience that you're targeting isn't the right people. They're interested, but they're not ready to pull the trigger because they're not the right people. Now, if the add to carts is really, really high, but no one bought, that means that your offer wasn't good enough and the urgency wasn't there for them to buy. And of course, if you're starting to get sales in your first 48 hours, that means that your product is off to a very good start. But what I would say to you guys is don't just look at these metrics like my CPC is really high, but my CTR is really, really high also, and my add to carts is really high. There's a concern because my CPC is really high. Don't look at it like that, guys. You've got to think over a general rule of thumb what's going on. Cost per click can be high because the competition is genuinely high in that industry that you're trying to compete in, which is not a problem if you're profitable. Now, if your metrics are looking good, low CPC, high CTR, really good video watch time, but you haven't got any sales on the second day, then let your campaign and your ads run for another day. Now, on day 3, let's say hypothetically your metrics still look good, but you've got no conversions and you've got a really low add to cart rate, then there's something wrong with your funnel. Turn the campaign off and go review your funnel. That could mean make a new offer, make a new bundle, try using a new marketing strategy in terms of tactic, and then relaunch the campaign again. Now, on day 3 or even day 2, let's say one of these ad sets got a sale. So let's say this ad set here and this ad set here got a sale. Then what I would do is I would duplicate these. Now, before I duplicate them, I actually want to investigate which ads perform the best for that ad set. What was the common trait within that ad set? Was it that video 3 was getting the most CTR, the most link clicks, etc.? Was it video 3 and video 1 that was pushing the weight? Were the image ads not doing well? Because when I duplicate these 2 ad sets, I'm actually going to make adjustments to them. So I'm going to click duplicate. I'm going to click duplicate again. But what I'm going to do inside of this ad set is I'm going to make adjustments. So if image ad didn't perform well, I'm going to delete it. If video number 2 didn't do well, I'm going to delete it. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to run that ad set and duplicate it just based on what was working and then click publish. Now, the ad sets that didn't get any sales, you would obviously turn those ones off, guys. So let's say this ad set didn't get a sale, this ad set didn't get a sale, and this ad set didn't get a sale, then those would be turned off. And the duplications would stay on with the originals that got the sale. Now, once you start duplicating ad sets after the 2nd or 3rd day, now ROAS does matter. Now profitability does matter. Now, in week 1 and 2, I don't expect you guys to be running at a profitable rate. I'd expect you guys to be not far from breaking even or at breaking even point, meaning that you're at break even. You're spending the same as what you're making. And I don't mean in revenue, I mean in profit. Usually it's between week 2 and week 3 you start to see profitability. Now, Facebook ads is pretty simple. After day 3 of the test, if again you didn't see any success, you don't carry on. You look at the metrics and decide what was the issue and you go fix it. If you think it was your creatives, you go back to the drawing board, make new creatives, relaunch the same campaign again. You just change the ads to the new ads and you set it off for round 2. And then if after round 2, the metrics come back after day 3 and again, it didn't work, then I would say you need to move on to the next product. It's literally as simple as that, guys. Don't deep it too much. If you know you're doing your best when it comes to creating videos, when it comes to creating your landing page and your offer, you don't need to be deeping it like, oh, why is my product not working? Why can't I advance onto scaling? Just move on to the next product. I don't give my products more than 3 rounds of testing, and that means creative testing and offer testing, which means my landing page. If I've done that 3 times around and it still doesn't shift, I will not long onto it. I will not prolong me failing. I will move on to the next product. So that's for those that are watching this and are at a stage where they're not seeing any results from their Facebook campaigns. Now, for those that were seeing results and you started to duplicate your ad sets and you've started to narrow it down by what was working based off what the metrics were saying, this is basically how you manage your Facebook ads long term. So guys, now I'm going to be teaching you how to run ads over a long period of time and how to manage them correctly and how to scale them in different variations. And the best way for me to do this is by showing you a live ad account that's spending real money. Like this one's done around about $20,000 in the last few weeks. Now, this is actually a recent winning product that we found and we're starting to slowly scale it. It's done around about 130K in sales so far. Now, like I said to you guys, you should be now entering week 2 of running ads, and the only thing you should be running is original ad sets from the original testing phase, or you're running duplications of the original ad set, but you've started to narrow it down by what creatives were working the best. Now we're going to be moving into some more strict rules but this is going to be beneficial for our profitability. Now, you shouldn't even be on this section unless you've got at least 2 winning ad sets where they're consistently doing well. And again, you don't have to be profitable at this stage, but you should be either close to breaking even or roughly around or at break even point. So guys, now we can start to explore the scaling methods and the different options that we've got in our toolkit that we can use. Now, I'd actually recommend that you guys make a brand new campaign for scaling methods that we're going to test. So let's go back to create and let's go to sales and let's click continue. We're going to be doing manual sales campaign. So we're going to call this one scaling method CBO. So CBO is campaign budget optimization, and CBOs typically work really, really well once you found something that works. CBO is when it spends it on the campaign level, not on the ad set level. So if we scroll all the way down, you're going to see advantage campaign budget. You're going to turn this on. So now you're going to change the daily budget to $50 still. So that means that the campaign's got $50 to spend, but it's going to be over a certain amount of ad sets. So now we're going to click next. And what we're going to do is we're going to move our winning ad sets into this campaign. So what I want you guys to do is figure out what your winning ad set was or winning ad sets were, and I want you to move them into this campaign. I want you to try them out in this CBO campaign instead of an ABO campaign. Now, you're only going to be adding a maximum of 3 ad sets into this campaign. Now, you might be thinking, why am I adding a maximum of 3 ad sets into this campaign? And the reason why you're going to be doing this is because the CBO has an additional $20 to spend over the winning ad sets. Remember, with the ABO, we were doing 10 per 5, which means the whole budget gets spent on those 5. Now, by adding 3 and having 50, that means that we've got $20 that Facebook's going to spend on what's performing the best, which should bring the profitability up. And again, you need a minimum of 2 ad sets that are winning, that are different. They're not the same, they're different. And you need to add them in here, and it should only go up to 3. So either 2 or 3 ad sets that have won should come in here. And you should just basically replicate exactly what they were and put them into this campaign. Now, if you find that the scaling CBO method is working really, really well for those ad sets, then what you need to do is you need to come back to the campaign every 2 to 3 days, and you need to adjust the budget. So let's say after every 2 to 3 days, the campaign's performing really well and it's being profitable or breaking even. You're going to adjust this by $20 every 2 to 3 days if it's doing well. So now instead of it being 50, it's now going to be 70, and I'm going to click next. Now, this is what we call vertical scaling. So this is where you scale vertically, which is really powerful. Now, this will really depend on how your account reacts. Now, everybody's account will react differently. Some people's vertical scaling doesn't work. Some people's horizontal scaling will work the best. Now we're going to create a new campaign, and we're going to go back to sales, and we're going to click continue, and we're going to use manual again. Now, this campaign is going to be called interest scaling. So this is the next form of scaling that we can do, which is called interest scaling. So this is where we take our winning creatives, so whichever creatives have won since now. So let's say we're on week 2 and we know that we've got 2 winning creatives, which is video 2 and video 3. We're now going to see if we can find new interests that are winning. This is us finding new audiences that could potentially work really, really well with our winning creatives. So what we're going to do is we're going to call it interest scaling. We're going to use ABO. We're not going to turn campaign budget on. We're going to go into the ad set level. And inside of the ad set level, what we're changing is the interest targeting. Now, you also have to bear in mind what countries have worked the best. So if the top 5 ended up working better for you, you just change this to top 5. If the top 20 was working the best, you change it to top 20. You still keep the budget at $10 a day. The only thing you're changing is the interest. You're going to try new interests out, and the maximum, you're going to be trying out 1 broad interest per ad set. You're going to be trying a maximum of 3 ad sets, which means 3 interests, 1 per ad set. So you're going to be interest scaling, and you're going to be trying 3 broad interests in this campaign. Now, the reason why we're starting low with only 3 and it's only going to be $30 because it's going to be $10 each. We're very new into our Facebook ads journey and we don't want to go crazy with the spending. So we're just going to keep it to $30. Now, that was our next form of scaling campaign. Now, something that I want to tell you guys is you're not going to be running all of these scaling campaigns alongside of each other. You're either going to be trying CBO out or then you're going to be trailing interest out. You're not going to be doing them all at once. One, because your budget won't allow you to. and the restrictions on your budget will not allow you to. These are the different scaling options that you've got if one doesn't work. Again, scaling method CBO might not work for you, so you might have to try scaling with interests. Now, when you're doing this, guys, and you're trying to scale, this is when you need to start being a lot more strict with your amounts being spent. Now, let me show you another ad account to explain one crucial method that you need to implement in terms of making sure your accounts don't overspend, which is your ad sets. Now, when you go into your ad sets, you need to use one rule of thumb. Now, this rule will only apply once you start scaling, which is in week 2. Now, if this ad set is on a $10 budget, and let's say after 24 hours, it doesn't make me $10, I kill it. It's as simple as that. Every ad set within 24 hours of scaling has to make me what I've spent. So if I'm spending $10, if that ad set hasn't got a sale, I kill it. So you're on to the rule of the ad set has to make you a sale every day for it to stay alive. Or if you want to be a little bit more wider with the killing, you can say, okay, in day 1, it got me the sale. Now let's say that one ad set spent $10, but it made me, let's say, $40. I will give it another day and it will eat out of my profit, but I'll give it another day just to see if it was an anomaly, just to see if it was a one day off and it had a bad day. So you can either be super strict. If it doesn't get a sale each day or it doesn't make you what you spend, then you kill it. And that's a daily basis rule. And that comes to when you scale. Now, the next campaign that you should be making is a creative testing campaign. So let's go back to create new, sales, continue, manual here, manual sales campaign. You're going to call this one creative testing. Now, what you're going to be doing in this campaign is you're going to be trying out new creatives every single week, and you should be trying out 10 new creatives every single week. Now, in the ad set level, what you would choose for this is you'd choose your winning demographic. So by week 2 or the end of week 2, you should be doing creative tests where you're starting to implement new creatives on a rapid test. Now, how this rapid test is going to work is you're going to implement on the ad set level which countries work the best, which interests or audience work the best in terms of was it Advantage Plus targeting, was it manual targeting, what placements work the best, was it Advantage, was it manual, and you put the best of the best inside of this ad set level. And then what you do is under the ad set level with the winning demographics, you're going to be putting 3 new creatives in this. And you're going to be doing 3 ad sets with 3 new creatives. So each ad set has 3 new creatives. So ad set 1 will have 3 creatives and they're all new creatives. Ad set 2 will have another 3 new creatives. Ad set 3 will have another 3 creatives and they're all different. So technically within this creative testing campaign, you should have 9 new videos. Ad set 1 has 3 videos. Ad set 2 has 3 videos. Ad set 3 has 3 videos. So if you do 3, 6, 9, so if you do the math, 3, 6, 9, which equals 9, so you should have 9 new videos being tested. Now, when you're doing creative testing, you give it 48 hours. And after 48 hours, the same rules applied as they applied in stage 1, where whichever creatives after 48 hours did not get a sale, you turn them off. Whichever ones did get a sale, you forward them into the scaling campaigns. So let me give you a visual demonstration. Whichever creatives inside of creative testing campaign did well, you would then move them down into interest scaling, scaling method CBO. Because what you're trying to do is you're trying to find new creatives that are working and you're trying to see if you can scale them inside of these new campaigns. And obviously, whichever creatives didn't work, you turn them off and you replace them. Now, remember, like I said to you guys before, you want to be testing a minimum of 10 creatives a week, which means this creative testing campaign should be running for at least 4 days a week for that to be the case. Now, your scaling campaigns will never see any great results if you're not putting new creatives into them. Now, most creatives will have a lifespan of around about a few weeks to a few months and they'll die out. Now, that doesn't mean you can't make a variation of them and adjust it into this testing module and then move them into scaling. So guys, the last form of scaling campaign that we've got in the early days is our horizontal scaling campaign. So you want to click create again. You're going to click sales. You're going to click continue. You're going to click continue again. You can either call this one ad set scaling or horizontal scaling. It's completely down to you guys what you want to call it. You're going to keep it at ABO. You're not going to change it to CBO. And what you're doing inside of this campaign is whichever ad set got 3 sales within the first week, you duplicate it 3 times, and you put it in this campaign. So let's say I've got 3 ad sets that have had 3 sales since the first week of launching them, or within the first week of running them. You will then duplicate that ad set 3 times and put it inside of this campaign. So if I've got 3 ad sets and I've got to duplicate them 3 times, that means I would have 9 ad sets inside of this campaign. And you would just let them run again for 48 hours inside of that campaign. And the rules will apply the same as any other ad set. You give it the 48-hour rule, and if it doesn't beat the 48-hour rule, and remember, all the rules are in the sheet, guys, so just check the sheet out, it's all there for you. If it doesn't beat the 48-hour rule, you kill them. And if it means you've got no more ad sets to put into the scaling ad set campaign because you've got no new winning ad sets, then this campaign just gets turned off, guys. It's as simple as that. You don't leave it on for the sake of leaving it on. You turn it off. If you have found new ad sets that have done really well, that are completely new, you then add it to this campaign. Again, I'm going to make this very clear to you guys. You want to see which one of these scaling methods works the best for you. Is it horizontal? Is it vertical? Is it interest scaling? Is it creative testing that works the best? Adding new creatives to the mix, whichever ones work the best, you add it to the winning ad set. What method is it that works on your account? And this is why in week 2 and week 3, you're either going to be breaking even or you're going to be making money, because it's going to take you around about that much time to figure out which one of these methods is going to be the best on your account. Now, a lot of people at this stage are going to ask, well, what do I do with my original campaign? Because now I've moved a lot of stuff out of that and into these other campaigns. If the original campaign is running the old ad sets and they're not making money and they're unprofitable, then you obviously will turn it off. If for some reason, and I've had it before, the original campaign is still doing really, really well with the original format of what you've done, then you leave it running. Eventually, this campaign will die out and you'll just have these going. Your creative testing based on what's worked the best on your ad set level, and then whatever scaling method has worked the best on these. And remember, every ad set after day 3, which is 72 hours, has to start getting a sale. So if it doesn't get a sale, you start turning them off. If you don't stick to these strict rules, you'll lose money and you'll burn money insanely fast. And remember what I said to you guys before, I allow between $250 and $350 per product. If I go over that, I will move on. So guys, here's a recap of what we've covered. Vertical scaling, which is budget increase, identify profitable ad sets with 3 sales, gradually increase the daily budget, example $60, then $80, then $120, monitor performance 24 hours to 48 hours and increase if it needs increasing. Then we went over horizontal scaling with new audiences as well. And this is scaling advertising. Identify profitable ads, increase daily budgets, monitor performance, duplicate and winning ad sets, test different interests, and stack different interests. Now guys, we're in the stage of week 3 and 4 of running our product on Facebook ads, and now we should be in a place where we are either making some good money profitability wise, or we're still at break even, but we're soon to find a profitable time. I've had it before where I've been running break even till week 6, but I'm still trying to find out what's working, so that's completely fine. Now I'm going to be going over some more advanced scaling strategies, and you can't do this till you've had at least 30 to 50 sales. So I wouldn't even recommend trying any of this till you've had between 30 and 50 sales. If you've not got 30 to 50 sales, stick to these scaling strategies here, guys, and most importantly, stick to creative testing. The creative testing, I can't emphasize it enough, is the most important part of Facebook ads. The more winning creatives you find or have, the more likely you are to move on to the advanced stage where you're going to be running loads and loads of campaigns. Now, as the creatives are the most important part of your Facebook journey, let's talk about creative optimization quickly before we move on. When to refresh creatives. CTR drops below 3%, launch new creatives. Creative fatigue, which happens a lot. Test 5 to 10 new videos weekly. Proven video ad formats. Problem solution. Showcase the product solving a relatable issue. Example, a night light that helps parents monitor their baby. Unboxing videos display excitement and product featured during unboxing narrative ads. Blend into the platform into less salesy content. So basically, these are the types of videos that typically work the best on Facebook. Stick to them with your product and you should be fine. So common pitfalls are high CPCs. You're testing a winning product in a very, very competitive niche, so you're struggling to be profitable. A really easy fix to this, guys, is target untapped regions and languages. Example, run the product in Germany instead, or France, with a translated creatives and website. Now it's super easy these days, guys, to actually translate your ads into foreign languages. You can use a tool like Hygiene AI, and you can use other AI tools to do it that I'll leave linked in this sheet. So you basically will run your product into the native countries and languages outside of the US. This is the easiest way to drop your CPCs whilst remaining very profitable. Now, if you're struggling with very low CTR, improve video hooks and storytelling, test different video formats of audiences, ensure that the product solves a clear problem, test new audiences and refine offers. So guys, before I go over the super advanced scaling strategy that will help you hit 6 figures and 7 figures with your dropshipping store, I want to quickly go over how you can fast track yourself to that position. Now it comes back to the methods I taught you before, which is CBO scaling and ABO scaling. But what you will need to do is you'll need to increase the risk. So I've already gone over how CBO works. This is just a visual overline. And I've also gone over how ABO scaling works. But what you would do is you would increase the odds. So what you would do is, instead of increasing your CBOs by, let's say, $10 a day or $20 every other day, you'd increase it to $50 to $100. Now, if CBO scaling doesn't work for you and ABO scaling works for you, then the example is every 2 days, you would change it from $10 to $25 to $50, and that's per ad set budget if you're doing ABO scaling. Now, an example of this, guys, is this scaling method CBO here. I would try and get that within 2 weeks up to $1,000. So what I would do is after 3 days, if I'm still profitable and making money, I would change it to $150. If after 3 days it's still doing really well, I would change it to $300. If after another 3 days it's doing well, I would change it to $500, then $750. So I would aggressively change this. If I'm doing a horizontal scaling, which is ad set scaling, which is where I increase the budget, I would, after every 3 days, instead of it being $20, I'd change it to $50. And then after another 3 days, if that does well, I'd change it to $100. Then I'd change it to $200. Now, for this method to work really well, the ABO and CBO scaling method, you need to make sure that you've got a lot of creatives that are working. You need to make sure that you've got enough audiences and you have a solid audience that is proven to work time and time again. But more importantly, you've got lots of winning creators. As long as you've got those, this should be able to be scaled very aggressively, very quick. Now, this will really be hard to do if you don't have many winning creatives. Let's say you've only got 1 or 2. If you've got 10 winning creatives, this will be extremely easy to do. If you've been able to laser focus who your audience is, what countries, what age range, what platform, what placements work the best as well, this should not be an issue, guys, to be able to scale aggressively with the budgets. So guys, now we're going to move on to one of the most advanced ways to scale your Facebook campaigns as aggressive as possible. Now, there are 2 methods, and this is the first method, and this is probably one of my most favorite methods at the moment. Now, this is called the advanced duplication strategy based on bid laddering, and this is more designed for people with higher budgets, and I'll explain why this is more suited for higher budgets. It will all make sense when I show you how to do it. Now, you shouldn't even be trying this until you've had between 50 and 100 sales. It just doesn't make sense. So you want to come back to Facebook, you want to click create on a campaign, you want to click sales, you want to click continue, you want to use manual sales campaign again and click continue. But this time you're going to call the campaign bid laddering. And then once you've done that, click sales. You're not using ABO. You're just going to be using the ad set budget optimization. All right, when you come inside of the campaign level, guys, you want to turn sales on. You want to leave campaign budget optimization off. You can't use CBO for this strategy. It will not work. Then you want to go inside of the ad set level. We're going to call the ad set level bid. Now, we're not going to come up with a number yet because we need to figure this out. So we'll move on to it later on. Then you want to choose website. You want to click maximize number of conversions, your pixel, purchase, and then you'll see cost per result. This is the bit where we're going to be focusing our time on. Now, before we move on to cost per result, guys, we're going to fill out the rest. Now, what you're going to be filling out is daily budget as always. Now, for you to be doing this correctly, guys, you need to be having at least 3 winning ad sets. Do not come inside of this campaign unless you've got 3 winning ad sets. Now, ad set 1 will be your first winning ad set from a prior campaign or another campaign that's currently running. And you need to set the daily budget per ad set at 50 The minimum should be 50. I actually like to do 100, guys. If you're not comfortable, do 75. But again, 50 should be the very minimum you should do. And then the rest in terms of filling it out should be based on what's currently working on your other campaigns, what countries are working. And then in the ad level, it should be your 3 winning creatives. For the ads to work the best, you should always choose your 3 best performing creatives for this strategy. If you haven't got 3 winning creatives, then just put 2 or 1 in there, but 3 is the optimal amount to get the best results. Now, if we go back inside of the ad set level and move on to what is important, which is the cost per result feature. Now, cost per result feature is a new feature that Facebook's added. It used to be the bidding strategy where you could change manual bids. They've basically simplified this into cost per result. Now, what does cost per result? It means what are you willing to let Facebook spend for you to get a result? Now, can I just say something to you guys? This is not a guarantee. Cost per result isn't guaranteed. Now, if I put 20 in here, guys, it doesn't guarantee that Facebook will get me a purchase on $20. It doesn't work like that. Facebook will optimize and try and get it that low, but you've got to be realistic. Now, it doesn't mean you put $1 in here and Facebook will now get us a sale for $1. It just won't spend any money if you do that. Now, this is where we have to really think logical to ourselves. Well, what are our margins? So if I'm selling a product for $79.99 and my margin is technically $50, what can I spend for it to even be worthy of my time? Now, we're going to be setting this up in 3 ad sets. Ad set 1, the cost per result will be low. The second one will be a medium level. And the third one will be a higher level. Now, on the most optimal setting, I would like Facebook to return me a sale if I'm making $50 at around about $25. So the first one, the cost per result will be $25. So I would want Facebook on this ad set to basically make me money based on $25. So I'm going to come back up and I'm going to call bid 25. I am then going to go back into the campaign level and change the campaign name to bid laddering CPR, which stands for cost per result. Now what I'm going to do is once you've filled out the ad set level with the right targeting and the right ads, you're then going to duplicate it 2 more times. And then this one, I'm going to go back to the cost per result here. And I'm actually going to change this one now from 25 to 30. So now I'm going to go back up and change this to 30. So this is me now allowing Facebook to say, I realistically want you to get me a purchase based on $30 of spend. Every time you spend $30, I realistically need you to make me a sale. Now, the last one we're going to do is we're actually going to put this quite high up and we're going to put this one to 35. So now we're going to change this to 35. And just like that, guys, we have got our CPR targeting done. So now we're trying to find where optimize is Facebook going to try and get us sales. Are they going to try and get us sales on $25, $30 spend, or a $35 spend? Again, this isn't guaranteed. This is you telling Facebook, this is the margin that I can work with every time I get a sale for it to be worthy of my time. Now, usually when you launch this style of campaign, 2 of things are going to happen. Number 1, it's barely going to spend any money because Facebook feels that it can't return you much on these bids that we've set here, which is our CPR. Or it's going to spend a lot of money and it's going to deliver on these bids, which is very good because it means you're going to be extremely profitable. Now, I would recommend that you launch this for, again, 3 days. See how it goes. Pay attention to which bid gets the most attraction. And if after 3 days it really doesn't do much, adjust the bids again. And this time change it from 25 to 30, then 35, then 40, and see if it makes a big difference. If it doesn't, just completely turn it off. But this scaling strategy typically does work extremely well once you've got a lot of sales because Facebook knows your numbers and it can pretty much figure it out. So guys, the next scaling method is one of the most aggressive, if not aggressive methods of scaling, and it's controlling the full auction of Facebook. Now, to be able to do this one, guys, you need to have way over 100 sales. So 100 sales is minimum. For the CPR method, it was 50 and above. For this method, you need to be way over 100 in orders. Now, the reason why is because with the CPR method, it's viewed on a 7-day basis. With this method, it's pretty much every day the auction will change. Now, you need to really know your metrics on a solid case for you to be able to do this. That's going to be your CTR and how much roughly it costs you to get a purchase. These are the 2 metrics that will be used for the auction. So what you're going to need to do, guys, to do this is go to where it says create, go to where it says sales and click continue. Now you're going to want to be doing manual sales campaign again and click continue. Now this is the method that all the dropshippers and e-commerce guys use to do those crazy days, like let's say 50K a day or 100K a day. Even some of them are doing 300K a day. This is how they're able to do it. Now I also want to say it's very volatile and risky as well if you don't do it correctly. Now you're going to want to call this one bid control and then your product name. Then you're going to want to scroll all the way down to where it says Advantage Campaign Budget, turn it on. Now, for the budget, this is where things get interesting. You need to be spending a minimum, and I really do mean minimum, and if not, it's too low, $250. Now, let's say, for example, I want to spend $250. The best thing that I can do is actually change it from $250 to $500, just because it works better doing it this way. I usually find if I want to spend $250, I have to double it on the budget for it to actually spend that. So if I want to spend 500, which is where I usually start, which is 500, I normally have to change this to 1,000. Now in this case, I actually want to spend $500, but setting it at 1,000 is more likely for Facebook to push it to getting it all the way up to $500. Then we need to go to where it says campaign bid strategy, change it from highest volume to bid strategy to then bid cap. Now once we've done that, we can go inside of the ad set level. Then we can change the ad set name to what bid we're going to set. Also, we're going to change the ad set name to what audience we're doing. Now, for this strategy to work the best, you want to test 3 different audiences. And these 3 different audiences should be based on what's worked for you before, which is interests and countries. So you should be able to segment out the interests and the countries. So for example, this one's going to be top 5 and it's going to be stacked. And then I'm going to call it whatever interest I'm stacking. Then I'm going to scroll down and then you're going to see here where it says bid control. Now guys, this is where you get full power over the auction. This is where you have now got the power to control the full auction of Facebook. So this is very, very powerful. But again, like I said to you, can be extremely risky if not done properly. Now the bid control, I usually set this for where I want my purchase to be. So let's say I need to get roughly a $20 or $30 purchase power rate. So let's say I need Facebook to get me a purchase for $30. I usually double it. So let's say I'm aiming for a $30 conversion rate in terms of I want Facebook to spend $30. I have to actually double that to $60 for the bid to probably work. Now that means that Facebook won't spend any more than $60 to get me a purchase, by the way, guys. So it's very important to understand that. Although I've set it at 60, it does mean that Facebook won't spend any more than 60 to get me a purchase. Now, if I want to do hypothetically $20 for a purchase, then I would double it so it would be 40. So for this example, I'm going to set the bid control to 40. Now, once I've done that, guys, I can now go back up and I can say bid and then set it to 40. Now, the benefits of using bid control like this is sometimes Facebook doesn't bid enough, so they're underbidding and they don't get you purchases. So this is you saying, yeah, I know my metrics very well and I know this is the right number for Facebook. And Facebook's going to be optimizing this at a faster rate than me and you could possibly do it. Then in terms of the actual ad, you need to put your winning creative in here. You're only doing one creative for this, guys. So put your winning creative in the ad. And then once you've done this, you're going to duplicate this 2 more times. And what I'm changing in here, guys, is the audience. So this time I might do top 20, which means the top 20 countries. And instead of stacked, I'm only doing one interest. Now that one interest might be completely broad. Then in the next one, I could do USA only and I could do stacked and then the bid's the same. And then once I've done that, guys, I can click publish. Now, when you're doing bid control campaigns, it is extremely important to manage them on a every other day basis. Now, you should be checking them every day, by the way, like literally every day when you wake up and before you go to bed, to make sure they're not overspending or they are spending, and then every other day you can adjust the bid. If you feel like it's not getting you sales, you increase the bid by 5. I always go up in $5 intervals on the second day. So on day 2, if I feel like it's not spending enough, I will increase it from 40 to 45. Again, if after the second day, I still feel like it hasn't done it correctly, I will then go to 50. And then I should hit a number where I'm comfortable, where I'm getting a good amount of sales for the bid. Now, because the auction is a daily thing, you will have to readjust the bid once you find a winning bid every day or every other day, because the bids will constantly change. Now, sometimes I've changed the bid twice in the same day, and that usually happens around times like Black Friday, Cyber Monday, Valentine's Day, where there's a lot of ads being ran. Usually throughout the year, whether it's slow periods, you shouldn't have to do it more than once a day. Now, I have left a full in-depth strategy in the cheat sheet explaining how to do this, guys, and I want to really say to you guys, there is a lot of risk involved in this because budgets can be spent extremely quick and you can get zero in return. I've done this before. I've blasted $500 and got zero out of it. So you have to be extremely careful and know your metrics. Do not do this method if you do not understand what's going on, because you will then end up burning through a lot of money. But again, this is the method that has to be used if you want to do huge numbers a day or on a weekly basis. And again, this campaign follows the same rules as every other campaign. You give it a 4-day interval period. After 4 days, is it worth it? Is it not worth it? Then you reassess. Maybe you've not got enough sales yet to even do bids. Maybe your product's not designed for bid control because the industry bids are very hard to navigate. But it's definitely worth trying it once you've got between 150 and 200 sales. Now, if you are starting to see a lot of success and you've figured out what your bids are, you can start messing around with the budget. So if you know how to do your bids correctly and you feel like you've kind of understood the auction, we can now change this from 1,000 to 2,000 a day. But again, only do this if you've found success with the current bid strategy that you've just done. Now guys, the last method of scaling that you can use, which is a new one, is Advantage Plus shopping campaigns. Now to do this, you need 100 sales or it's just purely not worth it. And you need at least a winning creative that consistently does really well. Now, how to do this, guys, is you click create, you then go to sales, you click continue, and instead of doing manual, you're now doing Advantage Plus, and you're going to hit continue. And then it's going to say name. You're going to want to call it Advantage Shopping Campaign, and then your product name. And then it's going to say categories. You can ignore that. And then it's going to say performance goal, maximize conversions, and then it's going to say pixel, and then you're going to do purchase. And then you've got cost per result, which again, you don't need to be doing for this strategy, guys. You can leave this one alone. Then you've got audience location. You want to enter your winning locations in here, guys. So whichever ones you found that do the best, add them all in here. And then where it says daily budget, this is where things get interesting. You want to be doing at minimum $100. I would never do an Advantage Plus shopping campaign if you are not doing a minimum of 100. I usually start off at 250. Then with the start date, set it at midnight the next day, and then you can scroll down and then it says suggested ads. You can do available or import. And then you've got existing ads. These are the ads that are currently existing in your actual business manager that you can click on. Then once you've done that, guys, you're going to see your ad level here. So underneath the campaign, you're going to see the ad level. And if you scroll down, you're going to see Facebook page. You're going to select your page. Then you've got ad setup, create ad, use existing post. You can use an existing post by using the ad ID. Then where it says catalog, click not connected if you're not using catalogs, which you're probably not. Then you've got source URL. I would put your website URL in here for the product page. And then you've got add creative where you can select the post. So you can select one of the posts. Obviously, select the one with the most interactions, the most likes, the most comments. So I'm going to select this one and click continue. Now, once you've done this, guys, go back to the ad name and change the name to whichever creative you've used. So if it's the first winning creative, meaning it's the top performing one, call it winning creative 1. Then what I'd recommend that you guys do is quick duplicate that 2 more times. And if you've got 2 more winning creatives, you type in winning creative 2. And then on the last one, you're going to call it winning creative 3. So in total, you should have 1 of the Advantage Plus campaigns with your 3 winning creatives. Make sure the call to action button is shop now and enter your website URL. Then you're going to see one of the most important parts, which is highlight your promotion. So click promo codes and go to where it says manually select a code and click add code. And then you're going to want to create a promo code. Now for this to work the best, I always make sure that I make my promo code 30% off to 50% off. Facebook doesn't like it when you go over 40 to 50%, so keep it to around about 30 to 50%. Now call your promo code anything related to your product. So I'm going to call my promo code VEST30. Then I'm going to change it to percentage. I'm going to change it to 30%. And then the maximum discount is optional. I don't keep it. Condition, I keep none. And then the start and end date, I keep it as now. And then the description, I don't make it. So then I click add. Now make sure that you've got a Shopify coupon code that matches Vest30 on your store, or people aren't going to like that it doesn't match up. Now the whole point of Advantage Plus is with you highlighting your promos in the ad. Now once you've done that, guys, you can click publish, and that's your Advantage Plus campaign made. Now using Advantage Plus shopping campaigns, guys, is beneficial for these reasons, and these are the reasons why you need to make sure you've got at least 100 orders, or Facebook can't basically do these 5 bullet points correctly. It only works based on data. You can't test doing it. You can only scale doing Advantage Plus. It's basically Facebook's super AI campaign, and it does work very well when you scale. Look at it like a PMAX campaign on Google. It's very, very similar if you know what Google is and PMAX is. It's pretty much the same thing. So guys, those are all the scaling methods that you can use on Facebook to try and get yourself to the 6-figure mark and 7-figure mark. Now, not all of these methods are going to work for you. Maybe only 2 of them are going to work, maybe only 1 of them are going to work, or maybe only a few of them are going to work. As long as your creative testing works, where you can add more creatives and find more success, that's really, really important. As long as either the ad set scaling, which is your horizontal scaling, or your vertical scaling works, that's really, really good. And as long as one of these work, which is Advantage Plus, bid control, or bid laddering works, then you're in a good place. So having either one of these 3 are key for super scaling. As long as either your ad set scaling or your CBO scaling works, that's good for medium size scaling. And as long as your creative testing works, it means your product will carry on making money long term. So that's like my bundle for success when it comes to Facebook. As long as you can have a few of those working throughout, you're going to be completely fine. Now, there is one thing that can stop your success on Facebook, and that's you competing with yourself. So your own ads are competing with each other. So your creatives are competing with your creatives, and that's something that is a big issue with the Facebook platform. And this is where dynamic creatives are super important for your Facebook ads. Now, dynamic creatives are important when you get around about the 50 to 100 order mark. And for you guys to be able to get around that issue, I will leave a full explanation in the cheat sheet and a link to a video that you can watch. Now, if you do feel like you're running into dynamic creative issues where you are competing with yourself, then that is the easiest way to fix it, which is basically me showing you how to stop competing with yourself. But you should only do that when you feel like that is the issue. So if you feel like you just can't scale and you've hit a glass ceiling, you just seem like you can't get past it, it usually means that it's because you're competing with yourself and you're outbidding yourself and you're literally testing yourself and you're just competing against your own account. And that can sometimes be the biggest issue for why you've hit a glass ceiling. But again, I'm going to leave a full explanation on how to avoid that in the cheat sheet. But I would truly say, guys, that is the highest, most valuable Facebook ads tutorial that I can give you on the different ways you can scale and the ways to do it. I think with what I've shown you there, guys, you can do some amazing numbers, but you've got to be very, very careful and you've got to be very smart when you're doing it. This is a legitimate man's game now when you're messing around with bids. This isn't a joke. You should treat it very seriously when you're getting onto this stage, because you can lose them a lot of money, but you can also make a lot of money. So guys, that's the Facebook ads module done on all the different ways you can scale that I find work the best in the last 12 months. Now, the reason why I haven't gone over lookalike audiences and retargeting is because I just feel like they're not as good as they used to be, like in 2020 and 2018. Retargeting usually is done by itself now with these new AI campaigns, so you don't need to do it yourself. And lookalikes do not work for me anymore. So these are the methods that are working, and I don't want to teach you methods that just don't work for me anymore and don't work for other people that I'm well connected with. So with that being said, guys, that is the Facebook ads module done. Let me know what you guys thought of the Facebook ads module in the comment section of the YouTube video or in the Vault member discussion section. So guys, the last thing that I want to cover inside of the Facebook ads module is Triple Whale, which is a third-party tracking software that is designed to make sure that your numbers are accurate. Now, even with TikTok, you can also connect Triple Whale to TikTok, but with ad platforms like Facebook, TikTok, and all of them, they're not 100% accurate. So the metrics and the results that it shows you per result is not accurate. Now, the only way to overcome this is by using a third-party software like Triple Whale that will fix the attribution issues. Now, I want to make this very clear. You do not want to be using an attribution tool like Triple Whale if you're not getting consistent orders. Now, if you're getting between 20 and 30 orders a week consistently, then I would say it's worth your time getting Triple Whale because it's going to help you make the right decisions on your ads manager, whether it be Facebook or TikTok. You're actually going to be scaling the correct ad sets and you're not getting attribution issues with the in-house tool, which is Facebook's ads manager or TikTok ads manager. So if I show you an example of how the meta ads works, this is the overview. This is a broad comprehensive tool designed to provide e-commerce brands with an in-depth analysis and performance metric of the Facebook campaign using Triple Whale's 7 attribution model and a built-in AI chat to offer you precise and actionable insights on your brand. Now, this is an image of what it actually looks like when you use Triple Whale. It actually looks similar to the Facebook Ads Manager, but it's just a lot more boosted in terms of attribution. So you can see your ad set ID, you can see your campaign ID, you can see your pixel ROAS. So this is the in-house Triple Whale ROAS, and then you've got Facebook's ROAS. So it actually shows you the ROAS that Facebook's giving you versus what Triple Whale's giving you. And again, there will be a massive difference between the two. It'll also show you the numbers in percentages as well, which is useful. So you can see spend, it shows you the percentages, ROAS, it'll also show you the percentages. So you get a rough idea in percentages of what's going on. Now, there's something called the Triple Whale blended stats, which is useful, which is usually on their dashboard. And what this will do is it will show you your net profit for the day, your ad spend for the day, cash turnover for the day, your MER for the day. And this is a really helpful insight, especially if you're starting to spend, $500 a day, $1,000 a day, even over that. This is a really good place to see a nice blended stat of what your ad account is doing. Is your ad account up to date? Is it down today? This is an all-in-one solution to find out what is going on inside of your ad accounts. Now, the way Triple Whale is able to do this is because it's using their Triple Whale pixel, which is their own pixel that has certain attribution traits. So if you look, they've got end-to-end customer journey tracking, recognize new versus reoccurring customers, and data and privacy compliance, which basically means they're in law with the regulations at the moment. Now, this shows you how to create your pixel or your attribution, and the one that they recommend is the total impact, and you can do loads of others, but total impact is the one that we all recommend that you use. Now, by creating this pixel, it will then show you, like I said, your pixel versus their pixel, so which is the Facebook in-house versus theirs, and it will show you a clearer attribution between the two. So just to make it very clear, guys, if you're in week 2 or 3 of scaling your business with Facebook ads or TikTok ads and your ad spend limit at the moment is between $500 and $1,000, Triple Whale is, in my opinion, an essential app that you must have if you want to scale confidently and accurately to higher numbers. Again, you cannot scale to aggressive numbers if your data is not accurate, because you're going to be scaling the wrong things, which will then make you a net loss, not a net profit. Now, I've seen this with a lot of dropshippers and e-commerce brand owners where they start to make good money and then they start to be very stingy with the important things like Triple Whale and other apps like Beprofit that are designed to make sure you know your numbers, which is really crucial for your business health. Now, you can book a demo with Triple Whale to make sure that it's right for you and it's the right time to start using it. So do use that feature if you need to use it, guys. And again, it's not for beginners. This is purely designed for people that are spending between $500 upwards. If you're a beginner, just stick to using UTMs or URL parameters, as that will be more than efficient as a beginner. Welcome to Module A of the free dropshipping course for 2025. Now, this module is going to be all about organic marketing. Basically, you don't have to pay for advertising. You're just using your time and your efforts to create content that can go viral on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube Reels, and other platforms. Now, this is a great module for those that are looking to not spend money on ads or looking to de-risk from advertising on paid platforms and using organic content. Now, I've done over $2 million with TikTok organic, and I know some of the biggest players in the space. Now, I'm even going to be revealing one of our products that did over $1 million in this module. So guys, the first thing that I want to cover inside of the organic marketing module is understanding what organic dropshipping is and understanding the key principles to success with doing this form of strategy of marketing. Now, organic dropshipping leverages short form content to drive traffic to your store without having to pay for ads like Facebook ads, TikTok ads, or any other auction platform. Now, platforms like TikTok and Instagram provide high leverage opportunities to showcase your product and drive sales at zero cost. So this is an organic dropshipping strategy. You got TikTok utilization, Instagram engagement, and cost-free marketing. Now, setting the right mindset for organic dropshipping is so important. Now, when people hear free advertising and you can generate loads of sales for free and you don't need to pay for Facebook ads and TikTok ads, everyone gets excited about it, but people don't realize that there is actually a huge trade-off for not paying for ads, although you're doing organic marketing. And people don't realize this, and then when they try it, they realize that, oh, there is a trade-off and I don't like it. Now, before we move on to the mindset you need for organic dropshipping, I want to quickly explain, is it the right type of marketing method for you? Should you be trying organic marketing? Now, this comes down to two variables. Number one, you don't have a large budget, so you don't have enough money to spend on Facebook ads or TikTok ads, which is usually between $1,000 and $2,000. And remember, each product's going to cost you between $250 and $350 every time you advertise it on one of those platforms. And variable number two is you don't want to risk your budget yet. So you've got the budget to do paid ads, but you'd rather try this because you're less willing to risk your budget. Now, there is a third variable why you might want to do organic dropshipping, and it comes down to personality traits. If you're confident in front of the camera, you think you've got really good camera skills and you have a good creative mind, then this might be the better option, as creativity and good videography will play a key part to your success with organic dropshipping. I know people that have got way more than enough money to do paid ads, but they still do organic because they love being in front of the camera. They have a creative eye for knowing what's working and what isn't working, and they can put their confidence in front of a camera. So it purely suits them over paid ads. So this is the right mindset that you guys need for success. Volume is key. Success requires consistent posting. Make videos that you would want to watch yourself. So volume is where people fall off because they can't keep up with having to post 1 to 3 times a day, and they end up doing it for a few days and then they don't stay consistent. And the key for testing products with organic is if you don't give a product at least 2 to 4 weeks of consistency, meaning that you're posting 1 to 3 times a day on TikTok and Instagram, then you're not giving the product enough opportunity to find out if it's a winner. So if you get into day 4 of the calendar and you fail because you miss a day, you've killed your product. Literally not posting for 1 day on a brand new account will kill your product. And I'll explain that a little bit later on. So having consistency and volume of posting is so important. Now, some people think by overcoming volume is just ripping other people's videos off and reposting them. That's not going to work. Or they make really crappy quality videos. They know that in the back of their mind, but they're just doing it because they're thinking, oh, wow, I'm actively posting, so I'm going to see success. You need to be doing volume and quality videos. Now, the third thing is watch videos. Now, an example video is a fun, relatable TikTok video or Instagram reel of a magnetic phone holder showing how it solves the hassle of falling phones in a car. Now, let's talk about choosing the right platform to do organic on. Now, TikTok is the viral giant. It's the one that's made the most views for everyone in the industry. Now, remember, guys, this is the product that I've been using for the whole free course, which is the heated vest. And I'm going to show you some examples based on this product. Now, this video's got 1.3 million views, and the video is 16 seconds long, and it shows a woman unboxing the product, wearing it, zipping it up in a very fast pace, showing the product in terms of the battery and how it works. So it's literally just a woman standing in front of a camera that is on a dock and her showing off what the product does and how it works when you wear it. So we can all agree that making a video like that is so easy. You're literally just recording yourself wearing it and you're editing it in a fast pace. Now, the second video example I've got is one with 53,000 views, and it shows a woman on a beach in very cold weather explaining about how she's so cold and she's wearing the heated vest. Now, this video is 40 seconds long. Somebody's clearly recording her wearing it, and she's showing how happy and warm she is in the wind on the beach with this, and she's showing the different settings that you can use on the product. Now, the reason why I'm showing you those two different examples is one is super easy to make, literally wearing it in front of a camera, and the second one is somebody talking into the camera while showing off the product and somebody else is recording them, or you could have easily put it on a phone tripod and walked in front of it. Now, the reason why I'm showing you these two examples is so you can get an idea of the type of content that works for products. And it comes back to what I was saying to you guys before. If you want to be doing TikTok organic, you need to either be comfortable in front of a camera, confident to speak in front of a camera, because remember, organic marketing doesn't just work on no speaking. People just think, yeah, I'm okay to get in front of the camera but not speak. Sometimes your product will have to make you speak in front of a camera. Some products get away with not speaking, but for example, with this product, which is mine, I would need to have the confidence to speak in front of a camera. Now, the second option that you guys have got, if you're not comfortable in front of a camera, is you can either use a friend or family member that is, and get them to help you make the organic content. But what I'm trying to say is you can't really negotiate on not being happy in front of a camera unless you have somebody willing to do it for you, or TikTok organic or Instagram organic just isn't going to work for you guys. Now here's another really good example video, and this has got 1.4 million views, and it shows a guy that owns a farm, and it says, "I'll never be cold again," and it shows a farmer coming up to the camera that's clearly on a tripod, explaining why he doesn't get cold anymore because he's wearing the heated jacket, and he shows basically using it in different modes, and it's a practical usable video. He's on the farm helping out with the animals, and then he's showing you why he's not cold. Now you might be watching this thinking, well, Cam, how are you going to make this video for your product if you don't have a farm? Now I could easily find an open farm in my country where they normally have cafes and restaurants in the middle, and go for a coffee there, and then go up to the section where the animals are and make a video like this. Again, it comes down to excuses. I can just find a local farm where they might have a restaurant, where they have animals on display, they usually do, and make a video like this. Or if I don't want to be that literal, now I could do an example where I'm out in the woods camping with a tent, saying that I'm going camping, I'm not going to be cold because I've got the heated jacket. Because what I want to do to have successful videos is recreate the ones that have already gone viral, just make them better by either choosing better sounds or better edits. Now here's another really good example of a video that does well. It's got 324,000 views, and it's another unboxing video with a voiceover, and it's got subtitles on or captions on, and these are super easy to make. It's just somebody unboxing the product, showing it off with a nice voiceover, and then wearing the product. These are super easy to make, and you can see how many views you can get making such easy videos. Now let's talk about the type of content creation that you guys can do. What you want to post is POV videos, which stands for point of view videos. Example is you're never spilling coffee again with the no leak coffee mug, showing the mug being jolted but remaining sealed. Then you could do a silent video, which is a sunset projecting lamp casting warm colors across the room with just the sound of ambient wind. Then you can do problem solution approach, for example, where the guy was on the farm explaining why he's not cold. That's a problem solution video. Now, the most important part when it comes to videos isn't just what's in the video, it's about the trending sound. Now, an example of this is a mini humidifier placed on a desk synced with trending sounds like $1 Million Baby to evoke calmness and luxury. Now, if you're watching this thinking, well, I don't know what trending sounds are happening on TikTok or Instagram, you can literally go to ChatGPT and say, what are the newest trending sounds on TikTok? And it will say, as of January 29, 2025, here are the trending sounds. And you can see all of them that have been listed. Now, if you want specific trending sounds, you can ask the GBT to find specific ones, but there's no excuse when it comes to, well, I don't know what's trending. You can use AI to literally do the research for you and compile that back to you. Now, what I would say when it comes to trending sounds and trending sound effects is you want to study some of the most successful TikTok dropshipping or Instagram dropshipping accounts. Now, one of them is Cloudy Sharks. And I'm also going to expose one of our accounts that we used to run that did over $2 million in revenue as well, like I mentioned in the intro. So I'll get onto that a little bit later on. Because what made our accounts go viral was actually making a viral sound ourselves. Now, if you watch Cloudy Sharks, all their viral videos are trending sounds with captions. So it's a video of the product with a trending sound saying, when you and Bay both get shark slides, and they're running a trending sound with this. Very simple video. They're just using captions and trending sounds that match each other to go viral. This is the sign to get you and the gang shark slide. Now, I remember one of the TikTok accounts were running Gucci Gang as a song, which is cringy, but it worked for them. Now, this video's got like 2.3 million views. But if you go and study these accounts, you'll see that they're only using trending sounds with captions that correlate with the trending sound, and they go viral. Now, replying to comment videos also do really well. So you can see here it says, where do I get these? Since a lot of people have been asking for the cozy editions, they show you an example of where to get them. So replying to comments can do really, really well as well. You can see this post here has also done the same. Cayenne X Red, which means wear one of each, and he shows that video. Now, to get replying comment videos, you obviously need to start getting a base of views to be able to do that. Here's another one. Okay, but can you swap fins? And they're wondering if you can swap fins, and obviously you can. But as I said, please go and study some of the best accounts, and this is their Instagram page as well. Some accounts mostly move their most successful videos from TikTok over to Instagram, which I'd recommend that you all do, and they end up getting success there as well. Now let's talk about leveraging hashtags and trends. Using hashtags combine popular hashtags, e.g. TikTok made me buy it, with niche specific hashtags like home office hacks, example, a product standing desk converter mark with hashtags like work from home. So this is the hashtag strategy, popular hashtag, niche specific, example product hashtag, and then you're going to get enhanced product visibility. Now I'm going to expose our product that did $2 million with TikTok organic and Instagram Reels, and it is the back cracker board. It was called Cryo Board and Alter Body. Those were our brand names, and you'll see some people have actually ripped our videos off and was using it. Now this is actually one of our videos. Now, why did this video go viral? And this is actually our video that they've ripped off. This is a different page. Now, this video went viral for 2 reasons. Number one, our business partner at the time were wearing these silly masks like Spider-Man masks, superhero masks, and people were watching them thinking, what the hell is he doing with a mask on? And then if you watch the video, when his back cracks, he makes a really silly noise and it makes people laugh. So it's an entertainment video, and people like on social media to watch entertaining videos whilst they're being sold to. Now, people have become fascinated with their backs cracking, and people try and crack their backs at home and end up making a lot of problems for themselves. So when people hear backs being cracked, I know people that just follow, cryopractor videos just because they like to hear people's backs getting cracked. So when they see it on a video like this in a really silly way, it makes them want to buy the product. Now, the reason why I'm showing you this is because if you look at some other videos that people have made of the cryo board, the videos are boring to watch. They're doing this level 11 where they've done loads of them. That's actually a really good video. Some of the competitors that made videos of cryo board are very, very boring videos. They're literally just showing somebody making their back crack. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because when you're making content for your product, you need to look at your competitors first. And if you haven't got any competitors, that's not a good sign. I only do organic marketing if I already can find somebody else making content for it, because they've already paved the way for success, meaning that they've already come up with the ideas. They've already proved that there's demand on the platform for videos for this product. Now, you don't want to guess if there's demand on TikTok and Instagram for your product organically, because you could be waiting ages for it. So if somebody's already proven the way, you've just got to look at their videos and be like, where can I improve? Where can I drastically change the video and make a shocking effect that's going to grab people's attention? Now, this video is really good, girl versus guy, and it shows a girl versus a guy doing it and the difference between the two. Again, that's going to spark interest and curiosity. Now, here's another video that we did where we had a Spider-Man mask on and it says, this is cryo neck, and we made silly noises again, showing it with a Spider-Man mask on. So if you don't even want to show your face, you could put these silly masks on like we did to make yourself go viral. Now, creating content is really not that hard, guys. Just look what's already working, recreate it, and think about how you could creatively make it better. Now, this is where things get insane, guys. With the power of AI and with reasoning. So if you use ChatGPT 01 model, which uses real reasoning. Now, for this to work, you do need to use 01, and I believe it is a paid option. I think it's $20. Now, there is a new AI model called DeepSeek that could potentially do it as well. You can try both of them. DeepSeek, I think, is free, but you need to make sure you're using an advanced reasoning model with AI to be able to do this. But it is crazy, by the way, and it's a game changer for organic marketing. Now, if you send a viral video to the AI and say, how could I make this video better or go more viral, and it's your competitor's viral video or a good video from your competitor, it will actually watch the video and with real reasoning think about how it could make it better. So for example, grab attention immediately, hook in the first 1 to 2 seconds, start the video with a strong visual statement so viewers don't keep scrolling. For example, a bold screen text like, watch this incredible crack, or this is why your back hurts, can hook viewers. Then it gives you a clear visual clue. If there's a chiropractor adjustment involved, maybe begin with a patient already positioned or close up to the uplights of what's happening. Curiosity is a huge driver on TikTok. So it's telling you what to do with the video. It's not like you have to come up with the ideas. It's telling you what to do. And it's also telling you about trending sounds or music that you can use. Then it talks to you about what captions you could have used on the video to get people to be hooked to it. So basically, AI real reasoning will do the hard work for you without you having to think. Now, the only hard part for you is you need to make the video. So it's giving you the framework. You just need to now go and do that video. So there's really no excuse when it comes to making viral videos from your competitors, because you can use the 01 model with advanced reasoning to do it for you. Now, a few of the things that you could do is you could just recreate the video and use a new trending sound. So if the video was done, let's say 3 months ago, there's obviously going to be a new trending sound. So you would add the new trending sound. And the same with the hashtags. If it's 3 months ago, there might be new hashtags that you could use. So use the new hashtags. Another option is optimize the video length. So if a successful video was, let's say, 15 seconds long, remake it, but change it into a 30-second video. So make the video longer and more spread out. But in my opinion, using the 01 reasoning method and getting it to tell you what to make is a way better idea. It just means that you need to go out there and do the video. Now let's move on to the bit that everyone cares about, which is metrics for success and how much money you should make for the amount of views that you get. Now, a revenue example is a 3-in-1 avocado slicer video gaining 50,000 views results in 5 sales, which is $20 an item, which is $100 in revenue. So this is the product that I was selling. This is the amount of views that we got, and this is the amount of sales we got with the amount of money we made. Now that was an example. Let me give you the full revenue benchmarks now. So the benchmarks per platform, per views, and expected revenue. So TikTok, between 10,000 and 30,000, you're expected to make between 50 and 200. TikTok again, 100 to 500,000, you're looking at 500 to 2,000. And Instagram Reels for 10,000 to 50,000 is higher, it's at 100 to 300. And Instagram for 100 to a million is 1,000 to 5,000. So what you can already see here, guys, is Instagram pays more than TikTok when it comes to virality, because Instagram users usually are a higher quality audience than TikTok. TikTok are usually a lot of kids, a lot of people that don't have high income or expenditure, so they're not going to spend money. Now, this shouldn't even bother you guys because, again, you can just repost the viral videos off your TikTok account to Instagram. So you're not doing any more hard work. You're just adapting your content. You're not going to use the trending sound on TikTok on Instagram. You're going to research, oh, what was the trending sound on Instagram? And then you're just going to use the same video but change the sound. So it's super easy to do. Now, YouTube Shorts, 5,000, 20,000 views, you're looking at $30 to $100, and then 50,000 to 500,000 views, you're looking at 300 to 2,000. So YouTube is the king of shorts, but it's very hard to go viral with dropshipping products on YouTube. I would recommend that you make an account, and I would recommend that you upload them as shorts. There's no harm in creating a YouTube channel, but it is a lot harder to go viral with the existing videos that you make. But those are the benchmarks that you can expect from all the different platforms, guys. Now let's talk about the content calendar, and this is extremely important, if not the most important part of organic traffic. Now let's talk about, you want to have success. You've got to think about a 30-day game plan. Now, every time you make a brand new Instagram account, a brand new TikTok account, you get something called a new account advantage, where the platform actually incentivizes you with the algorithm to find success. Now, they're only going to give you that success if you're consistent on their platform. So if you don't take advantage of the new day account advantage, which lasts 30 days, then you've basically killed your account. You have 30 days as a golden opportunity to go viral. After that, it gets harder. Now, remember what I said to you guys. If you want to test products organically, it's going to take you between 2 to 4 weeks to find out if the product was worth it. So this is an example of a content calendar that I might have. So Monday, platform, TikTok, IG Reels, product demo video, showcase and benefits, post time at 9 a.m., 6 p.m., goal, drive awareness and initial views. Tuesday, TikTok, YouTube, POV content with trending audio, 12 p.m., 7 p.m., leveraging trending content. Wednesday, TikTok, IG Reels, behind the scene video packaging or orders, 10 a.m., 5 p.m., build trust and transparency. Now, the reason why the post times are changing is because in the first week, you do need to test post times because you want to figure out what post times work the best on your new account. And you're also changing the goal because you want to find out which goal works the best on your account. Is it awareness? Is it building trust? Is it showing the product? So that's why we've built the calendar to look like this. Now, what I usually say to people is before you even make an Instagram account, a TikTok account, get your 30 days worth of content made. Now, you want to be posting between 2 and 3 times a day. So 2 is the lowest and 3 is the best. Now, before you even create your TikTok account or your Instagram account, have that content ready, meaning it's been recorded, it's been edited. Because if you don't have it ready, you're more likely to take a day off and ruin your account. But if you've already got all that content made, you just need to make the account and schedule it in and you're ready to go. You don't even have to worry about, oh, tomorrow I've got to make content. Oh, I've got 2 hours to make that video. It's already done, guys. So you're not going to find any issues with your account. Now, it doesn't mean you need to have 4 weeks worth in advance, minimum 2 weeks. So as long as you've got 2 weeks, which is 2 times 14, do the math. As long as you've got those amount of videos done, you don't need to stress. You're ready to go on a new account. Now let's talk about organic dropshipping metrics, which is views to sales ratio. So calculating revenue projections, which is clicks of views, X views to click rate. Example, 100,000 views, X is 3%, which equals 3% of clicks. So it's a 3% click-through rate. Sale, which is clicks, X click to purchase rate. Example, 3,000 clicks, X 4% equals 120 sales. Revenue is sales, average order value, AOV. Example, 120 sales, average order 30 equals 3,600. So that's how you work out your metrics if you need the fine grade of how to do it. Now, these are the general guidelines. Low quality videos, views 5,000, low engagement, revenue likely 0 to 50. Moderately viral videos with views of 50,000 to 100,000. They typically make between $200 to $1,000, potentially focus on improving click-through rates with better CTAs, which is your call to actions. High viral videos views is 1 million plus, which is between 5,000 and $20,000. Ensure seamless funnels and upsells opportunities to maximize returns. So when it comes to organic marketing, guys, where you're going to make the most money is your upsells, your cross sells, and your email marketing. So remember, the views is the hardest thing that you've had to work on. Now you want to maximize those views. When people buy, have you got a good email marketing funnel in place? I've taught you how to do it. Have you got good cross sells and upsells in place? I've taught you guys how to add those in. So you need to make sure you really bulk in on adding those to your store. Now, the advanced organic strategies is volume game plan. Post 2 to 3 videos per day across TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube Shorts. Or another advanced strategy that you can do is make multiple accounts. So for the backcracker, we actually made 4 accounts in the end. So we had 4 accounts selling for the same product, but every account had different algorithms. So basically we were scaling because of the accounts. So we were scaling with accounts, not by videos. Remember, the issue most beginners make is they think post more on the same account. That's not a good idea because they don't like it when you over post on the same account. So if you spread yourself over 4 accounts, the max you can post a day is 3. So if you do 4 accounts times 3, you can upload more and get more views. Now the website link would be the same, the call to action would be the same, you're just spreading yourself over 4 accounts. Now if that becomes unrealistic because you don't have enough time to do it, then you can start to outsource that work to a friend, a family member, or even hire an organic expert by going to Upwork, where I teach you how to hire freelancers, or you can reach out to people on TikTok that have made videos of the product before and say, look, would you be interested in making content for me? I'd pay you this amount of money. Now, you've already got the money to do that if you're already going viral because you're making this kind of money. Now, if you look at accounts like Cloudy Shark that have got 2.4 million, 4.1 million, and loads of other their videos have got millions of views, these guys have made 6 figures. Now, I know people that have made multiple 6 figures with organic. I've made 7 figures with organic. So the point that I'm making is making money with organic is real and it works. The downside is it requires a lot of effort and a lot of time. But to get to 1 million views, once you've done it once, guys, it's easy to do it again because you know what happens. I always say to people, once you crack that 1 million view mark, you know how to do it and you can replicate it very easily. Now, organic marketing is not complicated, guys. It's not hard. It's just you need to go and do the work. You need to get your phone, start recording the product. Think creatively about it. It's never been easier. Use AI to come up with ideas for you with reasonable thinking. It'll do it for you. Now, as an example with this YouTube channel, the hard part is actually getting in front of the camera and making consistent videos. That has been the hardest part of my YouTube channel. It's not easy. It's the same with organic. Just get in front of the camera. The more videos you make, the more likely you are to get a viral video. Now, with that being said, guys, that's the organic module over, and I hope you guys really take organic marketing seriously because you can make life-changing money with it as long as you're willing to put a lot of time and effort into it. With all of that being said, guys, let's get straight into the filming and editing part of this free course. So Nick and I are going to appear on the screen in a minute, and we're going to be teaching you step by step how you can film your own product and how you can edit it so you get an idea of what we're doing. So guys, welcome to this part of the free course when it comes to TikTok organic in 2024. So as you can see with me today, we've got Nick back on the YouTube channel.
So we are going to keep it super simple today. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at a competitor's post that's got massive views, and we're going to use that content and try and recreate it, or at least the hook, because we know that's really helped the post blown up. Then what we're going to do is we're going to create sort of a hybrid post using that really cool hook, and then using some benefits of the product we've chosen. So we'll go through that product in a bit. And then what we're going to do is we're going to shoot the content in front of you and show you how to do that. And then we're going to jump into an editor and we're going to stitch it all together. It's going to be super simple. So I've got 2 products with me. The first one I want to mention is a fidget spinner cube. And the reason this is so important is because this is what got us 3 million views. So this was a very viral product for us, and we nearly did this to show you how to film a TikTok. But the thing is, it's so simple to film because the wow factor really was watching it spin. I think it's not going to be really a good tutorial for you. So what I've done is I've chosen a different product. So this is a pencil. And the great thing about this is we can do some really cool wow factor stuff, because as you know with TikTok, it's going to be about transitions. It's going to be quick takes. It's going to be quick shots. And this also has a massive benefit of lasting. It's an everlasting pencil, so it never runs out. That's a huge benefit that we can put into a TikTok. And hopefully what we'll do is we'll create some really cool content too. So let's get on the camera. Right guys, so here we are. I've got a very basic setup here, but before I go into it, I just want you to know how I got to this setup. So we are not going to reinvent the wheel. We want to find a post that's going super viral, and then we're going to copy that hook, and then we're going to make something really creative.
Regular pencil versus our infinite pencil.
So this hook's really cool. So it's imitating a hammer being smashed onto a pencil versus this infinite pencil. So the whole benefit of this is showing how hard wearing this is and that it lasts forever. So I think we're going to copy this hook because it's got An amazing amount of views. Okay, let's continue.
Regular pencil versus our infinite pencil. Regular pencil versus our infinite pencil.
Cool, so this is just a series of comparisons from a regular pencil versus the infinite pencil. So I think what we can do is we can do some clever things here. So what we'll do is we'll take the hook from this, because obviously this is hit really hard. And then what we'll do is we'll hit into the benefits a little bit more as well. What I want to do with the TikTok is I'm going to create a double hook method. So I'm going to chop the pencil versus the infinite pencil, but I also want to snap some pencils as well. I want to do something really, really shocking. So I think what I'll do with the hook is say something along the lines of, you'll never need a regular pencil again. And then we'll snap loads of pencils together, create a really shocking hook, and then we'll do the comparison. And then what we'll do is we'll show how long it lasts. And we'll go on and on and on. Obviously not too long. I've got myself a little phone stand. You can be creative with this. I've left my stand at home, which only cost me $6, by the way, so super cheap. What I've done is I've got this little simple stand. I'll put it against the box like this. The reason being is I'm going to be doing transitions and I want that phone dead still. I'm also going to be chopping up some pencils because that's going to help me really engage with the audience and do something fun and creative. With regards to filming, I've got an iPhone. You want it about 1080p. TikTok won't really allow you to upload 4K, I think, at the time of this recording, but 1080p is absolutely fine, so a standard smartphone will be really cool. It just needs to be 1080p for, high quality, okay? And what I'm going to do with my camera is I'm just going to have a simple photo setup. I'm not going to go 4:3 ratio. Usually phones will be 9:16 because that's the ratio you need for TikTok. So I'm going to do like, you'll never need another pencil again, that kind of thing, okay? So I'm going to lay out my shot here. It's facing down. I want to make sure I'm in complete view. I'm going to zoom out a bit. You can always cut in if you've zoomed in too far and you can't zoom out on the shot. That's more of a problem. So I'm going to go out and we're going to do our pencils and then we're going to record, bump, and we're going to go. Nice. So now I'd like a transition shot as well. So we're going to be comparing the pencil to a regular pencil. I could just hammer it and go all the way through if I wanted to, but I might do it as a transition. And it's a good way to show you how to lay up a transition anyway. Boom, boom. So don't worry, you're going to screw up a couple of shots, okay? So it's about getting very comfortable with iterating, with repeating your shot occasionally. So I'm going to lay out my shot as best I can. If I screw it up, it's not a problem. You shoot again until you get the right shot, okay? So let's try and line this up. I want to make sure that everybody knows this is a pencil. Second shot, I'm going to go and cut to the pencil there, and then I'm going to stop the recording, and then I'm going to break it in half and chop through it, so we'll have that lovely transition, okay? So let's go record. Also, it's nice to do a bit of a layup before and afterwards. You're going to cut really short. For TikTok, it's got to be every one, not even 2 seconds. But what I'm doing, I'm showing the pencil first in case I'd like to use that footage to show people exactly what it is, but chances are I won't use it. So I'm going to show the pencil, move it down like this and go. Cool. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to take this knife out. Cool. And then we're going to record again. I'm going to do one more. I wanted it to be quicker because obviously we're recording TikToks, which means that if I spend too long with that knife on the chopping board, it's going to take too long and people are going to get bored. Okay, so that's our second shot. Now the third shot, I really wanted to accentuate on the benefit of what this pencil is, which means it lasts forever and ever. So I think that's going to be our last shot, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm almost going to do it goes on, and then I'm going to do that 2,000 years later kind of thing, and then we'll do it's still going. And I think that's a really nice ending, okay? I'm going to do another transition with the pencil because what I want to do is I want to get a couple of angles because I want to really keep the user engaged, and doing the same angle all the time may get a little bit boring. So we're going to do one more transition with the pencil. So off we go again. Let's cut onto our video. Show the pencil. Cool. That worked better than I wanted it to, I guess. What I wanted to do is really accentuate the benefit of this, which is it's an everlasting pencil. It never runs out. That's the big benefit versus this pencil. So I'm going to do a little piece about how long the pencil goes on for. It goes on and on. By the way, apologies for the light. We do need light down on here. That's how we're going to get the best light on the subject for our shots. And it's so important we get loads of light. So it does look like it's flooding in, but it's the best way we're going to get these shots for you, okay? Okay, cool. So first shot, it goes on. Now I'm going to do loads more, as if I've been doing it for ages. Yep. And then the last shot we're going to cut to loads of years later, and we're really going to have it filled up. Last shot, we're going to showcase and then we're going to round off. Cool. It's a nice showcase shot. Okay. Cool, so here we are in the edit. We're going to do this super, super quick so that we don't bore you to tears, okay? Let's go and open a new project in CapCut, and we'll go to videos, and I filmed them in a particular kind of order, so we're going to select them all and import them into our new project. It's already handled the ratio, as you can see, and it's imported it as 1080p. This is perfect for us. So what I want to do initially is I'm going to do a quick cut of the footage so that we remove any fluff. Then we're going to go into some AI software and we're going to start getting some captions together. So we don't want to bore people, so we want to change the clips very quickly and cut out any unnecessary fluff. So all this stuff at the beginning, I think we need to cut out. We just want to see that break there, okay? So I'm going to select my clip, and if in the bottom left here you see split. So I'm going to split that clip, and then I touch the left part of the clip I don't want, and there's a little delete button down there, so we're going to get rid of that. Cool, so we're going to go, lovely. So I do want to show people the pieces of the pencil as well, so let's see how many seconds that is. So that is 2 seconds, so let's cut this clip, and then see how it looks together, and then we'll make a decision whether to cut it even further or not. But we just want to, it's called a rough cut. We want to roughly cut it up and chop out the fluff. Next part, so this is us comparing the normal pencil to the everlasting pencil. We're going to cut this out because I actually quite fancy the other. Again, we want to cut out any unnecessary noise. So where are we? Showing the knife here, let's select the clip, split it and get rid of that. Cool, we're going straight into the break, and then we're going to chop, okay? So just where it chops there, this is where we're going to do what's called a transition. Loads of people do this in TikTok, where you film a certain piece, you stop the clip, and then you film it in a different light so it looks like it's transitioned over. So we're going to select the clip and cut that. Let's go, okay. Now we want to get where that knife broke through. There we are, so here. Ooh, select the clip. So I've done it just where the knife's broken. So let's cut that clip here. And then remove that, and let's see how that looks together. Nice, that looks like a good break. That's a good transition. I think it's a bit slow on the uptake at the beginning of that, but we'll polish that up later, okay? The next is it lasts and lasts and lasts, okay? So we're going to cut mid scribble, get rid of that side. Okay, so we don't want these clips to be over 2 seconds. I mean, if we want to make them as short as possible, okay? So we're gonna go scribble, and let's just remove it there. Cool. And then the second scribble. Again, we want to keep these 2 clips about the same length. So what we can do, instead of cutting, we can drag this side here, if it'll let me, with my big fat thumbs, and drag the clip in, okay? So those are 2 ways that you can shorten the clip. And then lastly, we've got this absolute mess on the page. So let's go and clip that. And then make it roughly about the same. If you want to sync this to music, that's absolutely fine, but for the time being, I'm literally just doing this by eye. So let's have a look at our clip so far. Breaking the pencil, chop, scribble, scribble, scribble. Okay, so we might want to shorten that a little bit, but the reason I haven't done this perfectly yet is that we need captions, okay? So we've got that, so that's our rough cut, it's called. So we've cut the footage roughly how we want it. We will be polishing this up, but we need captions. So what we're going to do, we're in the world of AI currently, so I'm going to go over to what's called 11 Labs, and we're going to find ourselves a voice. Adam is a very typical voice for TikTok. People are using all sorts now that are trending. We're going to go safe with Adam for the time being, because you guys will probably, you'll know this voice by watching TikTok. So what are we going to do? Let's have a quick look at our clip, and we're going to write a script. So the first of all is the break, yeah? So first of all, I'm going to put, you'll never need another pencil again, and then we'll say regular pencil versus infinite pencil, because we're cutting the pencil. And then lastly, we're going to put, it goes on and on and on. And that's all we're going to do with the script. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write the script out so that you don't see me taking ages writing the script, and then we're going to generate the voice, okay? So we're back, and I've noted down the captions. So what we've got here, you'll never need another pencil again, regular pencil versus infinite pencil, it goes on and on. I put a call to action at the end. If you're trying to go viral on organic, you don't necessarily need to ask for the sale, but I put it there, and let's generate a voice. Now this could take a couple of goes to generate. The voice may not always be on point, but that's absolutely okay. So let's generate and see what it comes up with, and if we're happy, we'll dump it into CapCut. Okay, I don't mind this, but I think the intro is a bit slow. So we're going to generate again and see if it comes up with a fast one. If not, we'll play the hand we're dealt at the moment. That is so out of whack. Let's have a look. Voice settings. Okay, so I'm going to, it looks stable. Oh no, we haven't got stable here. So it looks like it's quite unstable. So I'm going to stabilize the voice a bit if I can. There we are. And let's go and generate so that we don't have that absolute wacky voice.
You'll never need another pencil again. Regular pencil versus infinite pencil. It goes on and on.
Perfect. Third time is a charm. We got the voice that we wanted. All I did was I went to the stability. I went more stable so that he wasn't all over the place with his voice. And then I upped the style exaggeration so he slowed down a little bit. We do want fast speaking, but we want to fit into the clip as well. Cool. So let's download and let's dump it in to CapCut. So right, with our captions, we're going to dump these into CapCut now. So what we'll do is add audio on the side here. Click on audio, then we've got sounds, and then we've got this little folder icon just in the middle. Okay, so we'll click on that, and then we will go to device, select from device, and I'm going to come in here and choose our download. And that should have added it. Here we are, I've got the little plus button. Let's add. Let's have a look. Woo, I'm loving that. So in CapCut, to zoom in and zoom out on the timeline at the bottom here, I'm just pinching with my two thumbs, okay? So what I want to do is this guy that we've done to the AI voiceover, he's very, very separate with his speech, and we want to cut that very close together because our clips are going to be quicker, okay? So we're going to zoom in and we're going to do a very similar cut job. I'll show you the first few and then we're going to speed through this, okay? So let's have a look. Let's cut him off there. So I'm going to split the beginning. You can split there. There we are. Cool. So what I'm doing, I'm trying to save time wherever I can. So even though there's a little pause at the beginning, we're going to remove that completely. Okay? Okay, another pencil again. Cool. So let's shorten this clip. So this is why I didn't shorten all of the clips straight away. I wanted to look at the text. So what we're going to do is go to this mid part here. And we're going to split this clip again, and we're probably going to split it there. And then we're going to move this clip by holding down with our thumb and drag it across the start of this clip here. So now what will happen is it will jump straight into the next piece of text. Perfect. So now what we want to do is we're cutting the speech to fit the clip. And what I'll do is I'll adjust the clips as well. So we want to try and get to a stage where the text fits within the clip, but we're not dragging out the clip too long. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut the rest of this footage and then we'll watch it back together, okay? Okay, so we're back, and what I didn't realize is I didn't film the infinite pen and me hitting the infinite pen with a knife. We're human, we're not going to beat ourselves up about it. So what we did, we ran away quickly and we filmed hitting the infinite pen because what we wanted to do was the comparison between the pencil and the pen. So what we'll do, we'll go through the whole video and then I'll break down what I've done, okay? Cool, so a couple of things here. So firstly, if you look at where I've put my text, where I put my captions, I've put them in the right place and shortened the clip to fit, okay? So now I've shortened the clip so they're a bit more engaging. I've put my text overlay on top. So as you can see here, I've put my text in the right place versus my footage. So I've shortened the footage a bit, I've moved my text, I've split it in the same fashion that we did with the visual clip and just put the text in place where it was needed. And what I've done as well, I thought this would be really funny. So don't be afraid to get creative with this sort of stuff and think about pop culture as well. There are things, there are trends, there are things that you know that everybody knows that you can really shoehorn into creatives like this. So I wanted to tell people how long the pen lasted, and I know that there was a SpongeBob SquarePants reference about being an X amount of time later. So I shoehorned that in, and then finally, for dramatic effect, did it scribbled after that as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this clip because I think it's a bit small for TikTok. I'm just going to increase it as far as I can, leaving a little bit of margin either side so that TikTok doesn't clip it all off. And I think this is fine to have black borders around. I think it's funny enough not to really need to cover the whole screen, because if we do cover the whole screen, obviously it's not going to work very well, okay? So this is our clip, and already you can see from this clip, this is starting to look like a TikTok post. It's starting to look like a legit post, and that's simple cutting and simple text over the top. So what we're going to do now, we're going to add a couple of special things to really elevate this, okay? So let's give ourselves some music. So we've done text, let's give ourselves some music and some sound effects, okay? Okay, so I think maybe with the pen snapping, maybe we do a bone cracking sound effect, or if we can find a pencil snapping, that'd be great. So what we'll do is we'll go into the audio part, And then we've got sound effects in the bottom menu here. So we're going to click on sound effects. Let's see. I think if we type in pencil snap, I'm not sure if we're going to get it, but some sort of break would be fantastic. Finger snap. Cool, so I found cracked shell. So like I said, if you don't find the sound effect, CapCut has loads of sound effects straight from within the app itself. If not, you can find sound effects from all sorts of places, paid versions, or you can download them from certain platforms, which I'm not going to tell you about, but you can download them and find sound effects on those kind of social platforms. So cracked shell I think is really good, so let's do that. And we want to make sure it's on the break. Okay, let's take this cracked shell. I'm going to show you the first two sound effects and then I'm going to add some more and I'll show you.
You'll never need another pencil again.
Oh, I love that. That's so good. I love that break. Cool. So let's split that clip off. And I think here, because we've got a knife, I think I want a sword sound effect. Okay, so what I'm going to do is come into sound effects and I want kind of like a swooping sword. So we've got a massive crack of me actually hitting the board, so I'm probably not going to go mental on it, but I think I should do a sword.
Regular pencil.
Love it. So we don't need to do it during the swoosh. I mean, as a video editor, I'd probably shoehorn this on a high level edit, but we're doing TikToks here. So just try and find a sound effect that fits the bill, basically, that fits the scene. So we've got crack.
You'll never need another pencil again. Regular pencil versus infinite pencil. It goes on and on.
2,000 years later.
And on.
Perfect. Okay, so I'm not going to go into all the sound effects. I think these are really effective for the hook. So if you want to, you can put more sound effects in it. But I think these are really cool to introduce the user to the TikTok post. Cool. I think what we need to do next is have some music. So what we can do is come into audio, we come into sounds, and you should be able to find music under commercial. Now, when it comes to audio, we need to add music as well. So Cam has already been through how to find things like trending sounds and trending hashtags earlier in this video. So I would highly suggest finding those sounds because they're going to help you gain more reach. For now though, I'm just going to create a piece of music or set a piece of music from here. Again, we can come into audio, we can come into sounds, and if we go to commercial, there's loads of stuff that you can use. Oh, but we don't need to go commercial because you're organic. So we just go to all sounds and you can just pick what kind of stuff you want. For now, I'm just going to pick a track. Okay, this is fine. It's important to have music to give atmosphere, but like I said, you should be using trending, on organic, you should definitely be using trending sounds, okay? So we've got our music as our background, we've got our sound effects, and I think this would really benefit from having some transitions as well. That would be really handy. It'd be really nice if we could do a transition at the very beginning, because then that'll pull someone in. Maybe a quick zoom would really engage the user off the bat. So let's go in and have a look for, cool, so if we select our clip, there's a couple of ways to do transitions, okay? On the clip, you can animate in and out, or if you look at this center piece here, you can just click on this little white square and you can put a transition in between the two, okay, if you want to. So what we'll do is animate in. So we'll come in here and there's animations at the bottom. So we'll click our clip, animations, and then we'll do, maybe, let's not overcomplicate it for this one. You can do a variety of ones, just try these out, but I'm just gonna flash in really, really quickly, okay?
Need another pencil again. Regular pencil.
Come into here. And that should flash us in like that. And that's really just, boom, straight off the bat, just engaging. So we're gonna do that. We'll probably put a couple of transitions in the middle as well. I think we can add a transition here, which will be quite cool. Think about what fits the bill. We're not gonna go too heavy on this. I'm gonna choose a pull in, but think about if your clip's going one way, maybe pan the same way because it's good for the eye tracking, for eye movement. But for this, I think a simple pull in is gonna do really well. Cool, so that's our transitions, and we're gonna auto caption the sound next. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go to my main menu and go to text. And then what we'll do, you'll see, you can write your own text over the top if you want, but we're gonna auto caption the sound, okay? So we're gonna go to auto captions, and we're gonna generate from all. So we don't just want the voiceover, we want the 2,000 years later, and then we're gonna generate. So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna style it quickly. So if we go down to the bottom here, you've got style, and there are templates on the pro version, you've got some free ones as well, but I think we're just gonna go pretty bog standard, okay? Let's have default text. So I quite like the text as it is. The great thing about having white text with a black outline around it is that it shows up on both dark and light parts of the footage. So I would always suggest having a white section and a dark section, whether it's the stroke around the outside or the bit in the middle. So white and black works really well. I love this text, I think it works really well. But if you really want to go to TikTok's text, we can go to font, you can change the font, you can go to styles, and you can put a background on the text. So if we go over to this menu here, this moving menu here, we can go to background. and then we can add a TikTok style background. Let's make it white. And once we've set that background style, we can go to our text and make that text black. And we'll do it without a stroke. And so that'll give you that sort of TikTok style text with black text over a white background. So it's up to you which kind of text you use. Those two are very typical for TikTok, so I'd probably keep them around there. And just a last minute thing as well, you can add things like emojis and graphics over the top. So I can come in and do things like stickers. So let's say I want to say that this is going to go on and on and on. I might want to put an emoji in there of me being tired. Yeah, so let's go into stickers, the emoji section. Let's go find one of me looking really tired. Yep, click that, and that should enter. And each layer will create its own new layer as well. So all you have to do is click on the thing that you want to edit. So let's go into this, and you can move this little fella around. You can change the size and the angle if you want.
You'll never need another pencil again. Regular pencil versus infinite pencil. It goes on and on.
2,000 years later.
And on. Get yours today.
Yeah, we'll get rid of the CapCut bit, but as you can see, I've not done anything particularly special here. CapCut's got so many cool things that you can do, but just simple cutting, text editing, a little bit of creativity and fun, you can make viral posts so easily. It's never been easier to make this kind of stuff.
Welcome guys to module 9 of the free dropshipping course for 2025. Now in this module, I'm going to be teaching you how to do influencer marketing, which basically means that you partner with an influencer, whether it be on TikTok, Instagram, even YouTube, and you agree to work on a collaboration where they promote your product in return for either a commission, an upfront payment, and what you guys can expect from this is short-term massive growth. Now, influencer marketing is an amazing way as an alternative or an option to scale your marketing efforts if you don't want to do Facebook ads or TikTok ads. So when it comes to influencer marketing, before we reach out to any influencers, we need to understand who our audience is and who could be potential partners for us. Now, obviously at this stage of the free course, you should have a good idea of who you're trying to sell your product to. Now, obviously, this is the product that I've been using throughout the free course, which is the self-heating warming vest. Now, if you go to ChatGPT, what you want to do is you want to send ChatGPT this prompt. I'm selling this product, which type of influencers would be the best on TikTok and Instagram? Then you want to send them your Shopify link to your website, and then ChatGPT will analyze the listing and analyze the copywriting, and it will figure out who it is you should be looking for when it comes to influencers. So number one, outdoor adventures, fitness, travel bloggers, fashion, lifestyle, tech and gadgets, parents with families, tradespeople, workers. Now, the reason why this is really good information is because I don't want to guess who to work with. Now, when you're selling obvious products like beauty and makeup, it's easier to find out who you want to partner with as an influencer. But when you're selling the product that I'm selling, where it's literally could be used for anyone, you still want to find good groups of people. So always make sure you do this step first before we get onto the next stage. Now, the next stage is obviously going to be finding an influencer for our product. Now, based on what ChatGPT said, we're now going to want to look for those niches on here. Now, Collabstar is the best platform for completely free. There's no subscription. You just need to sign up and you can start using them. Now, you can see it says platform. We're going to want to do Instagram and TikTok. But for now, I'm going to stick with Instagram. Then where it says categories and keywords, we're going to want to use the ones that we got from ChatGPT. So adventures and outdoor was one of them, so I'm going to add it here. Fashion was another one. Lifestyle was also another one. Skilled trades was also another one. Athletes and sports was another one. So I think I've got enough categories there. So now I'm going to click search. So guys, when you filter it down, it can take a few minutes to load, but now we've got some listings. Now you can also change it by more filters like content type, followers, location, price, and gender. Now, when you get the pro version, you can get age, ethnicity, and language, but honestly, I don't think you need those, so just stick to the free version for now. Now, when it comes to followers, this doesn't really matter as much as it used to, but it's still a good way to make sure that you're only working with budget-friendly influencers. I always set the minimum to 10,000 and the maximum to 500,000 and click save. Now, there's one last filter that I'd recommend that you might want to use, which is location. Now, when it comes to working with influencers, you want to make sure that when you're working with influencers, they're in the Western countries, because if they're outside of them, it can be very hard for conversion rate. I'd also exclude Brazil, Mexico, Italy, just because I find with those countries that the quality of audience is not the best. So now we can actually start looking through the listings that we're getting. Now, the good thing with CollabStar is it will give you the ratings from prior companies that have worked with them. So you can see this person's got 4.3 stars, this one's got 5 stars, this one's got 5 stars. So these are people that brands have already worked with in the past and have had a good experience. Now, when you scroll through, you're going to see loads of different pricing. So you can see $50, $350, $100. Now, that really just depends on their metrics. Now, as a beginner, as you're working in influencer marketing from the get-go, you want to stick to each influencer costing you no more than $500. The sweet spot is between $50 and $350. So these two people here are actually really good for me. So what I can do is I can either heart them or I can open them up in a new tab. Now, the reason why I like this influencer a lot is because just by looking at the photos he's uploaded, it's going for that outdoor adventure that I'm looking to sell my product for. He could wear the heated gilet for this and it would work really, really well. So when it comes to looking at the photos that these influencers are posting, just use your common sense and think, would my product fit in with their lifestyle? Now, if you scroll down, you can see the links to their Instagram, TikTok, and also YouTube. Now, you can also see the packages that they have on here. So basically, CollabStar allows you to work with them through the platform. So you can see here 3 Instagram stories, 1 Instagram story, 1 Instagram post, and the pricing does vary. You can also give them a custom offer. Now, before I even get onto this stuff, I would actually recommend that you go privately to them, which I'll be showing you in the next few moments, and reach out, because remember, CollabStar want to make money. So these influencers have to charge more on here to pay for obviously the CollabStar fees. So you're going to be saving between 20% and 30% if you do it privately. Now, if you keep scrolling down, you're going to see portfolio as well. So it shows you the prior videos that they've made for other companies. And guess what? This video here grabs my attention. Why does it grab my attention? Because it shows an example video of them promoting a similar product, an outdoor wear jacket. So if I click on the video,
it's day 1 of not ski season, which means it's time for us to clean and store our gear for next season. We start by emptying out all our pockets. I've lost so much stuff to my ski jacket pockets over the years.
So here they're talking about ski jackets, which is a great option for my heated gilet. And they're trying to promote basically a ski jacket that has better pockets and stuff. So this is the type of stuff that I want to see. When you're looking at your influencers portfolio, you do not want to be working with them if their portfolio videos does not even consider anything that's close to what you're trying to sell. Now, this was another example of an influencer that I could work with. If I scroll down, she's only got 14,000 followers on Instagram and 1.9 thousand followers on TikTok. She hasn't even got a portfolio. So for me, I would say this one isn't worth doing. So I'm going to delete this influencer. I only want to work with ones that have portfolios and have at least 10,000 followers. Now, I know she had 10,000 followers, but it's still way too low for my liking. So now we've got their Instagram details. You want to click the link. You want to copy their Instagram URL. And then you want to come over to this website here called upfluence.com. Go to their free tools and you're going to see all of these free tools. Now you're going to see the Instagram audit tool. This one's really good to use. So you want to click check creator. You're going to paste in their username and then click paste. Now, the reason why we want to use this free Instagram audit tool is because we want to look at their engagement rate, which is 27%, which is really, really good. We also want to look at the engaged fake audience bot, which is only 2%. So that's completely fine. So everything looks legit on his account. So now everything looks good on that Instagram influencer's account. The engagement looks good. The bots aren't bad. We can now get to step 2, which is reaching out to the influencer. So the best outreach channels is going to be a direct message on Instagram, and you can also email them. Now, when it comes to direct messages, I'm going to be teaching you guys the scripts to use, but you want to be doing the platform direct message, and you also want to use the email. Now, to get that information, you can clearly see on their account, it's in their bio, and to DM them, obviously you can just click the message button and then proceed with the outreach template. So guys, when it comes to getting an outreach template made, go back to ChatGPT, go to the one that you use to find out the best audiences. Now, the reason why you want to reuse this chat is because it already knows your product. It already knows your audience. Once you've gone back to the chat, you want to message the GPT and say, I found an influencer, here is their account, please make an outreach template. Obviously send them the URL to the Instagram account, and then the GPT can research the account and then specify the niche little details that will help convert. So check this out. It says subject, hi Jay, hi Nina. I hope this message finds you well. My name is, and then it's obviously your name, your brand name, a company specializing in innovative heated vest designs to keep people warm and stylish during the colder months. We've been following your journey on Instagram and absolutely love the way you combine travel, lifestyle, outdoor adventure with such authenticity and creativity. And then it goes over some more details. Now, obviously read these before you send them, and you're not just going to use them as they are. You do need to make adjustments. You do need to think about it. Now, obviously, something that I might want to add to this script is going off Collabstar. We can mention that they already mentioned other companies that sell ski jackets, so we feel like it's a good fit. You want to mention little details like this because when they see that, they're going to know that you've done research on them. They're going to know that you've actually took time out to know that, you know what, this influencer, which is them, have actually gone out there and promoted other companies that sell similar stuff. So you're already building a connection. So yes, we're going to take this template, we're going to add that bit in, and then we're going to add our name and our brand name, and we're ready to go. Now, obviously, this is going to be the DM outreach for their social media accounts. Now, my best suggestion to you is if you can find other accounts that they've got a smaller presence on, but they're actively using, like Twitter or X, then you can message them on there because you're more likely to get a response because they don't get as much spam sent to that account. Now, remember, this is for the social media outreach. Now, you're going to want to use the one that you've refined, which is adding a company they've already sponsored before. You're going to want to send ChatGPT a message back saying, can you refine this, but for an email outreach? Because remember, this is specifically designed for an Instagram DM or a social media DM. So it will need to be slightly adjusted. Now, once you've done that, you obviously want to send the email and you also want to send the DMs out to them. Now, going back to the cheat sheet, let's go to step 3, which is structure of payment models. Pricing tiers. Now, you've got nano influencers that are between 1,000 and 10,000 followers, and usually they're going to demand between $10 and $100. Now, remember, guys, followers really isn't that important anymore. Obviously, there's a certain element of importance to it, but the most important thing these days is views and engagement rate. Now, I've seen accounts only with 3,000 followers, but they're getting hundreds of thousands of views. So views are more important than the followers. Then you've got micro influencers that are between 10 and 100K, which is going to cost you around about $100 to $500. Now, these are the different ways you can pay influencers, and it's all risk-based. The first option is performance-based affiliate model, where you offer a commission on each sale and they get the commission. Now, this model usually doesn't convert the best because people want an upfront payment, but this is a good one to keep influencers with you long term. So I look at this as like a long-term strategy if you want to have long-term growth, but it's not good if you want to build a connection straight away because most of these influencers want an upfront payment. Then you've got a flat fee plus affiliate, so you pay them a flat fee then an affiliate. Now, the best way to reduce the risk is you pay them the flat fee, let's say it's $200. Now, once they've repaid you that back based on sales, so let's say, you know, you've paid them $200, but now they've generated your company $600, which equals $200 in profit, then they get the affiliate. So they don't get affiliate commission till they've paid off the flat fee, which obviously you'll put in the contract. Then you've got monthly retainers. This usually works the best for the influencers that work really, really well for you. So let's say you do a flat fee with an influencer, let's say this person here or this couple, and let's say it does really, really well. We can say, look, we want to work with you long term. Let's set up a monthly retainer. Because remember, with Instagram influencers or influencers in general, once they post once, that's it. Whatever you get from that post is a one-off time. So if you want long-term growth, you have to stick to monthly retainers and affiliate commission. Now let's talk about content creation. This is the type of content that the influencer is going to make for your product. Now there's different types of content. So you've got Instagram stories, you've got YouTube videos, you've got TikTok videos. Now my best recommendation for you guys is let the influencer take the majority of the control when it comes to content creation. Remember, they're an influencer for a reason. They know what content works, they know how to get views, and they understand their audience. But what I would say is you should give them some video suggestions based on what's already worked. So if you go back to TikTok, type in the name of your product, whichever videos have got the most views, the most likes, the most comments, the same on Instagram. Go to Instagram, search for your product, find reels that have got the most views, most likes, and say, look, these are the types of videos that have worked well for this product before. Maybe this is a style that you should try. So you're just guiding the influencer based on what's already worked. Now it's their job to make it better and to change it and to make it more unique, but at least you give them an idea on what's already worked. Now my best recommendation is always get an Instagram story, always get an Instagram post, and always make sure that the link is in the bio. That's the structure that I go for: Instagram post, Instagram story, and reel. So when it comes to the Instagram post, that's going to be a reel, then your Instagram story, then link in bio. Now, normally the link in bio will end within 24 hours because it's a one-off time, so that's completely fine. But that is the structure that I like to go for when it comes to content creation. Now, remember, you're going to be emailing back and forth between the influencer on the kind of content that you want. So you just have to come to an agreement and a price on what you're looking to do. Usually when you package it like that, it's cheaper than it is to do a one-off post. Now, remember, your goal as the brand owner is to get the influencer excited about how this product can really help their audience and they're going to love it so much, but also about the money they can make with you as a brand if they were to promote it long term. Now let's talk about tracking influencers' performance. Now, yes, I'm gonna go over contracts and stuff like that in a bit, but this is really important and a lot of people forget to do it. Now, you can do Google Analytics and set up UTM links. So whatever promotion they do, you give them a UTM link, then you know exactly what's come through that UTM. Now, this is the cheapest way to do it, and it's honestly not the best way to do it. Now, the best way to do it is by using the app Up Promote that I showed you guys how to do it in the Shopify section where you're building your store. Up Promote has a free option where you can basically onboard the influencers there. It's the easiest way to do so. And it's the easiest way to work with influencers and turn them into affiliates at the same time. So create them a custom link using Up Promote and then get them to use it. That way you can fully track the revenue, the sales, and absolutely everything like coupon codes. So that's the best way to do it. Now, I can't emphasize this enough. You have to track. I know so many people that rush this section because they can't be asked to do it and they miss all the data. And how do you know how well your influencers performed if you don't track it? Now I want to talk about return on investment. So in terms of how you can figure out if the influencer is going to be worth the money. So before you've even agreed to work with the influencer, that's why I've not spoken about contracts yet, because I'm hoping you've not even started to work with them yet, because you need to understand the ROI on how influencers work. Now, I've given you guys a formula to work out the ROI. Now, an example calculation is here. Let's say my product is a heatless hair curler. The influencer cost me a $500 flat fee. The revenue generated is $1,500 from sales via the influencer's link using Up Promote. This is the formula here, and the ROI would be a 200% gain, which is a $200 profit based on cost of goods, influencer cost, and all the revenue, etc. Now, another great way to explain this to you is you've got to think logically. Let's say my costs of goods, including shipping, are $50. I need to divide 500 by 50. Now, that calculation is 10. So I would need to get 10 sales to break even on my influencer. So anything over 10 sales, I'm now making money. So always do that calculation in your head. What's your cost of goods? What are you going to pay them for a flat fee? Work out how many units you would need to sell first, and then think about how much you're going to pay them. And this comes back to the other thing that I wanted to mention, which is before you even agree to work with them, say to them, look, for us to break even with you, and always be transparent as you can with the influencer, for us to break even with you, we need to sell 10 products. Is that likely based on your prior performance when you work with the other brands on your page? They know the kind of sales that they get for other brands, so they can give you that data. If they've worked with 7 other brands before, they're going to know roughly, oh, we normally generate this brand 30 sales. So they can give you an idea on the confidence that you should have with them. Now, if you can try and ask them for prior performance analytics, whether it be through other companies' affiliate links or databases or dashboards, that's even better, because obviously influencers can lie to you. It doesn't make sense for them to do it, but they can. But you want to get them to give you some confidence of, okay, these are my numbers. Do you think it's doable? Now, these are the expected benchmarks from my prior history working with influencers. Nano influencers, you're looking at a 1 to 3x on ROI. Micro influencers, 2 to 5x. And macro mega influencers, ROI depends on the brand's awareness goals, but may vary significantly. And usually it's between 5 and 30x, usually from my experience. Now let's talk about reducing risk as much as possible. Now you need to vet the influencers carefully by using audit tools like Hyper Auditor, Social Blade, because these are going to give you statistics on their performance. Now you want to review their content, look at all their most recent reels and see, does it fit in line with your audience and your product? And like I said to you guys before, ask for analytics, their page analytics, prior sponsorship analytics. You then want to start small. Test with nano or micro influencers to validate the effectiveness of your product in their audience. So it's like testing on Facebook ads. Start small, so work with the smaller influencers, see how well your product bites with the market. If it does well, then invest into a bigger influencer because the audience is going to be the same. Obviously, the delivery will be slightly different depending on the influencer, but the audience is the key here. Also, use performance-based models. Now, this is the one that works the best for me, honestly. So let's say, yes, we're going to pay you $500, but we're going to pay you $250 up front, and we're going to pay you the rest of the money once you've hit the goal of us breaking even. So you give them half the money up front and you give them the rest once they've hit the goal of giving you a break even. Most influencers will agree to this, and if they don't, that shows a lack of confidence. So always do the performance, half up front, the rest later. That way, you're going to reduce the risk as much as possible. Now, I want to talk about getting the attention of influencers because I know this can sometimes be extremely hard. So this is the effective way of getting their attention. The best way to do it is by commenting on their posts. Most influencers will always check their comments on their post. Now, the most important thing is be genuine, compliment their work, reference specific posts. For example, your recent hair care tips are fantastic. Have you tried heatless curls? Would love to collaborate. So you mention you love their tips. Have they heard of your product? You would love to collaborate. Provide value, offer insights, or engage with their audience to stand out. Every influencer loves a fan that will interact with their audience because that's how you keep engagement going. So if you engage with their audience, you're doing a lot of the work for them. You'll help keeping their audience engaged. If you leave them cold to dry, the influencer has to do it themselves. So you're technically doing some work for them. Then the best thing to do is always follow up, guys. Following up is the key, and this can take several times. I always follow up maximum 3 times, and then after that, I'll give it a month of a dead period and then follow up again. Because usually you don't know what's going on with the influencer's life. Every month is different. 1 month can be very busy, 1 month can be very dry. So you just got to find out when they're going to be dry, and then once you find them there, they're going to respond to you. Now I want to talk about engagement rate. Engagement rate is the key to your success. Now, how to calculate this is by engagement, likes, comments, and shares total by followers. Now, this is all the calculation you need to know. Now, in 2025, honestly, there are tools out there like I showed you that are completely free that will give you the calculation of the engagement rate so you don't need to manually do it yourself. Now, what you do need to figure out is the benchmarks. The benchmarks for nano influencers is between 1K and 10K, 5 to 10%, or 10 to 100K, 3 to 8%, 100 to 1 million is going to be 2 to 5%, and mega influencers is 1 to 3%. Now, you might be thinking, why does the engagement fall when you get bigger? It's just a natural thing. It's like when you scale Facebook ads, your conversion rate will drop. So you want to see the numbers go down, not go up. That's usually a red flag if they go up because it means that they might got fake comments, fake engagements, and bots. Now, the next thing that you want to look at is their CTR. So you want to look at their analytics and what is their Instagram CTR. So if they've put a link in their Instagram story, what is the CTR that they get on that link? Because if you're paying for them to post a video of your product on their story, you're going to want to make sure that at least people click the link in the story. Now, in the bio, it's usually 1 to 3%. And again, they can get access to these analytics, and you want to make sure that they give you them because you don't want to be getting them to put a link in their bio if no one clicks it. Now, the next thing is audience demographics. This is so important. If their audience demographics look good, but then you dig deeper and you think, oh, stuff is not adding up. So let's say, for example, I want to work with a woman that promotes makeup tutorials because I'm selling a makeup brush. If the majority of her audience are males, I have a serious issue. That just means that there's a load of men that fancy that woman that are following her. But that means that I need to see her followers majority women, because if I'm selling a product for women and the only people that follow her are males, that's already a massive red flag. Also, if they have a really high engagement rate, but all their engagement is coming from India or Pakistan or Bangladesh or China, then that means it's all bots or it's all fake. So we've got to make sure that it's coming from top tier countries. Then the next one is age ranges. Does the age range make sense? If I'm selling a hairbrush or a makeup product, I'm looking for anything between 21 and around about 35 to 40. That's usually the age that I'm looking to do. Now, the next few metrics that really matter are past brand deals. I mentioned this a few times already, but just make sure that their past brand deals have been successful. Now, not all of them have to be successful, but you want to make sure that more than less have been more successful. So let's say hypothetically they've done 10 brand deals, and out of those 10 brand deals, 6 of them have been successful. That's more successful than they're not successful, if that makes sense. So you want the majority. It's like trading, for example. You're a successful trader if your win-loss is higher than your loss rate. So it's the same here. Their win rate has to be bigger than their losing rate. So it doesn't mean that every single one of them has to be successful, but the more, the better. because not everyone's perfect and is going to have a 100% hit rate. But these are the kind of questions that you guys want to ask during this section, guys. Now, the next one is video view retention rate. Now, this one is extremely important because remember, you're paying them to make videos. So if the retention rate is bad, then you're going to have issues because it means that people weren't interested. So you want to make sure that your video retains 50 to 70% of the views to the halfway point. Now remember, the good thing about Instagram influencers is we could reuse their content for our paid ads on TikTok or Facebook. So if the video view retention rate is high, that means that with our paid ads, it could also do really, really well. Now, before I get into the influencer collaboration agreement, which is a contract that you need to send to the influencer before you even work with them, I want to explain how you should get them to make the product content. So when it comes to them making videos of your product, you need to send them the product through your supplier, especially if you've got custom branding, it should be sent to them in the custom packaging. Now, usually when I work with influencers, I make sure that I give them like a custom looking package. So whether that means that I order the product from Amazon, get it to my house, and then go to a local store to get custom packaging made, just so that the influencers, expectation of when they receive the product is, wow, look at this custom branding. Wow, look at the presentation when I get this. You want them to show that off in the camera. Now, I know if you're doing one product dropshipping, not all their customers will get the same experience, but you can put a disclaimer on your website saying, not all orders have the same, quality of packaging. But the influencers is the most important because that's what all the audience is going to see. So whether or not you've got custom packaging already, if you haven't, get it sent to your house by Amazon, get custom packaging made from a local store. Just type in on your Google, custom packaging nearby or local, and you'll find companies that can do it. It might cost you $10 or $20, but it'll be worth the investment. Remember, if the influencer's confidence in your product is high, especially when they receive it, they're going to portray that on the camera. If their confidence is low, they'll either refuse to do it or they'll just be like really bad on the camera. Now, with that being said, guys, let's get inside of the contract. So this is where it says this contract is entered into a date. So you put the date in between brand name, company name, contact details, influencer name, and contact email. Then under the services section, this is where you need to put the deliverables, the platforms, and the posting dates. Then you're going to go over the compensation fee, content ownership. Can you run it on paid ads? Is it organic only? So you need to agree on these things, but usually they're okay with all of them. Timeline, obviously be realistic. So after they've received the product, they've got a week, for example, you want to put that in there. Exclusivity clause is super important. Now, you want to put between a 30 and 60 day exclusivity clause. So that basically means that they're not allowed to promote any other company for at least a certain amount of days. Because remember, if they're posting loads of other companies, it doesn't even have to be the same product, by the way. Let's say it's a different product. They're going to sap their audience. They're going to drain them. So you want to make sure that when you work with them, you have between 30 and 60 days where you don't need to worry about them promoting other companies. Because remember, their audiences all have a budget. And if they promote all the other products to their audience, that budget's going to get eaten up. So you need to make sure that their audience has money. So if you give them a 30 to 60 day clause, their audience should have had 2 paydays by then so they can afford to buy your product. But if within that 30 to 60 days, the influencers promote 4 different products and their audience have bought them, they're probably not going to have any money. Then you've got a termination clause if they don't do anything correctly. Then you've got confidentially. Then you've got the acknowledgement of agreement, brand representative, date, influencer signature. And remember, this contract is designed for your protection, guys. Now, especially if you're going to be making deals off Collabstar. So if you're using companies like Collabstar and you agree to pay them in Collabstar, then you've got Collabstar's service agreement where if the influencer doesn't agree to what they said they were going to do, Collabstar come in and they pay you. So there's that protection that you get on Collabstar. Hence, you pay the bigger fee. But if you're going to be doing it privately, then you need to make sure you send them a contract like this because it makes you look more professional. It makes the influencer take you more seriously, and the likelihood of them doing something wrong is a lot less likely. Now remember, if you're going to be doing this privately, make sure you pay them using PayPal, goods and services. That way you're protected, or use a credit card because then you have an extra layer of protection. Now let's talk about sending the contract out to the influencer when you're doing this privately and not through Collabstar. You want to use a company like DocuSign because it holds a lot of weight when it comes to laws, and you can actually sue influencers by using DocuSign. And influencers know when you use DocuSign, you're a higher level company and they're less likely to take you for a fool. So create an account on DocuSign. You might need to upgrade to one of their lower tier plans for like $10. Go to agreements, go to start now, and then it's going to say creating envelope. You're going to take this agreement, put it into a Word document or a Google Doc document, make sure it's done there. Then once it's on there, you're going to want to click upload. Upload that document as a PDF up here, and then they're going to sign it. Then you want to go to recipients. You're going to put your name, your email, and you need to make sure that it's you need to sign. Then you're going to add another recipient, which is obviously going to be the influencer. Make sure that they need to sign. Then you're going to put a message here, which is going to be the email subject and the email message. Then where it says envelope types, you don't need to put anything if you don't want to, but if you really, really want to, you can either put service agreement, or you can put consultancy agreement or partnership agreement. Then once you've done that, guys, you're going to hit next, and then it's going to ask you to put on there where this signature needs to go. So you just draw a box where the signature needs to go. Then you can send it from DocuSign to the influencer. Then they'll receive an email where they click the link, takes them to DocuSign, they sign it, and there you go, it's all done. But that's pretty much it when it comes to influencer marketing, guys, for dropshipping. Remember, you can either use TikTok, Instagram, or YouTube, but that's the same strategy you'd use for every single platform. Now, again, when it comes to Instagram influencers, you want to work with at least 1 to 5 before you come to a conclusion of, was it worth working with them? Was it worth it for my product? I usually say 1 to 5 influencers per product is a healthy ratio for you to know whether or not your product is good for influencer marketing or not. But usually every product is good for influencer marketing. It comes down to your goal, finding the right influencer, agreeing on the right video content, and making sure that their confidence is in their audience and their audience is right for your product. Just like I showed you guys here, I found one influencer that I think is perfect for my product using Collabstar. You can find loads more, and it's just the same process. With that being said, guys, that's this module out of the way, and I'll catch you guys on the next module.
So guys, in this module, I'm going to be teaching you how to use AI correctly for your dropshipping stores. Now, there's a big issue with AI right now in this community and in all the other communities that people are using AI for. Now, I would say around about 90% of people are using AI, which is artificial intelligence, the wrong way. They've become way too dependent on it, and they just rely on it, and they don't actually use it in the correct way, which is what it's designed for. And in this module, the goal is to try and show you exactly how to use it properly for a dropshipping store. Now, the first way that AI can help us is with product research. Now, we can use AI to identify winning trends, products that are doing well currently, and current media buzz. Now, an example of how we can use AI to do this is if we go over to ChatGPT, put it on the 4.0 model, which is completely free to use, we can start giving it prompts and information to learn about a current product that we're going to want to sell. Now, for example, if I found a product already based on the product research methods that I've given you in the free course, for example, mine's the heated gilet. Now, the right stage to start using the strategies once you know what product that you want to sell based on the product research methods I gave you. Now, in this instance, mine is the heated gilet. If I go back to the GBT and I put, hi, I'm thinking of selling this product, I send it a link to one of my competitors' websites. What trends can I jump on? The GBT is then going to tell me what are the current trends that are out there that have really good opportunity for me to make money on. Now, a few of the things that I can ask the GBT is who are the biggest sellers of this item, what Facebook pages are running for this item, and then the GBT is actually going to go out there and give me links to real Facebook pages that are currently running ads for the product that I'm thinking of selling. Now, why is this so powerful? Because we can figure out what pages are currently selling the product instead of us guessing it by going to the ad library and trying to figure out what pages are on there trying to sell it. Not just that, but sometimes prompts that we use on the ad library doesn't always give us the best results for the people that are actually selling the product. Now, we can ask it questions like this as well. Does this product get views on TikTok? And then it says, yes, it does. And then I've asked it again, what videos have the most views? Then it sends me videos and links of the people that got the most views with the product. Then I've asked it, what could I do to sell the product that my competitors ain't doing? And then it says here, focus on lifestyle niches like outdoor workers, winter sports, fashion, people. Create unique bundles and value offers, a power bank with the gilet, accessories like gloves, leverage advanced tech features. Now, what am I doing here with this GBT? I'm trying to figure out who my audience are, what opportunities are in the market for me to establish myself on, and also who are the biggest people at the moment that are making the most money with it. Now, the longer that you spend with this GBT, the better the answers are going to get and the more it's going to know about your product. So you don't want to just give it a one-liner question and then give up on it. The longer you spend with this and the more you ask it and the more it receives, the better the learning will get.
And the more accurate the answers are going to be and the better quality it's going to be. It's called deep thinking. That's how it works. The deeper you ask it, the more thinking it has to do and the more accurate the information's going to get. Now, if we keep on using the same chat into, let's say, for example, when we build the store and we start asking it to do, let's say, website ad copies and loads of other things, it's going to start to do some really cool replies because it knows exactly who our audience is and who we're trying to sell the product to. So basically, the point I'm trying to make here is you need to invest time into these chats. You shouldn't just enter a chat, do a one-liner, make me an ad copy, oh, who's this product designed for, and then leave the chat there. You need to keep the chat going for a long, long time and ask it really good prompts. Now, AI language models like this are designed based on the prompts that you give it. If you give it bad prompts, it's going to give you bad information. Now remember, the AI is there to do the hard work for us. Instead of us going onto Google and trying to find all the answers ourselves by Googling it, the AI model's gone out there, found the resources, then relayed the information back to us. And one thing I want to mention very quickly is when it gives you references like this, you need to go out there and check to make sure that they are legitimate and they are accurate. Because they're saying that these are the best videos that have gone viral on TikTok. I need to go and check the video and make sure that that is true. If it's not true, then you need to make sure you ask it again and say, this wasn't accurate. Can you actually send me accurate videos? A lot of people will just take what the AI has given them and just say, oh, that's everything that I need to know, move on. So if the AI is giving you inaccurate information and you're just taking it from face value and dumping it into your business, then you're actually making a lot of errors that are going to carry on rolling throughout your journey. So in the product research section, I use the GBT model to help me find what trends are currently doing well. Now, another question that I've asked it is this product trending on Google Trends? And it says here, yes, heated Geelies have seen a notable increase in interest recently according to Google Trends. The surge aligns with the recent media coverage highlighting the popularity and practical use of heated Geelies. For instance, the Scottish Sun reported. Then it shows you all the sources at the bottom, and these are where it's getting the information from. Now, the good thing about asking AI to do this for you, like is the product trending on Google, is we're not going to have an emotional connection with this. So if we were to go to Google Trends and have a look at is heated Geely trending, if we look at that chart and it doesn't align with our thought process of we want it to trend because we want to sell that product, we're going to have a certain bias. Now, this is only going to relay facts to you, so it excludes any biases that we may have. And that's what I like about AI. It cuts out any bias issues and it just relays what you need to know. Now, in the cheat sheet, guys, I'm going to give you a list of prompts that I'd recommend that you use once you find a product that you want to sell, that you're going to want to ask the GBT. And with those answers, it's going to help clarify if your product is suitable to sell based on what information it relays. But again, the prompts are the most important thing, and I will give you my top prompts in the cheat sheet so you can start asking the GBT. Now, the next way that AI can help you with your dropshipping journey is ad creation optimization. Now, I want to make this very, very clear. Do not use AI to create creative straight away. Yes, you can use AI to create you avatars like I've shown you throughout the course, but don't get AI to make the full video for you. That is lazy, and I've seen loads of people try it and they look terrible. AI is not quite to the level it needs to be yet, where it can just take an image of your product and create an amazing video. At the current stage we're at, we're not there. So you do need to do manual work to actually create a good looking video. Now, it doesn't mean that AI is not good at taking a good video that you've already made and making variations of it or remixing it. That does work very well. So where can ad creation optimization be very helpful for us? We can use tools like Ad Creative AI to basically make loads of creatives based on the ones we've already made. So if we're in the Facebook testing strategies or the scaling strategies, and same with TikTok, and we just need loads of variations making of our videos, let's say we found a winning ad and we now need variations of it, this is where AI tools like this can be very handy. Because what we can do is we can go to their ad creative section on their website, and what we can do is when we use their software, it will ask you to upload footage, and the footage that you're going to upload is your winning creative. And what it will do is it will remix different versions of it. So what we can do, guys, is once you've created an account with adcreative.ai, you can just import your brand by adding your URL. It will pull your fonts, your logos, your colors, and then it's just super easy to start using it. So if you go to video and go to where it says add videos, you can do product video or background placed video. You can choose what you want. For example, I'm going to do background placed videos, and then I can change it. Let's say I'm doing Facebook ads and I want it to be squared video because I'm focusing purely on story post. Or if I want to do in TikTok videos, I can do story video and then click next. Then we can upload our winning creative. So I'm going to click upload. Then I'm going to click downloads, and then I'm going to upload my winning creative. And then I can click next. Then we can use generative AI to come up with the headline and the call to action, and then we can click generate, and then it will say your ad videos are being generated. And then it says we are rendering over 50 videos using artificial intelligence. Now, if we take a look, guys, I was able to take my winning creative that was in a 1-to-1 ratio, which is designed for squared ads, which is image, which is designed for Facebook posts, Instagram posts, because they're in that 1-to-1 dimension. And now I was able to design it in the 9:16 aspect ratio. And you can see here now the AI has done it for me really, really nicely. Now we can do edit all, so we can do a bulk edit. So if we don't like the images, we don't like the music and stuff, we can make quick adjustments. So that's how you can make rapid variations of your winning creatives by using a tool like adcreative.ai. Now, I want to make this very, very clear. You can use this tool to create you ad creatives from just giving it images or stock videos of the product, but I don't actually recommend doing it that way because the results, in my opinion, aren't amazing. I only use this tool to create me rapid variations from winning creatives that I've already made myself. Now, their image AI ads can be used if you want to, where it turns a stock image of the product into an image ad. Those aren't too bad, so you can use it for that reason. But my main reason for using it is rapid variation winning videos that I want to then scale. Because remember, the more variations that you make of a winner, the more likely you are to actually scale the account on Facebook or on TikTok. Now, another way I like to use AI for my dropshipping journey is by using Sidekick inside of Shopify. Now, most stores are now eligible for this feature, which comes free with any paid plan. And if you come to the top right, you should see this icon here. You click it, Sidekick opens. Now, this tool is really helpful to do any tedious tasks that you don't want to do. Now, you can see some prompts here like what kind of products can I sell? Where can I sell my products? What is the Shopify App Store? Ignore those boring prompts. Start to think a little bit more advanced like this. Now, for example, let's say I want a bundle offer making. We can get actually Sidekick to go ahead and create that bundle for us. So look, I've put make me a bundle offer and I'm going to send Sidekick the message. And then it says here, let's create a new discount for a bundle offer, which is buy X, get Y discount. I'm going to say yes. Then I've put make it for me, because what will happen is it will take you to the bundle page, but it won't do it for you unless you ask it to do so. So now I'm going to click preview. And then once you click preview, it will show you what has been made inside of the bundle. So you can see the title, you can see the percentage, and you can also see the rest. Now I've asked it to come up with the percentages for this bundle, and it's recommended a certain amount, which is a 20% off. So I'm gonna click preview. And just like that, guys, it's now filled out that bundle for me, and I can click save. Now, a few other cool things that you can do with Sidekick, and especially once you start getting sales, orders, and analytic data, you can start to get it to start analyzing all of this for you. So for example, I wanted it to create a segment of customers that only speak English. So then you can see it's actually created it for me, and as soon as I click preview, it will then do it for me and save it. So any tedious tasks that you think of, like segmenting people out, can be done with Sidekick. You can also get it to create pages for you, like contact us, fill out certain forms, create shipping zones. It can do all of those tedious tasks for you. Now, this is where things get really powerful for me. I've asked it, how does my store analytics look? And now it's provided me with the last 30 days of data. And if I click store analytics overview, it's going to show me the gross sales, net sales, orders, customers, average order value, conversion rate. Now we can start to create custom reports using Sidekick. So you can see here, let's analyze the sales trends over the last few months. And what it does is it creates Shopify QL prompts for me that can make me analyze data a lot quicker. So instead of me creating the prompts, it can do it for me. Now, this is where things can get very interesting. If you want to do rapid analyzation of data, this is the type of stuff you want to ask it. So for example, I put, what day on my store did I have the highest CTR? Why is that important? Because let's say I'm changing offers, bundles, or I'm doing a different marketing angle, or I'm targeting different audiences on my ads that will then reflect on my landing page. I want to know what day or week was it the best. So by asking that prompt, I click see more. So what I would use Sidekick for, like I've just shown you, is to analyze your data and to help you find key metrics like when was your CTR the best? When was your average order value the best? What day did you have the most to add to cart? So instead of you manually trying to look through the data and figure it out, get Sidekick to do it all for you. Remember, AI is so powerful at proof checking everything that you do. Humans make mistakes all the time at reading data. AI usually makes zero mistakes reading data because it just looks at the factual data, nothing else. So for example, it can create a list of high spending customers who haven't engaged in the last 30 days. Why is that important? It could be important because those are the people that are going to spend the most money. If I can recuperate their activity again, I can get them to buy more products. The whole goal of Sidekick for me is it works the best once you start to find data on your store, because you can start to filter things out a lot faster and have 100% accuracy on segmenting out different types of audiences and finding out different metrics on your store. Now, another tool that I like using that has a lot of AI features that are very helpful is pricing. Now, this is really important for when you're starting to scale your business or you're looking to scale your business over the next 30 to 90 days and you're in key periods of time like Black Friday, Cyber Monday, or Christmas. If you scroll down, you've got all these core features that they offer and data features, and all of these, by the way, are extremely important to make sure you take an eye on. Now, my favorite is price history. So if you click on this, what this will do is it will scroll the whole interweb with its own bots and crawlers with AI, and it will find out the history of your competitors' pricing. Have they increased? Have they decreased? Now, why is this so important? Now, the reason why this is important is because you want to make sure that your pricing matches the same as your competitors. If they're increasing, there's a reason why. If they're decreasing, there's a reason why. And usually it's to do with conversion rate or average order value. Now, this is where AI is so powerful for Shopify dropshipping, is because you want to turn data into actionable steps. If pricing is increasing for my competitors, so should mine, because there's a real reason, especially once this starts tracking your biggest competitors that are making the most money. That is super important. Now, people don't realize how important price increases are because they don't know the numbers. Now, let's say, for example, you increase your product pricing just by $5. If you do it over 1,000 orders, you can figure out how much more money you would have made. So that's how big and drastic price history and price change is. And if you don't stay ahead of it or you don't try and adapt it, you're going to suffer from losing out on lots of money. Now, another AI tool that I really like using, and this is more for when I'm doing my media buying, which is my Facebook ads or my TikTok ads, is Smartly. Now, this is an actionable insights across all platforms. So you can see here, you've got intelligence, you've got cross-channel reporting, you've got advanced creative insights. Now, this isn't shown inside of the Facebook Ads Manager nor the TikTok Ads Manager. So you can only get this from a tool like Smartly, where it really does go in depth on what your creatives are doing. Now, my favorite feature from these guys is maximizing ROI with intelligent automation. Now, how this works is it optimizes your Facebook campaigns or your TikTok campaigns a lot more smarter, because it's using AI to figure out the metrics. And what it will do is it will adjust your campaign budgets, or it'll do even other things to help you scale more efficiently based on data, not emotion. So you're not gonna have any missed opportunities and you're not gonna have any more errors. Now, everything associated with reading data comes down to human error. So if you let AI take over that, you're less likely to make any errors. And remember, AI runs 24 hours. It's not like us where we have to go to bed, wake up, then review it. This works all the time in the background. Now, to summarize this, guys, AI is the most beneficial at reporting data, reading data, and taking actions based on data. So wherever your dropshipping business comes across these key areas, which is going to be running ads, it's going to be on your Shopify store, you want AI to do the work for you, because again, human error will not be associated with these aspects. So you want AI to review all of this. Even if it doesn't take action, you want it to review it. You need to stop reviewing anything data related, because you're more likely to make a mistake or misunderstand it than the AI is. And also use AI to go out there and do the research, proof checking, analyzing, and due diligence for you in any aspect, whether it be product and whether it be audience research, finding out what countries your audience lives in, finding out what age your audience is, finding out what their hobbies are. The AI can extract all of that data for you, and then you can start taking actionable steps on it. Now, yes, you can be using all of the other AI tools that I've shown throughout the free course, like Free Pick, which is an insane AI tool. That is probably
one of the best, if not the best tools I've shown you throughout this free course, because the images and videos that it can create using AI is just off the scale. So all of these other AI tools are very powerful. You've just got to use them correctly. Don't become reliant on AI. Use it as like your right or left hand. It's there to be used if you need to use it. And I've told you the circumstances that it's best used in, whether it be scaling what already works, which is creative scaling, ad copy scaling. So if you've got a winning ad copy, tell AI to make variations of it because it's working. Those are the kind of examples that you need to be doing. If you find that an image ad's working the best, get free pick to make variations of that image ad. Or if a certain model in an image or a certain AI avatar's working on a video testimonial, remake that with AI. It's all about upscaling what works. That's what the AI is there to do for you guys. Get it to do tedious tasks that you don't want to do in Sidekick on Shopify, creating new pages, discounts, and loads of other things. Get it to do those tedious tasks that you can eliminate. Now, with that being said, guys, that's how to use AI the correct way, and all of the AI tools that I recommend using for all different aspects of your dropshipping store will be linked in the cheat sheet and the resource section in the vault if you're in the vault, which you need to join, so you guys can take advantage of all the AI tools that I use and throughout the ones that I've used throughout this whole course. But for now, guys, make sure you stick to those rules, because if you do stick to the rules I've just shown you, then AI will help you with your dropshipping store. Now, remember what I've just told you. 90% of people use AI the wrong way. Everyone's using AI the same way, which means everyone's getting the same results with AI, and it's not going to be beneficial. So guys, in this section of the free course, we're going to be going over how to hire VAs, when to hire them, and how you should work with them, and what's the best platforms to use. So when should you be hiring a VA? Now, a VA stands for virtual assistant. So they work remote and obviously not in your business. They don't work in your business premises because you don't have one. So you should be hiring a VA when your store is getting consistent sales and is profitable, because obviously when you hire a VA, that's an additional expense that you don't need to be paying for if you're not making any money. The second reason is you're overwhelmed by customer support emails, which obviously is correlated with getting orders. And number three, you need to focus your time on orientated tasks like marketing, branding, and product sourcing, which is what I mentioned to you guys previously. Work on the business, not in the business. Now, step one, you want to create a job post. Now, the best platforms to use is Upwork, Online Jobs, and Fiverr. Now, there is a right time and place to use one of these platforms. So, for example, Upwork is best suited for long-term work and higher quality work. So that's when you should be using Upwork. Now, Fiverr is great if you're doing one-off jobs that you might need help with. Now, to show you guys an example when I would outsource to, let's say, Fiverr. Let's say, for example, I need some image ads making. I might come on here. Now, you're probably thinking, well, why would I need some image ads making if I can do them myself? Now, remember, you're only going to be hiring when you're starting to get volume of orders. So once you start to get that volume, you can start to scale your business. So instead of doing 3 to 5 creatives per product, or let's say you're scaling the product, you now need to be doing, let's say, between 50 and 100 creatives every month or even every other week, which is a fortnight. So you to do that on your own is very, very hard. So you're gonna have to start outsourcing this to make it more realistic. So you might do some creatives, but then you might wanna hire somebody to also do creatives for you. Now, when I'm hiring on Fiverr, what I like to do is go over to language, select English, which is really important. Go to where it says freelancer level, and I only work with level 2 and top rated sellers. And then once you've filtered it by that, any of the people that come up are usually high quality people that know what they're doing. So for example, this gentleman here, his portfolio doesn't look too bad. So I've come on here, and then you're gonna get usually 3 tiers: basic, standard, and platinum. Just make sure you read these guys. So for standard, I get 10 static image ads or post, HQ, JPEG, PNG, editable templates, and unlimited revisions. And you can see some of his work here. Now, to be honest with you guys, some of this is just using Canva. He's just literally using a Canva template. But again, when you're mass selling and mass marketing, you might not be able to do this all yourself. Now, you always want to read why choose me and what you get with the service and a little bit about them. You want to kind of know who you're working with, guys. It's super important. And before you even pick a package, always click contact me. And always give them a unique message. Don't just order a package, guys. Say to the person, look, this is my website. This is what's working well for me at the moment. What would you recommend? Try and negotiate on a price. Say, look, I'm looking to work with you potentially long term. Can we work on some good pricing? And he might even give you a unique package, which is even cheaper, or you might get more for the same price. But never just order straight away, guys. Always reach out to them first, because you want to make sure they're the right person for the job, and you might want to ask them some good questions to see if they are the right person. It could be something like, how do you make the image ads? What platform are you using? Why are you so good? What results have you got for other clients in terms of click-through rate? These are the types of things that you need to ask these people. Now that's one service example of why I would use Fiverr. Now you can use Fiverr for other things as well. Instead of image ads, you can do video ads. You can hire UGC creators. If we type in UGC, so you can work with loads of different creators that will make you UGC content. So Fiverr is really good for the lower quality stuff. It doesn't mean it's bad. It just means it's a little bit lower end and more short term. Now by using the Fiverr platform, you're insured through them. So if the service goes wrong or it doesn't meet the description, you're going to get a full refund. Now the downsides to using Fiverr, guys, is usually the creators do not want to speak outside of the platform, which means you're stuck to Fiverr. So look at Fiverr for the small little jobs here and there, but don't think about it long term. Now for the long-term work and the higher quality work, we're going to go back to Upwork. Once you've created an account on Upwork, make sure you fill out all of your personal details or use it as a company account. And once you've set up a company account, you want to go here to where it says post a job. Now, you've got an option between long project and short-term project. So long-term project, more than 30 hours a week. Short-term is less than 30 hours a week. Now, usually, even if they're customer support reps, it's going to be a short-term project. So click short-term and continue. Now, it says here, let's work on your next job. Create using AI. I would click get started using AI. Describe what you're looking for in a sentence or two. Now, I've even give you guys some examples here inside of the cheat sheet. So I'm literally just going to copy this and paste it in here. Now, you've got hourly rate or fixed price. Now, this is where you want to go for a fixed price. Now you're going to see hourly rate and fixed price. Now, hourly rate, what I usually do is $3 to $5 per hour. Now, usually the people that are going to take these jobs are Filipino people and people from South Asia or Asia, and they're usually the best customer support reps that you're going to get. Now, once you've done this, click continue. Now, once you've done this, Upwork's AI is going to start filling out the description. So you can see here, we're seeking a skilled virtual assistant support email for Shopify store. The ideal candidate will be managing queries, resolve issues. So they've done their basic AI script. Now, if we go back to mine, we've got a description here. Now here we've got a description. So I'm actually going to add some of this into the actual job post. So we're going to click edit and I'm going to add this here. And then I click save changes. And then categories, usually perfect. Skills is usually right. Scope, medium, 1 to 3 months, intermediate level. So this is completely fine. Location, worldwide. Budget, $3 to $5 an hour. Then you've got some screening questions, which is optional. Now, the one that I usually like to do is describe your recent experience with similar project. What office applications are you most familiar with? How do you ensure accuracy whilst typing? Then you've got advanced preferences. English level, fluent or better is always good. Then once you've done that, guys, go to where it says next, finalize job post. Then go to where it says post as a standard for free. And then once you've done that, guys, it's going to say, congratulations, your job post is now live. Now, once you've done that, guys, it's actually going to take you to a page where it says invite freelancer, where it's already going to show you some example freelancers that have worked on similar projects in the past. Now, when you go through these, you're going to see top rated, you're going to see 100% job success rate. It's going to show you their hourly rate and you can view their profile. And let's say, for example, I think this person's worth looking at. I can love heart it to say that it's added to the list so I can check later. So you might want to go through some of these people, because these people are usually designed already for your job post based on the names that they've already used in the keywords on their job titles. So if this person, for example, is somebody I want to hire, invite to job, for example, and then they can fill out the information. Then you've got here where it says review proposal, and then you can start reviewing people's applications. Now let's go through filtering through applications. Number one, initial screening. Require candidates to start their application without a specific word like fitness to filter out spam applications. Look for applications who meet your skills, budget, and availability. Narrow down candidates, shortlist 3 to 5 applicants. Ensure you're not judging other jobs or studies, ensuring their full focus. So basically what that means is analyze how many other projects are they working at, because the problem with a lot of freelancers is they try and get as many jobs as possible, but that means that their quality of work will die out because they're just getting more jobs to get more money, but then how can they spread their time? So always ask them, how many other projects are you working on? How much time does that take up? is it going to affect the way you work with us? It's not illegal for them to work with, let's say, 2 other people if it's going to be part-time work or a few hours a week, but this will really depend on where you guys are with your business. If you need somebody permanent doing 30 to 40 hours a week on your store, then they can't have another job because you need them in full attention. Let's just say you need them for, let's say, 5 to 10 hours a week. Then they could have another job, or let's say 2 other jobs. That's completely fine. Again, you need to think logically about this. Then you should always conduct an initial interview. Always do an interview, guys, because then you get to see them on how good's their English. How good are they in terms of in front of a camera? Are they confident? Now, you don't have to do a camera interview, although that's one of my favorite ways to do it because I can judge how well their punctuality is. You can also do a text-based interview where you ask them questions like, are you currently employed or studying? What was your previous job and how much were you paid? So you can gauge their availability and enthusiasm for the role. Now, step 3 is testing the applicant. Basic inquiry, example, when will my order arrive? Intermediate problem, example, I received the wrong item, can I exchange it? Difficult situation, example, I'm extremely unhappy with your service, I want a refund now. So those are the 3 issues that VAs will have to face every single day as a customer support rep in your business. So you want to give them those real examples and see how they would react to them. Now, the difficult situation is obviously they want a refund because they're not happy. Can the VA de-escalate that situation and get that customer to not want a refund and be happy? So you want to see, because it's not all about biting at the refund. You want to try and use that as a last resort. What can you do other ways as a VA in terms of stopping somebody wanting a refund? Now, step 5 is training your VA. Now, you need to be doing an onboarding session with them where you basically do a call via WhatsApp or Zoom, and you want to explain to them what the brand's tone is, what's the customer service approach, what training materials can you give them, like an FAQ documentation. You want to go through the whole setup yourself and say, look guys, this is how I was handling the brand before, this is how I'd respond, these are the apps that I would use, Tidio Live Chat or OmniSend or whatever it may be. This is how I want you to do it, if not do it to a higher standard. And then for their first 1 to 2 weeks, require daily updates from them. Ask them, how was your first week? What was you doing on this day? You want them to really give you that info and feedback so you can see if they've gone wrong in certain scenarios so you can correct them. Now, step 6 is tools and permissions. So you want to grant them access to managing orders, refunds, and customer inquiries. And then, for example, on your ZenDrop account, you might want to grant them access to being able to fulfill orders or manage orders. And then email system, if you're using OmniSend, add them to it. And of course, permissions need to be limited to only what they're doing. Don't give them, for example, admin access or, customer detail. Just basically don't be giving them access to stuff they don't need, because then they could potentially do damage to your business. Now, not all of them will, but some of them could, or they could hold you ransom if you don't pay them enough. So these have happened before. So you just want to make sure you're giving them the right access and you do it correctly. Now, scaling your VA team is incredibly important. If one VA can't handle the volume, hire additional tasks to customer support, order fulfillment, social media management, and use the same hiring process, but just adjust the job description for specific roles. So you might want to hire a full-time customer support rep, but then if you scale even more, hire a second VA, but have them part-time. Now, some examples of other roles that you can hire is customer support, content creation, email marketing, order fulfillment, and web development management. Now, the one that I usually outreach the quickest is obviously customer support, email marketing, because I understand email marketing is so important. Content creation, which is creating me ads. Sometimes I'll look to hire a content creator very quickly that can create me really good video ads, image ads, and they can also do UGC, or I might hire that separately, a UGC creator that will just create UGC content for my brand. Now, why should you guys hire from the Philippines? Fluent English speakers, affordable rates, and really good, strong work ethic culture to fit into customer support roles. Now, for the last 8 years of me doing this, guys, those have been the best customer support reps I've ever hired. And if you ask anyone else in the industry, they'll also say the same. Now, that doesn't mean you shouldn't be hiring from other countries, but in my opinion, the safest bet is always the Philippines.
Welcome guys to the bonus module of the free dropshipping course for 2025. And you heard me right, this is a bonus module. And in this module, I'm going to be covering a wide range of topics that are super important to pay attention to, like the legalities that you're responsible for and could be an issue as a dropshipper. I'm also going to be covering things like payment holds and payment freezes on your PayPal accounts, Stripe accounts, how to avoid them and how to deal with them. I'm also going to be covering why you should be using a business business credit card, the benefits of them, and which ones I recommend. I'm also going to be covering some mindset tricks that you need to be aware of. For example, how to handle success the right way, the power of consistency, and I'm also going to be covering the biggest mistakes beginners make so you can try and avoid them before you start your dropshipping journey. Now, this module is a bonus module, guys, and there is still loads of value in there, so make sure you check it out. So guys, welcome to the first section of the bonus section where I'm going to be talking about the legal risks involved with dropshipping. This is probably one of the most common question that I get, which is what are the legalities involved? What could technically go wrong legally as a business owner in the dropshipping world? Now, the first one is intellectual property infringement. Now, this is usually the biggest issue that people face. Now, this is where you're selling copyrighted products and violations. Now, the most obvious ones is selling stuff like Disney, Marvel, but those are the ones that you should know by now not to touch. Anything that is branded or labeled after a huge company like those, you should not even touch, or if they imitate them. Now, for example, if it doesn't say the brand name on it, or it doesn't actually have the logo on there, if it's still using a character from one of those movies, let's say hypothetically Spider-Man, that is still an infringement. You can't use that character because it's copyrighted and it's owned by Marvel, of course. Now, let me give you another example of this where things can start to get a little bit more tricky. Now, there was a winning dropshipping product a few years ago where it looked like a lightsaber from the Star Wars film, but it was totally different in terms of the looks, but it still crossed over into that world of being a lightsaber from a Star Wars film. So that product got removed from AliExpress, and the dropshippers selling it did get notices to take it down, and some of them even got sued. So what I'm trying to say is, even if it imitates it, but it's slightly different, it can still be on the fence of being infringement problems. So always reach out to your supplier and ask them, are you allowed to sell it? Do you have a license to sell it? Can you show me that? Now, this is actually the biggest problem with dropshipping. A lot of dropshipping products that you find on AliExpress or your suppliers have them. And to be honest with you guys, your suppliers should be doing the due diligence of, before they even put it in their warehouse, does it not have any infringement problems? But you're still the business owner, so you're responsible. Now, this is where things can get a little bit scary. A lot of the products that you see on AliExpress and even some suppliers' websites they're all copyrighted products that big e-commerce brands that you wouldn't have heard about before, but they're huge in their own rights, and that's their product that has been ripped off. Now, there's a funny saying that China rips off everything, and they literally do. So you've got to be very careful, because you might look on AliExpress and be like, oh, this is a winning product, this looks amazing, but that's just a direct copy of a successful other e-com brand that you've never heard of, but they're huge, and they own the rights to that product. Now, the point that I'm trying to make is it's not as simple as, is it a Marvel product? Does it look like a Spider-Man product? It's now got to the level of Chinese manufacturers literally rip off everything now, where you are best asking if they have the license and the agreements to start selling those products. And if they can't give you that information or any proof, then I would stay way away from the product. Now, how it works is these big brands like Marvel, Apple, I actually got hit with this one as an Apple product that I used to sell because I was into the tech niche. They see your ads being ran. They have employees at the companies, and their job is purely to look and see who is selling their products or clones of their products, and their job is to shut them down, give them letters to say you can't sell this, and even sue them. So at these huge companies like Apple, Marvel, and these other huge ones, there are people that work there that will look and hunt you down if you're running ads for their products or clones. So trust me when I say this, you will not get away with it. And that's why it's just not worth the risk, guys. It really isn't. Now, the next one is consumer protection law. So truth in advertising, misleading about quality, origin, or benefits of the product. Also, product safety, returns and refunds. So there's a few things here that you got to be careful of. Not false advertising, so you got to make sure that everything you've said about your product is true, and there's no false statements in there for you to try and make it sound better than it is so you can get customers. This is so important, guys. Make sure you do not do any false advertising, because it can get you into a lot of trouble. Now, product safety is another big one. So let's say you're selling a kid's product and it gets them injured or hurt, and you didn't put on your website or in the packaging that your product could contain issues or harmful problems for certain groups, then it's your issue. Now, of course, when it comes to the packaging stating the warnings and the health records, it's your manufacturer that's in charge of that. And that's why you need to double check before you sell products. Is there a good health and safety for that product? Especially, let's say it's a kid's toy and they're going to be chewing it. Is that plastic they're chewing safe? Then you've got things like wearable products, digestibles. I stay away from wearable and digestible products, let's say skincare and edibles, because It's just super high risk and I don't want to even entertain it. Product safety is as stupid as it is though. It literally could be anything you sell. If you're selling, let's say, a battery or a portable charger, if that blows up and you didn't say why it could blow up because the voltage, let's say it can only go to a max voltage, they can sue you for that. Put it this way, the consumer wins in most cases, so you really have to make sure you're stating everything on your store. Or at least the product packaging contains that, which again, you can check with your supplier for that information. Now, returns and refunds are huge, guys. If you don't stick to your return policy or your refund policy. Now, this is where things get crazy. In the EU, customers have the right for a 14-day return policy at minimum. Now, in the US, it's different, but in the EU, it's very strict. So when you sell in the EU, there are a lot more restrictions and policies that safeguard consumers. Now, there is one for selling, let's say, electronics, where you have to give them a year, I believe, or 2 years minimum of warranty. Now, that doesn't exist in the US, but it does in the EU. And if you don't stick to their policies, they can come for you guys. So make sure that if you are planning on selling in the EU, you do your research. You can just use ChatGPT or DeepSeek to do this and ask it, what are the restrictions or what are the policies in the EU for my product? Best to not guess, and it's best to be safe because you never know what's going to happen. Now, of course, all of the statements that I'm making so far become a bigger issue when you become successful. So obviously, the more you scale, the more money you make, you're more likely to fall into one of these issues if you haven't covered your back. It's best to have a good house in order to start with before you go into any crazy scaling and fall under one of these issues. Now, the third one, and probably the most scariest one, is tax obligations. For example, sales tax, income tax, a VAT if you're doing business in the EU. Now, why is this a huge one? Because at the end of the day, in my opinion, you're more likely to get stung by this than you are the other two that I've showed you. Because let's be honest, every authority when it comes to taxes in any country are very strict and they will come for you. They don't mess around, guys. If you owe them $10, they will pay $11 to come get you. So you need to make sure that you're paying your taxes correctly and accordingly. And that's why I recommended at the start of the free course to use a company like Doula or hire an accountant that can help you. Now, all my recommended accountancy for different countries will be in the resource section of the Vault, guys. So you can use people that I trust personally. Now, I'm not going to advise you guys on how to do your taxes because I'm not legally qualified, but I'm saying this is super important. And this is where you can get into a lot of trouble if you're not doing it correctly. Now, those are the three main legalities that you need to think about as a dropshipper, and they're all important. And again, you need to get your house in order first before you start selling. You don't want to make $100,000 or $200,000 and then get stung a few months later by any of these because it's going to cost you whatever you made. For example, if you're selling an intellectual property, they have the right to take any bit of money you've made off that product and recuperate it. That's how it works, guys. You don't want to get a tax bill, that's a fine, that's eating your profit margin. You don't want to get sued for false advertising. Again, it's going to cost you profit that you don't need to spend. Welcome, guys, to the next section of the bonus module, which is going to be talking about payment holds and why does this happen and how can you stop it. Now, this is probably the most feared thing within e-commerce and dropshipping, which is money getting stuck on PayPal, money getting stuck on Stripe. And it's going to happen, unfortunately, to you because you're going to hit a certain level, but this is how you're going to deal with it. Now, you need to understand, number one, why this actually happens. So when you start scaling, PayPal, Stripe, and Shopify payments will eventually put your money on hold. Now, this is where the good part of success and the bad part of success come together. Now, to even get to this stage, you're going to have to scale, which means you've done pretty well for yourself. So it's a good thing and a bad thing. Now, when you're just testing products and you're barely doing any orders, you're not going to have any of these issues. So why do payment holds happen? Number one, high volume of transactions. If your store suddenly starts making a lot of sales, payment processors flag it as risky. Let's say all of a sudden within a week or a month, you start to get a massive influx of sales, but let's say a month before that, you're only getting one or two here or there. That's going to be risky in their eyes. Now, chargeback and dispute risk. New stores often get holds because of potential refund issues. So basically, if your payment processor has a higher than 1 to 3% refund and chargeback ratio, then you're going to get flagged. Now, the ratio is roughly between 1 and 3%, and that is refunding and chargebacks. Now, the refunding part, I don't understand why they do that because you're basically giving the customer their money back, so why would they have an issue with it? Unfortunately, it still flags their system even when you process refunds. Now, dropshipping model, delayed shipping times can make processors nervous about customer complaints. Now, normally payment processors know if you're dropshipping just purely off your tracking numbers, it will give it away. Now, lack of history. If you're a new store with no sales history, processors may temporarily hold funds to protect themselves. Now, this is something called risk assessment. Now, unfortunately, with payment processors like Stripe and PayPal, they do something called they take risk later, but they onboard you first. Now, the best payment gateways in the world, but unfortunately, you're not going to access these yet, guys, because you need to be a decently fairly big company to do this, is where they take risk on first, they assess it, and then they have no issues. But with these payment gateways, they're willing to onboard you because they want you as a client, but they don't understand your risk till afterwards. So when they find out your risk level, which is afterwards, then they penalize you. They want to hold your money to see how risky your company is. Do customers get their orders for a month whilst that money's being put on hold? They want to know all that type of information. Now, the common types of holds that you're going to get is called a rolling reserve. They keep a percentage of your sales, e.g. 25% for 90 to 180 days. So for example, what will happen on Stripe or PayPal? Most commonly, this happens to me on Stripe, which is where they'll say, look, we're going to reserve 25% of all your sales and we're going to hold it for 90 to 180 days. Now, sometimes it can be 5%, 10%. Sometimes it can be where they hold it for 1 month at 5%. Then the next month they might message you saying, now we're increasing the reserve percentage to 10%. And then the next month they might drop it or increase it depending if they see the risk go up or down. Now, this is the one that you're probably going to get the quickest, and it is annoying because they will keep a percentage and they can keep it up to 180 days. Now, the next one is account freezing, which is flagged as a high risk. They may freeze your account, stopping payouts completely. Now, this one can be bad because they'll freeze your whole account, which means you as the company will not receive any money, which means how are you going to afford to pay for your shipping? How are you going to afford to pay for your orders, your ads, all of that stuff can be a problem once you start getting account freezes. Now, usually account freezes happen and they ask you information. So they'll say, look, fill out these questionnaires. Once we get the information, we'll assess your account and unfreeze it. So usually with account freezes, they are fixed quite quickly as long as you respond to their questions as quick and as in depth as possible. Then you've got full hold on balance. They keep 100% of your PayPal or Stripe balance for a set period, common with PayPal. Now, this is where they'll say, I'm keeping all of the money that you make for a certain amount of time, and this is most common with PayPal. Now, they will say we'll pay you out at the end of the 90 days, but for now, we're keeping all the money. Now, this is a pro tip. Do not fight payment processors. They control the system. You just need to work around it. So step 2 is preparing for payment holds before they happen. You cannot avoid holds, but you can prepare so they do not ruin your business. Number 1, target at least a 25% margin after ad spend. This ensures even if they put a 25% on funds that are locked up, you can still operate your business. So basically, you got to think smart here. If they were to do, let's say they were to do a rolling reserve, usually they do it between 15 and 30%. Can you cover that reserve? Now, you also want to build cash reserves, save at least 2 to 3 months of operating expenses, ads and fulfillment. Do not waste your profits on luxuries. Let's say, for example, buying a Lambo, buying flashy cars, because you're early into your business and it only takes one payment hold, and I've seen it with my own eyes, guys. It only takes one payment hold if you don't have cash reserves to kill it. Now, I know a 7-figure dropshipper that fell into this trap at such a high level where he bought a house with his profits instead of putting it into a cash reserve, and then when the payment gateway held his money, he couldn't pay it. So then, guess what? He had to close the whole company down. So I can't explain to you guys enough how important cash reserves are. It doesn't take a genius to work it out. You do need a reserve. The same way in life you need a reserve for a rainy day, the same you need it for a business. Now, the third thing is withdraw money regularly. Rule number 1, PayPal withdraw your balance daily. And if you leave money sitting there, it could get locked up. Now, the good thing is with Stripe and PayPal, you can set payout dates. You can do it daily, hourly, fortnightly, but set it to daily at the same time. Usually, if you log into your account and withdraw money from different times each day. Let's say you log into your account every day to withdraw money, but you do it from a different time of the day. It can flag their algorithms. The same way, if you log into your PayPal or Stripe account from a different IP address, it can flag your account. So try when you're logging into your accounts, when you're paying out, you do it at the same time, at the same place, because it will not flag the IP address. Basically, just take your money off the account as quick as you can, which is on a daily basis. Now, diversify your payment processors. Never rely just on one processor. Use multiple options like PayPal, Stripe, Shopify payments. Use third-party gateways as well. Third-party gateways have to remain competitive. So what they do is they lower their fees and they're less likely to hold your money. Now, number 3 is handling a payment hold when it happens. If you just get hit with a payment hold, don't panic. Here's what to do. Assume that the money has gone for 6 months. Do not rely on the held funds. Do not waste time trying to fight it. Focus on an alternative cash flow solution. Now, the next thing you can do, which is really powerful, is contact the payment processor immediately. Now, always call them. Do not just message them on the app or in the interface. Always call them for a better experience. What type of hold is it? Rolling reserve, full freeze, etc. How long will it last? What documents do you need to lift it? The best thing that you can do when you call them is not fight with them. Tell them that you're willing to do whatever it takes to get the freeze off or the rolling reserve off by providing them with what information they need. They might need bank statements, they might need tracking numbers, they might need a various few things. Now, number 3 is offer and negotiate a better hold agreement. So you can negotiate on the hold agreement as well. So increase the hold to 35%, but reduce the time from 90 days to 30 days, or lower the hold percentage to 15% but extend it to 120 days, so basically doing the opposite. This method might be better because you're going to get more money to pay off any business expenses. Now, step 4 is managing cash flow while your money is held. Now, the best way to do this is using a credit card, because obviously you don't need to pay the credit card off straight away. You can do it over a monthly or whatever your period is. That way it buys you time. Now, don't worry about credit cards yet, guys. I'm going to be talking about that later in the bonus section, which ones I recommend and how to use them. Here's an additional option that you can do to raise money. Now, I know people have used this as a last reserve because they had no choice, which is use a PayPal working capital loan or use a Shopify capital cash loan. So how this works is based on your sales, and this will only work if you've done decent numbers, let's say 6 figures and above. They will assess your sales volume and say, we can give you a loan of, let's say 20% of what you've made so far, which is $20,000 hypothetically, if you've done 100,000. And what we'll do is every time you get an order, we'll pay off the loan. So how PayPal working capital loans and Shopify loans work is every time you receive an order, they take off some margin off that order and pay back the loan. Now, by using this structure, it can be interest free, or they don't charge interest, they call it something else, which is a payment fee. So depending on if you're allowed to do interest or not, for example, me, I'm not. So I only do these if I can either get a 0% interest or they don't call it or use interest in this way. Now, if you're okay taking interest on, if they offer you but with an interest rate, then this is an option. And usually this is the easiest way to raise money if you've got a dropshipping store already doing good numbers. Now, step 5 is reducing the chances of future holds. Keep a low dispute and chargeback rate. Now, it's your job as much as possible to keep the chargebacks as low as you can. Now, what will happen is you want to make sure your customers are getting their orders quick. If they have complaints, you respond to them. You try and solve that problem in any way necessary. Give them a free ebook, offer them a coupon code. Do what you can to stop this issue from happening. The more chargebacks you get, the more it will damage your account. Now, these companies can close your account down if your chargeback rate goes over a certain percent. So I can't emphasize enough how important it is to make sure your chargebacks are avoided. Now, there are certain instances where you get scammy customers that will buy your product, but then make out like they never received it, so they get it for free. Now, this is one of the biggest issues at the moment with the e-commerce world, where customers pay for things online. They know they can charge back with their credit card provider to get the product for free. Now, that's technically fraud on their end and it's illegal for them to do it. That's why you always want to make sure that you're using a shipping method that requires a signature. That way it proves that they've signed for that parcel and they can't lie about it. And that's why you want to make sure that you have the full name and address details on the order settings on your Shopify store, so they can't lie about their name, they can't lie about the address, they can't lie about anything. Now remember, Shopify will give you a fraud rating. If an order comes through and it's high fraud risk, don't fulfill the order. If it's medium, have a look and say to yourself, oh, it's medium. Why is it come back medium? Does the name match the card? Now, when it comes to medium risk with Shopify orders, I usually email the customer. So if there's something that's not right, I'll say, look, for me to process your order, I need you to prove this, because then if something goes wrong later down the line, I've got the evidence to submit if they lie. Then the last one is completely fine. So Shopify will tell you high risk fraud, medium, and low. Again, medium, you email them to ask them for the information that's required, and normal, you can fulfill, and high risk, you do not fulfill, you just cancel the order and refund them straight away. Now, the next thing you can do is improve your payment processing history. The longer you process payments without issues, the less likely you are to become a risk. Use third-party payment processors for high-risk products or high-ticket products that usually come with a higher chargeback rate, and the ones that I recommended are here for you guys. Now remember, third-party payment gateways exist to offer a competition where they don't hold your money, they're willing to take on more risk, and they offer you cheaper fees. So if you know you're selling a very high-risk product or a high-ticket product, which usually have higher refund rates and higher chargeback rates, because obviously you charge you more money, which means emotionally people are more likely to feel like they want a refund because they're scared about buying something, then use a third-party payment gateway. So guys, those are the best practices that you can do for this, and remember, it's going to happen to you. Mentally prepare for it and just make sure you're ready. You've got evidence over your customers, you've got everything in check, you've got signatures on the order fulfillment, everything's there. Now, everything that I recommend is in the cheat sheet, guys, so make sure you check it out. Welcome, guys, to the next section of the bonus module, which is going to be talking about credit cards, why you should be using them, which ones I recommend using, and how to use them. Now, for a lot of people that aren't financially educated, and unfortunately the world that we live in today, they don't really educate you about finances, which obviously is one of the most crucial parts of life. Now, credit cards are looked at and deemed at in the world as something to not use, and it's frowned upon if you use it because you're putting yourself into debt. Now, that is a very low-minded way to think, and that's how the majority of people think, and obviously those people aren't successful. Now, when it comes to using a credit card for a business, it is massively important for many reasons. Now, I'm talking about a business credit card, not a personal credit card. Now, the first reason why you're going to want to use a credit card is for financial flexibility and cash flow management. High credit limits ensure that you can run operations without any issues sustaining ad campaigns during peak sale periods or fulfilling orders. Now, if you guys remember about the last section that I covered, I was talking about payment holds and PayPal holding your money, Stripe holding your money. Now, let's say you know you've got hypothetically $50,000 stuck in a payment account. Let's say it's with PayPal and they've told you that the money will be released within 30 days. That means that you're stuck without cash, but you know the money's going to be paid out within those 30 days. So it's not like you're making out that this money is going to come into your bank. You know it's going to come into your bank. So you might need a credit card to help you fund your business operations whilst your payments are on hold. Now, there's a massive difference, guys. Listen to what I'm saying. If you go out and get a credit card and start spending on it, but you know no money comes back into the business, that's you being very silly with a credit card. You should only be using it if you know money's coming in and you've got money coming into the bank consistently. Now, you get interest-free periods with credit cards, typically 20 to 50 days, allow businesses to defer payments while maintaining cash flow for inventory or marketing. Now, business credit cards work very differently in terms of the interest rate periods, and some of them give you something called a charge card instead of a credit card. So a charge card is where they look at your spending power over a certain amount of time. So they usually base it off 3 months. So whatever you spend on average within that 3 months, they will give you that as spending power, not credit card limit. Now, spending power just means that you've got more power to spend with over usually credit card limits. But the benefit is you get those 20 to 50 days where you don't need to pay the card back and they're going to be interest free, which allows you time to obviously get money from, payment gateways, etc. Now, before we move on to point 2, let me just clarify this one more time. Only use a business credit card if you know you've got money coming into your business. You're generating, let's say, $50,000 a month, and out of that is $20,000 in profit. If you know what money's coming into your business, but it's on hold or you're waiting for it to get paid out, you know you can use that credit card because you've got money to pay it off at the end of the month. Or if you're willing to loan yourself money to the company, you personally will loan your company money to pay it off. That's a different story. But do not recklessly use a credit card if you have no money coming in. That is stupidity that I do not recommend. Now, the next point is rewards and costs of saving. Now, cashback programs return 1 to 5% on spending, directly lowering operational costs. For example, cashback deposits into your business account. Sometimes you get air points, mileage, you get gift cards, loads of these things. Now, think about it logically, guys. If you're spending $5,000 a month on Facebook ads or TikTok ads, or let's say in general, you're spending $10,000 a month on business operations and you can pay it off after because you've got money in the bank, then those $10,000 that you spent with a credit card, you can get between 1 to 5% back. So you're basically getting free money back. Why would you not use it? If you use a debit card, usually there's no incentives. You get nothing for using them. As of this, you're going to get cash back. Now, let's say hypothetically you're earning 3% in cash back on £10,000 a month or $10,000 a month that you're spending on business operations. That would be $300 you're making for free because you're using a credit card. Now, that $300 can go towards, a flight. You want to travel the world. Maybe you want to reinvest that money into a influencer. It's free money to spend. Now, this usually is the biggest benefit of using credit cards, which is your cash back, your rewards. Basically, you're going to be spending a lot of money. You might as well get rewarded for it. Now, the next reason why I love credit cards is the security and fraud protection that you get with them. Now, the way the banks and the financial system works is the laws behind a credit card are very, very different to a debit card. So with a debit card, if you buy something, let's say, for example, we pay a supplier, but they don't fulfill the order. Or let's say we pay an influencer, they don't do the job. Now, if we pay them directly through a bank transfer, or let's say we pay them through a payment link with a debit card, we have no form of security. If that money goes, it's gone. We can't do anything about it. Now, with a credit card, if we pay an influencer using a payment link, they don't fulfill on the service they've promised us, we can charge it back. We can say to the credit card provider, we didn't receive what we ordered, send them the proof, chargeback gets open. Usually, if you've got proof, it's in your favor, you get the money back. So there's a higher chance of protection and safety if you're using a credit card. And you've got to think logically about this, guys. You're always going to be paying for something that has an element of risk. Suppliers can always be risky. Influencers can always be risky. Even Facebook ads can be risky. Sometimes on Facebook ads, you'll have it where the algorithm goes crazy, spends your budget, spends money it just shouldn't be spending. Then you've got no coverage. With a credit card, then you can say to the credit card company, Facebook had an issue the other week. They spent this much money, which they shouldn't have. Can I get my money back? Now, usually Facebook gives you credits back if you open up a file with them, but I'm just giving you another example. Running a business like this exposes you to risks that you can reduce by using a credit card. Now let's talk about the top e-commerce credit cards that you can use. Now this is up to date for 2025, and this is going to be for the USA. Now remember, credit cards in the USA and Canada are a lot better than credit cards in the EU and the UK. Now credit cards in the UK and the EU, they do have the same benefits like protection, rewards, spending limits, charge limits, but the rewards is where they get hit the hardest. In America, in the Canada, they have the best rewards. And again, if you've opened up an LLC, you can get your hands on these credit cards, which is another reason to open up an LLC, even if you're in the UK. But let's say you didn't and you open up an LTD, then the issue is your rewards aren't that great. They're there, but they're just not as good. Now, the best credit card, in my opinion, right now is Chase Inc. Business Preferred. You get rewards, 3x points on shipping, internet, phone services, and social media ads. So basically Facebook ads, Google ads, and you can do up to $150,000 a year in rewards. So the rewards is capped on this amount. You also get a welcome bonus, which is 100,000 points after 15K in spend in the first 3 months, and that's worth around about $1,250 in travel. Perks, you get employment cards, purchase protection, and 25% bonuses when redeeming it via Chase Travel. Now, the annual fee for this card is $95, but usually they give you the first year for free or at a reduced rate. Now, the next credit card is American Express Business Gold. You get rewards, 4x points on 2 top spending categories, shipping and advertising. Now, basically how credit cards work is they categorize your spend by niche. So you might get more rewards for spending it on advertisements, or you might get more rewards for spending it on something else. Now, the good news is usually you get the most points on advertising, which is our key part of our business. We spend money on Facebook, Google, etc. You get a welcome bonus as well, 100K points after spending 10K in your first 8 months. And the annual fee for this one is $375, but you do get the first year for free. Now, with the American Express Business Gold card, you do get the first year for free. Now, I know a lot of people prefer the Platinum because it's the Platinum and you get a Platinum card, but you don't get the first year for free. With the Gold one, you get it for free for the first year, so it makes sense to use it. And after the first year, you get an idea of, is it beneficial for me? Is it the right card for me, etc. And I also want to say, guys, I wouldn't even recommend getting any of the fancy credit cards like American Express or the Chase one unless they're a year for free or you're spending a decent amount of money. Like if you're having to pay for these annual fees and you're not spending that much money, it makes 0 sense because you've got to look at the annual fee as an ROI. Will you make the ROI on these? Now, if you're spending a decent amount of money, you will make a decent ROI on each of these cards. Now, the next card is the Prime Visa Amazon Centric card. Rewards 5% on Amazon and Whole Foods at 3% at restaurants. Welcome bonus $200 Amazon gift on arrival. No annual fee. Requires a 130-year Prime membership. Then you got Bank of America customized cash rewards, 3% cashback online up to $2,500 a quarter, a $200 welcome bonus after you spend $1K, no annual fee, 0% interest for 15 months. So this one is more for the beginners that aren't really spending that much money. This makes more sense. 0 annual fee. You're more likely to spend $1,000 in 90 days instead of spending $10,000. So you're more likely to get the welcome bonus on this one, guys. Think logically. Don't go for the big fancy names because you want them. Go for the ones that are going to make the most logical sense, like these two down here if you're a beginner. Then you got the Ramp business card, which is a 1.5% unlimited cashback with no fees. So there's no restriction of how much you can make on cashback. Perks is free, virtual cards, physical cards, real-time expense tracking, and no personal guarantee. Now, this is where things get interesting. No personal guarantee. For those that are wondering, what does that mean? Now, in the UK, and I believe in the US, I could be wrong, speak to an advisor, most loans or most credit cards, usually, even if they're business related, still have a personal guarantee, which means even if the business goes bankrupt or can't pay, you are personally now liable. So the liability will still be on you. Now with this credit card, only the business is liable, so you're not attached to it. So if the business goes bankrupt or you've got 10,000 that's there that has to be paid back and you can't pay it back, you personally won't be responsible for it. The business will. Now, it's not often you see this guarantee these days, but it's very good for those that are startups because it reduces risk in case things go wrong. Now, here's a little comparison table for you guys. But again, if you're beginners, go for Ramp or go for the Bank of America card. And if you are a decent spender, you can go for any of the top ones. So guys, welcome back to the bonus section of the free dropshipping course for 2025. And in this section, I'm going to be talking about the common mistakes or the top mistakes that dropshippers make throughout their journey, how to avoid them, and the danger of basically getting into one of these mistakes and how it can damage your success or completely stop you from finding any success. Now, the first mistake a lot of beginners make is they're in a rush. They're constantly rushing to find a product, to build a store, to then launch the ads. Now, the reason why people do this is because they're excited. It's natural because you're having excitement going through your body saying, oh, I need to launch a product because if I do, I'm going to find success. Now, that's technically some part true. The more you launch products, the more likely you are to find success. But if you do it when you're excited and you're rushing yourself, then you're going to make a lot of mistakes on the way. You're going to be rushing, what marketing angles are going to work, what bundles I should make, are my ads good quality, are the video ads catchy? So when you're in a rush, you're going to basically overlook the quality of the work and then you're going to end up failing. Now, I'm not saying you should take forever to build a store or launch a product, but I'm saying just don't rush it. Don't be like, I need to do it in 24 hours. I always say to beginners, if it takes you a week to launch a store with a product or a few products, that's not a bad time. But if beginners are saying to me, Cam, you know what, I've launched this store within a day, I'm just like, well, if you're a beginner and you've done that in a day, I'm a little bit concerned about the quality of work that you've done. Now, obviously, when you're operating at a higher level, your turnaround time can be faster because you've got teams in place or you're better at your skills, so you get it done quicker. But as a beginner, you shouldn't be launching stores that quick. It should take you at least a week. Now, it shouldn't take you a month. That's what I'm saying there. There has to be an equilibrium. It shouldn't be taking you a month, but it shouldn't be taking you a day or a few days. It should be taking you at least a week. Video ads can take a good day to 2 days to make a really good batch of them. And again, your video ads are more important than most of the journey. So if you're rushing that element, you're only going to create failure for yourself. Now, this ties in with discipline, right? You need to discipline yourself to not rush, to make sure your quality of work is good. If you're creating video ads, show your family, show your parents, show, a friend, would you watch this? If you saw this on your Facebook page or your Facebook feed or your TikTok feed, would you watch the video? Please tell me the honest truth. Don't even say that you've made it or it's got anything correlated to you. Just tell them that I'm curious. That way you're not going to spark a biased answer from your friends or your family. They're going to give you an honest response. Now, of course, don't just ask one person because then you're defining the results based on one opinion. If you're asking let's say 4 to 5 people and the majority come back saying it's good, then it's good, right? Or use the power of AI. Send your video ads to ChatGPT 01 model, which is advanced reasoning, so it thinks like a human, and say, do you think this video is catchy? So if you don't have people to ask, go onto AI. You can use DeepSeek or you can use ChatGPT 01, which is deep thinking reasoning. Say, Is this video catchy? Would people watch this on Facebook or TikTok? Be honest with me. Now, this is an example of you doing quality control over your work. Don't just use your own eyes as quality control. Ask legitimate resources, and I think AI is going to be the best one for most people because it's unbiased and it's just going to tell you basically what it thinks based on true and factual data. Now, going back to discipline's really, really important here, because if you don't stay disciplined when you launch Facebook ads or, TikTok ads, if you're going against the rules that I've given you on how to look at your ads in terms of metrics and performance and how to kill them and how to scale them, and your discipline's not there, you're going to start taking over control and you're going to start making decisions that me personally haven't told you to make. That could be because you're in an emotional state where now you're spending money on ads, your emotions have ramped up because you've gone into the defensive mode of, oh, I don't want to lose this money. So if I tell you to spend, let's say, your budget over 2 days, but after day 1 you're panicking and you now cut your ads, again, that's discipline and you killed your own success, because imagine if that extra day your ads were running, you found the success based on the metrics I told you, whether it be an add to cart, a purchase, whatever it may be. This is where discipline comes in. Just stick to the plan and don't deviate. Now, it's not going to be easy because your emotions are going to be very high, especially as a beginner. So you have to control them and stay disciplined. The best way to do it is set your ads up and then don't look again for 2 days and just refuse to look at it. If you sat there on the screen every few hours looking at your ad metrics, you're literally killing your own success. If you just sit there and view your metrics in live time all the time at a beginner stage, then you're going to sabotage your mental health over looking at your ads, because you're going to be seeing numbers change and they're going to change erratically and you're not going to like it. Now, it's a different story if you're spending, let's say, 30K a day and you're doing manual bidding, then yes, you should be looking at your ads, live in real time. But if you're a beginner spending, let's say, $20 to $50 a day, you should not be doing that. And this goes back to discipline, like I just told you. And this also comes back to being, guess what? In a rush. You're in a rush to see the right results that you want to see. If you don't see the results that you want to see within the first day, you're now going to go and move on to the next product. So you're literally going into this really toxic cycle of rushing everything and not finding anything. How are you meant to find any success with anything if you're constantly rushing around from one product to another because you don't see the metrics you want to see within the first few hours or day, so then you run into the next product? Now, I'm going to give you an analogy. Whether or not this is going to be good or not, I think it's pretty good. It's like you waiting for the bus at a bus stop, but the time on the bus station tells you when the bus is going to come, but you decide that you're in a rush, so you go and walk to the next bus stop thinking that you're going to catch the bus quicker than if it was to get to you. So obviously with bus stations, there's some on the way, and if you walk towards the next one, you might catch it a little bit earlier because you're catching it as it comes to you. Now, if you do that wrong, you're going to keep missing it, right? Because it's going to then go to the next bus station. You've not got enough time to go back to the other one, so you end up missing it. That's like with a winning product. If you're constantly rushing the station, you're never going to sit on the bus, or you're not going to sit on the winning product because you're constantly moving in between without waiting. Now, the next mistake that beginners make, and to clarify about the first one was being in a rush. The second one is you copy too much. So you're copying your competitors too much. You're copying anything you see online to a T. Now, this is the most tragic thing that beginners make. They think, oh, I need to copy this person. I need to copy that person. This is the biggest fault with dropshippers. They're taught to copy people, and that's not what you should be doing. Yes, look at your competitors at the highest level and reference their work and say, yes, this is the standard, but you should be either looking at ways to go wider with the work or over their work. So either you build higher than them or you look wider than them, meaning that you either find newer ways to widen your audience or your marketing. If your competitor's there, it doesn't mean you should be there. It means you should go higher than them. And the problem is dropshippers just think that copying people is the guaranteed way to find success. And guess what? It's not. Now, if I try and start a sneaker business and I try and copy Nike, the biggest company I believe that sells sneakers, am I going to achieve success? No, I'm not. I can't compete with them, right? Now, if I look at where Nike has missed out, let's say there's a gap where they've missed out in the sneaker market, there could be a very sub-niche audience that they're not targeting that want to be, sold to, but they're not selling to them. I can sell to them, right? So the point I'm trying to make is, instead of copying your competitors, Look at gaps where they've found mistakes or they're not bothering to sell to those people, and that's where you captivate on the market. If you just copy and paste your competitors' work, it's not going to mean that the results are going to be the same. Now, for an example, you shouldn't just copy their video ads. Yes, take what's worked well for them. If a hook has worked really well for their first 5 seconds of their video, think of ways you can reimagine that. Now, you can use AI, ChatGPT, to tell you how you can reimagine it to make it just as good or better, but it means you're not copying them. So the point I'm trying to make is, please guys, when I say this, stop copying your competitors. Yes, use them as a reference and look at ways you can pivot, but don't point blank copy them one-to-one, because you're going to fail doing that. Now, you might get a little bit of success in the short term, but long term, trust me, it does not work. Now, maybe a few years ago it does, but now it doesn't. These ad platforms are smart now. They know when you're copying people and they don't allow it. Now, the next mistake that dropshippers make is they try and force a product or a niche idea. Now, you shouldn't try and force something. You should look at data and statistics to make your decision. So if you're going to pick a product, you're going to pick a niche, base it on information that proves that that's a good idea. Don't go into a niche that has zero evidence for sales or demand, because you're going to force the market to want to buy your product. You should be selling in a niche, or you should try and sell a product that people actually want to buy. Now, you can use tools like Exploding Topics, Google Trends. You can use, ad library tools to show how many active ads there are, but base your decisions on data and stop forcing things because you want them to work for you or it seems like a good idea. Now, people look at saturation as a bad thing. That's a good thing. Wherever there's saturation, there's money. Now, where saturation becomes a negative thing is when people try and optimize themselves in the same one-to-one clone, which goes back to copycats. So they try and sell the same product the same way, the same angles, the same psychological tricks. Everything's the same, and they don't look at ways to pivot. Think about all the biggest industries in the world and think about the top 5 brands that sell to those niches, those industries, whatever it may be. Now think about it. Now, were those top 5 brands ever the biggest at that time? So what I'm trying to say is, let's say hypothetically Nike was the biggest at making sneakers. Then it's Adidas. Then let's say Reebok, Lonsdale. These are just hypothetical examples. The point I'm trying to make is technically making sneakers is saturated, but these brands that evolved over the time found ways to sell in a saturated market but be different. So don't look at saturation as a bad thing. Look at it as a positive. There's money to be made. I just need to find a different way to stand out from the crowd. Now, whenever there is no saturation, that usually means there's no demand for your product. So you're actually competing with yourself, and that's usually a bad sign. Especially as a beginner, that's a bad sign. Now, the next mistake that beginners make is they overlook quality control before they start selling a product. So you just think, oh, this product is making lots of money. People are selling it on the ad library or on a spy tool that shows that they're making good money. That means I need to jump on it. Now, because other people are selling a product that's making a lot of money doesn't mean that they've done the quality control, and they could be overlooking selling a bad quality product. So because somebody's selling your product and they're doing it to a very high level, it doesn't mean the quality of the product is good. Now, you need to ensure that quality control is done on your own self. So before you sell a product, you try that product out. You test it out. You see if it's any good. Now, the worst thing that can happen is you scale a product to over 100K and you get loads of refunds and returns and chargebacks because the quality control of the product was terrible, meaning that the product genuinely was not a good product. Yes, it looked good on videos. Yes, it looked good as a description on a product page. Yes, it looked good to the eye, but when it actually came to the real use case of it, it was terrible. Now, I've done it before. I'm sure you've done it before, where you've bought something online or in person that looks good, but then when you bring it home or you get it, you realize it's not good. So the point I'm trying to make is, do not be fooled that if other people are selling it, that just means that it's perfect. There's no issues with it. There could be issues with it. So you need to do your own research and be responsible for your own product. Now, quality control can also translate to other things. Could be if you outsource work from, VAs or freelancers and you get video ads made, you need to check the work. You don't just download the video and be like, yeah, it's done, ready. You need to check it. Don't be stupid. Don't think that people can't make mistakes. Now, the most incidents and major accidents in life happen because of human error. Now, I'm giving you this crazy analogy because I'm saying that human error is a major issue in life. So don't think that you've hired a video editor to make a video ad for you. You think it's going to be good and you can just download it and submit it. And there we go, done. There could be spelling mistakes in there. They could be referencing the wrong stuff. So it's your job to check the quality of the work. If you hire somebody to build you a store, it's the same thing. And it comes back to being responsible for your own store. Don't think because you're outsourcing, it's their responsibility. It's also yours to make sure it's done correctly. Now, the next mistake dropshippers make is they think customer support stops once the order is made. What I mean by that is as soon as somebody places an order on your site, you forget about them. Yes, there's automations going out about their tracking numbers. There's automations going out about when they're going to receive the product. No, customer support does not stop at when they order the product. Customer support actually starts when they order the product. It's your job to ensure that they're happy. And most dropshippers, as soon as they get that sale, as soon as they get their payout, they forget. And that is the worst thing that you can do as a business owner. Now, the reason why most dropshippers fail long term is because their store cannot outlast 6 months. Now, the reason why their store can't outlast 6 months is because their retargeting's bad. And that usually means that their customer support's bad, because if their customer support was good, the retargeting and the LTV, which is customer lifetime value, would be high. Now, I go to the same coffee shop, I go to the same restaurants to eat every single time because I know that I'm going to get looked after very well and I'm not going to have issues. The point I'm trying to make here is the customer support is very good and I know what I'm going to get. So if somebody buys from your store and has a great experience, they're more likely to come back and buy from you again. So I can't emphasize this enough. Remember, customer support starts when they order. It doesn't finish when they order. Do not get them mixed up. Now, the next mistake that beginners make is not understanding who they're even selling to. You don't even know who your audience are, what they want, where they are, and how they behave. That's usually what dropshipping beginners do. They just assume the algorithm's going to know who I want to sell to, so they're just going to buy it. So I don't need to change the way I write my product descriptions. I don't need to change the way I come across in my video ads. It doesn't matter if I just stay neutral in a normal way. People are just going to naturally buy because the algorithm are going to send me the people that are going to want to buy the product. And that's just not how it works. Think about it. When you go to a certain restaurant, when you go to a certain venue, they adjust the way they speak to you. They change the way they are with their tone to suit what they're trying to sell to you, right? I want you guys to think very deep into this, what I'm about to tell you. Whenever you go somewhere in life, whether it be, a barbershop, a hairdresser's, whether you're a female, let's say, for example, you go to the gym, let's say, for example, you go to like a car garage, or let's say, for example, you go to a shopping store, whether it be low end, high end. Think about how people change in those scenarios. Usually when you go to a gym, people try and act strong and tough. Let's say when you go to a car garage, people usually are trying to be very friendly to try and sell something to you, right? So think about how people change the tone, the voice, the language they use in certain scenarios. When do people become persuasive? When are they speaking in a persuasive tone? You need to think all about this because you can't just not understand who your target audience is and speak to them like everyone else. If I'm trying to sell a product to a group of mothers compared to a group of fathers, I'm going to speak totally different. Or if I'm going to try and sell a product to a group of mothers and then a group of, let's say, bikers, people that like to drive bikes, they're going to be a totally different tone and a totally different language. If you come to London and then I go to New York, the slang is totally different, right? We speak very differently. So the point I'm trying to make is you've got to really blend in with the community and understand how they speak, how they act, and who they are. Because if you don't, you will look like an outsider and they will reject you and be like, these guys are just trying to profit from us, go away. Consumers aren't stupid anymore. They'll know when you're trying it. Now, with that being said, guys, those are the top mistakes that I don't want you to make as a beginner. So please avoid them and think very closely to what I've just said. Now, with that being said, guys, that's this bonus episode done about the common mistakes dropshipping beginners make. Welcome back, guys, to the bonus module of the free dropshipping course for 2025. And in this episode, I'm going to be talking about how to handle success. Now, this is going to come eventually in your journey as long as you're consistent enough, like I mentioned in the prior episode. Now, people's management with success is either going to make them or break them. People just assume that once I hit success, that's it. It's only ever going to get greater and better from there. And I'm going to be honest with you, success, I've seen it break people and I've seen it make them even more successful. So I'm going to give you my advice of what to do once you start seeing success. Now, when I say success, people are going to think, $100,000, $1 million. I'm going to say from, let's say, $1,000 in revenue and slowly, gradually making yourself go. So this advice really applies to anyone, like I said, that's hit their first $1,000 or even hit $100,000 or even $1 million. And again, once you've hit $1 million in revenue, it still doesn't mean that you're too great or too big to fail. You can still fail. Trust me. I've seen people make 7 figures and lose 7 figures. So listen to me very carefully. Now, the first bit of advice that I've got for you is don't get too excited. People get way too excited once they see a glimpse of success. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't be happy or grateful, but I'm saying don't get too excited. With excitement comes cockiness, comes arrogance, and you're going to make mistakes. I know what I'm doing now. I've done this, I've done that. I don't need to do this anymore. I don't need to do that anymore, because you now think you're too good because you've seen success. Rule number 1 is remain the student, never the master. With that type of mentality, you will never think you're better than you are, and you'll remain in that phase of learning and not thinking you're better than you are. Now, rule number 2 is to not forget rule number 1. That's all I will preach to you guys once you start seeing a little bit of success. Now, the next thing is don't start scaling like crazy because you've seen a glimpse of success. Don't be like, oh, now I've made $1,000 or $10,000. Let's triple the budgets, quadruple the budgets, and let it play. Now the product's working. It doesn't matter what I increase the budgets by, it's going to work. I've seen so many people do that before. They just assume because their product's now working on Facebook or TikTok, if they put more money in, they're going to get more money out. And that's just not the case. So don't just start scaling like a crazy guy because you think it's going to work because your product's now working well on the platform. Just doesn't work like that, guys. Scaling's actually harder than testing, because with scaling, things start to loosen up a little bit, like your CTR drops, your conversion will drop slowly. So you actually have to think a little bit more smarter to recapture the percentages that you lose, which is very hard to do. And obviously risk management becomes a real thing once you start scaling. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't scale, I'm saying you should scale, but make sure you're doing risk management. Understand what you're risking for what you're trying to get, understand your metrics and little things like that. Now, the other thing that people don't manage with success is once they find one product, they think, oh, now I can launch 4 products, because if I found one winning product and I know what I did with that product, it means now I can run 3 or 4 more at the same time and they're all going to repeat the same success. Just doesn't work like that. Unless you guys have achieved 100K in sales with profit by the way, of 20%, 30%, you shouldn't be trying to test multiple products at the same time. I truly don't believe it's going to benefit you trying loads of product if you can't do 100K with profit with one product. I just think you're going to blow yourself out and it's not going to work. And I've been saying this now since I first ever started teaching on YouTube. Once one product hits 100K with profit, then you can start running multiple products at the same time. Till then, stick to what I taught you, which is rule number 1, and don't ever forget it. And also, don't think you're now too good to learn new things or relearn things that you've already learned or revisit it again, because that will kill you as well. Now, this is now speaking to those that are now making 6 figures, 100K to $1 million, and you've got good profit. Don't be doing things like buying Lambos or designer stuff or, really expensive materialistic things, because although, yes, you've made really good money and congratulations, you're going to need to use that money as well. It's always good to have a good amount of cash sitting there ready to reuse. Now, if you've blown all of your profit on all this materialistic stuff, how are you ever meant to scale that business? How are you ever meant to roll the dice again? You can't, right? The whole point of building cash flow is to expand. You can't expand if you've just used it all on stupid things. Now, usually what happens is people make 50K profit with one product, which gets them to the 6-figure mark in revenue. And what they do is they actually dies out. So that store will theoretically die out, or it won't work anymore and it just won't make any money. So that technically is died out. But they've been able to take away with them between $30,000 and $50,000, which is amazing. But remember, the store died, which means no more cash flow is being produced every single month. So you're now sitting there with a lump sum of money. Now, where people go wrong is that lump sum of money, they get cocky and they think, I can redo it again, so I don't need to worry about it. Go and blow most of it, messing around, either buying materialistic stuff, doing silly things, and then I only need to keep $2,000 and I can redo it again. That's not how it works, guys. You need to be holding on to a lot of that cash that you just made, and you need to be, trying again, but don't be overspending. Your reserves are so important in this game. You don't know when you're going to need them, and you don't know what you're going to need them for. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't treat yourself to like a nice meal or a little holiday or something small, but what I'm saying is don't blow the whole amount you've just made on your first successful store. That's now going to pave the way for your next route to 7 figures and making 100K, 200K in profit, because that's what you'll end up doing. I do believe that until you've got a store that's consistently turning around cash flow profit every single month, you shouldn't be blowing your cash. So if you've got a store that's ran for 3 months and it's producing cash flow and profit, happy days. And as long as you can get it over the 6-month mark, then you should feel comfortable with spending money. And it goes back to what I'm saying. Should I quit my job once I find my first successful store? Let's say you've made 50K in profit. Should I now quit my job? Again, it depends on the circumstances you're in. If you've got a family and a lot of dependents, I would say no, because that one store's done well, but now you need to run another store and you might lose a lot of that cash in the new store. Who knows? So it's not worth the risk. I would stick to having a job or a side job just to make sure you got some security. Now, if you're living with your mom and dad or you're living with a family member, then yes, you can take on more risk. It might be worth, quitting your job or taking on a lot less hours because it makes sense. But till you've got that long-term store that keeps producing cash flow, I wouldn't think about, leaving a job or, if you've got dependents going all in. I would say once you've got that store that's consistently moving, you've slowly turned it into a brand, not a drop shipping store, then you can start to part ways, in my opinion. Now, the other thing that I want to mention is you're going to see a lot of BS on social media, especially Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it. YouTube's slowing down on it a little bit, but I think X is probably the most toxic place you can be in for when it comes to money. Twitter and obviously dropshipping contributes to that. The dropshipping gurus, the teenagers that have now first seen their first successful store. And this goes back to what I was saying, guys. These guys, these teenagers, these young kids, they find their first successful store. They make between 30 and 50K and they start blowing it on, going to the club and buying a table, buying bottles. They put it on X or Twitter and then you're like, wow, that's impressive. Now, obviously to certain people, it won't impress them. But what I'm trying to say is once you start going on these social media platforms, especially like I said, X, and you look at these drop shippers that are new to success, they've just found success, it's going to make you want to join in because you're going to want to be inclusive. So you're going to want to try it out. And I would say stay away from it. Now, if you're printing consistently, again, with an e-com brand that you've turned from a dropshipping store, it's a different story, guys, because you're building consistency in cash flow. But I'd also say be very careful to what you're looking at on social media because it can give you the wrong expectations and the wrong part. Now, there's been many dropshippers, and I mean many, even big dropshippers that are well known on YouTube that have gone broke and had to rebuild again. I'm not going to mention names because it's not who I am. It's not what I do. They've said it on their own channels, but yeah, they've blown all their cash. They've had to restart all over again. Thank God I've not had to do that personally because I've been mature and I've been very well educated with success to not have to do that. What I'm saying is I'd hate for one of you guys to, make a lot of money, lose it all because you've been stupid and you can't rebuild again. I do believe that you get one good chance of success in every aspect of somebody's life, whatever it may be. And with this, you get one shot, in my opinion. If you get to that 6-7 figure mark and you make a mess of it, I say that it's very unlikely for you to rebuild again. Because mentally, people can't recover from it because they see the highs, they have to go back to the lows, and then they stay in the lows. Remember the rules that I've given you. Rule 1, never the master, always the student. And then rule 2 is never forget rule 1. As long as you stick to those, guys, you should be fine. Welcome back, guys, to the next episode inside of the module for the free dropshipping course for 2025. Now, in this episode, I'm going to be talking about the power of consistency. Now, this is, in my opinion, the most important part of dropshipping, being consistent. Now, I'm going to tell you something right now that I know you're not going to like to hear. Now, a lot of people are going to get worried when I say this, and I would rather tell you this now than you experience it without having the expectation of what to expect. Now, what I'm going to say is your first product will not be a winner. Usually it's not your first product. Usually it's not the second. Usually it's not the third. Usually it's not the fourth. Now, usually for most people, it's between their 5th and 10 products. So usually between their 5th to the 10th product they test, they find something that has success. Now, when I say success, I don't mean, 7 figures, 6 figures. It could mean breaking even. It could mean making a couple of $1,000s. It could mean making a few $100s. Now, the point that I'm trying to make is if you don't stay consistent, then how are you ever meant to get into your 6th product? Because you're going to fail and quit on your 3rd product. Now, I'm going to tell you something that blows my mind when I think about it. Imagine if I gave up on my last product that was a winner. Imagine if I said, you know what? The last product I tested before I found my winner, I'm quitting. I'm calling it a day. I'm going to go back to what I was doing before. I wouldn't be here today even making this free course. I wouldn't even be where I am or close to where I am today. So the point that I'm trying to make is if you're not consistent, if you get upset, overwhelmed, and let down by your product failing, if you can't get to at least your 5th or 10th product with consistency, you are going to struggle to see anything. Now, I would rather tell you this now so that you can mentally prepare for the the time that you lose, the money that you're going to potentially lose, and the overall confidence that you might lose. You're going to lose confidence because you're going to say, well, the product didn't work because of me. And yes, that's a good way to look at it, but sometimes there are ways in the industry where it's not your fault, it's just the product wasn't the right product at the time, and you've just got to accept it and move on. Now, if you test a few products and you give up on the third and you're like, you know what, I'll come back in 2 months and try again. The consistency's gone, which means the momentum's gone, which means that when you come back to trying that next product, you're going to be slow, you're going to have rust. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Now, obviously, if there's a financial reason to slow down, that would make sense. Now, even if there's a financial reason to you not staying consistent, it doesn't mean that you shouldn't be learning. So let's say, for example, I've blown my whole budget. I need to take some time out to, recuperate some budget to then go and spend again. It doesn't mean that I'm going to stop learning how to do dropshipping. It doesn't mean that I'm going to stop trying to make video ads. Now, technically, you can do the whole dropshipping process for free or for a very low amount of money. What I mean by that is you don't have to launch products on an ad platform for you to practice. You can practice on creating new video ads. You can say, you know what, I'm going to do a dummy account, or I'm going to do a dummy product. Whilst I've got no money and I'm saving up, I'm going to go and take 3 dummy products, build a store. Obviously, there's a Shopify free trial if you use my link. And you can use CapCut for free. And the point that I'm trying to make is you're going to go and sharpen your skills. You're going to go and sharpen everything whilst you're waiting to recuperate or gain more money. Because then once you've got the budget again to spend, you are better at making video ads. You're better at finding out who your target audience is. You're not rusty. You've actually gone out your way to learn more. It's like if you've got an injury at the gym. Let's say you got a shoulder injury at the gym. It doesn't mean that you're going to stop going to the gym, because you can do your legs, you can do your core. There's so many other body parts that you could possibly do, even if you had an injury. Now, that's the logical sense, right? Obviously, the emotional sense is, oh, I don't feel like doing it. But that's not the right response, is it? So there's no excuse for you not to be consistent. Now, consistency doesn't mean you're spending money. Consistency means you're learning, you're getting better, and you believe. Now, of course, belief comes when you get your first sale. I truly believe once you've had your first sale, your true belief core will go crazy. You'll be like, wow, this is real. This works. Because if one person buys your product, why can't 100 or 1,000 or 10,000 people buy it? Again, I want to repeat this. Consistency isn't launching products officially by running paid ads. It could mean that you're taking dummy products and just trying out how to make better looking sites. That's the point that I'm making. Now, one thing that I do want to differentiate though is if you've got capital to spend, it doesn't mean be in limbo and do nothing and just take 10 products, test dummy them. That might be a good idea if your skills aren't that good, but it doesn't mean just do nothing. Some people get stage fright where they've got the money to spend on paid ads or whatever it may be, influencers, but they're stage fright and they're scared. Now, I'm not saying do that either. I'm saying if you feel like your skills are good or enough, go out there and launch the product. Don't be stage fright. Or if you've launched one product, you've had a bad result and you're stage fright because of that, doesn't mean that you should stop, by the way. Now, it also means that it doesn't mean go straight back into the trenches and launch another product. Reassess what went wrong, what could have gone wrong, and then go again. It doesn't mean just don't do anything and just do dummy products forever. That's not the case. Now, a close example that I could give you is like traders, people that trade stocks or indices or Forex. You can do it on a demo account. It's not real money. You're playing with like just fake money. Now, eventually you're gonna have to take that leap of faith and trade with your own money if you wanna make money, right? So the point that I'm trying to make is eventually you will have to expose yourself if you really want to test the waters for real and get that real success. Now, a lot of people say that people's success is down to an element of luck. And I do believe that that is partially a reason. There is luck involved in anything in life, I do believe. Now, for you to get lucky, you need to do more, right? So the more you do, the more luckier you're going to be. And that comes back to consistency. The more consistency you are, the more likely you are to come across some form of luck. You're at the right time, the right place, which means you've launched the right product at the right time, and you've seen the gains from it. But you guys have got to understand that I've been doing this now for almost 9 years, and I was teaching people 4 years into my career. And everyone that I've seen that's done 6 figures, 7 figures, and even 8 figures with their store, and I remember them as a beginner or they've made a few $1,000s, what got them to where they are now is consistency. Nothing more than consistency. Now, I would argue that most of you guys that are watching this are smarter than me, are way, way more smarter than me. The only difference between me and you is I'm probably way more consistent than you, and I don't give up. That's what paid a key element to my success. I never gave up. I only came back stronger, and I was super consistent. And I wasn't taking no as an answer. I would literally take the door down before I got closed out. Now, it's weird for me to say this, but you have to brainwash yourself into believing that you will find that winning product. It will come. You've just got to be consistent enough to actually come across it. Now, eventually the ratio to finding a winner will come down. So like now for me, it's between 1 and 3 products. Sometimes it can go up to 5, but the more successful you are, the better you are of having an eye for a product, the better you are at marketing. Eventually your winning to losing ratio will come down very slowly. So like I said, for most beginners, it can range from 5 to 10, sometimes even up to 15. But for somebody like me and most professionals, it's going to be between 1 to 3 and at worst case, maybe 5. And I'm on about products that are going to make a few $1,000s upwards to 7 figures. But again, that comes with time and eventually it will come down. Now you might be thinking, well, what about all those losses that I take on the 6th product? If I'm doing $300 per product, you do the math, that's a substantial amount of money. Now, it's not necessarily that you're going to make a full loss on 6 products. You might break even on 3 of them, which means only 3 of them were a loss, which is around about $900. There are going to be variations involved, but if you just think, well, if I fail 10 products, that means I've got to do $250 or $300 times by 10. That's how much I could lose. Yes, it could be how much you lose, but you can remember that there's going to be variables like some products might be profitable and one product might make the whole losses back. And now I'm not telling you this to make you want to do it. I'm just saying to you guys, it's up to you whether or not you want to take on the risk. And then remember, the risk is you're losing a little bit of money, some time, but the potential is huge. We call that risk to reward. You choose what your risk to reward is going to be, and you tell yourself, is it worth it? Is it not worth it? Dropshipping is honestly not for everyone, and e-commerce and business in general isn't for everyone because they don't like the risks involved. So what I'd say is if this is getting you nervous, you need to have a serious conversation with yourself and say, am I willing to take the risk? And the truth is, guys, you don't have to be willing to take the risk. There's nothing wrong with people working a good 9 to 5 or even a 9 to 5. There's nothing wrong with that, guys. Honestly, there isn't. And don't let anyone ever tell you that it's wrong. It's up to you as a person, as an individual. If you're happy to do it, do it. If you're not, don't do it. I'm telling you the risks that are involved now with consistency. Obviously, it means you can lose more money, but you can obviously make way more money. So you've got to choose which side do you want to be on. I would say do not play in the middle because it never works. And the example that I give people is it's like a marriage. A marriage will not work if you're only 99% committed. Even if you're only 1% not committed, it won't work, right? And this is the example I'm trying to give you. You can't be somebody that's trying to play in the middle. I don't want to take a risk, but I also want to take a risk. Choose the side you want to be on and just go for it. Because if you play in the middle, your heart and your mind won't fully be there. That's just the honest truth, guys. And with that being said, that is this episode done about consistency and obviously the risks involved with being consistent and the rewards that could be there. And remember, the sky's the limit with e-commerce. Now, I actually made a post on YouTube recently. If you go to my YouTube channel, then post, you'll see that I told you what the estimation is going to be for dropshipping millionaires in 2025. It's in the thousands, by the way. Now, that could be 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. But there's going to be loads of new millionaires that do dropshipping this year. Now, remember, dropshipping is a form of e-commerce. So if e-commerce makes, let's say e-commerce hypothetically does 10 billion this year, dropshipping equivalates to around about 30% of those sales. So you do the math, guys. That is the kind of money that is there to be made. You just choose whether or not you want to or you don't want to be a part of it. And there's no right or wrong answer. It's down to you as the individual if you think the consistency is worth the risk or not. But with that being said, guys, I hope this has made you think. With that being said, I'll catch you guys on the next episode.
Guys, we've got Davey here on the interview. This one has been in such demand. A lot of you guys have been asking on the channel to get Davey on after he's built a 9-figure brand, which is insane. So I just want to say a massive thank you, Davey, for coming on the channel. And if you're watching this live or you're watching this, please leave a comment saying thank you to Davey for spending his time coming on this interview today, because it is going to be a crazy value bomb of questions and answers. Now let's talk about some e-com advice for the guys that are watching this that are either beginners, finding a bit of success, or even found mass success. So at this current stage, you've done 9 figures online. How would you now identify a product in the e-commerce world that has potential to make money online? Like, what would be your criteria?
The e-com industry is in a bit of a strange place because I feel like there's actually 2 acquisition channels that are worthwhile. Initially, it was just Facebook. Now it's also virality.
Yep.
Like, look, utilizing these viral niche pages and secondary pages through TikTok are going to probably create pretty insane businesses. And I think that also with social shops becoming more prevalent through which is basically an affiliate content strategy, I think that is going to start once Instagram and Facebook roll out their version of TikTok shops. I think that is going to be a very viable strategy for beginners to start. because one, legacy brands, their product has no ability to go viral because it's boring as anything and they don't know how. But then, yeah, two, it's just going to grow so quickly. So the first thing you need to decide, like anything, is how you're going to sell the product, because that's going to dictate where you find the product. If I'm going to sell on Facebook, the ads, you can use AdSpy, TrendRocket, whatever. But if you're going to use viral, you're probably just best scrolling on the platform or using something like Kalo data. K starts with K. I think that's probably where I would find the products at the moment. And I would just, my main check would be, if I'm drop shipping, sweet, make sure that the Temu, Shein, Amazon don't all have the product. If I'm not drop shipping, then I'd just make sure I have great gross margin. The product is replenishable, repeatable, worth the investment, and can't be drop shipped due to compliance or the size as well.
Really good answer, by the way. During your early days on your come up, what daily habits or routines did you develop, or did you even develop any? A lot of beginners believe in 2024 that you need to have, a routine, you need to have habits. Is this a myth? Is it true? And did you have any?
I think there's always a direct correlation between an activity and the results that you get in that activity. And that sounds obvious. So let's take YouTube, for example. The direct correlation between my YouTube success will be how many hours do I sit in front of the camera. It is that simple. Obviously, do a lot more pre-work and spend a lot more time on one piece of content before you start filming it. And there's nuance in it, of course, but people's routine should, especially in the early stages when you don't know your dick from your elbow, you should be looking at what activity am I doing in huge amounts of volume. When I first started calming blankets, I just flown back from Melbourne. I had lost all my money. I tried working as an actual job, being properly employed, which was great, by the way. I learned so much. But I had lost all my money from my successful ventures. All my routine was I'd get up at 7 a.m., maybe 6:30 a.m., and I would get Uber Eats. The first thing that would open would be at 6:30 a.m. Then I would go sit in my study and I would work for 4 hours straight on whatever I wanted, my new e-commerce brands. And then I would order Uber Eats again, and I would just have a 30-minute break again, and then I would work for another 4 hours. And then I would basically go down to my girlfriend's house where they would watch TV, and I don't like it. I'm not into like that TV. So I'd work for another 4 hours, and it was just this rinse and repeat process. Now, that's not to say that you shouldn't look after your health. Like, I've had mental health issues, and the only period that I've had mental health issues is when I completely neglect healthy food and training as well, and just focus on work. So it is a balance, and you should try to get that balance in, but at the same time, orient around your main priorities. If your main priority is to get success in your business, that can sometimes be antagonistic to the goal of pure mental health and peace. So as long as you know what you're doing, then you can correct when you see the signs as well.
Yeah, I really like that. And I also want to add that, I've publicly said as well that I've suffered from mental health issues, especially on the come up, because, as an entrepreneur, it's a lonely journey. You're on your own with your own thoughts and, your own horror stories at the same time. So I'm really happy you mentioned that as well, because I think a lot of entrepreneurs that are super successful like yourself, especially 9 figures, they don't really talk about the mental health struggles, which I think are super important to talk about. And I think men in today's age are really suffering from it, and it's really important to speak out about it. So I really appreciate you doing that.
So guys, before we carry on with the Davey interview, I hope you're enjoying it so far. I need to go over a major announcement. Now, some of you guys know that I'm doing the ECOM King Bootcamp, which is my $3,000 mentorship for completely free. Now, the reason why this is a major announcement is because we close the doors on the ECOM King Bootcamp tonight. So you literally have around about 10 hours from now for you to join the ECOM King Bootcamp. Now, it is strictly for 500 people. Now, we're allowing another 100 people to sign up just in case when we get started tomorrow, if people fall off, the 100 people will then replace them. So if you want the chance to have a completely free mentorship, then you need to sign up to the bootcamp and complete all the 7 steps. We are also doing a $25,000 giveaway at the end of the bootcamp challenge. Now, with that being said, guys, let's get straight back into the Davey interview.
How would you start an e-commerce store today or a dropshipping store today? What would you focus on? What skills would you say are important? Is it video editing? Is it learning how to shoot content? Is it creating a website? What are the skills that people need today that are crucial?
Most frustrating thing about e-commerce, once you become successful, you'll realize, is that you need to be okay at all of these skills. If you have zero ability in one of these skills, it's not going to work. Even from customer service, operations, we are running like 7 different businesses at once. I think that initially, if we say that you need at least a level 2 skill across the board, or 3 skill across video editing, website development, and you can balance that out with a 10 in product selection. But realistically, that's not possible. So I kind of look at it as like, yeah, all right, we need to be at least a 6 across all of those to even get any results. So I would look at the whole picture, and this is where we can use feedback to critique that.
Now, I love the fact that you have said that you need to know every single one of them. And that's why I've always said that e-com and dropshipping is such a beautiful business model, because even if you don't make money, you're going to learn skills that can make you a lot of money, like video editing, copywriting, how to build a website. These are skills that companies pay a lot of money for. So I'm glad you've said that and addressed that. It's not, you don't need some of these, you do need some of these. You do need every single one of them at a good rate as well to be successful. So how did you manage your time between working on your business, working your job, and when did you feel like it was the right time to say, I'm going to quit my 9 to 5 and go all in with this business?
Yeah, so I was running Instagrams on the side. So I was selling advertising on Instagram, and I got a job offer from a watch brand in Melbourne that was also running Instagrams. That was very, very aligned with what I was doing. In fact, I sold one of my Instagrams to them. Basically, they said, I can do influencer marketing, I can keep doing the pages, all of that kind of stuff. And I had just come off a brutal loss of where I lost all my money in a Vietnamese roll cafe because I thought that was the next big trend. So I lost all my money there. And I pretty much told all my friends, I've sold the business, even though I couldn't get it profitable. I was just so ashamed, and moved to, so I was like, I'm just running away. Like, I'm done. I moved to Melbourne and took that job despite it being way less than they were already paying me on a contract basis. It made no sense, but I just wanted to get away and I just wanted to learn. Pretty much I would work 9 to 5, Monday to Friday there. And I would either fly back to Adelaide, which is, a 2-hour flight, or I would just sit at home all weekend and I would just work on a second project. Like, I was learning to develop websites. I was launching a seasoning business. Like, it would just be every time that I wasn't working 9 to 5, I was working on my other stuff. It's not sustainable because you're working 24/7 and life will pass you by quite quickly when you're doing that. Trust me. It's some of the kids listening to this, these are the best years of your life is a bad term, but these are some amazing years, ones that you'll never get back. And committing to work like that is a big ask. But realistically, I wouldn't trade it for the world because, one, I got the learnings from that job, and then I also got the learnings and could put them into practice straight away. And that was really the tipping point from when I was going from so many terrible failures that kind of got small wins, but never really got traction, to absolutely exploding with Calming Lincoln doing 10 million in its first year.
So let's talk about advertising, Facebook ads, TikTok ads. What is the best platform, or for yourself and in the future, what has it been? Has it been Google ads, Facebook ads, TikTok ads, Pinterest ads, X ads? What is the best right now for you?
If everyone listening here just only focused on one platform for the next 10 years, being Facebook, they would probably be more successful in focusing on everything. It is unrivaled. It is easiest to access. It's the biggest to scale. It's still growing like crazy. They're still acquiring things. They've got social shops coming up. So it has always been Facebook for us, with Google being a more supplementary channel. But again, it depends on your product. Like, if your product has a large amount of search volume for the existing category, let's say weighted blanket versus wearable blanket, like lots of people searching weighted blanket, then maybe Google is going to be more dominant for you, or like good furniture. So again, it comes down to the category, but the truth is Facebook is the most important skill to learn.
I'd agree with you. I'd say that Facebook is still number one in my opinion. It has been number one since I ever got started in this game back in 2016. I find it funny how everyone thought Facebook was dead when things were going wrong with the platform, and it's still come out on top. It's become such a powerful tool. I'd also add to that and say that
you know, Facebook is the one that everyone should focus on, but I always feel like you still need like a backup just in the background to run, as Facebook is very volatile. I like Google Ads because it's very stable. I struggle to scale Google myself. I really do. Especially when I start setting target ROAS and stuff, it does struggle to scale for me. But I like the consistency that Google gives me instead of Facebook one day insane, the other day, you know, a little bit slow. So have you had a similar experience with Facebook where it's quite volatile?
As soon as you get to larger numbers, the volatility goes. Like there is some element of volatility, but it's not like instantly, hey, my ROAS just dropped like 3 points. And yeah, I'm no longer profitable. We have enough ability to pull back spend and increase spend, but we don't have these huge percentage swings with the hoodie. I mentor $250 million founders. Like at least once a week, someone's like, oh, has anyone seen volatility in the platform at the moment? And 2 months ago, yeah, the platform was terrible for the United States. Yes, definitely experienced more volatility in that region than Australia and these other regions, in my opinion. Oh, sorry, you're in the UK. Shouldn't have said that. But yeah, I think like the backup platform, I see them as more as supplementary platforms primarily. I like supplementary being, you know, you can hire an agency and they're not going to be the demand drivers. They're just the demand captures. So, and I think that TikTok, the amount of spend that's behind that you can actually scale that platform to, it's kind of like neither here nor there. I think the iOS 14.5, those that, you know, we're kind of coming into a new generation of e-commerce. They might not even know what that was. But every 3 to 5 years, there's going to be a huge fundamental privacy shift or something that just kind of destroys what everyone is doing. And it's going to happen. We're probably up for another one pretty soon, whether it's removing cookies or whatever. But I think the thing that was most interesting about that is people say that we should use diversify from Facebook. That change annihilated the other platforms even more than Facebook. We need to realize that not only us, but the entire world, like even elections are on Facebook. Like the disruption, the level of disruption that will happen if that suddenly goes away is insane.
For those new to e-commerce or dropshipping, what are the essential tools and platforms you would recommend if you were to get started?
The truth is you don't need anything to start. You can just scroll on the platform, you can watch our free videos, and you can launch a Shopify trial. Really framing that you just technically need nothing is a great way for people to get started. I think you're going to need $30, $40, the domain across the board, maybe a bit more. So that's the main thing. Then you can use something like Trend Rocket, which is my tool if you're planning on building an e-commerce brand and you want some more emerging things, not just dropshipping tools. If not, go to something like Mania if you want to dropship, AdSpy or Zendrop, who I know we both work with because we love their platform so much. And from there, I think that that's realistically all you need. You can obviously join a bunch of free Discords as well and just start chatting to people. Go to a bunch of events and you'll make connections that you can just have calls with these people and they'll walk you through things.
When launching an e-commerce or dropshipping store, what are the crucial first steps an entrepreneur should take to focus on to ensure a good start? Not a guaranteed win start, but a good start.
Yeah, as you pointed out, there's no guarantee win. I always get asked the question, what is more important, product or marketing? The interesting thing is a lot of people say marketing initially because without that, you're not going to be able to sell even one product. But when I look at my journey with launching Coming Links to getting to 10 million in the first year, I had no idea what I was doing. I was basically boosting posts on Facebook and they would sell it. And they were just like an iPhone photo. And I went crazy. So I think that product timing is the most important thing. And that should be the thing that you're focusing on. Is this product saturated? And by the way, when you get very good at marketing and top tier, saturation is a good thing. Like you're going to beat everyone, you're going to make the whole pie. But when you're first starting out, you don't want to verse someone like me and my team on selling a product. You want to versing like some random person that has no idea, has no ambition to even make their product big and sell their product online, and they've created a big new trend. Like that's the kind of stuff that are the people you want to be partnering with or selling similar products to that. Because yeah, it's just you're gonna ride the wave, and that ad ecosystem is going to be so clean for you to target. So product timing, learning how to read that, and also just velocity of learning. So I'm not sure if you've got a Discord. I haven't seen it, but we've got a couple of channels in mind. There's like Roast My Ad and Roast My Store, which I was trying to set up these people to send their websites into this Discord and just get annihilated, because that just creates this rapid feedback loop for them. Because some of these sites, you need to be able to really look at yourself in the mirror and look at your website and say, does this actually look like something I would purchase for? Because the amount of people that have terrible padding, no reviews, awful imagery, like no copy, bad spelling, like that is just absolute a deal breaker. So the quicker we can get those feedback loops and accelerate our learning, the more likely we will get that one store, we'll get that product timing that just goes crazy and your life will be changed.
Now, you've added a really good point there, which is like saturation. A lot of people think saturation is something to be scared of, and I always say that you should only be scared of it if your skills don't exceed the saturation. So as long as you've got it, because we were selling those back crackers, we had the cryoboard, our brand was called Ultra Body, and it was saturated when we sold it, but we just found TikTok virality was a popular thing, so we were able to sell it on there as an example and do a lot of money. So I really like the fact that you spoke about skills is not, well, saturation is nothing to be feared of as long as you have the skills to back what you need to be able to overcome it.
So guys, before we finish off with the Davey interview, and I hope you've enjoyed it so far, I need to give a massive shout out to today's sponsor, which is Bond Loyalty Rewards and Referrals. Now, this app is a must-have app. Now, this app is for Shopify, and it is built for Shopify, as you guys can see here on the Shopify App Store. Now, if you don't know what this is designed to keep retention and LTV with the customers on your store. So it's basically a loyalty program that has VIP tiers, anti-cheat referral programs, flexible points, and customers earn rewards as they buy more products. So you can see here, this is what it looks like when you use it on your store. And the reason why this app is a game changer is because they have a free forever plan, so you can try it out, and if you like it and see benefits from it and actual results, then you can increase it to the basic plan if you're seeing the rewards and the results from the app. Now, we've been using this app on pretty much all of our stores for the last year and a half. Now, if I show you an example store of how this works, you can see here on the bottom right, it says limited time point offer, earn 2x loyalty points by joining our rewards program today. So let's say you click join now. It's going to take you to this page where you can join. That way you receive their email and their contact details, which will help you build your email marketing list. And then if we go on the bottom right where it says voucher, you can see here rewards program, join, sign in, earn points. And then you can see how they can earn points. And then if they go back to, let's say, redeem points, it shows them how to do it. And then referral program, it shows them how they can refer a friend. And then my balance shows them how much they've got on, let's say, cashback or cash to spend on the store. So that just gives you guys a little quick overview of how this integrates with your store and how it will look. And again, the purpose of this is to increase conversions, increase LTV, and order quantities. So this will help you keep your business alive for the long term. So make sure you check out Bond Loyalty and Rewards, as I've got an exclusive link that will get you a percentage off any play plans that you look to upgrade to.
So what was the inspiration behind creating the Udi, and how did you identify the need for such a product in the market at the time you invented the brand?
At the time, I was selling weighted blankets for kids with autism, sensory issues, even people with anxiety, because I learned a proprioceptive input could really support those things. It was probably like 1 or 2 months in of selling the product, I was like, that fear comes in. And it's just like, what if this all goes away? It's like, I'm 2 months in and I'm already scared that it's going to go away. And that's when I came across, wearable blankets. I was like, blanket brand, I can be the one and all blanket brand. So launched that. The interesting thing is, I also launched Pup Maps, which was like 7 months later, which did $1 million in its, it did $1 million in its 7th month. So I picked these 3 products and I was like, this is crazy. Like, I can pick products so easily, which, spoiler alert, I was very wrong. I ended up launching a bunch after that all failed. And also coming like it's a Pup Maps because of my mismanagement and having to focus on Udi also failed. So there was a big learning experience coming up. But my inspiration was to just get rich. There was no vision, Steve Jobs vision behind it. I just wanted to make money and get an element of self-actualization that I was worth something, because I had just spent, 10 years since school, not 10 years, but less, just grinding and just getting no results for it. So realistically, I would have sold anything at that point, I think.
Wow, that's amazing. I've learned something. I'm learning so much just from interviewing today. It's honestly amazing. So again, appreciate it. How did your venture on Shark Tank inspire your journey for the future?
It was an interesting journey because I also mentor people. For those that don't know, I've got Daily Mentor. It kind of reinforced what I was doing at Daily Mentor more than anything. I do have a lot of investments into e-commerce. More so, my time is so invested in coaching these $1 million brands and seeing a lot of these founders come on and just really not know the path, the pain that they're about to go. They are, so starry-eyed and so excited. And it's great. They're the people that you want to invest in, and they're the people that will probably make it as well. But there's just so much pain. So I think that really changed my perspective of the importance of Daily Mentor and having something set up for entrepreneurs similar to that, Shark Tank or not.
Well, congratulations, because like I said, you're the youngest one to do it, and it's a massive achievement for the e-commerce guys, because you're carrying the flag basically in the e-com world. So, congratulations on that. And I want to move into a question now, which I hope it doesn't upset you me asking you this, but what will mark the end of your involvement with the Oodie?
It's a good question. A lot of businesses don't last longer than 10 years, to be completely honest. Naturally, I think Oodie could, because, we're in these evergreen categories now. I was talking to Robert Herjavec we were backstage in Shark Tank, and he said, you should only sell a business, one, when you're completely over it, and two, when the money is going to completely change your life. And I'm kind of past the point where it's going to change my life. I think that we've just through cash flow alone, EBITDA, I don't need more money. I came to the realization after I bought my first house, I was like, I'm going to buy a beach house as well. And instantly I became stressed again and started working on things that I hate. I managed to find some peace in myself by stop chasing money. And because of that, I feel like the Oodie has produced enough cash for me. And there's an element of safety putting, if you can put 20 million into ETFs, let's say that they just produce 5% a year, it's $1 million a year. Already got the bankroll to prove it. So that there makes me not really care about selling the Oodie. That being said, if it did make sense from a purely transactional point of view in terms of future cash flow, and also the people will be looked after and the brand will become what I know it can become, competing against Peter Alexander, competing against some of these legacy chains in the UK and the US, then I would consider.
Interesting. And like I said, that was a really nice answer. So I want to say a massive thank you for coming on here and sharing a lot of value and gems.
So guys, that was my free dropshipping course for 2025. And let me know what you guys thought in the comment section below. Is this the best dropshipping course that you've ever watched? Please let me know in the comment section below. Don't forget to join the vault. And also don't forget to sign up to the bootcamp that will be coming very, very soon. With that being said, guys, I hope you've got lots of value and education from this. Don't forget to watch this free course a few times over. Try and do 2 hours per day. And remember, this is the only guide you need to see success in 2025.